You have never encountered such a unique theme. Racing competition, sweet nurturing, divine mechs, catgirls, and the rebirth of the Goose Gate. This book is also known as You Modify the Mech Girl, and She Supports the Wall. A white-haired catgirl, cast aside due to her inferior performance, finds herself on the streets. Yet, only I can perceive her hidden talents. This is a world where humanoid girls can transform into supercars on the racetrack, known as mech girls. There exists a mysterious group of professionals, called modifiers, who specialize in enhancing these mech girls. My name is Su Chen, the premier modifier in Huaxia, and also a top-tier racer. They call me the Hand of God, the Fate Weaver, for the mech girls I modify possess extraordinary performance capabilities. Even a catgirl with subpar attributes can be transformed into a monstrous vehicle that soars through the air. A once aloof and cold beauty, rendered obsolete by excessive modifications, can rise again as the queen of the racetrack. Even the so-called killing machine, an out-of-control mech girl, can return to the circuit. Yet little do they know that such exceptional performance is merely a bonus. The true modifications lie in a figure of 10, beauty of 10, fragrance of 10, sensuality of 10, and the removal of mech limitations. Chapter 1. Everything is free, absolutely free. In the city of Binzhou, under the cloak of night, the streets lie deserted. Yet the neon sign of the anything can be modified shop remains illuminated. Inside, figures bustle about, and a dispassionate voice emerges. Boss Su, your lease is nearly up. We cannot afford any delays. If you fail to pay the rent, we must, by the rules, reclaim your shop. Honestly, how do you expect to run a modification shop without a core modification system? Fear not, I assure you, I will have the rent for you within this week. After finally sending the rent collector away, Su Chen returns to the counter, gazing out at the empty streets with a sigh. This is not Earth, but the world of star gods, a realm where the racing industry flourishes. Yet, the vehicles racing on the tracks are not ordinary cars, but fantastical beings known as mech girls. They often appear as human girls, yet can morph into supercars on the racetrack. He has been in this world for 3 months. Initially, he believed that the money earned from manual labor would sustain his modification shop. However, reality proved far more complex. Even though he was the top modifier on Earth, no one here recognizes his name. Upon discovering the existence of mech girls, he was initially taken aback, but soon his fear transformed into excitement. As a modifier and an automobile enthusiast, who wouldn't want their car to become a youthful and vibrant girl, driving by day and holding twin ponytails at night. What a delightful thought. He had assumed acquiring his own mech girl would be straightforward, but the daunting barriers soon dissuaded him. A driver's license is merely the beginning. The avenues for obtaining mech girls are limited to league academies, club distributions, or personal purchases. Purchasing a mech girl demands considerable funds, with the rarer models commanding astronomical prices. Furthermore, even if one possesses the wealth to buy a mech girl, certain high-tier models require mutual recognition. These 3 conditions effectively eliminate 99.9% of hopefuls. Thus, he resolved to tackle the financial issue first. He envisioned accumulating wealth quickly through his exceptional modification skills, even winning the favor of numerous mech girls. Yet, despite 2 months of operation, no mech girls had sought his services. Drivers had visited the shop, but upon discovering his lack of certification, they promptly left. In this world, a modifier's certificate is earned through rigorous academic assessments, and he has no time to attend school now. Without qualifications, he is akin to a physician with no medical license, a black market figure. **** modify a mech girl to activate talent. A star map unfolds in Su Chen's mind, dotted with several obscure stars, most obscured within a nebula, with only one visible. Focusing on the first star causes a line of starlight to coalesce into words. Leaning on one hand, his fingers absent-mindedly tap the table as he sighs once more. Why can't it just activate directly? Why all this convoluted nonsense? This is clearly a golden opportunity afforded by his transmigration. However, there is no system interface, nor can he communicate with it. Any other traveler would have activated their golden opportunity by now, yet he remains stuck at the initial stage. Where will I find the rent? Should I return to manual labor? Su Chen furrows his brow in contemplation. Relying on labor to sustain his modification shop is not a sustainable solution. The immediate priority is to activate his talent. He must find a mech girl to modify. Yet, this cannot be forced. Mech girls are formidable beings, and attempting to subdue one would be futile. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that method. Su Chen squints his eyes and retrieves a whiteboard from the storage. As a top modifier, he should not demean himself with such acts. Yet he finds himself in a desperate situation willing to grasp at straws. The midnight air on North Street is frigid. Neon lights reflect off the asphalt, casting fragmented shadows across the desolate street. Xingming walks alone, her thin coat clinging to her body against the biting wind. Under the streetlight, her shadow stretches long, merging with the silhouettes of distant skyscrapers. Stumbling past a modification shop, the cold light illuminates her pale face. She stands before the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at her reflection, her gaze as frozen as a still lake, devoid of any glimmer. Xingming silently contemplates her image. The events of the morning replay in her mind. Xingming, I fear I won't pass the graduation race. Master, there are still days before the graduation race. We have time to prepare. Do not give up so easily. Give up easily? Is it not because your performance is abysmal? The woman in the driver's uniform slams her fist on the coffee table, her voice trembling with hysteria, the words she spits out far colder than any blade. If only your performance were a bit better, I wouldn't be in danger of failing, nor would I be a laughingstock among my peers. Master, I will train harder. Carefully chosen words are ruthlessly torn apart, followed by an even fiercer storm. What good is that? Can you help me pass the assessment? Can you ensure my graduation? Can you enhance my performance in a short time? I can. Very well, then go improve. If you cannot, do not dare to return to me. Get out. The door slams shut with a resounding thud. Everything comes to a standstill. The only way for a mech girl to enhance her performance quickly is through modification, by replacing her core with a superior one. The expenses involved are astronomical. As students of the Racing League Academy, she and her master spend most of their earnings on routine maintenance, leaving no funds for modifications. Xingming has spent her remaining pocket money scouring various modification shops throughout the day. Those modifiers, initially enthusiastic in showcasing various modification cores, quickly turned indifferent and dismissive when they saw her pull out her meager funds. Her money is insufficient. She cannot afford even the most basic modification core. Credit is not an option, as modification shops do not accept any form of debt, insisting she leave if she cannot pay. After a day of relentless searching, she is exhausted and famished. She is weary in spirit and deprived of nourishment. Perhaps after a few more steps, she may have to find a place to lie down and enter sleep mode, awaiting the street patrol to haul her away. Before her stands a newly established modification shop, which she recalls used to be a supermarket. The shop is small, appearing somewhat dilapidated, with not a single modification core on the shelves. What, then, does the shop sell? Does the owner not engage in modification business? Xingming leans against the glass window, her soft cheeks squished against the pane in a comical display. Through the expansive glass window, she observed an attractive gentleman, presumably the owner, affixing a whiteboard to the entrance. Once the proprietor turned and retreated into the workshop, Xingming cautiously approached the front of the modification shop. She had faced numerous rejections from the shop owner and, feeling disheartened, was reluctant to appear within his line of sight again, fearful of enduring another scolding for her lack of funds. Her aspirations for modifications had nearly dwindled to nothing. However, her attention was suddenly captured by the flamboyant characters inscribed on the whiteboard outside, proclaiming free modifications. A small horn was also affixed to the door. The horn emitted a couple of sharp sounds before erupting into a rhythmic, captivating announcement. We are closing down. The unscrupulous owner has absconded with his mistress. Modification fees that originally ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands are now being offered at absolutely no cost. A clearance sale like no other. A monumental liquidation. All modifications are entirely free, every single one of them. Chapter 2. The training room. Star Dream stood at the entrance of the modification shop, her soft cat ears and a tuft of hair perked up, lingering for half a minute. It was only when a tall figure appeared before her, casting a shadow, that she stirred. Ah, welcome, Miss Mecha. Are you here for modifications? The shopkeeper, wearing a warm smile that masked a predatory glint in his eyes, greeted her. Fortunately, his handsome, rugged features eased her initial anxiety, and Star Dream felt she could manage. Yes, she replied, taking a step back, nervously clutching her clothes and pointing at the whiteboard. Is it true that modifications are free? Of course. Su Chen's smile grew more sincere. It dawned on him that she was likely the first mecha to visit his shop alone. Previous visitors had always come accompanied by a driver, and most left empty-handed due to his lack of credentials. Now, this was a rare opportunity, and he was determined to provide her with a warm welcome. This is not the place for idle chatter. Come inside. Su Chen nearly pulled the cat-eared mecha into the store. Under the bright lights, the girl's exquisite features shone even more vibrantly. Her pale blue eyes sparkled like gemstones. Her flawless skin glowed softly in the illumination. and her silvery hair cascaded down like a smooth waterfall. Initially, he thought her cat ears were merely an intricate hair accessory until he noticed them twitch along with her tail. A true beast-eared girl. Who could resist such charm? He gestured for her to sit at the counter while he rummaged through the refrigerator, finally producing a can of nutrient solution, inserting a straw, and placing it before her. This was the highest courtesy he could extend to a customer. The nutrient solution was a daily energy supplement for mechas, akin to an energy drink, available in various flavors. Yet, the ginger, durian, devilishly spicy, and garlic variants were perpetually discounted, leaving him puzzled as to why they remained in production despite their lack of popularity. Star Dream blushed as she muttered her thanks. Although embarrassed, her drowsy head genuinely craved the energy boost. She took a small sip of the nutrient solution and immediately shuddered, her features contorting in distaste. "What is this flavor?" she exclaimed, glancing at the label, her expression turning blank. Ginger flavor? Did anyone actually enjoy such a peculiar taste? Despite its unpalatability, she didn't wish to disappoint the shopkeeper. Ultimately, she summoned her willpower to swallow the bitter and spicy concoction. "Before we proceed with the modifications, I need to gather some basic information about you," Su Chen said, brandishing a form and pen towards the cat-eared girl. Meow, Star Dream nodded obediently. Realizing it was her first time undergoing modifications and feeling uncertain about the processes involved. "What is your name and model?" he inquired. "Star Dream, model Neo 99. And your grade?" "D," she answered, casting a furtive glance at Su Chen. D was the lowest grade among mechas, indicating either flaws or subpar performance. Typically, drivers would never divulge her grade for fear of ridicule. However, she noticed no trace of disdain on the shopkeeper's face, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. "Understood," Su Chen noted diligently, then gazed intently at the visibly anxious girl. "Now, please share your desires. What brings you here for modifications? And what aspects would you like to enhance? This will provide me with a basic direction for the modifications." I wish to enhance my performance as my deficiencies have hindered my driver from passing the graduation assessment," she stammered, contemplating the characteristics of the assessment track. It was a fairly standard course, not particularly difficult, with few curves and mostly straightaways. As long as a mecha met the speed requirements and the driver wasn't incompetent, passing the assessment shouldn't be an issue. "I want to improve my speed, particularly my cornering speed." She concluded this after considering the importance of cornering speed in a lap-based assessment. Such a straightforward aspiration, Su Chen mused. In his previous life, novice racers approached him primarily to enhance their vehicle's speed. Yet, it was his first encounter with a mecha autonomously expressing such a desire. However, one aspect puzzled him. In this world, racing academies served as a fusion of universities and driving schools, imparting cultural knowledge while centering around racing. Ordinary individuals could not afford to attend these academies, given the expenses associated with mechas. Star Dream, being a third-year mecha assigned to students, had no evident flaws but also lacked high performance, hovering around C and D grades. Logically, as long as the driver possessed adequate skills, graduation should be a straightforward task. Why then was the blame placed on the mecha's performance? Moreover, if performance was lacking, modifications were an option. Yet, this was a matter between the mecha and the driver, and he felt it prudent not to pry further. For now, he was eager to activate his golden opportunity, to amass wealth and ascend to the pinnacle of life. To live a life of bliss, steering a wheel by day and embracing twin tails by night. "I understand your requests. Please follow me," Su Chen said, standing to lead the way. Star Dream trailed behind him, peering curiously as she discovered that this modest shop concealed a more extensive interior, featuring a lengthy corridor. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Su Chen produced a key and unlocked an old door that creaked ominously as it opened, releasing a wave of darkness that seemed to harbor some ominous presence. Star Dream shivered. What is this place?" "It's the modification room, though it's a bit outdated," Su Chen replied casually, half his face obscured by shadows, lending him an eerie demeanor. As he fumbled along the wall, from another angle, it appeared as though he were retrieving a weapon. Star Dream hesitated at the doorway. Is it too late to run? What if this shopkeeper intends to do something strange? Indeed, the notion that the free service was the costliest of all crossed her mind. "Come in, cough cough." Su Chen finally located the switch, waving his hand to disperse the dust. The dim yellow lights flickered, casting away the darkness. The room still appeared as dismal as before. What had once been eerie now felt stagnant and lifeless. Noticing Star Dream frozen in place, he grew impatient to activate his golden opportunity and reached out to pull the wooden girl inside. "Stop dawdling, just come in," he urged. The door slowly closed, sealing the last remnants of light into the encroaching darkness. With a click, the lock engaged. A sign hanging on the wall illuminated with red light. Training room. In operation. Chapter 3. Let us name it Thunder 1. Modification Core. Upon entering the room, a strong scent of motor oil enveloped them. There were no peculiar items in sight, just scattered parts piled in the corner. Star Dream recognized most of these components. They were all salvaged from ordinary vehicles. However, she could not fathom the shopkeeper's intent in collecting these parts. While ordinary cars still existed in this world, they seemed like quaint relics compared to mechas, and such items had no place in a mecha modification shop. Shouldn't they be proceeding directly to the modification core? Star Dream watched the shopkeeper rummaging through the pile of parts, a sense of dread creeping in. Meanwhile, Su Chen contemplated that enhancing a vehicle's speed hinged on optimizing power output, reducing weight, and improving aerodynamics and grip. With limited resources, he could only pursue the simplest and most economical solutions. Soon, he unearthed several sheets of ABS plastic from the heap. All right, let us unfold into your vehicle form, he instructed, moving to the workstation. Before we officially begin the modifications, I need to measure the dimensions of your front end. What cannot be done? No shedding of clothing. Xingming clasped her hands in front of her chest, her pristine cat ears drooping, nearly concealed within her silvery long hair. Her tail anxiously entwined around her left leg, the tip quivering slightly. Her pale blue eyes darted around, avoiding direct contact with Su Chen. What is it? Su Chen asked, bewildered. I didn't tell you to take off your clothes. I meant to transform into your vehicle form. Oh, I apologize. I overthought it, Xingming exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson. She had been so engrossed in her paranoid musings that she hadn't fully comprehended what her boss was saying. She obediently stood in the center of the room, shifting into her vehicle form. Before Su Chen, the light and shadows shifted, revealing a sleek, entirely white sports car. Impressive, he couldn't help but exclaim. Xingmen's vehicle form bore a striking resemblance to a past model from AM Gone. He circled around her, formulating a basic modification plan in his mind. How about it? Can we modify? A timid voice emanated from inside the car. Su Chen glanced at the window and noticed Xingming, in her humanoid form, perched over the cockpit. Her rear elevated, limbs glowing faintly as they melded with the car chassis, an electronic fiber extending from her spine to the steering wheel inside. Usually, the driver would sit in the cockpit, controlling the machine girl while enjoying a beautiful view. He couldn't help but admire how fortunate the race car drivers in this world were. Modifications are possible, he replied, making his way to the back of the vehicle, instinctively placing his hand on the rear cover. Suddenly, a bashful voice erupted. Don't touch there. It tickles. Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the machine girl's vehicle form would possess such sensitivity. My apologies. He withdrew his hand and swiftly changed the subject. I plan to install a custom front lip and rear wing. Due to material limitations, I can only use ABS plastic sheets. And I will cover the exposed parts of your chassis with PVC sheets. Do you understand? Not really. It's quite complicated, Xingming mumbled, a haze of confusion evident on her face. Su Chen sighed, shaking his head. He hurriedly took her measurements and proceeded to cut and glue the materials at the workstation. Within an hour, the front lip and rear wing were complete. He held them up, a smirk playing on his lips. Still got it. It is said that a skilled modifier is the core of a racing team, capable of resolving 99% of the team's issues. Thus, as a top-tier modifier, it would not be an overstatement to call him the team's living Buddha. Now, let me install these parts for you. Without waiting for Xingmen's response, he circled to the front of the car and affixed the front lip to the nose. The girl inside emitted a peculiar sound. Su Chen paid it no mind and proceeded to the rear, attaching the rear wing with a satisfying snap. Ugh, he was left speechless. Was the machine girl truly this sensitive? The purpose of the front lip was to reduce lift at the front, while the rear wing was meant to increase downforce. Once these were installed, the car's grip would naturally improve, enhancing cornering speed. Next, he used a jack to lift the vehicle, covering the chassis with PVC sheets to reduce air turbulence. Throughout the process, Xingming emitted a series of squeaks and exclamations, transforming what should have been a simple installation into a sweat-inducing endeavor for Su Chen. Unlocking talent. Divine hand. A sudden illumination in his mind dispelled the whimsical thoughts swirling within. Oh, did I unlock something? What is this divine hand talent? Can it turn stones into gold? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed the front lip, rear wing, and PVC sheets being enveloped in a soft glow. Ultimately, they coalesced on the ground into a white cube radiating electronic luminescence. A modification core, Su Chen exclaimed. The modifications he had made for Xingming transformed before his very eyes into a modification core, despite the absence of any prompts. He instantly grasped the function of the divine hand. Any modifications he performed on the machine girl would ultimately coalesce into a modification core. And the cube before him was a aerodynamic component modification core. He picked up the modification core, and the mechanical patterns on its surface burst forth with a pearly glow, accompanied by electronic text materializing upon it. Unnamed aerodynamic component modification core. Positive effects, speed 3, cornering 3, negative effects, stability 1, endurance 3, special effect, cup size 1. Hip circumference 10, grade, white. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please name the modification core. The notification on the modification core did not stem from any extraordinary power, but rather from the rules of this world. Picking up the modification core would automatically connect it with the will of the star source, subsequently displaying the core's basic information in his field of vision. Only the creator of the modification core could see this information, triggered by the core's electronic patterns pulsating with light, entering developer mode, which also served as proof of the creator's identity. Moreover, due to the unique status of modifiers, they held primary control over the modification cores they created. Although this control typically remained unexercised unless their rights were infringed upon, such as in the event of theft. This was not Su Chen's first encounter with a modification core, but the one he created seemed somewhat different from others. Other modification cores typically featured both positive and negative effects or solely positive effects, with no mention of any special effects. This particular special effect was quite absurd. He glanced at Xingming, who had remained silent since the modifications were completed, beginning to comprehend why she had been so vocal during the process. Let us choose a more dignified name. Su Chen stroked his chin contemplatively, and suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Yes, it shall be named the Thunder 1 Modification Core. This name exuded an air of grandeur and was remarkably fitting. As he pondered how to install the Thunder 1 Modification Core onto Xingming, a surge of cosmic energy enveloped his mind, and a second faint star emerged from the nebula. Contract 1 Machine Girl to unlock talent. Chapter 4. Special Effects Another Master? Su Chen squinted his eyes. Could it be that he was indeed the chosen one of two worlds? Otherwise, why would he receive such bountiful rewards after experiencing a total loss, and subsequently encounter so many extraordinary abilities upon crossing over? Truthfully, he had no desire for such advantages. However, the condition to awaken the second talent required him to contract a machine girl, which, honestly, posed quite a challenge for him in his current destitute state, making it a distant consideration until he amassed substantial funds. Currently, it seemed that with the divine hand, he could produce modification cores, so he could focus on being a modifier and accumulating wealth. Xingming also noticed the modification core. Observing her boss circling her vehicle, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why hadn't he presented the modification core earlier? Transforming into vehicle form made it impossible to install the modification core. Xingming, where's the slot for this modification core? Su Chen asked, gesturing with the core at the front, rear, and exhaust tank of the vehicle, only to find no suitable place to insert it. There was no fuel tank, and the exhaust system differed from that of a conventional car. Yet, he couldn't find another location. Don't you know the modification core needs to be installed in machine girl form? She inquired, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Su Chen was taken aback. He truly did not know. In machine girl form? But that is odd. Where would a modification core the size of an adult's fist fit? With a sigh, Xingming switched to her humanoid form, regarding the bewildered shop owner with suspicion. She was tempted to question his professionalism, yet he had indeed provided her with a modification core, seemingly without charge. As she turned around, Mia lifted her snug racing suit, revealing her delicate and fair waist. The dim yellow light cast an amber hue in the hollow of her waist, stirring a warmth within Su Chen, momentarily halting his thoughts. It was not until the girl placed her hands behind her back, her index fingers and thumbs intersecting in the center of her waist, forming a rectangle, that she spoke. Do you see? Place the modification core here, and I can absorb it myself. Instinctively, Su Chen followed the guidance of the star dream and adhered the modification core to the indicated spot. The moment it made contact with her skin, the core transformed into a stream of luminous energy, merging seamlessly. Star Dream lowered her garment, concealing her strikingly pale complexion beneath the snug fabric. Why does this modification core feel peculiar? Star Dream mused, adjusting her bosom, only to discover an unexpected increase in size. She glanced back at her curves, the peach-like silhouette leaving her momentarily stunned. Previously, her physique had been rather modest, yet now it bore an exquisite contour. This was no illusion. It had certainly not been this pronounced before the installation of the modification core. However, as a mechanical girl, she held little interest in such changes, finding it merely curious. Her focus was primarily on the enhancements the modification core bestowed upon her. It feels like my limbs possess greater strength, Star Dream remarked, stretching her arms and legs. Her big blue eyes sparkling as she turned to Su Chen. Boss, what are the attributes of this modification core? I cannot remove it myself or view the information. The attributes are positive effects, speed 3, cornering 3, negative effects, stability 1, endurance 3. That's all, Su Chen replied, rubbing his nose while choosing to conceal the special effects. Some things were better left known only to him, rather than becoming common knowledge. Speed and cornering increased by 3? How remarkable! Star Dream's eyes widened in delight. Her hair and ears perking up, while her tail arched joyfully. But soon, a trace of anxiety crossed her face as she glanced at Su Chen, hesitatingly asking, "Is this modification core truly free of charge?" "Indeed," Su Chen affirmed with a nod. "The modifications are complete. There's no room for price hikes now. Besides, this mechanical girl has little money. Is there no other cost involved?" Star Dream remained uncertain. Su Chen scrutinized her closely, then suddenly suggested, "How about you become my mechanical girl? Join me for delightful experiences. I will upgrade your hardware by day and your software by night, ensuring you scarcely recognize yourself." Star Dream was taken aback by the unexpected proposition. She stepped back, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head, her gaze flickering before she finally stammered, "Boss, you are a good person, but I already have a pilot. I cannot betray my pilot. Yet your pilot seems to treat you poorly." Su Chen leaned against the wall, sitting atop a pile of parts, shrugging. "All mechanical girls come with pilots. Who is as solitary as you? Furthermore, if a mechanical girl underperforms, it is a shared responsibility between her and her pilot. You should not bear the entire burden alone." At his words, Star Dream's expression dimmed, her fragile form swaying as a bitter smile crept onto her face. Yet she resolutely shook her head. "I'm sorry, boss, but loyalty is ingrained in the very essence of a mechanical girl. If today I succumb to temptation and dissolve my temporary contract with my pilot to become yours, then I might one day leave you in the same manner. If, I say if, there comes a day when my pilot completely abandons me. And if you still find me worthy, then I would be eager to become your mechanical girl." With that, Star Dream bowed deeply to Su Chen. She retreated step by step to the door, her cat ears drooping as she bowed once more. "Thank you for your willingness to help. I will repay you in the future." Without waiting for Su Chen's response, Star Dream hurriedly vanished through the door, leaving behind the scant few coins she possessed on the floor. "Hey, you haven't signed the purchase agreement yet," Su Chen called after her. But the sound of her footsteps grew distant in the corridor. "All right then," Su Chen sighed, slapping his thigh in resignation. He had anticipated that acquiring a mechanical girl would not be an easy feat. The streets, glistening with puddles after the rain, posed no obstacle for the girl who was eager to return home. She dashed forward, indifferent to the splashes of water around her. She refrained from transforming into her vehicle form, knowing it would consume more energy, leading her master to scold her for being wasteful, calling her a frivolous burden. Star Dream burst into the academy, knocking on the dormitory door. After a long moment, a drunken voice emerged from within. "Who the hell is it? Can't a person sleep at night?" "Master, it's me. I've returned from the modifications." After about half a minute, the door creaked open, revealing an impatient face. "You've returned from modifications? Where did you get the money?" "Master, why are you drinking again?" Star Dream closed the door, supporting the inebriated woman to the sofa, quietly explaining, "I met a wonderful shop owner who provided me with free modifications. It's a modification core that enhances many attributes." The coffee table was cluttered with empty bottles, while discarded lingerie, crumpled paper, and a few used pink umbrellas littered the area. Upon seeing this, Star Dream thought of something but said nothing. As a mechanical girl, she had no right to interfere in her pilot's life. "Are you kidding me? Who would waste their time modifying a useless girl for free? You must be dreaming." The woman, heavily intoxicated, pushed Star Dream aside, spewing a barrage of curses. Perhaps due to her drunken state, words that should have remained unspoken spilled forth. "This is the worst luck imaginable. How could the Academy assign me such a trashy mechanical girl? Why must it be me? Ha ha ha, just wait. I've saved enough money. Once I pass the graduation assessment, I'll easily replace you with a C-grade mechanical girl. And when that happens, you better stay as far away from me as possible." Star Dream gazed blankly at the woman sprawled on the sofa, her consciousness fading into slumber. She stared for a long while in silence. Then, as was her custom, tidied the disheveled room meticulously. The single dormitory was quite small, particularly for students like her who had underwhelming grades and were unable to secure better accommodations. The room barely accommodated a sofa and a coffee table, with a small mat in the corner adorned with cute cat faces, which served as her resting place. After cleaning the room and mopping the floor, she curled up on the mat against the cold wall, burying her head in her knees. Her entire being shrinking into a ball as if to hide away, wishing to disappear from the world entirely. Chapter 5. Abandonment in the following 3 days. Su Chen encountered no sign of Star Dream, nor did she visit the modification shop again. These days unfolded much like the previous ones. Even though he had managed to craft modification cores by hand, any pilot arriving with a mechanical girl would turn away at the mention of his lack of a modification certification, regardless of his persuasive words. Some even suspected his sanity. Prejudices within the human heart truly are formidable barriers. Su Chen leaned despondently over the table, feeling utterly deflated. As a transcendent being, a VIP among those who traverse worlds, it was lamentable that he had fallen into such a dismal state. With 3 days left until rent was due, where could he possibly procure the 8,000 required for the payment? In this world, currency was known as turn yuan, a value representing the energy consumed by an engine per revolution. 8,000 turn yuan held approximately double the purchasing power of currency from his previous life and constituted a quarter-s rent for this out-of-the-way establishment. To be honest, it was rather inexpensive, yet he found himself unable to afford it. Never mind, if all else fails, I'll just resort to manual labor, Su Chen resolved. Gritting his teeth, though engaging in manual labor might not align with his image, the remuneration for such arduous work in this world is undeniably substantial. Moreover, if he does not venture out to earn a living, he may find himself unable to afford even a meal. Su Chen extracted the last few coins from his drawer, preparing to seek sustenance at the nearby snack street by the League Academy, where delectable offerings are abundant in areas frequented by students. After satisfying his hunger, he planned to visit the job market in search of employment. In the vicinity lies the Star Crown League Academy, reputed to be the largest talent training base for the Star Crown Club in the province. Perhaps he might encounter Xingming on his way. Su Chen mused whimsically, hanging a closed sign at the entrance of his modification shop before departing with a flourish. The modification shop is situated on the outskirts of Binzhou City, and reaching the food street necessitates an hour-long ride on the aerial tram. Half an hour later, aboard the tram, Su Chen found himself wedged against the window by the throngs of fellow passengers. Peering down, he observed the city, its vast and even streets forming a dense grid, with residential buildings crammed into these spaces. The closer one approached the inner ring, the taller the buildings became, their architectural style increasingly reminiscent of cyberpunk aesthetics. Competition advertisements adorned these technologically advanced streets, with certain thoroughfares designated for city championships. Once the competitions commenced, these marked streets would prohibit the passage of ordinary vehicles. At that time, the thoroughfares for regular traffic would be congested beyond capacity, while temporary grandstands would rise from the underground near the competition streets, allowing pedestrians to pause and find seats to watch the races. This is a world where mech racing has reached unprecedented heights of sophistication. Celebrities from the realms of music, film, and idol culture pale in comparison to the esteemed status of accomplished drivers and their mech companions. At times, Su Chen pondered whether the fervor for racing in this world bordered on obsession. Upon disembarking the tram, he arrived at the entrance to the university town. Adjacent to the tram station lay a street filled with culinary delights, directly opposite the gates of the League Academy. Following the crowd out of the station, he did not immediately turn towards the food street, for he noticed many drivers in academy uniforms gathered around a massive electronic screen with their mechs. What is happening here? So lively? The results for the academy's graduation assessments must have been announced. How enviable. A nearby middle-aged man, also drawn by the commotion, sighed. If I have to sell everything I own, I will ensure my son attends the League Academy. As long as he graduates successfully, he will be among the elite. The results for the graduation assessments have been released. Su Chen recalled that Xingmin's uniform seemed to be from the Star Crown League Academy. He wondered whether this mech and her driver had passed their assessments. He squeezed his way to the front of the crowd and scanned the screen, ultimately discovering Xingming in an unassuming corner. Student, Wang Tingting Mech, Xingming, assessment score, 67 status, passed, eligible for graduation. Ah, this little girl has truly made her mark. Su Chen's mind conjured the image of the adorable girl who reddens at the slightest compliment and has a penchant for cat-like expressions. Xingming must be celebrating with her driver for passing the assessment right now. He quietly stepped back from the crowd, his gaze landing on a restaurant, and with a decisive fist pump declared, "Excellent. I've resolved to spend all my money on the largest pork trotter rice as a reward for myself." After all, Xingmin's success in passing the assessment was partly due to his modifications. providing him with a sense of accomplishment akin to that of a soldier earning accolades on the battlefield, an exclusive joy for a modifier. However, unbeknownst to Su Chen, mere streets away from the restaurant, at a basic mech selection store, Xingming stood bewildered in the center of the hall alongside other confused mechs, awaiting the uncertain fate that lay ahead. When a phone becomes outdated, it is replaced, provided one has the means. When a mech's performance declines, rather than gradually enhancing their attributes and gathering materials for upgrades, it is often more prudent to purchase a higher-grade model directly. Affordable, stylish, and offering a fresh driving experience. The selection store thrives during graduation season. Approximately one-third of the students who pass the assessment flock to the store to acquire new mechs. At the selection store, one can purchase mechs up to grade C. Those exceeding grade C typically only appear at auctions. Discarded mechs, once freed, generally have three paths. Either they join the city's logistics system, becoming logistical mechs, a painful fate, as the ideology imprinted upon them since their creation is that of a champion on the racetrack, and becoming a logistical mech signifies the abandonment of dreams and aspirations. Or they may opt for reconditioning, akin to a factory reset, erasing all memories and returning the core to the sea of stars. The final option is to carve out a path for themselves, earning money for modifications and upgrades until they encounter a driver willing to form a new contract. This path is fraught with difficulty, as the most lucrative jobs for mechs to amass resources are typically in the gray market. Though these do not include the sale of their bodies, such actions are strictly forbidden, with violators facing reconditioning, while clients risk capital punishment. Therefore, wild mechs often resort to underground competitions to earn money, though these events lack safety measures, and a moment's inattention could lead to their destruction. A mech that is scrapped without a modifier-S repair is left with no choice but to undergo reconditioning. Xingming did not wait long before witnessing Wang Tingting emerge from the selection room, accompanied by a new mech. Stunned and trembling, she sensed what was to come. Xingming, let me introduce you to Jinsun, my new mech, grade D. Wang Tingting, dressed impeccably, was devoid of the despair she had exhibited 3 days prior when intoxicated. She was in high spirits, having successfully passed the assessment and acquired a mech at a suitable price, truly a double celebration. Oh no, perhaps it should be called a triple celebration. She was finally rid of the burden of Xingming, whose performance had been so dismal it made her nauseous. Although Jinsun was not grade C, she was tantalizingly close, and her value for money was exceptional. Jinsun? Xingming gazed vacantly at the new mech. In Jinsun's eyes, she perceived a flicker of pity and resignation. As a fellow mech, Jinsun did not wish to usurp Xingmin's place. She understood that Xingming would be discarded, and one day, she too might face the same fate. However, as a grade D mech, she lacked the privilege to choose her driver, unlike those of grade A and S. Moreover, such occurrences were commonplace. Initial mechs were seldom retained by students, and she had long since come to terms with it. Then, Master, what will become of me? Xingmin's gaze shifted from Jinsun back to the woman before her, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. You are free now. Wang Tingting tossed a temporary contract in Xingmin's direction. I have endured your ineptitude for 1.5 years. I have had enough. Go wherever you please. Ideally, disappear from my sight immediately. Her words pierced like a knife, drawing tears from Xingmin's eyes. She took a deep breath, summoning all her strength to maintain her composure in public, her lips quivering, teeth clattering softly. Yet, tears still streamed down her face, splattering onto the ground and soaking the contract paper scattered about. All right. Wang Tingting stepped closer, brushing her hand against Xingmin's waist to extract the modification core. Ignoring Xingming's sorrow and bewilderment, she merely smiled coldly. This modification core is of no use to you. You might as well give it to Jinsun. All right. You may leave now, and I never want to see you again. The two chilling words that spilled from her lips became the final straw for Xingming. Waste. Material. Chapter 6. Be my mechanical girl. Indeed, no matter the world, the humble pig's feet rice is a savior for laborers like me. Su Chen emerged from the restaurant, feeling invigorated, as if the fatigue that once weighed him down had vanished. It was time to get to work. Beyond the third ring road, numerous new racetracks were under construction. Operating a robot to transport bricks at the construction site guaranteed a minimum earning of 1,000 yuan a day. However, this job was not for everyone. It required a modicum of computer knowledge and driving skills. Initially, he was not capable of such tasks until he took the robot for a spin on the site and even performed a flip. The boss was astounded and even believed he had potential to participate in racing competitions. After all, Su Chen was a top-notch modifier. Although his skills could not be compared to those of professional racers, Understanding the intricacies of a race car was essential for effective modifications. Otherwise, it was all mere theoretical musings. Calling the construction site boss after 3 months, Su Chen found the man still as enthusiastic as ever upon hearing of his return. After confirming the site's location, he boarded the sky rail. Unbeknownst to him, a mechanical girl with cat ears had also boarded the sky rail, just one compartment away. Upon disembarking, Su Chen's first order of business was to visit a nearby supermarket for refreshments. Since drinking water was prohibited while operating the robot, he needed to hydrate before starting work. As he carefully selected beverages, he was oblivious to a stray hair drifting past the glass window behind the shelves. When Su Chen arrived at the boss's office to report for duty and was about to knock, he heard the boss's exasperated voice from within. "I'm sorry, but we do not employ mechanical girls." Another voice quickly chimed in, soft and familiar, tinged with pleading. "But, boss, your hiring notice states that anyone of age is eligible. With no other restrictions. I'm quite capable. I can lift more than the robots. If it's necessary, I'll accept half the pay." The boss sighed. "It's not that simple, young lady. We have strict regulations against employing mechanical girls as laborers. If I get caught, my job is at stake. It's not that I don't want to give you a chance. I simply cannot." "Why? I just want a job." The voice faltered. Realization dawned on Su Chen as he recognized the familiar voice. It belonged to Xingming. How had she ended up at a construction site seeking work? Where was her driver? Knocking gently, he feigned ignorance and pushed the half-open door. The bald, stout boss's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Su Chen, and he hastily waved his hands. "Su Chen, you must understand, I have not employed a mechanical girl. I rejected her application. Don't go reporting me to the Labor Association." "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Su Chen replied with a smile, moving beside Xingming. The girl instinctively looked up, her previously sorrowful expression transforming into one of joy, as if she had seen a rainbow. Her ears and tail perked up. "Boss," she exclaimed softly, her lashes fluttering, her mind clearly racing to comprehend why the modification shop owner was present. "Do you know each other?" The bald boss's gaze darted between Su Chen and Xingming, a knowing smile spreading across his face. "Well done, my boy. Did you bring a mechanical girl as a surprise? 3 months ago, I said you'd be a perfect match for a mechanical girl, and here you are. Young people are full of ideas, even sending a mechanical girl to surprise me." The boss shook his head, casting a look at Su Chen that suggested he still had much to learn. "But unfortunately, you failed the test. My position has been earned through careful prudence. I never take unnecessary risks or make foolish mistakes. You misunderstand. I'm not." Before he could finish, Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xingming. Startled, she instinctively stepped back, her cat ears drooping as she shrank back, silencing herself. Su Chen was well aware the boss would soon launch into a lengthy recounting of his journey from a laborer to a foreman, a tale he had already heard. Thus, he interrupted the impending monologue. "Boss, it's almost time to start work. I'm taking my mechanical girl to prepare. I brought her along to prevent her from being bored at home." "Ah, I see." The bald boss gave a thumbs up to Su Chen and turned to Xingming. "You have a good driver. Not only is he willing to work hard, but he also considers your feelings about being alone at home. You should marry such a driver." "Ha ha ha." Xingming blushed deeply at this comment. Just as she was about to clarify, Su Chen had already pulled her outside. Behind the construction site lay a grove, a secluded area seldom visited. Su Chen set Xingming down in the clearing and took a seat on a tree stump, scrutinizing her as he uttered 3 words. "Tell me everything." Xingming bit her lip, staring at her toes, tiny beads of sweat glistening on her nose in the sunlight. "Tell you what. Tell me why you are here and where your driver has gone. Didn't you pass the graduation assessment together?" "We did pass," she replied, her voice laced with bitterness, as shadows flickered beneath her lashes, tears threatening to break free like trapped butterflies. She inhaled gently, attempting to swallow her emotions, forcing a strained smile. I just didn't quite get along with my previous driver, so after the competition, we discussed it seriously and parted ways." "Is that so?" Su Chen sighed. "Are you certain she didn't abandon you?" The girl's voice lacked conviction. A silence settled between them like an invisible wall. Su Chen, frustrated, shattered that wall with a punch. "What is the point of earning money if you have no driver? I want to grow stronger." A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, lifting Xingmin's snow-white hair like a cloud drifting beside her pale cheek. Within that cloud, her eyes reflected the withered leaves, glimmering with fragmented light, resembling a shattered night sky. She murmured softly, "I don't want to be abandoned again. As long as I am strong enough, as long as my performance is good enough, I should be able to find a driver who will never leave me, right?" Xingming wasn't sure herself, and the light in her eyes gradually faded. Su Chen gazed at her for a moment before suddenly speaking. "Do you remember what you said to me?" Before she could respond, he mimicked her voice, saying, "Oh, if one day my driver abandons me, and if you still think I'm decent, I would love to become your mechanical girl." Xingming froze, her bright eyes igniting with sparks, like a torch thrown into darkness. Yet, those flames flickered uncertainly, as if they would extinguish at the slightest touch. "But I'm only a D-class, not a D-class. I'm not the kind of mechanical girl that." Su Chen rose and stepped closer to Xingming. Perhaps he had better options, but as a modifier, he had witnessed too many wrecks reborn in his hands. While others sought out mechanical girls based solely on performance, he swam against the current. He understood that he never needed to choose, for his strength stemmed from within. Xingming felt a gentle hand resting on her head, the warmth as tender as if it could melt away all her fears. She instinctively narrowed her eyes, suppressing the urge to nuzzle. Yet her tail swayed gently of its own accord. "I find you quite remarkable," the man declared. "Become my mech girl." This day would forever be etched in Xingmin's memory. The breeze in the forest was soft as cotton, and the sunlight was not so piercing. The rays filtering through the leaves outlined Su Chen's silhouette with a gentle golden hue. His smile, illuminated from behind, was indistinct. Yet his voice resonated with clarity and strength, imbued with the warmth of sunlight in that moment. Chapter 7. The Eye of the Divine, I Might Hold You Back. Xingming thought, recalling the enthusiasm and sincerity with which Wang Tingting had formed a temporary contract with her. At that time, she truly believed she had encountered an exceptional driver who, even in defeat, would patiently encourage her. Yet, as the assessments she lost multiplied, much of that warmth gradually transformed into cold, sharp daggers. "That's not quite accurate. Mech girls can be upgraded, right?" Su Chen mused, stroking his chin. "I recall that upgrading from D to C level requires only meeting the attribute standards along with a corresponding star essence. Is that really so difficult?" In an effort to seamlessly integrate into this world, he had briefly acquainted himself with some knowledge about mech girls, albeit only superficially. "Yes, it is quite difficult," Xingming replied, lowering her head and pouting. "To meet the attribute standards, one must undergo modifications. The better the mech girl, the lower the modification costs. For someone like me, it would require a considerable sum. Moreover, the star essence was a special resource obtained only by achieving high rankings in competitions. As a D-level mech girl, she would undoubtedly rank at the bottom in any moderately sized competition." The more she spoke, the more despondent she became, her voice dwindling, feeling utterly inadequate. She did not wish to become Su Chen's mech girl. Rather, she feared her clumsiness would disappoint this shop owner. She did not want to witness that look of disappointment and rejection again. Having gained something only to lose it, she would rather not have it at all. "Oh, so you're worried about the expenses," Su Chen remarked, his eyes glinting as he leaned closer, smiling as he coaxed, "as a modification specialist. I can assure you that it doesn't cost nearly as much as you think. The market price is generally 10 times higher than the cost, and as a modifier, I acquire materials at base price. You need not worry." "Really?" Xingming gazed at Su Chen with wide eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with her clothing. She was not well versed in modification costs, only knowing that the owner had gifted her one. Perhaps, as the owner claimed, modifying a mech girl would not be so costly? Well, it seemed worth a try. As the saying goes, even the most unyielding mud cannot resist when there is enough of it. "Of course it's true," Su Chen asserted, sitting up straight with conviction. "Xingming, the realization of a driver's self-worth comes from continuously striving for victory on the racetrack. But do you know what a modifier self-worth is?" Xingming stared blankly at Su Chen, tilting her head slightly. I don't know. It is to enhance mech girls into ever more formidable beings." Su Chen patted Xingmin's shoulder, continuing to entice her. "Which do you think is more gratifying, upgrading an A-level mech girl to SSS level, or elevating a D-level mech girl to SSS level?" Xingming pondered for a moment, seemingly engaged in a serious comparison. After a while, she timidly glanced at Su Chen, uncertainly replying, "Perhaps, upgrading from D to SSS would feel more fulfilling?" "Exactly." Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen grasped the girl's icy hand, compelling their gazes to meet. "So, Xingming, are you willing to contribute to the realization of my ideals and self-worth?" "Meow?" Xingmin's cheeks flushed, instinctively turning her gaze away. The fervor emanating from the man before her was overwhelming, akin to a blazing fire that made it difficult for her to maintain eye contact. I don't have any objections. As long as you don't find me lacking," Xingming murmured softly. She had thought herself inconsequential to Su Chen, yet now it seemed he truly needed her. And this sense of being needed rekindled a flicker of confidence within her. "Of course, I would never find you lacking," Su Chen exclaimed joyfully, feeling triumphant that he had managed to win over this little cat girl. He grinned like a cunning wolf, playfully squeezing Xingmin's soft hand. But how do we form a contract with you mech girls? Xingming replied, in 10 minutes, I'll briefly explain it to you. There are primarily 3 forms of contracts for mech girls. The first is a temporary written contract, similar to the one I had with Wang Tingting. The second is a more advanced bond contract, and the third is the highest level soul contract. The distinctions among these 3 are quite pronounced. The first type can be dissolved at any time without reason or responsibility from either party, relying solely on mutual awareness and conscience. The second type is slightly more complex. Both parties need sufficient justification and motivation to dissolve it, such as if the mech girl is scrapped or the driver can no longer participate in competitions. This type is often linked to club agreements and personal contracts. The third type, however, requires the mech girl's voluntary consent to sign, and once signed, it cannot be undone, binding the mech girl to the driver indefinitely, only willingly signed under absolute trust. Su Chen had modest expectations. He would be quite content with a first-type contract with Xingming. They could always upgrade later as their relationship strengthened. One must not be hasty in consuming hot tofu. Seated across from each other at the cash register of the modification shop, a serious, yet somewhat comical atmosphere enveloped them. Xingming, after careful consideration, I think we should sign the first type of contract. This way, you'll have a bit more freedom, Su Chen said earnestly, looking at the cat girl before him. If there's anything about me that you find unsatisfactory, you can leave at any time. Though I don't believe such a situation would arise, why are you crying? Before he could finish, Xingmin's expression darkened, tears welling in her eyes. Is signing the first type of agreement just a way to easily discard me, like my previous driver did? Su Chen hastily waved his hands. That is not my intention at all. Then let us sign the second type. In truth, he wished for the third type. The thought of having a cat girl who could transform into a racing car was exhilarating. However, it was just a fantasy, as Xingming would undoubtedly refuse. After all, they had only known each other for a few days. Since Su Chen did not belong to a club, they could skip the most complex step of the club agreement altogether. They simply needed to take Xingming to the local Mech Protection Association to witness and sign the contract. There was only one such association in Binzhou, conveniently located near the Xingguan Racing Academy. Su Chen exchanged pleasantries with the construction site owner before departing with Xingming. The owner said nothing, as he assumed Su Chen was merely showcasing his mech girl. He could understand, had he possessed a mech girl in his youth, he would have proclaimed it to the world, sparing not even a stray dog. The Mech Protection Association is abbreviated as MPA, overseeing the second and third types of contracts, disputes between mech girls and drivers, as well as safeguarding the fundamental rights of mech girls. However, discussions regarding basic rights only apply when a mech girl and driver have signed contracts of the second type or higher. In the case of a first-type contract, the MPA had no authority to intervene. The contracting process was straightforward. Su Chen signed an electronic agreement provided by the staff, while Xingming retained a copy in her memory. Afterward, Su Chen simply needed to place his fingerprint on the base of Xingming's tail, akin to an activation key. Once the fingerprint was successfully registered, their bond contract was considered signed. Henceforth, except for Su Chen, no one else would be able to operate Xingming. The entire contracting process took less than 10 minutes. Proceeding smoothly. From now on, you shall be my mech girl, Xingming. I look forward to your guidance. Outside the MPA, Su Chen solemnly extended his hand toward Xingming. It was Xingmin's first time entering a second-type contract, feeling both nervous and as if she were in a dream. She shuffled her toes on the ground before extending her small hand to grasp one of Su Chen's fingers. Her fluffy cat ears perked up joyfully, though her voice remained as soft as ever. I'm sorry. No, thank you. Please, I look forward to your guidance, Master. The moment the soft English address of Master fell, a second star ignited in his mind. Unlocking Talent. Eye of God, Chapter 8. I won't sell even if I smash it. Oh, the Eye of God. Previously, the Talent Divine Hand granted him the ability to manually modify the core. So, could this Eye of God bestow upon him the power of clairvoyance? Instinctively, he glanced toward Xingming. No clairvoyance occurred. Yet, a virtual light screen manifested in his view. Mecha information name, Xingming emblem, radiance, team buff type, speed, 47, tight corner, 54, stability, 42, explosion, 35, endurance, 51, modification core, none, stigmata, none, current level, D, special talent, 1, not activated, 2, catgirl form specialization, 3, silent movement, frequency, 5, status, lethargic, evaluation, soft and fragrant, suitable for warming the bed, on the arena? Forget it. Already specialized as a catgirl, what more could one desire? One cannot have it all. So this is the Eye of God. It allows one to see the specific information of mechas. At this moment, there were still many mechas outside the Maintenance Association. And Su Chen casually observed another mecha. Mecha information: name, Jinsun emblem, flowing flame, speed type, speed, 57, tight corner, 43, stability, 52, explosion, 45, endurance, 47, modification core, thunder no, 1, white, stigmata, none, current level, D, special talent, none, frequency, 0, status, energetic, evaluation, quite average. Su Chen blinked. It seemed he noticed something of significance. The thunder number 1 module. How did the modification core he crafted for Xingming end up with this mecha named Jinsun? Just as he intended to turn back and inquire with Xingming, he saw her bowing her head, hiding behind him, grasping the corner of his clothing, wishing to bury her small form in the shadow behind him. Xingming, what is the matter? Su Chen's gaze lingered for a moment on a man and woman beside Jinsun before he turned back, concern etched on his features. Are you unwell? Master, let us go. Xingming bit her lip tightly. She attempted to feign nonchalance and strength, yet her voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. That woman is your previous pilot, Wang Tingting, right? From Xingmin's reaction, Su Chen had already deduced most of the situation. His gaze turned icy. She abandoned you, and even took your modification core? Xingming lowered her head in silence, her cat ears and tail drooping lifelessly. This silence was undoubtedly an acknowledgement. How outrageous. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he turned to see the two individuals and the mecha had entered the Maintenance Association. But he cared not for that. Grasping Xingmin's hand, he pursued them. Xingming, pulled along by Su Chen, felt her mind turn to mush. Master, what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Su Chen did not look back. I am going to confront her. Inside the Maintenance Association, shouting. That mecha just now should be the one you had before, right? I believe it's called Xingming. The blonde-haired Lin Haijun suddenly asked Wang Tingting. He was one of the sponsors Wang Tingting had accrued over the years, having spent so lavishly that he had become her regular source of funds. A third of the money used to purchase Jinsun was provided by him. Seems like it. Oh, I didn't even notice. Wang Tingting feigned a disingenuous smile. She had noticed but chose not to mention it, considering her past as Xingming's pilot a shameful history. She swiftly shifted the topic. Lin, what about the initial star essence you prepared for her? She complied with everything last night. No backing out now. Lin Haijun, captivated by Wang Tingting's charming demeanor, felt a surge of desire. He was aware of her dubious character but was drawn to her audacious spirit. After all, wasn't he planning to marry her? And as a girlfriend, she was quite adequate, particularly in various action games with no holds barred. Rest assured, there's an underground race in Binzhou City soon. The top 3 rewards include selecting an initial star essence. I remember Jinsun's emblem is flowing flame, right? Let us get Jinsun an initial flowing flame star essence, ensuring her promotion to sea level. Lin, you're so good. Wang Tingting smiled brightly, leaning in to kiss the side of his neck. Lin Haijun felt a rush of excitement, contemplating that once Wang Tingting and Jinsun signed the contract, he would take her to a nearby hotel to hold a grand family meeting. At that moment, as both harbored hidden intentions, a tall man with a stern expression suddenly blocked their path. Lin Haijun, already standing at around 178 meters, found this man even taller, the imposing aura bearing down on him, causing a sense of trepidation. It was none other than Su Chen, with Xingming closely following behind. She tightly clutched Su Chen's arm, peeking out like a startled rabbit. Hand over the modification core, Su Chen stated coldly, getting straight to the point. Modification core? What modification core? Wang Tingting was taken aback, staring at Su Chen and Xingming for a moment before quickly realizing. Oh, Xingming, did you find a foolish benefactor eager to support your useless self? Slap. Wang Tingting's words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding slap. Lin Haijun stepped back in shock, shouting, What are you doing? What do you want? Stop, or I'll call the guards. Shut up, or I'll take you down too. Su Chen raised his arm once more. Don't. Lin Haijun retreated a step. If you hit my girlfriend, you can't touch me. Su Chen. Lin Haijun's reaction left him bewildered. This man appeared composed, yet he was as sweet as candy. The loud slap drew a crowd, and Wang Tingting, covering half her face, shook her buzzing head, finally focusing her gaze on Su Chen, screaming, You hit me. How dare you hit me? I'm calling the guards. Right now? Calling the guards, are you? Su Chen wasted no time, striding directly towards Jinsun. In the face of her astonished gaze, he reached out, and, with a mere gesture, extracted the thunder no. 1 modification core using the primary control authority of a modifier. Go ahead and call. This modification core was lent to Xingming, not only did you abandon her, but you also claimed my borrowed modification core as your own? Su Chen raised his right hand, a mocking smile playing on his lips. So, you are robbing a modifier? Let us see if the guards will arrest you or me. At that moment, the modification core spun spontaneously at his fingertips, its star essence patterns fully illuminated. Entering developer mode, confirming his status as the creator of this core. You are the modifier of this core? Wang Tingting's expression shifted as she looked at the core entering developer mode, her tone softening. Wasn't he this modification core purchased by Xingming? How did it become a loan? Still not giving up, Su Chen snapped his fingers. An electronic voice immediately emanated from the modification core. Purchase agreement status, and signed. Removing the modification core from Jinsun was executed under the primary control authority of a developer. If the core had a signed purchase agreement, such an act would constitute a severe legal violation, leading to imprisonment for the modifier. However, that day, Xingming had fled too hastily to sign the purchase agreement. In simpler terms, this modification core rightfully belonged to him, and he could reclaim it at any time. Wang Tingting was utterly dumbfounded. She initially believed she had stumbled upon a bargain, only to discover it was a ticking time bomb. This modification core, which offered significant enhancements to certain attributes while slightly diminishing others, was a premium item regardless of its grade. At that moment, she thought to herself how fortunate Star Dream was to have found such an excellent modification core. However, she desperately needed this core to compete in the city championship. With this core, the attributes of the Golden Falcon could nearly reach the threshold for promotion to Class C. And only by achieving that rank could she hope to shine at the championship. The thought of finding another core that would suit the Golden Falcon proved daunting. With this realization, Wang Tingting softened her stance, adding a hint of pleading to her tone. Esteemed modification master, it seems we may have a slight misunderstanding. I was unaware that this modification core was on loan. How about this? You name your price, and I will purchase the core right away. Initially, she had assumed Su Chen was a new pilot for Star Dream, but upon learning he was a modification specialist, that notion dissipated. She believed that Star Dream could not repay the core and had no choice but to bring the modifier along. It was rare for modification specialists to also be pilots, and it was inconceivable that one would take an interest in a Class D machine. After all, modification specialists understood better than anyone the challenges posed by a machine like Star Dream. Is this modification core of great significance to you? Su Chen contemplated the core in his hands. Wang Tingting nodded eagerly. It is indeed crucial. Very well. Su Chen's smile abruptly vanished, and his grip tightened. Crack! He released his hand, causing the core to shatter into countless fragments, which scattered like tiny particles of light, vanishing completely. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. All present stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene until a cold voice shattered the quietude. I would rather destroy it than sell it to you, idiot. Chapter 9. We shall meet on the racecourse. After the silence came a cacophony of astonishment. This was a modification core, one of the most vital resources for a machine. Although it was merely a white modification core, for Wang Tingting, who had just graduated from the League Academy, and for Star Dream, it represented excellent equipment. Especially since this white core possessed superior attributes, its market value could start at 20 to 30,000 yuan. Those who could attend the League Academy typically had some financial means. However, expecting a graduate to spend thousands of yuan on a modification core was extravagantly unreasonable. After all, the cost of maintaining and caring for a machine was not insignificant, and saving even a little money often meant living frugally alongside the machine. Most pilots would find it hard to watch their machines suffer daily. Yet now, right before her eyes, such a valuable modification core was crushed. Star Dream felt her heartbeat slow with the core's destruction, realizing the grave loss Su Chen had incurred, unaware that, without documentation, Su Chen's core was unsellable. What are you doing? Wang Tingting exclaimed in despair, pointing at Su Chen. Was that really necessary? You won't sell it even for money. Is it worth it for her? Does she deserve such treatment? You are not even her pilot. Su Chen locked eyes with Wang Tingting, his voice steady yet filled with conviction. I am Star Dream's pilot. His tone, though soft, resonated with authority, laced with a hint of pride. Moreover, Star Dream and I are bound by a contract of companionship. Wang Tingting felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, struggling to comprehend. After a moment, she regained her composure and scoffed. What do you gain from this? She's just a Class D machine, lacking even the qualification to participate in the city championship. Even if you give her a modification core, her attributes would barely suffice for Class C. Why are you so invested in her? Her words struck Star Dream like a cold shower, leaving her feeling helpless and retreating, teetering on the edge of falling, only to be steadied by a warm hand. Who says Star Dream cannot participate in the city championship? Su Chen's indifferent gaze pierced Wang Tingting's reddened face. There are no inherently SSS class machines. Even a Class D machine can excel if properly nurtured. I will take her to the city championship. As the chief modification specialist, he saw no junk machines. It was merely a matter of resources and technique. Given the right funding and materials, he could transform even a rocket. Fine, fine. Wang Tingting, half amused and half furious, stumbled over her words. I look forward to meeting you both on the racecourse, but don't be surprised if Star Dream fails to ascend to Class C and you find yourselves merely spectators. We will compete, Su Chen asserted resolutely, as if stating an undeniable fact. Star Dream, gripping Su Chen's fingers tightly, slowly raised her gaze. Through her blurred tears, his towering figure appeared like a majestic tree shielding her from the storm. An unprecedented feeling surged within her, a mix of guilt for her own cowardice and retreat. Master had unhesitatingly stood before her, shielding her from all malice. Should she still hesitate? Should she still fear? She no longer trembled. For the first time, she looked at Wang Tingting with the eyes of a contender, devoid of humility or fear, only the fierce flames of indignation ignited by shame. Wang Tingting, you villain! We shall meet on the racecourse. Each word was deliberate. With that, she hoisted the bewildered Su Chen onto her shoulder, exclaiming, Master, let us go. It was not until the two vanished from the entrance of the Modification Association that Wang Tingting snapped back from her humiliation. She covered her swollen cheek and muttered angrily. Damn it, it's just a pathetic modifier. What else with the arrogance? Let us see if you can truly take that broken machine to the city championship. Initially, she had aimed merely for a passable performance in the city championship, but now her ambitions soared. She aimed for a top 3 finish. While ordinary pilots ranked below modifiers, achieving a top 3 position would render a modifier capable of only creating white cores inconsequential. Modifiers also needed to make a living and relied on pilots and machines for advertising. After all, with so many modification shops, why would pilots choose to take their machines to one particular place? Lingu, you must help me. Assist me in securing a rank in the city championship, or I will have no face left to show. Wang Tingting pleaded, shaking the arm of the blonde-haired Lin Haijun with a pitiful gaze. She was still vexed by her earlier humiliation, but knowing she would need Lin Haijun's assistance, she buried her dissatisfaction deep within. I will definitely help you. Lin Haijun, feeling guilty, hastily replied, Tingting, rest assured. I will resolve the issue with the flowing flame star element for you. Once the Golden Falcon is promoted to Class C, I will arrange a green-grade modification core for you. We have no need for that white trash core. Oh, Lingu, you are the best. Wang Tingting nestled against Lin Haijun, her heart filled with determination. Just wait. Once she triumphs in the city championship, once she becomes a star pilot in Binzhou, and once she joins the Star Crown Club, she would ensure that modification shop closed down and vanished from Binzhou entirely. In a moment of impulsive bravado, Star Dream felt as though the sky was collapsing. Master, I'm sorry, I have dragged you down. On the aerial train, Star Dream repeatedly tapped her forehead against the window, dejected. I should not have spoken such words without being prepared. It must have placed great pressure and trouble on you. Master, if I fail to make it to the competition, I would be ridiculed for life, and I would have caused you to waste a modification core. Stop with the apologies. Su Chen rolled his eyes, grasping Star Dream's shoulders to align her gaze with his. May I inquire, who am I? You are your master. Star Dream, unaccustomed to meeting Su Chen's intense gaze, quickly looked away, blushing. No, what I mean is, what is my profession? Your profession is Star Dream blinked her large eyes, hesitating before responding. You are a pilot? Oh no, you are my master, Meow. Su Chen replied. I am a modification specialist. He cleared his throat and solemnly stated, as a modifier, do you think I would lack something as essential as a modification core? If it gets ruined, I can just craft another one when we return to the shop. And as for the pressure of competition, there's no need to worry. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? Xingming, it's time for us to work hard together. Let's go? Oh, let's go? Xingming felt a surge of encouragement and emulated Su Chen by clenching her fists and waving them a couple of times, then tilted her head in confusion. But master, is it really that easy to craft a modification core? I've heard that the success rate for modifiers is quite low. If one keeps failing, wouldn't that waste materials? Materials cost money, after all. At this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had never encountered failure in crafting a modification core. After all, his methods differed significantly from those of the modifiers in this world, and not all modifiers could create modification cores. Most were merely vendors with certificates and knowledge, while true modifiers, capable of crafting cores, held a higher status. He had previously lacked both certification and the awakening of this ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struggling to pay rent. Don't worry, I have plenty of materials, Su Chen said, eyes wide open, fabricating a lie. In reality, his materials were dwindling. If crafting a modification core was indeed probabilistic, he might face a setback. However, he maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that a path would reveal itself when one reached the mountain's foot. Whatever the case, he needed to coax Xingming back into a good mood first. For a pure modifier, the most blissful moment was perhaps witnessing their personally modified race car shine in competition, leaving all others in the dust. Su Chen savored this moment. Therefore, when Xingming became his mechanical girl, his mind was filled with various exciting maneuvers, determined to see her on the racing track, stunning those who looked down upon her. Yet, ideals are often lush while reality is stark. Currently, the most authoritative and official entry-level competition globally was the Urban Championship, held in every major city, with the difficulty of the tracks strictly controlled. While it could not guarantee identical tracks in every city, it assured minimal variance in difficulty. To have Xingming participate in the Urban Championship, a significant issue arose. Only Class C mechanical girls were eligible. Xingming was a Class D mechanical girl. Therefore, he needed to upgrade her. The requirements for upgrading from Class D to Class C included achieving a passing performance standard and possessing a corresponding primary star emblem. Xingming's star emblem was radiance, necessitating a radiant star element. At that moment, Xingming was happily sipping on a can of orange-flavored high-energy nutrient liquid, her little feet gently swinging while seated on a stool. Noticing Su Chen's scrutinizing gaze, her cat ears twitched as she tilted her head and mewed. Ba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Su Chen silently chanted 3 times, redirecting his gaze, feeling somewhat troubled. If the passing line was set at 60, Xingming's 5 attributes were all below standard, with the most competitive attribute being her cornering ability. He gathered his scattered thoughts, organizing what he needed to do into a sequence, jotting it down on paper while mumbling to himself. First, it would be best to prepare multiple modification plans, one of which must elevate Xingming's cornering attribute above 60. Then, I'll check the online race network for any recent public competitions offering primary star element rewards, utilizing modification cores tailored to the corresponding track styles to ensure securing a primary star element reward. This should firmly elevate Xingming to Class C. And the most crucial point, Su Chen sighed and hastily sketched a rough steering wheel on the paper. Having crossed over, I'm absurdly caught up in needing to obtain a driver's license. Chapter 10. The second modification master. It feels a bit strange, meow. There's nothing strange about it. This is how modifications should feel. You must learn to adapt. But it feels somewhat embarrassing. Alright, enough chatter. Let us get serious. I'm about to begin. In the modification room, the night cast dappled shadows through the window. Xingming had transformed into her car form, supported by 2 jacks, elevated to about 1.5 meters, with all 4 tires and the chassis suspended in the air. Su Chen furrowed his brow, holding a flashlight and a wrench, pacing around Xingming's body with an eagle-like gaze. In this work mode, he discarded his usual nonchalance, embodying seriousness and focus. Last time, I noticed your tires weren't up to standard. As a race car, you absolutely need to have semi-slick tires. Once the tires are changed, your cornering performance will definitely improve. Tires, seemingly insignificant components of a race car, actually play a monumental role in performance. Quality tires can not only enhance cornering ability, but also improve the driver's road feel. However, Su Chen lacked a keen road sense. After all, aside from his identity as a modifier, he was merely an ordinary person with basic driving skills. Nevertheless, he understood what kind of tires would suit Xingming. Are we changing the tires, meow? Xingming's voice conveyed a hint of nervousness. Indeed. While speaking, Su Chen deftly removed the tires and released the air from Xingming's factory-installed wheels using a pressure relief valve. The wheel rims could still be utilized, but due to limited conditions, their maintenance was skipped. He noticed that even with the tires mounted on the tire changer, a faint photon connection lingered between the wheels and Xingming's body, suggesting that her car form retained a sense of touch. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if, even with the wheels detached from her body, Xingming might still feel something. That thought was a bit unsettling. As it turned out, he was not mistaken. When the tire changer's blade separated the tire bead, Xingming suddenly let out a soft yelp, akin to a cat stepping on its tail. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Su Chen paused, turning to observe Xingming's state. From this angle, he could see the girl in the cockpit bowing her head, her pretty face blushing. Her cat ears perked up. No, it doesn't hurt, meow. It's just a bit chilly, a feeling I've never experienced before. Oh, as long as it doesn't hurt. Su Chen continued to detach the second tire, his movements gentler as he casually inquired, by the way, What part of your mechanical form do the wheels represent? Your rear? How could they possibly be my rear, meow? Ignoring Xingmin's indignation, Su Chen pressed on. Then where? Your head? Ribcage? Duodenum? Stop guessing, meow. They're my feet. My little feet, meow. Understood, so it's akin to us humans taking off our shoes. Su Chen feigned a moment of enlightenment, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He understood, but he wanted to lighten the mood, noticing Xingming's tension. It seemed to be working well. The X1 semi-slick tires were considered entry-level in this world. Based on his experience, their strength was comparable to Michelin PS4S from his previous life, designed as high-performance street tires. He procured them from a nearby scrapyard, where the old man didn't recognize their value, allowing him to find a treasure. Purchasing new ones would cost around 2,000 yuan. The tire-changing process was second nature to Su Chen, albeit a tad monotonous. However, from Xingmin's perspective, it was entirely the opposite. Her mind was blank, only feeling Su Chen repeatedly fiddling with her wheels. Then, all of a sudden, the wheel rim became hot, enveloped by a sticky, scorching substance, likely the tire bead of the new tire master had mentioned. This was her first time changing tires, and though she couldn't quite articulate her feelings, it was rather pleasant. Time passed without her noticing, and before she could fully savor this new sensation, Su Chen's voice suddenly rang in her ear. All done, meow? That was fast. An hour has already passed. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and tapped on the car window. Although as a professional modifier my speed surpasses that of ordinary novices, why do I sense a lingering desire for more? No, not at all. Xingming replied with a shy smile. Changing the tires was merely the first step. The process was far from complete. In truth, it had concluded. Yet the corresponding modification core had not been generated. Su Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. Perhaps the prerequisite conditions had not been met? Recalling his previous modifications to Xingming, where he added a front lip and a rear wing while also adjusting the chassis, he pondered whether two modifications were necessary to activate the core. Returning to the warehouse, he glanced at the scraps he salvaged from the junkyard. The PVC boards from the last chassis cover for Xingming had only a few remnants left, but he still had plenty of ABS plastic sheets. Crafting a front lip and a rear wing should suffice. Both components would enhance the downforce on the racing car, thereby improving grip, akin to the effect of changing tires. Yet, he had not intended to take such a crude approach. After all, such a blatant enhancement of cornering performance could lead to excessive grip, ultimately affecting the car's speed. However, there were no other options at present. By the time the front lip and rear wing were completed, it was already 9 in the evening. Su Chen installed the two components on Xingming. Compared to the initial installation, she appeared much more composed this time. The four wheels, along with the front lip and rear wing, transformed into shimmering points of starlight, eventually coalescing beside the jack into a hexagonal block radiating a white-green glow, the newly crafted modification core. As Su Chen picked up the modification core, the electronic patterns flowed, revealing the module's information. Unnamed cornering performance modification core, positive effects, cornering 7, stability 3, negative effects, speed 4, burst 2, tire wear rate 40, special effects, bust 1 cup, black stockings high heel effect, special area sensitivity 1, grade, white-green. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please name it. Beside him, Xingming had reverted to her mechanical girl form, standing on tiptoe, curiously gazing in his direction. Su Chen's gaze drifted between Xingmin's modest upper body and her bare little feet. Lost in thought, this modification core seemed to possess the potential for transformation, or perhaps all modification cores shared such transformative properties. Let us call it the Black Stockings Thunder 2 modification core. He squinted, striking his palm with a fist. What a perfect, sophisticated, and fitting name. He felt akin to the deity of nomenclature from ancient Greece. However, what did special area sensitivity 1 signify? With a serious expression, Su Chen turned his gaze toward Xingming. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. As a modifier and driver, he ought to have ample understanding of his mechanical girl's condition. Thus, a little investigation should be harmless, right? Chapter 11. A delight to the eyes, master. This module feels strange once installed. Xingming stood under the hall's lights, her black-stockinged legs slightly crossed, wearing high heels. The sight was invigorating. Moreover, her previously modest upper body had finally developed a pleasing curvature. Strange? In what way? Please elaborate. Su Chen appraised Xingming from head to toe, realizing what it meant to be a delight to the eyes. Those furry ears and tail were simply irresistible. However, my feet feel tingly. Xingming cautiously took a step, the heels of her shoes producing a crisp sound against the wooden floor, blushing as she shivered. Mew. Seeing Xingmin's flustered demeanor, Su Chen deduced the truth. Ah, so the special area sensitivity one pertains to the soles of her feet. How to say it? Unexpected yet within reason. He had anticipated something more private, like her cat ears or tail. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. This did not diminish his appreciation for beauty. Besides that, do you have any other sensations? Yes, meow. Xingming closed her eyes, seriously contemplating. Then clenched her fists and threw a playful punch at the air. I feel stronger than before, and my chest feels heavy, meow. Su Chen thought to himself, of course. That's a qualitative leap. It seemed that after installing the modification core, Xingming had a sense of improvement, albeit not clearly defined. Your feet are the defect of the modification core. Su Chen pointed to a chair. Go sit there and take off your shoes. I'll check. Oh, Xingming, trusting and obedient, sat down and removed her shoes, revealing a pair of dainty feet clad in black stockings. Su Chen crouched down to examine them closely, marveling at the peculiarity of beings known as mechanical girls. Logically, these high heels should be wheels, yet they could be removed like ordinary shoes, utterly unscientific. However, this was not the time for scientific reasoning. For the sake of Xingmin's health, he needed to inspect her feet thoroughly, as his fingers descended slowly. Just before he could fully appreciate the soft texture, Xingming suddenly yelped, her calves tensing, and her feet flew up to deliver a powerful kick. A fragrant shadow flashed before him. Bang! Su Chen's face contorted instantly. Puff! He spewed a mouthful of blood, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, landing in a roll against a storage rack in the corner of the hall. Ah, master! Xingming, startled by her own action, hurried over to check on Su Chen. It had been a reflexive action. After installing the modification core, her feet had become particularly sensitive, and when he touched them, she experienced a shock that triggered a knee-jerk reaction. Mechanical girls possess strength many times that of ordinary humans, so such a powerful kick naturally sent Su Chen flying. Master, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Xingming knelt beside Su Chen, helping him up, her small hands tightly gripping his gradually cooling hand, tears flowing. Master, please don't die. What will I do if you die? We give you a don't cry. Su Chen, pale-faced, lay on Xingmin's soft lap. With trembling hands, he slowly raised his phone. Quick, call for an ambulance. The following morning, Su Chen stood at the hospital entrance, feeling somewhat dazed amid the bustling crowds and vehicles. He vowed never to be reckless again. And also so soon. He touched his already healed jaw in disbelief. Master, what is so fast? Xingming, holding fruits and milk, tilted her head curiously. Throughout the journey from awakening to leaving the hospital, Su Chen's expression and demeanor had seemed peculiar. Did the fracture heal that quickly? Su Chen marveled at the medical prowess of this world. He recalled only faintly losing consciousness, then waking up completely restored. Yes, Xingming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It was just a minor injury, but it did hurt. Master, I'm so sorry. I promise I won't kick you again. Su Chen was speechless. Xingming truly had not meant it. Mechanical girls were imprinted with the ideology of not harming their drivers, so he could not blame her. He could only fault his own impulsiveness and being misled by her adorable appearance, underestimating her fearsome strength. Had the force of her kick been reduced by 100-fold, he would have welcomed a few more attempts. It's fine. Su Chen stepped back a half step from Xingming, clearing his throat. By the way, where did you get the money for the medical expenses? Mechanical girl owners can apply for free treatment once a year for external injuries. Xingming raised the pocket in her hand. After becoming a driver, I can apply 3 times a year, and they also provide fruits and milk. Is the treatment for drivers that good? Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In a world where racing reigns supreme, the drivers are nearly treated like mere commodities. Master, what shall we do next? Su Chen pondered for a moment, realizing he lacked both materials and funds for further modifications on Star Dream. His current objective was to convert Star Dream's enhancements into profit. However, before that, he required a ticket to enter the new era. Come, accompany me to obtain a driver's license. In this world, there are 2 forms of driver's licenses. One resembles the previous life, applicable for magnetic levitation vehicles and conventional cars, with the time to obtain the license reduced to as little as 1 day. The second is a specialized license for mecha drivers, which requires first obtaining the standard license and then completing a basic track assessment with a mecha. The time for this as well is shortened to 1 day. The assessment track spans 10 kilometers and is exceedingly narrow, allowing only 1 racing vehicle to pass through. The requirement is to reach the finish line within a specified time without colliding with the surrounding barriers. Any form of collision, even a mere brush, results in disqualification. The driving school in Binzhou resembles a bustling waiting hall. After queuing with Star Dream, Su Chen found a seat amid rows of similar benches. In a bright and spacious lobby, It was graduation season, and the influx of new students filled the area, most of them young faces in school uniforms, brimming with excitement. Typically, those seeking a mecha driver's license are freshmen from racing academies, making Su Chen feel somewhat like an elder. He noticed a massive electronic screen on the right wall of the waiting area, displaying an electronic map of Binzhou, with blinking markers indicating ongoing or upcoming races. He approached the map for a clearer view. Autumn Ming Mountain Hill Climb Exchange Race. Difficulty, location, Binzhou Autumn Ming Mountain date, July 9th. 8 p.m. Rewards, standard prizes for the top 3, personalized guidance from the record holder, the great deity Tohei. Dragon Pool Exchange Race. Difficulty, location, endpoint of Sky Rail No. 1 at Dragon Pool date, July 8th. 8 a.m. Rewards, standard prizes for the top 3. These were merely minor competitions, part of the routine for most racing academy students and even professional drivers. They participated in small races to earn money whenever the mecha's condition allowed. Once they accumulated enough funds, they would modify and upgrade their mechas before entering higher stakes races, thus perpetuating a cycle of improvement. As the information about various races flashed by, a particular landmark in the center of Binzhou suddenly illuminated, brighter and more extravagant than the others. Penang City Center Underground Tunnel Open Race, live broadcast. Difficulty, location, west entrance of the city center tunnel date, July 7th. 9 p.m. Rewards, standard competition level prizes. One choice of a junior star element. July 7th, tonight. Su Chen's heart raced, clenching his fists. To participate in the city championship, he needed to be at least at C grade. And Star Dream had already met the criteria for promotion. Now, he merely required a junior star element. Was this not the perfect opportunity? There would be no second chances. The driver's assessment had to be passed on the first attempt. Chapter 12. Su Chen's launch. Start. Have you ever learned how to operate a mecha? The middle-aged instructor glanced at Su Chen and then at Star Dream, silently concluding he was just another privileged novice. A beast-eared specialized mecha was not inexpensive. Even if its performance was mediocre, its appearance alone could command a 20% premium. Though he had never attended a driving school, self-study was an option. Su Chen smiled and replied, "As long as I can pass the exam, that's all that matters. This world's exams are quite rigorous. Yet they do not impose strict requirements on education. As long as one can pass the test, it counts regardless of where the learning took place. However, those who pass without formal training are exceedingly rare." "All right," the instructor said, handing a form to Su Chen for his signature. "The exam fee is 100 yuan. There are no refunds for failure. You can only take the basic driving test once every 2 weeks, and the professional mecha driver's test once every 3 months. After signing and paying, the instructor gestured for Su Chen to follow. "I will be your examiner today. Just sit in the passenger seat and follow me." Star Dream trailed behind, curious about her master's driving skills, having never witnessed him behind the wheel before. "Choose a vehicle, magnetic levitation, gasoline, or electric," the instructor said as they approached 3 training cars. Taking a sip from a water bottle, he added, "Gasoline vehicles are the most challenging and nearly obsolete. I wouldn't recommend them." Su Chen scrutinized the 3 vehicles. The latter 2 resembled cars from his past life, while the front one, a magnetic levitation vehicle, utilized an unknown technology, its wheels akin to treads, hovering at a palm's height above the ground, exuding a futuristic charm. Yet, no matter how advanced, magnetic levitation and batteries could not match the mechanical allure of an internal combustion engine. Moreover, the internal structure of Star Dream's vehicle appeared to be based on gasoline technology. "I choose the gasoline car." The instructor's eyes twitched, yet another skeptic. "Driving a gasoline vehicle looks appealing, but it's challenging." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. I choose the gasoline car." "Very well." The instructor opened the door and sat in the passenger seat, his expression neutral, ready to score Su Chen a 0. Su Chen took the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, a familiar sensation washing over him. Although he was not a professional driver in his past life, as a modified vehicle specialist, he had to possess an understanding of racing and driving techniques. His skills, while not extraordinary, certainly placed him among the more experienced individuals. "Is it true that drivers are graded from unranked, D grade to S grade?" Su Chen inquired. "What of it?" The instructor rolled his eyes, exasperated. "There are even SS and SSS grades above that. But what does it matter to you? Today, if you can manage to scrape by with a no grade, consider yourself lucky." Su Chen refrained from arguing, quickly checking the vehicle's condition, his gaze fixed ahead. "Instructor, are you ready?" "Ready, now hurry up. I want to finish this and get to lunch." In the next moment, the engine roared to life, nearly startling the instructor out of his seat. The clutch engaged in a half-release state, and the young man beside him wore a stern expression, hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, akin to a knight holding the reins of a warhorse. No, it was not a warhorse. The typically docile training vehicle had transformed into a beast poised for action. The instructor instinctively pressed against his seat, gripping the safety belt. Meanwhile, Su Chen pressed the clutch to the floor, his right foot slamming the accelerator. Revving the engine to 4,000 RPM. The turbo began to emit a piercing howl. "What are you doing?" The instructor's shout faded amidst the engine's roar. Su Chen remained silent, focused on the trembling tachometer needle. Through the dashboard, he sensed the imminent perfect fusion of fuel and air. Fingers tapped a rhythm, lips moved silently. Counting down. 3, 2, 1. The moment the word escaped his lips, he released the clutch to the engagement point while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The training vehicle's front wheels gripped the ground with a screech, rubber screaming against the pavement. The robust power thrust the startled instructor back into his seat. In less than 0.8 seconds, the engine's RPM surged from 4,000 to the red line. Boom. The training vehicle shot forward like a cannonball. Su Chen deftly shifted into second gear, the turbocharger roaring in response, propelling him forward like a tidal wave. The starting line was swiftly left behind. And in his brilliant eyes, only the straight track ahead remained. Within his body, dopamine and adrenaline intertwined like an intense symphony, singing of the freedom and wildness unique to the world of racing. Ha ha. Su Chen laughed heartily, causing his coach to feel a pang of fear. Beside the track, as she gazed at the training car that was galloping ahead, Xingming's eyes sparkled with wonder. She never expected that the master would actually employ the launch technique. How impressive! If only she could experience such a launch under the master's guidance. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the training car. The master's first launch technique was bestowed upon a training car? How infuriating! 10 minutes later, the training car completed all the tasks. And with a flick of the tail, Su Chen maneuvered the vehicle into the parking space. He rolled down the window, peering at the parking line, shaking his head with a sigh. After all, I am not a professional driver. This tailspin parking is still too low level. A professional driver can align the car perfectly parallel to the parking line, but mine is rather crooked. Nevertheless, crooked as it was, parking it inside certainly counted as passing. He turned to glance at his coach, whose face had turned pale. "What do you think, coach? I should be qualified, right?" The coach, trembling slightly, nodded in agreement, but suddenly opened the car door and began to retch violently. After being a coach for over a decade, he had never encountered such a terrifying beginner. No, this could not possibly be a novice. Typically, a driver just graduated from the league academy would not possess such skills. How could one even encounter a technique like launch starting before joining a club? Did they really think anyone could achieve self-taught success? The application of the same technique on mechanical cars and machine girls is vastly different. Mechanical cars are soulless and lifeless, easily manipulated. But machine girls can cry out in pain. Who would dare to use a launch start on their own machine girl without professional training? Not to mention the repercussions from the Machine Protection Association. Who would risk having their machine girl declared a wreck? In the coach's eyes, Su Chen had already been categorized as the scion of some club bigwig. Only individuals of such status could afford the resources to train while lacking the foundational driving skills learned at a driving school. Su Chen handed a bottle of mineral water to his coach, patting him on the back. "Coach, can you hold on? There are still several assessments and the machine girl professional driving license test ahead." "No need, this is enough." The coach waved his hand vehemently, his eyes reddening. "Don't torment me. I'm just a humble coach. I'll score you now, and you can take your license and disappear from my sight." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Su Chen replied with a bashful smile. "There's nothing inappropriate about it." After completing the scoring on the device, the coach finally regained his composure and looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. "The highest rating a regular driving school can grant is C. I know your skill level can easily qualify for a B, or even an A. You could definitely go through the club's channels. There's no need to come here to show off." Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He had no club affiliation. What could he do? Nonetheless, a C rating was still commendable. Xingming also upgraded with a C, and they were like twin stars, growing together. The documentation was processed swiftly. The coach, with a sullen face, thrust the C-level driving license into Su Chen's hands and slammed the office door shut, refusing to linger for even a second. Su Chen remained unfazed. The sunlight outside was radiant. He exchanged a glance with Xingming, a smile playing on his lips. The public competition in the underground tunnel of Bin City. We are coming. Chapter 13. The Northern Wolf, Old Zhang. I'm bothering you again tonight for the competition. Lin Haijun pushed open the office door, momentarily taken aback. Coach Zhang, usually rosy-cheeked, appeared haggard today, emanating an aura of fragility. What happened to you? Are you feeling unwell? The coach lifted his gaze to the incoming yellow-haired youth, sighing. don't mention it. I encountered a club scion today who completed the training course in under 8 minutes, effortlessly executing launch starts. In the end, he walked away with a C-level driving license. What on earth is he after? A club member came to you for a license? Lin Haijun was dumbfounded. What is wrong with him? I also feel he must be hiding some major issue. The coach took a large gulp of water from his cup, having consumed 3 bottles of mineral water. He still tasted the acrid remnants of vomit in his mouth. What is his name? Let me see if I recognize him. Lin Haijun inquired. I believe it's Su Chen. Su Chen. I haven't heard of him. Lin Haijun shook his head. He must be a newcomer from some small club. Youngsters like that think they're all that with a bit of talent, acting all high and mighty without having raced even once. Indeed. The coach nodded earnestly. Scoffing. You're going to participate in tonight's City Underground Tunnel race, right? Here's the key. Just remember to return the ice cream cones after your training. He pulled out a set of keys and handed them to Lin Haijun. The yellow-haired youth was the son of a friend of his. Having visited the driving school multiple times, he occasionally brought his machine girl to practice on the training track and would warm up with her before competitions. His talent was decent, but regrettably, he was too distracted by women. Otherwise, he would have long reached the threshold to join a club. Rest assured, I've always returned everything. Lin Haijun took the keys and exited, but his mind lingered on the earlier conversation. Typically, once a driver obtained their license, they would take their machine girl to the nearest competition for a trial run. Tonight's race in Bin City was the only one scheduled. Could this person also be aiming to compete in the city's underground tunnel race tonight? Directly qualifying with a C is quite a feat. Initially thinking it would be a personal showcase, he suddenly felt a spark of anticipation. Su Chen, huh? Quite intriguing. Nightfall. Virum. The deafening roar of an engine echoed through the streets as a silver-white sports car sped past, its tires splashing through puddles and soaking a swaying drunkard on the sidewalk. Hey, is this how you drive? The inebriated man shouted, cursing, but froze upon seeing the wolf emblem adorning the rear of the machine girl's car. That emblem did not seem to belong to any team from Bin City. Suddenly recalling something, he fished a ticket from his pocket. Right. The Penang Underground Tunnel Race. Damn, I almost forgot about it in my drunken stupor. Glancing at the time, he quickly grabbed a shared magnetic floating bike and rushed towards the race venue. Although the Bin City Underground Tunnel Race was not an open competition, it attracted many promising drivers due to its generous rewards. These racers and their machine girls could very well appear in the city championship. Observing the race in advance and gathering information about these drivers and machine girls would be beneficial for betting on the top 3 during the city championship. It was not only a substantial sum of money, but also a topic of conversation among friends over tea. Timers, route maps, sound systems, and electronic billboards filled the venue. The air was thick with the mingled scents of gasoline, rubber, and fried food. At the starting point of the Penang Underground Tunnel Race, neon lights cast mottled shadows on the damp ground. By day, this was an unremarkable underground tunnel entrance, but by night, it transformed into a realm where dreamers drove their hovering cars in pursuit of aspirations. This group of youngsters, their hair dyed in vibrant colors and clad in punk attire, idolized not pop stars or film icons, but race car drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I am your old friend, Brother G. Near the tunnel entrance, a temporary stage had been erected. The host, Brother G, donned a sequin suit and exaggerated heart-shaped sunglasses, wielding a microphone and exuding his exuberant voice. Welcome to the Penang Underground Tunnel Race. There are merely 10 minutes left before the competition commences. Most of the drivers have already arrived and begun their preparations. For the benefit of our new audience, allow me to briefly introduce the race. The Penang Underground Tunnel stretches a remarkable 78 kilometers, and our drivers, alongside their mech companions, are set to complete 20 laps. The race will employ a lottery system for the starting order, and malicious collisions as well as the use of illegal modifications are strictly prohibited. With that, I signaled to the backstage. All right, I'm done. Now, let us turn the spotlight on our esteemed contestants. Feel free to cheer for your favorite drivers. Haha, my enthusiasm remains undiminished. Lin Haijun leaned against the sleek form of his mech, Breaking Edge, while watching the comedic performance on the big screen. Master, it's time to prepare, urged Breaking Edge. Oh come on, it's just a minor race. There's no need to be so serious. Lin Haijun nonchalantly waved his hand. For him, the Penang Underground Tunnel Race was indeed a mere trifle. He had participated no less than 10 times and was thoroughly familiar with the track conditions. While claiming the first position was certain, securing a spot in the top 3 was almost guaranteed. As long as he finished within the top 3, he would earn a basic star element, thereby fulfilling Wang Tingting's task. Even minor races deserve earnest attention, remarked Breaking Edge, pouting slightly. With the driver yet to arrive, she decided to undertake a preliminary check of the vehicle's condition herself before reporting back. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of an engine echoed from afar, reminiscent of a lion's low growl as it patrols its territory. Lin Haijun and the other drivers instinctively turned to the rear. A brilliant beam of headlights sliced through the night, followed by a silver mech that glided into view. With a fluid drift, the mech effortlessly slid past the starting line. Parallel to braking edge, the screech of tires against asphalt slicing through the air. Through the windshield, the driver could be seen skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel with a gaze sharp as an eagle. Upon noticing the wolf emblem emblazoned on the silver mech, Lin Haijun's pupils dilated. The Northern Wolf? He recognized the insignia of this racing team. What could a team from the neighboring city possibly want in Binhai? The door swung open, and a man clad in a black leather jacket emerged, removing his helmet to reveal a chiseled face. He briefly appraised Lin Haijun before shifting his gaze elsewhere, his demeanor neither arrogant nor dismissive, yet clearly not regarding Lin Haijun and breaking edge with any significance. How infuriating, thought Lin Haijun, clenching his fists, his teeth grinding audibly as beads of sweat formed on his brow. The presence of a professional driver from the Northern Wolf team at such a minor event was suffocating, akin to a constricting serpent. Setting aside the exceptional skill required to position the vehicle at the starting line, the sheer elegance of the drift alone was something he could aspire to master for 2 years. However, just as the drivers were enveloped in the weighty pressure brought by the Northern Wolf, another engine roared at the end of the road. Though not with the explosive ferocity of the previous mech. Instead, it was steady and restrained, concealing an underlying menace, akin to a leopard poised to strike. There were no blinding headlights, no frantic screeching of brakes. A blue and white mech, appearing almost ordinary, quietly materialized at the edge of their vision. Lin Haijun blinked in surprise, feeling as though he had seen it before. In that moment of distraction, the mech executed a near-perfect drift, nearly grazing the railing as it entered the starting line. When it finally halted, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The man in the black jacket from the Northern Wolf team displayed a look of astonishment, while Lin Haijun snapped back to reality. This mech was none other than Rose-tinged's former Star Dream. Despite the clear signs of modification, the car's core structure remained largely unchanged. The door opened, and a tall man stepped out, his expression calm, even bearing an air of detachment. Su Chen did not even glance at the crowd, but bent down to poke the tires of Star Dream. How are we, Star Dream? Please report on tire wear. Chapter 14. The race begins. As the race was about to commence, the voice of the announcer boomed over the intercom, urging all participants to prepare for the start. Su Chen secured his helmet and grasped the steering wheel. Master, the water temperature is normal, and oil pressure is stable. The neural network connection to the cockpit is complete. From the spine of Star Dream, an array of wires of unknown materials extended. These connections linked to the steering wheel, brakes, clutch, and other controls within the cockpit. Glowing faintly as he spoke. Tire wear is at 3, which is rather absurd, Su Chen sighed, relaxing into his seat. A reading of 3 indicated that after the 15-kilometer journey from the modification shop to the racecourse, Star Dream's tire wear would reach 30 by the end of the race. This was the immediate adverse effect of the core modification that increased tire wear to 40. Clearly, such tires would be deemed unfit for competition. Yet, there was no turning back now. Master, if we lose this race, will you blame me? Star Dream's timid voice came through the rearview mirror. Su Chen could see the girl's anxious, bashful face. They had only just contracted, with no prior acclimatization. And now they were about to face a race of considerable renown. The 2 opponents beside them posed significant pressure. To the left was Lin Haijun with breaking edge, Rose-tinged's current boyfriend, and to the right was the man in the jacket alongside an unknown mech, reportedly a professional driver from the Northern Wolf team. Undoubtedly a formidable competitor. Say, Star Dream, what do you enjoy eating? Su Chen asked, diverting the conversation. Me? Don't laugh. I like eating big watermelons with stinky tofu. Star Dream replied, tilting her head in contemplation. All right, Su Chen chuckled, though he found her preferences rather surprising. If we lose this race and fail to secure materials, we shall treat ourselves to a big watermelon paired with stinky tofu as a consolation. Meow? Really? Star Dream's tail perked up in excitement. Of course. But isn't there a penalty for losing? Star Dream asked incredulously, confirming, Master, I can accept any punishment, but please don't dissolve our contract. Rest assured. That won't happen. I'll repeat it thrice. It won't happen. It won't happen. It won't happen. Hearing Su Chen's repeated assurances, Star Dream felt somewhat reassured. Master, I will also do my best. She raised her fist and took a deep breath. This race was crucial for her to obtain the star element materials, as only then could she advance to the sea-level city championship. I will prove to you all, Star Dream murmured, glancing at Breaking Edge. I am not the useless burden you speak of. I too can soar on the racetrack and unleash my potential. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of Breaking Edge, Lin Haijun had been wearing an unusual expression since the beginning. Life is but a series of coincidences. He certainly hadn't anticipated encountering Star Dream and that modification specialist here. Very well, let me shatter your hopes prematurely. Lin Haijun glanced at Star Dream. Catching a glimpse of the man sitting upright in the cockpit, a race of 2.5-star difficulty was not something a novice could handle. Soon, they would realize how naive they truly were. A smirk crept onto his lips as he glanced at the mech from the Northern Wolf team, his smile abruptly vanishing. Setting aside the uncertain presence of that sea-level driver, this competitor from the Northern Wolf would be his true rival tonight. At precisely 8 o'clock, the signal gun fired, marking the official start of the race. All drivers departed from the starting line in groups of 3 according to the lottery sequence. At 8:05, the broadcast rang out once more. Please, contestant number 17, Yuming chasing Shadow, and contestant number 24, Lin Haijun with Breaking Edge, prepare for the start. Yuminglin had a slight impression of the individual known as Northern Wolf within the racing team. Indeed, there was such a person, though seemingly a member of the T2 team rather than a principal driver. Nonetheless, even in such a minor competition, he was undoubtedly a formidable contender. Was he not merely a show-off? Please prepare for the launch. Number 41, Su Chen. What? Lin Haijun was momentarily stunned, nearly leaping from his seat. Su Chen. Was he truly Su Chen? Gazing at the figure in the adjacent cabin of Xingming, Lin Haijun was utterly flabbergasted. The individual suspected to be the club's second-generation heir, who had just acquired a C-class driving license from Coach Zhang that morning, was indeed the current driver of Xingming. Was he not a modifier? How could someone engaged in modifications have the time to hone his racing skills? And yet, his driving prowess was surprisingly commendable. Lin Haijun was filled with mixed emotions. Despite the world being rife with coincidences, he could not fathom that this Su Chen was a different person. The C-class license was undoubtedly just obtained by this very individual. However, he quickly composed himself, reassuring his own thoughts. What of it? Racing involves not only skill, but also the performance of the machine. With less than a day's time, he could hardly believe that Su Chen could enhance Xingming to any significant degree. Recalling Wang Tingting's descriptions of Xingmin's lackluster performance bolstered his confidence. 3 seconds until launch. Roar. The engines of the 3 machines erupted simultaneously, reverberating through the entire vehicle. Su Chen steadied his gaze ahead, his pupils gradually narrowing, and the fervor boiling within him suddenly calmed. 3. He gently pressed the clutch with his left foot while controlling the throttle with his right, fingers gripping the steering wheel at the 9 and 3 o'clock positions. 2. The engine of Xingming let out a piercing roar, and Su Chen's muscles tensed in anticipation. 1. The moment the signal gun fired, Su Chen slammed the throttle to the floor while releasing the clutch. The tires screeched as they spun, producing scorching white smoke against the ground. Boom. In the next instant, Xingming shot forth like a cannonball. The G-force thrust Su Chen heavily into his seat, making it nearly impossible to breathe. In 0.5 seconds, the neon lights at the starting point blurred into flowing streaks of color. The violent acceleration that broke the 100 mark in 3 seconds left him nearly dizzy, yet a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He was back. Everything was back. The exhilarating sense of freedom and madness that he, as a modifier, deeply yearned for while racing with top-tier drivers on the Earthstar track. Master, I've never launched at such speed before. A mix of surprise and excitement emanated from Xingming. Just as she had anticipated, such a rapid launch was indeed exhilarating. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth beneath his helmet. What did Wang Tingting know? Did she comprehend what a powerful launch entailed? Not only did Wang Tingting lack understanding, but Lin Haijun too was far from knowledgeable. Su Chen glanced at the rearview mirror, noting the figure of Pofeng. Just with the launch alone, he had already left Lin Haijun behind by over 10 meters. In Pofeng's cockpit, Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could the proficiency in launching be so high? Was this truly just a C-class driver? He clenched his teeth, fixated on the taillights of Xingming. A true expert reveals their skill with a mere flourish. The speed of this launch was so astonishing that it left him feeling somewhat despondent. He even questioned whether Su Chen had switched machines. Could a D-class vehicle achieve such velocity at launch? What troubled Lin Haijun even more was that in the rearview mirror, the driver from the Northern Wolf team remained stationary, keeping the machine in a ready state. Was the machine malfunctioning, or was there another reason? Chapter 15. Let the bullets fly for a while. No. It couldn't be a machine malfunction. Lin Haijun's heart sank. He distinctly remembered that the machine was in an active state at the start. Thus, there was only one conclusion. The opposing driver had deliberately chosen to remain stationary, intentionally allowing time to pass. Did the Northern Wolf driver believe that even by allowing time, he could outpace them all? What audacity! Was this the confidence of a professional driver from a club? It seemed that securing first place tonight would be somewhat precarious. While he pondered, Lin Haijun noticed that Pafeng had unknowingly caught up to Xingming. The distance between the two machines was gradually closing. The advantage gained by Su Chen and Xingming through the launch was being steadily erased by Pafeng's absolute speed. Half a minute later, Xingming and Pafeng were side by side. Lin Haijun observed as Xingming was gradually overtaken by Pafeng, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The performance gap between machines cannot be easily bridged by mere driving skill. Pafeng surged ahead, leaving no room for that machine to entertain thoughts of overtaking. Yes, sir. Pafeng, diligently observing the road conditions, immediately affirmed. Rest assured, Pafeng will not be overtaken again. Master, 300 meters straight, then a sharp, right 90-degree turn. In the cockpit, Xingming had just reported the route when Pafeng zipped past. She pouted in reluctance, her cat ears drooping. Master, that machine has exceeded us. Yes, I'm sorry. It's clear that Master has gained an advantage through skill, yet she realized that her performance was holding them back, plunging her into self-reproach. If only her speed performance were slightly better, how could Pafeng possibly overtake so easily? It's all right, I see it. Su Chen calmly regarded the taillights of Pafeng, gradually receding into the distance. The divine eye continuously monitored Pafeng's information. After equipping the modification core, Thunder 2, although Xingmin's cornering attribute had reached 61, her speed was merely 43, a staggering 15-point difference in speed attributes translating to an absolute disadvantage on straight segments. Even if his launch was more adept than Lin Haijun's, it was futile. Being overtaken on the straight was merely a matter of time. Yet, a race consists of more than just straight segments, and the real challenges do not manifest solely on the straight track. Speed on the straight is commendable, but true speed lies in cornering. Noticing the little cat's downcast mood, Su Chen smiled gently, offering reassurance. No need to rush, Xingming. Let the bullets fly for a while. Be bullets? Xingming tilted her head, suddenly serious, stating earnestly, Master, we have no bullets, and besides, using firearms during a race is illegal. But, if you absolutely must use a gun, I can find a way to take the blame for you. Su Chen, all right. He nearly forgot that Xingming had never seen Let the Bullets Fly. Ladies and gentlemen, as of now, all drivers have launched. Just as Ji Gu was halfway through his commentary, he abruptly halted, raising his voice in alarm. No. OMG. There is still one contestant waiting at the starting point. Whoosh. In that instant, all cameras focused on the starting point, projecting the silver-white machine emblazoned with a wolf's head logo onto the big screen. The black wolf emblem, if memory served correctly, belonged to the Northern Wolf team from the neighboring city. Ji Gu tightened his grip on the microphone, a grave expression crossing his face as he wiped away non-existent beads of sweat. Friends, this is bad. Something is about to happen. I have a premonition that tonight's race will be a bloodbath. Ji Gu, is it really that serious? The nearby cameraman quivered slightly. What do you understand? Ji Gu moved the microphone aside, lowering his voice. This is an exaggeration, a figurative expression. This is passion. How can we engage the audience without a touch of exaggeration? The moment the words Northern Wolf rang out, the audience before the electronic screen erupted in excitement. Wait, why is a member of Northern Wolf here in Bin City? Just how formidable is Northern Wolf? Not just formidable. Northern Wolf is the premier racing team from the neighboring city. Their T2 team captain, Wolf King Li Yuni, was the champion of last year's city championship. Wow, that impressive. Tonight is bound to be thrilling. At the starting point, the silver-white Machine-S engine had already started, but it remained in a warming phase. It lay silently in the dim light of the tunnel, akin to a lurking beast. Master, it's been 30 seconds. Shall we not depart? In the cockpit, faced with the urging of the AI, Yuming merely glanced at his watch with a nonchalant air. Chasing Shadow, do not rush. The boss has sent us to Bin City for training. If it lacks challenge, it would lose its essence. He twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Let us wait another 10 seconds. Just another 10 seconds, and we shall set off. He originally intended to wait a full minute, but the racer he had observed earlier piqued his interest. This driver was not Lin Haijun. He was unfamiliar with him. What intrigued him was the sleek, pristine white machine with a black wing and front lip. If memory served him correctly, This machine was named Stardream, and its driver was Su Chen, a combination that left no impression on him. Yet, the explosive start technique displayed by this little-known driver at the starting point captivated him. Such skill should not belong to a mere obscure racer in Bin City. Nevertheless, this explosive start technique could also be attributed to sheer luck, such as inadvertently stepping on the gas at the optimal grip and rev range. Regardless, he would soon discover the truth once they caught up. Master, 10 seconds have passed. Chasing Shadow's voice brimmed with impatience. As an AI, she yearned to shine on the racetrack. What difference was there between this warming up at the starting point and lingering outside? All right, I know. Yuming sighed, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. In that instant, the casual demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by seriousness and determination. With a snap, the second hand on his watch ticked. Yuming's left foot swiftly released the clutch while his right foot pressed the accelerator to 3/4. Too gentle, too aggressive. The balance between the clutch release speed and the throttle pressure teetered on a delicate edge. Boom. The wind pressure stirred the dust and leaves around the wheels, and the roar of the engine erupted into thrust. This sudden surge startled the camera operator and the audience alike. By the time they regained their composure, all that remained was the flickering red lights of Chasing Shadow and a trail of white smoke. What terrifying acceleration! As the resident host of Bin City's underground tunnel racing, Chicken Brother had seen much, yet he vowed that this machine's starting speed would rank among the top 5 in his career. What chance did the other competitors stand against such a caliber of racer in our humble competition? Chicken Brother was at a loss for words. The original intention of the Bin City underground tunnel race was to provide aspiring drivers in need with materials for upgrading their machines. Yet, a racer of this caliber was merely a shark among fish, wasting precious resources. Didn't he wait 40 seconds? What is going on? Chicken Brother shot a glance at the cameraman, snorting, if I were him, I would have waited 5 minutes. However, the competition did not prohibit such skilled racers from participating. It merely meant that the competitors present tonight were rather unfortunate. Let us focus the camera on that downhill hairpin bend, Chicken Brother directed the cameraman. That's the challenging curve of our Bin City tunnel race. Some racers are nearly there. The Bin City underground tunnel was not spacious. The track could accommodate a maximum of 3 machines side by side. With the race progressing, several drivers had begun to reach the first lap's challenging section, which followed a series of gentle curves leading to a long straight acceleration run of 500 meters. Notably, this stretch also inclined downward, followed closely by a sharp turn with a tricky angle. Undoubtedly, this section demanded precise control over speed and grip from the drivers. Without exceptional cornering abilities and robust machine performance, one could only slow down and proceed cautiously. Master, we are approaching the continuous curves. The alert from Pofong drew Lin Haijun's attention back from the rearview mirror. Throughout the journey, he had been glancing at the mirror. He and Pofong had long left Stardream far behind. There was no trace of it in the mirror, nor did he care for Su Chen and Stardream, as they were already vanquished foes. His focus was on the driver from the Northern Wolf team. Lin Haijun pondered when that driver would catch up. After navigating 4 gentle curves, he faintly heard the engine's roar growing closer. It was a sound akin to buzzing, distinctly audible in the quiet tunnel. Had they caught up? Their speed was impressive. Truly, they were the Northern Wolf. Lin Haijun instinctively cast another glance at the rearview mirror. Yet, that glance left him momentarily dazed. The darkness at the tunnel's end suddenly split open. A white figure burst forth like a gust of wind, tailing around the bend and sending shockwaves that rattled the side barriers, 2 bright headlights blinding him. It was a machine. In the dim tunnel, he could not discern the machine's color, but he was certain it was not the Northern Wolf's vehicle. The Northern Wolf's machine had round headlights, while this one sported elongated, angular headlights, flanked by vertically aligned matrix lights resembling a pair of outstretched wings. Yet, Lin Haijun could scarcely believe his eyes, swallowing hard as beads of sweat formed on his palms gripping the steering wheel. For, aside from the Northern Wolf, only one machine remained behind him. It was an existence he could hardly fathom. Stardream. Chapter 16. Queen. The one who caught up with Pofong was Su Chen and Stardream. As they entered the series of curves, Stardream's superior cornering performance finally revealed its fangs. Su Chen was uncertain about the capabilities of other machines, but in terms of cornering, Stardream could easily outclass Pofong. Master, I feel like my speed has increased. We are closing in on them, meow. Stardream's voice was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Although Lin Haijun was not Wang Tingting, he shared a camaraderie with her. Keeping pace with Lin Haijun and Pofong was a significant achievement for her. We are riding in Pofong's slipstream. Do you know what that means? No, meow. Oh, never mind. Su Chen fixated on Pofong ahead. True to its name, Pofong sliced through the air, leaving behind a space with minimal air resistance. Now, he and Star Dream occupied that advantageous zone, as long as they maintained their position in Pafong's wake. Overtaking would merely be a matter of waiting for the right moment, and that moment had arrived. Utilizing the benefits of the slipstream, Star Dream would not be easily left behind. Ahead lay a steep downhill straight, culminating in a corner with a devilish angle that loomed before Su Chen and Lin Haijun's eyes. The challenging turn was upon them. All attention was focused sharply. The two machines reported their roadbooks almost in unison. Pafong, Master, 200 meters downhill, leading to a sharp right turn. Star Dream, Master, 200 meters to a gentle slope, and then a sharp right turn. Meow. Whoosh. The slowdown sign flashed in his peripheral vision. Lin Haijun took a deep breath. The white phantom in his rearview mirror clinging to him like a shadow. In the past, upon reaching the slowdown sign, he had already begun to decelerate. But with Star Dream lurking closely behind, perhaps it was pride as a driver or a refusal to show weakness to Su Chen. This time, he did not ease off the throttle. The howling wind felt as though it would shatter the car windows. The tunnel lights elongated into indistinct streaks. In that instant of breaking free from his comfort zone, the once familiar curve now loomed before him like a monstrous beast ready to pounce. Damn it! How can I lose to a rookie who just obtained their driving license? Lin Haijun gripped the steering wheel tightly, his teeth clenched, veins throbbing on his forehead. As the downhill curve loomed closer, his heartbeat quickened with anticipation. Just before his heart leapt from his chest, he pressed down firmly on the brake pedal. The tires screeched in protest, releasing a cloud of scorching white smoke. Su Chen gazed impassively at the illuminated taillights of the Breaking Dawn. This was the limit for Lin Haijun and the Breaking Dawn, yet it was neither the limit for the Star Dream nor for him. The cornering performance of 61 points provided the Star Dream and him with ample opportunities for response and maneuverability. As the Breaking Dawn and Lin Haijun began braking, Su Chen, relying on his experience and intuition, determined the perfect point to cut the corner and executed a sharp brake. The carbon ceramic brake pads glowed red-hot, and a thick plume of white smoke enveloped the bend. Under the force of G-forces, Su Chen's body leaned forward, only to be abruptly yanked back by the seatbelt. At the apex of the turn, the Breaking Dawn and Lin Haijun remained close to the outer lane, while the Star Dream hugged the inner lane. Su Chen downshifted with his right hand, while his left hand deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. The inertia from the centrifugal force caused the rear of the Star Dream to drift outward, almost brushing against the door of the Breaking Dawn, yet miraculously avoiding collision. In that moment, the Star Dream had already surpassed more than half of the Breaking Dawn's length. A smirk danced on Su Chen's lips. The most challenging part was behind him. The next task was to exit the corner smoothly. He lightly tapped the brake with his left foot to adjust the posture of the Star Dream, while his right foot lingered over the accelerator, poised to unleash power at any moment. Meanwhile, the Breaking Dawn, trailing by a considerable length, began to push forward slightly, the tires shrieking as they scraped against the asphalt. The vehicle exhibiting signs of potential loss of control. Had Lin Haijun made a mistake? Su Chen glanced into the rearview mirror. It was evident that Lin Haijun struggled to adapt to such a rapid cornering speed and lacked the finesse in drifting that Su Chen possessed. As Lin Haijun realized he was being overtaken and attempted to adjust the steering wheel to block Su Chen and the Star Dream, he found only the path to chaos awaiting him. Lin Haijun was acutely aware of this, and thus his attempt to obstruct was abruptly halted, leaving him no choice but to concede the lane. The racing cars, as they navigated the corners, resembled wild beasts in frenzy. The drivers could only meld with these beasts. Any attempt to rein them in could result in being thrown off. With the road ahead now clear, Su Chen confidently pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine's tachometer needle danced wildly, and the turbocharger screamed, releasing all the power accumulated throughout the corner. Star Dream, Su Chen shouted. The sudden thrust pinned him firmly against the driver's seat. The roar of the engine merged with the wild howls of the machine. Full throttle out of the corner. Let's leave them in the dust. The Star Dream, as it exited the bend, seemed to pause for an instant before launching forward with explosive force. This maneuver dealt a heavy blow to Lin Haijun. The two machines surged out of the corner in succession. Even at a distance, the barriers along the bend trembled. Hey, did you see those two machines just now? What was up with that white one? Such incredible cornering speed. A group of spectators by the safety barrier remained in shock. Unfortunately, the cameras were focused on the competitors in front, failing to capture the intense rivalry on the big screen. While the white machine remained unrecognized, the gray one was undoubtedly Lin Haijun's Breaking Dawn. Lin Haijun had a small reputation in this arena, always bringing the Breaking Dawn to races, often reaping the benefits from official events. Those who could make Lin Haijun and the Breaking Dawn falter were typically well-known figures. Yet this white machine left no impression on the crowd. Just as speculation brewed among the onlookers, another roar of an engine cut through the air. They turned to see a silver machine whirl into the track like a tempest. The car's nose aligned with the apex as it executed a beautifully smooth drift. After a brief shudder, the vehicle quickly aligned with the exit of the turn, almost parallel to it. In the next instant, a powerful roar erupted as the machine's rear expelled 4 streams of blue flames, vanishing from view in an eye blink. What on earth was that? What was the cornering speed of that machine? My camera has a speedometer, let me check. Wow, 178 miles per hour. Is it fearless of flying off the track? Star Dream, what was our cornering speed just now? Let me check. Oh master, it was 158 miles per hour. Impressive, right? Star Dream was taken aback by this data, stammering, Master, my speed sensor isn't broken, is it? Is this really the cornering speed I can achieve? During her time with Wang Tingting, her cornering speed peaked at 100 to 120 miles per hour. With just a core modification, could she really improve so drastically? Star Dream was no fool. She understood that the core modification played a role. But it was primarily Su Chen's skill that made the difference. That cornering speed is quite decent, but considering your performance, there's still room for improvement. Room for improvement? Star Dream's eyes widened, her voice trembling at Su Chen's words. Yes, but considering tire wear, it's safer to aim for a top 3 finish. Su Chen shrugged with a resigned sigh. Star Dream stared blankly at the track, speechless. What did it mean to aim for a top 3 finish? For her, merely achieving that was akin to a dream. Yet, from her master's tone, it seemed he was still not satisfied. How impressive my master is, she thought, eager to learn from him. The roar of an engine approached again from behind. Su Chen understood that Lin Haijun and the Breaking Dawn had begun their spirited pursuit down the straightaway. However, they could never replicate the composure they had at the start of the first lap. After navigating the tricky corner, they would enter a long straight leading to the finish line, emerging from the tunnel back to the starting point for the second lap. As he sped past the finish line in the Star Dream, the distance between him and the Breaking Dawn was still 15 meters. This was merely the gap from the first lap. If he and Star Dream maintained their momentum, and Lin Haijun and the Breaking Dawn failed to devise a successful strategy, the distance would only widen. Lin Haijun and the Breaking Dawn had lost their chance. It was unexpected to witness such an intriguing driver in this modest race. At the finish line, shrouded in dim light, a tall figure leaned against the barrier. She rested casually, her slender fingers gripping a crumpled beer can, the label faintly reading nutrient beer flavor. The streetlight cast a soft glow on her cool profile, failing to warm the icy demeanor reflected in her crimson eyes. Her elongated phoenix-like eyes, slightly downcast, appeared indifferent as they drifted over the track, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding race. Initially, a group of blonde youths surrounded her, glancing at the race while attempting to approach and strike up a conversation. After all, the girl was stunning, with a captivating figure, reminiscent of a rose blooming on an icy plain. However, when they noticed the black collar inscribed with warning around her neck, their interest waned. Undoubtedly, she was a machine with a unique temperament, yet the collar signified she was a malfunctioning model. A malfunctioning machine, no matter how captivating, was akin to a scrap vehicle. Attempting to engage with such a machine was futile. In the night air, a cool voice suddenly emerged from behind the girl. Queen, it's time to return. Headquarters has not permitted you to wander aimlessly. The girl turned to face a middle-aged woman in a tailored suit, the night breeze elegantly lifting her dark hair, casting a graceful arc. From the shadows, the corners of her crimson lips curled into a subtle sneer. Has no one told you that you dress like a hotel waiter? Your scolding is futile. Middle-aged women seem to turn a blind eye to such derision, as if they have long grown accustomed to it. Come watch a race with me. Who do you think will make it to the top 3? The young girl turned her gaze back to the racetrack. Droplets of liquid from the nutrient can glistening on her slender fingers, cascading down to the railing and dripping onto her fair thigh, seeping into the delicate fabric of her black stockings. The middle-aged woman sighed, pulled out her phone, and examined the detailed data on the screen. With a tone of authority, she stated, aside from the Northern Wolf's fried fish guy Yu Ming, the other driver's skills are subpar and lack relevance. Thus, based on the performance of the machine, I predict the top 3 will be Yu Ming from Northern Wolf team, followed by Lin Haijun's breakthrough, and then the wild driver Su Zilong's swift. You all place too much faith in data. The girl's voice betrayed no emotion. Because data reflects everything. Is that so? Indeed. What if someone else makes it to the top 3? Who? The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow. The girl pointed at the second-to-last names on the data board. Su Chen and Xing Ming. They could make it to the top 3. The woman quickly pulled up Xing Ming's profile and scoffed with disdain. A D-class vehicle with such poor performance, making it to the top 10 would be a stretch. Then how about we make a bet? On what? A month of freedom. The girl turned, her indifferent gaze resting on the middle-aged woman, as if her freedom were merely a commodity found in any shop. If they make it to the top 3, you won't restrict my freedom for a month. If they don't, I will obediently return to cooperate with your modifications. What do you say? The middle-aged woman pondered for a moment, then adjusted her glasses and slowly nodded. Deal. Chapter 17. Overturn click. This was Breakthrough's second pass over the finish line. The gravel exploded beneath the chassis with a sound like a torrential downpour. Lin Haijun stared at the flashing taillights ahead, his eyes filled with dread. They were pulling further away, despite exerting every ounce of effort. The distance between him and Xing Ming continued to grow. Over 10 meters in the first lap, nearly 50 meters in the second lap. Su Chen and Xing Ming handled the corners with exceptional skill, clearly at the level of club professional drivers. Their only flaw was in the straightaways, where he and Breakthrough could make up some distance. However, a race consists of more than just straight lines, especially in the underground tunnel race, which is rated at 2.5 stars in difficulty. Such a challenge ensures there are no particularly outrageous turns, and that is all. Master, what should we do? If this continues, we will definitely not catch up to them. Breakthrough's anxious voice echoed in Lin Haijun's ear, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. At least we must secure a top 3 finish. Our advantage lies in speed. Lin Haijun tightened his grip on the steering wheel, contemplating for a moment before saying, if we can't compensate for the cornering gap on the straightaways, we must enhance our cornering speed. Breakthrough. Can we control the vehicle? Breakthrough gritted her teeth, uncertain. Improving cornering speed had always been a focus of their training. In fact, compared to before, they had already improved significantly. However, they were still unfamiliar with the downhill hairpin turns characteristic of the underground tunnel race. Attempting to increase cornering speed without sufficient experience could lead to danger, as downhill speeds are the hardest to manage. But racing requires courage, the willingness to try, and the acceptance of risk. She was no coward. Master, I want to try? Lin Haijun was momentarily stunned, but heard a tone of determination and resolution in Breakthrough's voice. Losing this race meant missing out on the basic star element materials, which would be a significant blow to Breakthrough. After all, she was a C-class vehicle, and losing to a D-class would be quite humiliating. Moreover, from another perspective, a C-class losing to a D-class would reflect poorly on him as the driver. He did not want to admit that he was inferior to Su Chen. All right, let's give it a shot. Lin Haijun took a deep breath, quickly calming himself. From now on, he needed to ensure that every straight and gentle turn was executed to perfection, without any further mistakes. Meanwhile, outside the racetrack, Brother G. These two machines are locked in a fierce battle. Let me see. Brother G followed the camera's focus, and as a host, his professional instincts immediately detected a potential highlight. He decisively commanded, quick, focus all cameras on these two machines. Ladies and gentlemen, the current leading racers are Su Zilong's Swift, Zheng Gang's Judge, Du Ziteng's Fury, Li Yaochen's Snow Wind, and Macbeth's Fiery Star. Additionally, two competitors are hot on their heels, our familiar Lin Haijun's Breakthrough, and, a newcomer. The staff seamlessly transitioned Su Chen and Xing Ming's data, and Brother G's eyes widened upon glancing at it, his voice slightly distorted with excitement. Oh my goodness. This is incredibly interesting. A rookie participating for the first time in a D-class vehicle are managing to keep pace with our old friends in a nail-biting contest. What sort of magic do they possess? Let us keep our eyes on the big screen. Brother G's words immediately sparked a stir among the spectators around the racetrack. Many knew Lin Haijun and Breakthrough. Not to mention Lin Haijun's impressive skills. He was a regular in the underground races of Bin City, well acquainted with the tracks. As for Breakthrough, a C-class vehicle should be able to outperform a D-class vehicle without question. Surely they weren't intentionally holding back. But soon, that thought shifted. In the third lap of the Bin City underground race, during the downhill hairpin turn, Lin Haijun watched the speedometer of Breakthrough jump higher and higher. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. Previously, he would decelerate around 100 meters from the bottom of the slope, using the slowdown sign as a reference. But now, he decided to cut that in half, reducing speed at 50 meters. Su Chen driving Xing Ming should also decelerate around 50 meters, right? He murmured, recalling that he and Breakthrough had decelerated early without a reference point in relation to Xing Ming, and he struggled to remember the specifics. If we can maintain the same cornering speed as them, we can surpass them. The thought flashed through his mind. Breakthrough had already passed the slowdown sign. It was all or nothing. The downhill turn lay just 50 meters ahead. The darkness at the bottom of the turn loomed like a gaping maw ready to consume. Meanwhile, Xingming, the gleaming white machine, had already launched itself into that shadow under the control of its driver. What Lin Haijun and Breakthrough had to do was mimic that action. Su Chen glanced in the rearview mirror. This time, Breakthrough was much closer to Xingming. They were feeling the pressure. He shifted his gaze back to Xingming's current speed of 159 km/h. As the pursuer, Breakthrough's speed would only increase, edging closer to danger. Approaching the bottom of the slope, roughly 20 meters away, he pressed the brake. Xingming instantly cut into the turn. Not at 50 meters. Danger. By the time Lin Haijun realized this, there was no turning back. Breakthrough entered the corner at a speed of 165 km/h. At this moment, the aerodynamic kit was still generating maximum downforce, but the onboard telemetry indicated they were nearing the limit. Lin Haijun quickly downshifted and pressed the brake. His actions were flawless, even faster than ever before. Yet, the braking distance had exceeded the safe range. The wind battered against the windows. The barrier at the edge of the turn rushed towards them. "Ah, turn." Lin Haijun shouted, desperately yanking the steering wheel. Creak. Breakthrough's front wheels lost grip in an instant, the tires screeching against the track surface. "Master, the suspension system is overloaded. The anti-roll system is warning us." Breakthrough's voice was frantic. We might flip." Lin Haijun instinctively tried to correct their course. As he collided with the guardrail, the reflexive action led him to oversteer. Oversteering is every novice driver's nightmare. At the moment the car's rear swung out, the center of gravity shifted, causing the left wheels to lift off the ground while the right tires scraped furiously against the track, generating a cloud of white smoke from the friction between rubber and asphalt, momentarily obscuring Lin Haijun's vision. The world spun around him, and he lost all sense of his position on the racetrack. All he could hear were the wails of his car, the screams of the spectators, and the incessant sounds of collisions. On the electronic screen, the onlookers, including Brother G, watched in disbelief as his car crashed into the shoulder of the road. The next moment, boom. The car was lifted as if by the hand of a giant, flipping 3 times in the air before crashing down with a thud. Its chassis facing upwards, blocking half the lane, while its 4 wheels continued to spin wildly. Behind, Yu Ming and chasing Shadow, who were speeding towards him, were so frightened they swerved sharply, almost twisting into an S shape to avoid the wreck. The cameraman, in a state of shock, poked Brother G, who was equally dumbfounded. Did it just flip? He finally reacted, his vision going dark. What the hell? Hurry up. Is the rescue team on the way? Get them to lift Lin Haijun and the car away. If a pileup happens, it will be disastrous. Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders discern the subtleties. Brother G gazed at the screen, where the Starry Dream vehicle sped ahead. He wasn't a driver, but he had enough knowledge to understand that the collision was due to Su Chen and Star Dream, which had caused Lin Haijun and his car to crash. Was Su Chen really a novice? Chapter 18, Duel. Master, it seems there's been an accident behind. It is not merely an impression. It is a fact, Su Chen replied, his expression impassive. Our opponent, Lin Haijun, has crashed. Star Dream was taken aback, her fluffy cat ears perked up, trembling with disbelief. Is it because of us? In a way, yes. They attempted to overtake us in a rush and lost control of their speed in the turn. Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen caught sight of Star Dream's wide, incredulous eyes. Master, we actually caused Lin Haijun and his car to crash. Master, you are amazing. The praise from his own machine girl was quite gratifying to Su Chen. However, surpassing Lin Haijun and his vehicle was not particularly commendable. His driving skills were merely slightly superior. In comparison to the top-tier drivers from his previous life, he could only be considered a third-tier driver, far superior to the average person. More professional than seasoned drivers, but still a smidgen beneath professional racers. In terms of driving prowess, he had witnessed a godlike presence, who happened to share his surname, Su. Unfortunately, that exceptional talent had drawn envy from many and ultimately met a tragic fate on the racetrack. Master, do you think we can secure a top 3 finish in this race? Star Dream's voice held a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Initially, she had no expectations for the final results, merely hoping not to be regarded unfavorably by Su Chen, as she was uncertain of her standing among the competitors. But now, with Lin Haijun and his car out of the race, a flicker of hope ignited in her heart. Ah, rest assured, Su Chen replied with conviction. Despite the distance still separating them from the top 3, he declared, we will definitely secure a place. I promise. Just then, the roar of an engine erupted behind them, akin to a demon's howl. The rearview mirror flashed with light as Su Chen looked up to see a pair of blue diamond-shaped headlights glaring at him. It was the machine girl adorned with a wolf's head emblem. Su Chen paused, nearly forgetting about her presence until now. Master, her speed is incredible. Star Dream exclaimed as she spotted Chasing Shadow closing in. Indeed, Chasing Shadow's speed was formidable, almost closing the gap in the blink of an eye. However, instead of accelerating further, Chasing Shadow flickered her headlights twice. A provocation? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, pulling the gear lever down abruptly to shift gears. Star Dream's engine roared to life, torque surging forth. What could professional drivers and machine girls do? He was eager to see if they possessed true skill or merely relied on the performance of their vehicles. In terms of straight-line acceleration, Star Dream was clearly no match for Chasing Shadow. As Chasing Shadow's front end aligned with Star Dream's door, Su Chen observed her performance attributes: speed 65, cornering 67, burst 74. These three key attributes completely eclipsed Star Dream. It was akin to a B-class car's capabilities. Su Chen's heart sank. Seriously? Bringing a B-class car to compete in a minor race? How excessive. Little did he know that inside Chasing Shadow's cockpit, Yuming's usually stoic face was filled with fervor. Hee hee. So you're the one who caused Lin Haijun to crash, huh? Let me see what kind of divine being you are. The driver of Chasing Shadow sighed. Appearing unfazed. After spending so much time with Yuming, she understood the excitement that came over him. But did a novice driver warrant such seriousness? Yuming was in no hurry to overtake. He merely followed closely, like a wolf stalking its prey, waiting for the right curve to reveal Su Chen and Star Dream's true capabilities. Time ticked away, and the sign for the downhill segment flashed by the tunnel. The battle for the downhill hairpin turn was about to commence, with Star Dream and Chasing Shadow as the main contenders. Ladies and gentlemen, here they come. They are truly coming. Brother G's passionate shout echoed over the loudspeakers. At that moment, the guardrail of the downhill turn was packed with spectators, multiplied several times over from before. Roar. As the engine screamed, Star Dream and Chasing Shadow barreled down the slope almost side by side. The entire racetrack seemed to tremble beneath the speed of the two machine girls. Just as they approached the bottom of the slope, the battle finally erupted. Yuming, who had been uncharacteristically restrained, suddenly accelerated, cutting sharply to the inside line. The screech of tires against the track pierced the air painfully. What the hell? Is he trying to kill himself? Su Chen gritted his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly, both astonished by Yuming's audacious maneuver and unwilling to back down. He relinquished his ideal driving line, forcefully inserting himself into the narrow gap on the inside line. In that instant, the two machine girls were nearly touching, parallel as they navigated the turn. Roar. The engines howled at the edge of their limits. The suspension creaked, and the carbon ceramic brakes glowed red like embers. In the turn, he and Star Dream did not fall behind. Yet, Chasing Shadow's stability, rated at 53, was a full 8 points higher than Star Dream's 45. This meant that Chasing Shadow was easier to control and could regain balance more swiftly during turns. It was precisely this 8-point disparity that allowed Yuming, driving Chasing Shadow, to emerge from the turn first, flooring the accelerator. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Chasing Shadow's side window was parallel to Star Dream's, merely centimeters apart. Su Chen could clearly see the blue flames shooting from Chasing Shadow's turbocharger, the car trembling at the limits of aerodynamics. He couldn't make out the driver's features, only the reflections of the track lights flashing like lightning on the driver's helmet. The two exchanged glances through the windows, and Yuming suddenly gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Impressive. Haha. Brother, you are truly amazing. Ah, master, you're so loud. Star Dream complained, unable to hear what he said through the window. No matter, Yuming replied, his focus unwavering on the track. I'm enjoying myself tonight. Haha. I never expected to encounter such a formidable driver in a minor race. I even feel that his skills might surpass mine. Chasing Shadow pouted but did not refute, for she was acutely aware of the prowess of that fellow named Su Chen. As they exited the corner, Chasing Shadow's front splitter had already surpassed the bumper of Star Dream. Yuming adeptly maneuvered Chasing Shadow into a precise position, successfully forcing Star Dream onto the outer lane. Amidst the roar of the engines, Su Chen took a deep breath, leaning back comfortably in his seat as the exhilarating rush of adrenaline began to subside. Truly, a professional driver possesses a certain flair. A slight smile graced his lips. He was not disheartened by Yuming and Chasing Shadow's overtaking. The realm of racing is rigidly hierarchical, testing both the driver's skill and the car's performance. If one cannot compete, then so be it. Acceptance breeds the motivation to strive. Su Chen was not one to shy away from defeat. Moreover, a glance at the rapidly passing race marker indicated that Yuming and Chasing Shadow claiming victory would not impede his acquisition of the materials required by Star Dream. For as he and Star Dream crossed the finish line of the fourth lap, Their aggregate performance had surpassed that of the competitors ahead, placing them third overall. Star Dream. How do you feel? Su Chen suddenly realized that Star Dream had been silent for a while. Star Dream? Star Dream? He called out twice. After a moment, a soft voice from ahead responded, Master, I'm sorry, Star Dream. Su Chen sighed, interrupting his machine companion. Is it really necessary to apologize for such trivial matters? Have you been so thoroughly affected by Wang Tingting's PUA tactics that you dread even the smallest issues? He reached out, intending to pat Star Dream's little head, but the constraints of his seating position meant his hand could only rest on her rear. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from imparting strength to Star Dream. Remember my words. The racetrack is not a venue for comparing perfection, but rather a testament to those who can find breakthroughs amid imperfection. And at this moment, we are on the path of breakthrough. Silence enveloped the cockpit for a while. Master, I understand. Star Dream's voice trembled slightly, warmth enveloping her heart. She had not expected to receive gentle encouragement from Su Chen instead of reproach. Yet, she bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. But could you please not squeeze so hard, meow? Su Chen, belatedly aware, retracted his hand with a chuckle. Oh, that's just how tuners are. Our hands sometimes have a mind of their own, huh? Chapter 19, Final Rankings Binzhou City, Night, 2151. Virum. Another machine maiden sped across the finish line. As time passed, the number of competitors yet to reach the finish dwindled. At this moment, the electronic screen displayed the top 3 competitors, Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow, with a total time of 46 minutes and 17 seconds, averaging 200 kilometers per hour, Su Zilong, with a time of 54 minutes and 33 seconds, averaging 171 kilometers per hour, and Jing Gang, with a time of 56 minutes and 21 seconds, averaging 165 kilometers per hour. Typically, when these results were announced, Su Zilong and Zheng Gang would breathe a sigh of relief. They were regulars in Binzhou's underground races, relying on the prize money to fund modifications for their machine maidens. Today's results had already shattered their previous records. Yet now, they remained fixated on the electronic display. Especially Zheng Gang, who held his machine maiden's hand, sweating profusely with anxiety. This was entirely due to the unusual nature of tonight's underground race. First, there was the Northern Wolf team's explosive performance, finishing first despite starting last. Then, an unfamiliar rookie had eliminated their formidable rival, Lin Haijun, midway through the race. Now they awaited the rookie's results. The audience was on edge, and at the front of the spectator area, a cool girl leaned against the railing, equally anxious. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finish line. The sound of engines is approaching. With a loud shout from Brother G, all camera angles focused on the finish. Squeal. As tires screeched against the pavement, 2 brilliant headlights emerged from the darkness at the end of the tunnel. Here they come. The girl at the railing perked up, straightening as she gazed in the direction of the engine sounds. At this moment, 5 competitors still had yet to cross the finish line, and she silently prayed. Is it them? If so, who among the top 3 could it be? The machine maiden swiftly approached, and soon, her entire form came into clear view for all spectators. A dazzling white body, an elegant streamlined design, and those unmistakable matrix headlights. Wow, it's her. The one who defeated Lin Haijun. Someone shouted, pointing at the speeding car. What was her name again? It seems to be Star Dream. With no more curves ahead, Su Chen in the cockpit of Star Dream focused intently on the racetrack. In the latter half of the race, Star Dream's cornering speed had indeed decreased. This was due to significant tire wear affecting grip. To ensure safety, he had no choice but to reduce speed through the turns. Before slowing down, he had been confident of finishing in the top 3. After, his certainty waned. Though he had guided Star Dream this far, as the driver, he had to prioritize her safety. Star Dream, your tire wear has exceeded 30. Should we reduce our speed? Through the rearview mirror, Su Chen observed Star Dream's tense expression. Tires are akin to shoes. If they wear out, the feet suffer. It was unimaginable how painful it would be if the rims scraped the ground at high speed. Master, I can do it. Star Dream leaned forward, her expression serious. Teeth clenched. She had also noted the average speed rankings on the electronic screen. The top 3 results were unstable. Really? Are you sure? The girl's voice was unprecedentedly resolute. A radiant connection from her spine coursed through the cockpit. All right, Su Chen inhaled deeply. Then let us give it our all. Yes, master. This was a pivotal moment. Success or failure hinged on this single effort. She did not wish to let down Su Chen's modifications or his efforts. She aspired to become a more formidable C-class machine maiden, to participate in the city championship, and to stand tall over Wang Tingting, proving that she was not worthless. Let us go, meow. With the throttle floored, the speedometer needle surged to its limit. The synchronization quietly increased, and the already maxed-out speed surged once more. 50 meters. 30 meters. 10 meters. At the moment they crossed the finish line, the timer halted simultaneously. Su Chen pressed the brake with his right foot and the clutch with his left, then sharply turned the steering wheel. Squeal. Star Dream's rear swung out, tracing a graceful arc. The tires screeched against the asphalt, leaving 2 black tire marks. Her vehicle glided sideways at nearly a 90-degree angle, coming to a steady halt amidst the smoke and scattering rubber debris. The engine's roar abruptly ceased, and a heat haze rose from the white smoke produced by the tires. Su Chen calmly picked up a nearby water bottle, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. He did not immediately glance at the results, instead unbuckling his seatbelt and reaching out to pat Star Dream's small head. "You did wonderfully, Star Dream. Our first race was a flawless collaboration." Star Dream switched from racing mode to humanoid form, her face flushed and sweaty from the exertion, still slightly breathless. She looked as if she had just emerged from water, her racing suit clinging to her skin. Each step left a smoldering rubber footprint, even though the staff had promptly sprayed cooling mist on the tires. The rim's temperature remained high. She gazed at Su Chen's outstretched hand, her cat ears perking up, timidly slapping his palm. "But master, we still don't know our results." "The results are of little consequence," Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "What matters is that we gave our all today. We have no regrets." Especially his hands were undeniably worth the journey. He even resolved not to wash them tonight. No sooner had he spoken than the two heard the irritable voice of the announcer from the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most extraordinary contestant of this competition has reached the finish line. His performance directly impacts the final standings, and I believe you can hardly contain your excitement. Please look at the big screen." The audience turned their attention to the screen, as did Su Chen and Xing Ming, as they were among the last to depart. Their names appeared third from the bottom on the screen. Second from the bottom was Lin Haijun, who had been eliminated long ago, and the last was Yu Ming, who had already secured first place upon the announcement of results. Ding ding ding. Accompanied by the exhilarating drumbeats, their names began to flash. Su Chen's expression remained stoic, yet he clenched his fists, while Xing Ming covered her face with her hands, holding her breath, torn between the desire to watch and the fear of what she might see. Su Chen and Xing Ming completed the course in 55 minutes and 7 seconds, averaging 170 kilometers per hour. The moment the results were displayed, they immediately climbed the rankings, ultimately pushing Zheng Gang and the judge out of the third position. The audience erupted in a fervent cheer. The underground tunnel racing scene in Bin City had long been dominated by seasoned veterans, who had become tiresome to watch. Today, they finally witnessed an unknown driver and his machine girl triumphantly breaking through to the top 3. The 4 contestants yet to finish were no longer a concern. Having started after Su Chen and Xing Ming, they would arrive after them, leaving no suspense for the top 3. The spotlight at the finish line, under the control of the lighting technician, fell upon the 3 contestants. The applause from the audience was thunderous. "Master, we seem to have secured third place." Xing Ming, standing in the spotlight, still in disbelief, spoke with a quivering voice. "Indeed, we are third," Su Chen reassured her, ruffling her hair with a slight smile. "We did it. However, it's unfortunate that I promised to treat you to stinky tofu and watermelon if we didn't make it to the top 3, and now, both are gone." "Master, do we have a basic star element now?" "Yes. Can I upgrade to a C-class machine girl?" "Absolutely." Xing Ming took a deep breath, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. "We can participate in the city championship." "Precisely." Su Chen nodded emphatically. Xing Ming's smile broadened, her eyes shimmering with joy. And suddenly she scooped Su Chen up and tossed him into the air. I can upgrade to a C-class machine girl." She caught the pale-faced Su Chen and tossed him again. I can participate in the city championship. Long live the master." Su Chen's cries echoed above the finish line. "Xing Ming, you rascal. Stop throwing me. I'm afraid of heights. Put me down this instant." The girl by the railing returned to her cool demeanor, yet the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her good spirits. "For 1 month, you shall not interfere with my freedom. I will go wherever I please." "Queen, that may not align with the corporation's regulations," the middle-aged woman replied, her expression troubled. She truly did not anticipate that Su Chen and Xing Ming would place in the top 3. It was not her fault, after all. Her only knowledge was that Su Chen was merely a novice who had never competed before. Who could have imagined that a rookie's driving skills could rival those of professional racers? Regulations? The girl's expression darkened, and the surrounding air seemed to cool significantly. "What is promised must be delivered. I have signed an agreement with you, but I also possess the right to refuse cooperation. If you insist on lecturing me about rules, I will not accept any form of modification." The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth at this, hesitating for a long moment before finally nodding. I understand. I will make the necessary arrangements. You are not to send anyone to follow me, the girl stated coolly. Otherwise, I will still refuse any form of modification. Understood. The middle-aged woman sighed. At this point, there was no choice but to concede. However, she would remember the pair, Su Chen and Ming, who shone under the spotlight. The girl too gazed at Su Chen and Ming in the spotlight, her attention particularly focused on Su Chen, her eyes filled with curiosity and intrigue. I heard this man is a modifier? How fascinating. Chapter 20, Absurd. At the emergency center near the underground tunnels of Binzhou, Lin Haijun had awakened from his coma. Though his neck was encased in a thick cast, rendering his head immobile, Pafeng sat beside him, adjusting the angle of the television in front of the hospital bed to face Lin Haijun directly. We lost utterly. Lin Haijun sighed as he watched the replay of the race on the screen. Master, I am sorry, Pafeng murmured, her head bowed, fingers fidgeting, lips pressed tight. If my cornering performance had been better, the crash could have been avoided. She felt a heavy burden of guilt, though she had not sustained serious injuries. Her performance had undoubtedly diminished. But Lin Haijun had suffered greatly, with a level 3 concussion and a cast on his neck. If he wished to recover before the city championship, he would have to forfeit an opportunity for professional treatment, which was provided by a team of medical machine girls capable of aiding drivers in rapid recovery from injuries. This is not your fault. Firstly, Su Chen's skills are commendable. Secondly, it is evident that his machine girl has undergone modifications. Lin Haijun spoke softly to console her. Based on Ming's cornering performance, she likely outperforms you. Furthermore, my hasty decisions contributed to our loss. Master, I remember you entered this competition to secure a basic star element for Miss Wang, didn't you? Pafeng said timidly. If we don't obtain it, Miss Wang will surely be upset. You need not worry about Wang Tingting. Lin Haijun waved dismissively. I have a good brother who has an unused basic star element, specifically the Lu Yin star emblem. I can simply purchase it for a small sum. However, we must focus on training, especially to enhance our cornering speed. Otherwise, we may find ourselves outmatched by Su Chen and Ming in the city championship. As he gazed at the television screen, which displayed Su Chen and Ming holding their third-place medals, Lin Haijun clenched his fists. He could accept losing to anyone, but losing to them again was unacceptable. His determination and rivalry stemmed not from the conflict between Wang Tingting and Su Chen, but from his own sense of pride. The incident of crashing while vying for cornering speed would likely become a topic of gossip among the drivers of Binzhou. To erase this humiliation, there was only one way: to defeat Su Chen and Ming in a public competition like the city championship. Pafeng. Yes. The girl by the hospital bed snapped to attention. From tomorrow afternoon, we commence special training. No, we begin tonight. Master, but your injury, a mere concussion, is not life-threatening. Lin Haijun snapped, his eyes ablaze with resolve. We will proceed with our plans. Is this the basic radiant star element? Su Chen lay on his bed, holding a shimmering golden sphere in his hand. He had been back at the modification shop for some time now. Securing third place in the underground race had earned him a reward of 20,000 yuan and this basic star element, which was the sphere he held. In the adjoining shower room, the sound of rushing water and the cheerful hum of a girl singing could be heard. Ming was bathing. According to her, after a night of racing, she felt sticky and could save on the high costs of professional grooming by washing in her human form. The only downside was that it did not expedite recovery. Bored, he began to research the upgrade materials for the machine girl. The orb in his hand felt soft and elastic, reminiscent of a water-filled balloon, yet weightless. The moment he released it, it floated down gently like a feather. How does one administer a basic star element to a machine girl? Su Chen spent some time searching on his phone, finding an array of information online. Firstly, the ascension of the mechanized maiden from D to C requires one attribute to reach the qualifying threshold, which necessitates instrument testing. Through his research, he has concluded that the so-called qualifying standard is an attribute level of 60 points. As for the stellar essence, there are claims that it can be directly administered to the mechanized maiden, while others suggest inserting it into her bosom, even more absurdly. Some assert that it must be held in a French kiss. Such ridiculousness is utterly absurd. It must be exposed and rigorously interrogated. Su Chen expressed his vehement condemnation and proceeded to delve into the latter two proposals. Master, I just finished my bath, Ming exclaimed as she bounced into the bedroom. Pushing the door open, Su Chen instinctively raised his gaze, and his breath momentarily caught in his throat. The soft glow of the room's light cascaded over Ming, who stood there shyly, clad in an ill-fitting t-shirt that clung damply to her curvaceous figure. Her long, white hair hung in wet strands, droplets cascading down to her delicate collarbone before quietly slipping away. Her snowy cat ears, still damp from the bath, drooped softly, appearing fluffy and inviting, prompting an irresistible urge to reach out and caress them. Master, your clothes are a bit too large for me. Do you have a smaller size? Xingming mumbled, haphazardly drying her hair with a towel while tiptoeing to the edge of the bed. Master, are you listening to me? She leaned in closer, her cat tail swaying playfully behind her, her azure eyes fixated on Su Chen, unblinking. Master, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? She tilted her head, raising a damp lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her petite ear and slender neck. The t-shirt subtly shifted with her movement, inadvertently exposing a small portion of her alabaster lower back. Su Chen felt a rush of dryness in his throat and quickly averted his gaze. Perhaps the competition had drawn them closer, and Xingming seemed to have become more at ease in his presence. Ahem, you should dress more appropriately, he suggested, gesturing towards her partially concealed bosom. He had seen droplets sliding along her curves. Oh no, Xingming gasped, hastily covering her chest with her hands, her cat ears perking up in alarm. With a serious expression, she blinked her large eyes. I absolutely trust Master. You are definitely not the kind of person who would harbor inappropriate thoughts about me. However, since it is Master's request, I will be very mindful of my attire in front of you from now on. Oh no, having been forcibly labeled a paragon of virtue, how could he showcase his masculinity in the future? Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him, conceding, do you behave like this around Wang Tingting as well? Absolutely not. Xingming shook her head vigorously, her tufts of hair bouncing. I share a bond contract with Master. Do you know what that means? In simple terms, it means we are inseparable. And what of the spiritual contract? Su Chen interjected unexpectedly. Meow? Xingming exclaimed, her tail wagging joyfully. The spiritual contract is far more profound. It means, in human terms, that you exist within me as I exist within you, our souls intertwining, a harmonious union of man and machine. Do people truly speak such words without ulterior motives? Su Chen pondered aloud. All right, let us change the subject. As the wheel seemed on the verge of rolling over his face, Su Chen promptly retrieved the basic stellar essence. Xingming, let me quiz you on how a mechanized maiden utilizes the basic stellar essence for upgrades. What kind of assistance should a driver provide to her? He boasted. It's not that I am unaware. I merely wish to assess your foundational knowledge as a mechanized maiden. Chapter 21. You are ill. Faced with Su Chen's inquiry, Xingming fell silent, her head bowed in uncertainty. What is the matter? Do you not know? Su Chen was taken aback, believing such knowledge should be fundamental for a mechanized maiden. I haven't learned it, Xingming pouted, her cat ears drooping. Wang Tingting thought I could never advance to C rank, so she didn't allow me to attend many core classes related to mechanized maidens. What did she have you do instead? To earn money through towing. Xingming fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, her expression tinged with grievance. During public competitions, there are times when logistical mechanized maidens are in short supply, and they recruit ordinary maidens and drivers for towing work. This is one of the few legitimate jobs we mechanized maidens can engage in. Wang Tingting truly is despicable. Su Chen's expression darkened. Skipping classes to earn money? Even if she were making money, it certainly wasn't being spent on Xingming. It seemed Wang Tingting had long harbored intentions of replacing Xingming after graduation, while Xingming probably comforted herself that the earnings were for her future upgrades. It's all right, Master. That's all in the past, Xingming consoled him, her cat ears twitching slightly. It's precisely because Wang Tingting treated me poorly that I could meet such a handsome and capable master. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her tail swayed behind her like a sweet little cake, lifting Su Chen's spirits considerably. Oh, you sure know how to flatter, Su Chen chuckled softly. Xingming stuck out her tongue playfully, her face alight with glee. Does Master like to hear that? It's acceptable, Su Chen feigned modesty. Since Wang Tingting failed to adequately educate you, I shall take it upon myself to impart knowledge. I will look up some materials online shortly. It is indeed time for serious study. Initially, his bond with Xingming was primarily aimed at activating talent. However, after spending several days together and experiencing a competition, he had truly begun to view Xingming as his future partner, both in racing and in his career as a tuner. Boss, I know. A cool voice suddenly interrupted from behind. Both Su Chen and Xingming jumped in surprise. They turned to find a tall figure poised like a painting at the doorway to the bedroom. She wore a black dress that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. Her flowing black hair shimmered with a faint bluish sheen under the light. Her delicate face bore eyes that seemed to smolder with flame, a regal nose, and lips that were a soft cherry blossom hue. exuding an air of noble coldness rather than the vibrant red of the flower. The girl surveyed the bedroom environment with a nonchalant demeanor, her elegance and composure rendering her more akin to a surveying leopardess than an intruder. When did she arrive? Su Chen was momentarily bewildered. Was she a mechanized maiden? She had made no sound at all. Moreover, this was his private space. Who are you? He furrowed his brow. A guest, she replied, casting a glance at Su Chen, her expression devoid of emotion as she calmly sought out a chair to sit. Even so, you cannot simply intrude into someone else's bedroom. The door was not closed, she pointed out. That may be so, but the shop's door was also left open. She interjected again. Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is leaving the door open a valid excuse for an uninvited intrusion? Observing various clues about her, he realized that she was indeed a mechanized maiden. The only mechanized maiden who had come to his shop without a driver, aside from Xingming, was her. A rare occurrence indeed. Please wait outside, Su Chen said helplessly. I am currently discussing level upgrades with my mechanized maiden. I will come out to attend to you once we have finished here. I know. You may ask me, she said, tilting her chin slightly. Su Chen exchanged glances with the girl, pausing for a moment before sighing in apparent concession. Then go ahead. The mechanized maiden activates her core and then brings the basic stellar essence close, she stated matter-of-factly. Isn't there a method involving a French kiss mentioned online? Su Chen pressed, refusing to let go of the topic. The young girl tilted her head slightly, a glimmer of sarcasm flashing in her eyes. Would you learn how to treat hemorrhoids with a power drill as instructed online? Su Chen replied. That is not something I could ever learn. He could, however, activate the core star dream, a fundamental ability that had been inherent since the machine girl's inception. Before him lay a crystal resembling a flower bud, cradled gently in the hands of Star Dream, radiating a soft, golden glow. As Su Chen approached the crystal with a primary radiant star element, it was drawn into the core like a streak of flowing light. After a few moments, a delicate cluster of new crystals sprouted around the solitary gem, reminiscent of blooming petals. Following this, the core retracted automatically into her chest, while Star Dream closed her eyes, emanating a gentle luminescence, seemingly engaged in an upgrade. Is that all it takes? Su Chen turned to inquire of the girl. She nodded gently in response. Surely a French wet kiss isn't necessary? The girl remained silent, regarding Su Chen with a gaze that conveyed disdain, her crimson eyes almost solidifying with contempt. Under the weight of her piercing scrutiny, Su Chen instinctively swallowed back the words he had yet to utter. As Star Dream continued her upgrade, he shifted his focus to the guest before him. Activating his divine eye, he prepared for a revelation. What he saw was startling. The girl's extravagant attribute panel nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Machine girl information. Name, Queen Star emblem. Thunder, burst type. Speed, 76. Tight cornering, 90. Stability, 81. Bursts, 61. Endurance, 82. Core modification. Vortex monarch type, purple. Holy stigma, frenzied hunt set, blue. Speed 10. Stability 10. Cornering correction 5. Eternal heart set, purple. Endurance 9. Current level, SS, special talent, invalid. Frequency, 0. Status, malfunctioning. Unable to drive. Evaluation, a top-tier machine girl with outstanding talent, but has been rendered useless by a thoughtless modifier. Undoubtedly, this was the first SS-level machine girl Su Chen had ever encountered. Her attributes were undeniably luxurious, yet something seemed amiss. Setting aside the inexplicable status of being unable to drive, a machine girl of SS rank should possess awakened talent skills, yet here it was listed as invalid. Moreover, for a burst-type machine girl, her most prominent attribute was cornering. In contrast, the attributes of the previously seen Golden Falcon, a speed-type machine girl, clearly emphasized speed, followed by bursts. For burst-type machine girls, the primary attribute should be bursts, followed by speed, and lastly cornering and stability. Even as a machine girl, being scrutinized so intently felt discourteous. The machine girl named Queen spoke suddenly, her voice cold and chilling. Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at her audacity. Is it impolite to stare? You intruded into someone else's room. Is that courteous? Although visitors are often seen as guests, her arrogance was excessive. As their gazes locked, his expression sharpened, and he pointed a finger at Queen's head. Then, 7 words escaped his lips. You are sick. You are doomed. Chapter 22. The reason Su Chen anticipated that his words would provoke an explosive reaction from the SS-level machine girl, allowing him to seize the opportunity to address the issue and bask in admiration and awe. To his surprise, the girl merely gazed at him calmly. After a prolonged silence, Queen slowly nodded. You are right. Pausing, she continued, I indeed have a problem. So can you fix it? Such a straightforward exchange left Su Chen momentarily stunned. After a while, he nodded, then shook his head. Whether I can fix it depends on further research. From Queen's panel, he had already discerned the issue. The final note indicated that a thoughtless modifier had rendered her ineffective. To put it plainly, a burst acceleration type machine girl had had her cornering performance absurdly enhanced to 90. This was akin to forcing a mathematically gifted student to learn English. It was utterly nonsensical. The essence of car modification lies in maximizing the advantages of the vehicle. While enhancing strengths, one must also address weaknesses. Certain racing cars excel in cornering. One cannot compromise cornering performance for the sake of straight-line acceleration, as it would be more prudent to construct an entirely new vehicle. However, these observations couldn't be voiced directly. Standard procedures must still be observed. Inspections also come at a cost. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Do you have money? The girl remained silent, merely retrieving a thick stack of bills from her pocket and laying it gently on the table. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. That hefty wad must have amounted to at least 20,000. His smile turned genuine instantly. Customers are akin to deities. A little arrogance is entirely understandable. Next, I'll need your cooperation to transform into racing mode. Is that agreeable? Queen tilted her head, confusion evident in her crimson eyes. It was her first time hearing that diagnosing an issue required transforming into racing mode. Wasn't it customary for diagnostic tools to scan the machine girl and generate a modification plan based on the system's evaluation? However, she recalled that this place lacked the fully mechanized modification capabilities of headquarters. Thus, she began to unbutton her skirt. Hey, what are you doing? Su Chen exclaimed, quickly trying to halt her. Undressing. Queen replied, her expression as flat as if she were merely commenting on the weather. Transforming into racing mode doesn't require undressing, right? This isn't a car cover. Queen continued her actions without pause. Her gaze unwavering. Transforming directly will cause damage. All right. Su Chen sighed in exasperation, quickly retreating from the room. I'll step outside. Just call me when you're ready. You humans have so many rules, Queen remarked with a click of her tongue. As Su Chen was about to close the door, he was so irritated that he swung it open again, muttering, Isn't this basic etiquette between genders? Don't you understand? I've never been naked in front of humans. Queen raised her smooth chin slightly, a hint of derision in her crimson eyes. Your attempts to avoid suspicion are laughable. Are you afraid of developing any desires towards me? She paused, her tone dripping with disdain. The self-control of carbon-based life forms is indeed worrisome. I shall maintain my distance from now on. Su Chen felt it was impossible to continue talking. He slammed the door shut and turned to the restroom to splash some cold water on his face. When he returned to the bedroom door, Queen had completed her transformation. May I enter? Yes. Su Chen pushed the door open, and what greeted his eyes was a strikingly extravagant black sports car. The shape of the vehicle was reminiscent of the Apollo Evio supercar from a past life. Yet the lines were far more aggressive. The front design was more menacing than the original, with sharp angles resembling a drawn blade, each line pulsating with latent explosive energy. Most striking were the headlights, which were not the signature fork design of the Apollo Evio, but rather sharp triangles akin to the Apollo I. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes glowed with a bewitching blood-red light, casting two fierce beams in the dimly lit room. Merely standing there, the car emanated an indescribable aura of oppression and lethal intent. It felt less like a vehicle and more like a ferocious beast lying in wait. Stunning. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Master, this Sister S car body is magnificent. Star Dream's astonished voice chimed in from the side, revealing that she had completed her upgrade. Upon examining his own Machine Girl S panel, Su Chen discovered that Star Dream had attained C-level status. After upgrading to C-class, every attribute experienced a slight enhancement, now standing at speed, 44, cornering, 62, stability, 46, burst, 34, endurance, 52. Upon glancing at the modification core section, Su Chen was astonished to discover the absence of the modification core. Xingming, where is your black silk Great Thunder number 2 modification core? With her cat ears and fluffy hair perked up, Xingming shook her head in bewilderment. I don't know, meow. Su Chen was taken aback. Though Xingming was currently without a modification core installed, her attributes remained unaffected. Could this possibly be one of the advantages he possessed upon arriving in this world? That would be remarkable. He could almost envision himself reaching the pinnacle as a world-class racer, surrounded by machine girls, basking in the glory of success. When a machine girl levels up, her existing modification cores are automatically merged and solidified. Queen's icy voice pierced through Su Chen's daydream like a bucket of cold water. So that's how it is, Su Chen sighed, slapping his thigh in realization. I miscalculated. I should have crafted a superior modification core for Xingming before her upgrade. It seemed futile. The window of the sleek black sports car lowered, revealing Queen's fair visage. From D to C class, only white quality cores can be solidified. Even if you provided her with something better, it wouldn't solidify. She mercilessly added. Moreover, such white cores offer very limited enhancement to machine girls. Potentially even less than a Starshine Holy Mark. Starshine Holy Mark. Su Chen recalled that Queen possessed one, known as the 3-piece set of Frenzied Hunt and the 1-piece set of Eternal Heart. He also noted that after Xingming's upgrade to C class, she had unlocked a Holy Mark slot. Previously, the Holy Mark position on the attribute panel was gray, but it had now brightened, albeit without any Holy Mark equipment. Aren't you going to inspect? Queen lazily leaned her half-bare arm against the car window, her delicate skin glimmering softly under the light. Strands of long hair cascaded over her shoulders, partially obscuring her subtly visible collarbone. With her chin resting gently on her arm, she pressed her exquisite cheek into an unexpectedly adorable curve, yet her crimson eyes revealed unmistakable impatience. It's quite late. After a brief pause, she remarked expressionlessly, or are you the type who deliberately keeps women overnight, attempting something lewd? Tisk, how absurd. Su Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him. I am not that kind of person. I will check right away. He hoisted Queen with a jack, hoping to catch a glimpse of alarm on her face. However, he was met with failure. Queen maintained her indifferent demeanor and even seemed intrigued by the jack, commenting, an old-fashioned car repair tool? How interesting. Left with no recourse, Su Chen crawled beneath the chassis to inspect. Queen's vehicle presented no issues. The modifications were in place, and the components appeared as pristine as if freshly manufactured. Yet she was a machine girl, not merely a machine, but a wondrous being. Being a living entity necessitated consideration of the psychological and spiritual impacts on her physical form. What was your class when you first came into existence as a machine girl? He inquired as he examined her. B class. Queen replied succinctly. She had solidified her core 3 times from B to SS. Perhaps these transformations had given rise to her current peculiar attributes. Su Chen sensed that this was indeed the crux of the matter. Do you remember when you became unable to start? I do not recall. Queen furrowed her brow. It seems a portion of my memory is missing. When I became aware of my existence, I was already a malfunctioning machine girl. My headquarters is striving to repair me, as the daughter of the chairman requires me to be modified into a machine girl suitable for her driving, yet they have not succeeded thus far. Since I have already attained SS class, they have invested substantial resources and effort into me, hence they have not yet given up. As their conversation progressed, Su Chen noticed Queen's resonance was gradually increasing. He began to perceive more information within her panel. Resonance. 20. Evaluation. A ruler who should dominate the racetrack with absolute speed is now lost in an incongruous cornering, discovering her wings gradually being clipped. As she relinquished her struggle, her soul sank into the depths of darkness. What stands before you is merely a beautifully crafted empty city, adorned with a magnificent exterior while its interior has long withered into ash. After reading Queen's information, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, gaining a clearer understanding. In essence, as a sentient being with emotions, it was entirely plausible for a machine girl to suffer from trauma-induced autism under certain conditions. Was it not so? Chapter 23. A steadfast stare. I have a general understanding of your situation. Su Chen lowered the jack, pondering for a moment before addressing Queen. Your modification direction is flawed. For instance, your current Turbine Emperor 3 core is an excellent purple core, but its primary enhancements lie in cornering and stability. You should specialize in speed and burst. Queen blinked, her crimson eyes momentarily flickering with a glimmer. Can it be changed? It cannot. Su Chen shook his head. What level is my modification shop? We cannot procure such high-grade materials, and even if I were to replace your modification core, it would be meaningless. From B to SS, you have already undergone 3 core solidifications. Unless we can reverse the previous 3 core solidifications. He paused. Simply put, we would need to revert you from SS back to B, starting anew. Each progression should involve cores that enhance speed and burst. Queen lowered her eyelashes. Her thin lips pressed together. After a moment, she turned her head. Do you have any suggestions? Her tone was indifferent, yet it could not conceal a hint of disappointment. Suggestions. Su Chen pondered. Replace it with a module that increases burst and speed. The Turbine Emperor 3 is genuinely unsuitable for you. It is evident that the person who installed your modification core aimed to make you a flawless hexagonal warrior, but that is simply unfeasible. He turned around to wipe his hands with a cloth and continued. The higher the speed and burst, the more challenging the vehicle becomes to control. To master control, one must sacrifice speed. To achieve maximum velocity, the driver must compensate for the instability in cornering with skill. Who is your driver? He did not look back, advising her not to continually pursue cornering stability. As a driver, how can one lack a spirit of adventure? Do you understand what speed and passion mean? Without speed, where's the passion? The room fell into silence. Su Chen concentrated on wiping the tools on the workbench. Xing Ming curiously flitted between Queen and Su Chen, her cat ears twitching like little radars, while her tail swayed restlessly. If only she could think like you, she murmured after a while. What did you say? Su Chen turned his head, holding a wrench. Yet he found Queen had already reverted to her human form. The dim yellow light in the room painted her with the hues of a setting sun. Her shoulder blades resembled folded wings, elegant and exquisite. The lines of her spine flowed smoothly down to her slender waist, further defining the perfect curvature of her form. Her alabaster skin almost glowed in the dimness, akin to fine pearls. Queen's exquisite beauty and perfection seemed incongruous with the dilapidated workshop, like a vibrant stroke of color in a black and white painting. Su Chen, having encountered numerous women in his past life, found himself momentarily breathless. Had enough of staring? Queen did not turn around, her cool voice laced with just the right amount of sarcasm. Your heart rate has increased. You truly are a pervert with indecent thoughts about machine girls. Instinctively, Su Chen averted his gaze, but then he reconsidered. This was his domain, and Queen was the one who chose not to hide. Why should he shy away? Look, I will stare. He fixed his gaze upon her. I am merely observing your starshine holy mark, Su Chen asserted defiantly, focusing on the mysterious silver patterns resembling shark gills, which he presumed to be the starshine holy mark. Oh, Queen calmly stated as she leisurely donned her dress, black stockings, and high heels. Humanity has always excelled at finding excuses for its actions. She fastened her clothing and turned, her fair chin slightly raised, her crimson eyes gazing at Su Chen like an elegant swan scrutinizing the visitors on the shore. I shall consider your suggestion, she remarked as she walked towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she paused momentarily, retrieving a stack of currency and placing it on the cluttered table by the door. Before Su Chen could react, she pushed the door open and departed, leaving behind a fleeting remark that echoed in the corridor. Perhaps it's time to renovate the shop. It resembles a doghouse. The door closed, and the workshop fell into silence, save for the lingering, almost imperceptible fragrance still wafting through the air. What a character, Su Chen thought, surveying the peeling ceiling of his desolate, post-apocalyptic-styled shop, the incandescent lights flickering erratically. Yet, this did not diminish his disdainful assessment of Queen. A mountain need not be high. If it harbors a spirit, it is divine. This humble abode may be lacking, but my virtue remains fragrant. What does she understand of such matters? Meow? Master, what do your words mean? Star Dream approached, her cat ears perked with curiosity. The scent of her body wash mixed with a distinct caramel aroma, swiftly dispelling the lingering essence left by Queen. It means that good steel should be put to proper use. Su Chen counted the 3 stacks of bills that Queen had left behind, 40,000 currency units, complemented by the prize money, totaling 70,000. The quarterly rent for the shop was 8,000. This amount sufficed to cover 2 years' rent. However, he had no intention of doing so. He would reserve 8,000 for the rent and utilize the remainder to upgrade Star Dream. Here, Star Dream, this is for you. Su Chen handed her 50 bills, a total of 5,000 currency units. You've worked hard in the underground races of Benzo. This is your pocket money. Spend it on whatever you desire. Star Dream stared blankly at the money in her hands, her tail momentarily still. Master, you don't need to give me money. Take it. Buy whatever flavor of nutrient solution you fancy, he replied, exuding generosity now that he had funds at his disposal. However, Star Dream bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. Can someone like me really have pocket money? Why not? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. We share a bond through a contract. What's wrong with me giving you a little spending money? Besides, you're now a Class C mech girl, capable of holding your own among the newcomers. Star Dream chuckled at his words, puffing out her cheeks. Master, I'm not a giant crab. Her eyes twinkled as she accepted the 5,000 currency units, rubbing her hands together with a glimmer of delight. Hee, I'm striking it rich. Her tail swished excitedly. Master, shall we go shopping together later? Sure, Su Chen nodded. This world boasted shopping centers exclusively for mech girls and their drivers, accessible only to those possessing a mech driver's license. He intended to procure materials for upgrading the core modifications. Perhaps he would find what he needed in the shopping center. Star Dream already had a slot for the Starshine Holy Mark, yet he had not yet explored the information and pricing concerning it. Should the price be suitable, he would select another Starshine Holy Mark for her. With the city championship approaching, maximizing Star Dream's performance was imperative. This competition was an open event, officially sanctioned and authoritative. Competitors would either be the best among street racers or professional drivers from clubs. Both he and Star Dream struggled in the underground races of Benzo. The city championship would undoubtedly pose a more formidable challenge. Chapter 24. The Canary at the Headquarters of Knight's Voice. A crystal chandelier cast a cold light upon the Italian leather sofas, exuding an air of opulence. The entire hall resembled a meticulously polished diamond, perfect yet devoid of warmth. Queen, where have you been? We've been searching for you all this time. None of your business. Queen rolled her eyes at the middle-aged woman. She now possessed a month of absolute freedom, free to go wherever she pleased without needing to report to the suited woman. I was merely concerned for your well-being. The middle-aged woman bore no anger. Instead, she smiled amiably. As long as Queen returned, even if it meant receiving a scolding, it was acceptable. Yet, she understood that Queen was not so crude. This delicate mech girl was adept at sarcasm. Queen settled onto the sofa, her soft figure sinking into the plush backrest. Languid like a napping cat, she glanced at the middle-aged woman and stated coolly, Jessica, what is the plan for my modifications? Bring it to me. Jessica's eyes brightened at her words. Certainly, I will fetch it right away. After a moment, she returned with a document in hand, presenting it to Queen. Queen flipped through the pages briefly, her brows furrowing deeply. The headquarters was developing a Turbo Monarch modification core, similarly aimed at enhancing cornering and stability, intending to replace her current Turbo Monarch. Additionally, they planned to swap her Starshine Holy Mark, removing the original 3-piece set of Eternal Heart fragments and replacing it with the 2-piece set of Round Table Knights and Angel's Heart. The latter combination leaned more towards comprehensive enhancement, unlike the former, which concentrated on acceleration and explosive power. Theoretically, both the Turbo Monarch and the 2-piece set should outperform her current modifications, yet Queen felt an unsettling discomfort. A voice within her whispered that these seemingly excellent modifications were not what she desired. What she craved was speed, an extreme burst of power, rather than a mere jack of all trades. What do you think, Queen? Jessica asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. This is a tailor-made modification plan from headquarters. It will surely restore you completely. Not quite. Queen shook her head. The modification core should focus on enhancing speed and explosive power. Submit my application. Jessica's expression changed slightly. Queen, that may not be possible. Why not? Queen narrowed her crimson eyes, sensing the air grow colder. The modification plan provided by headquarters is designed to comprehensively enhance your performance. Otherwise, you will not qualify to be the mech girl of the lady. She is now an S-class driver, and her expectations for mech girls are that they must excel in every aspect. If you cannot meet these requirements, you will not be able to appear on the racetrack. Being unable to compete is a rather harsh punishment for a mech girl. Queen could no longer recall how she had ended up in Knight's Voice. However, it was the largest and most renowned club in Guangdong province, and most mech girls would not refuse such an opportunity. What mech girl wouldn't wish to follow a capable driver in the future? Furthermore, the headquarters of Knight's Voice boasted numerous skilled drivers. You will restore me, won't you? Queen emerged from her confusion, her gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged woman. Of course, Jessica nodded. Every modification plan created for you by headquarters is aimed at restoring you to operational status. Modification specialists have determined that your inability to start stems from your core's inability to support your current performance. Thus, we must continue to enhance your stability and endurance. Queen remained silent for a moment. She genuinely felt that her stability and endurance were already sufficient. Her inability to start was certainly not an issue of stability or endurance. Yet, expressing such sentiments would be futile. Those modification specialists cared only for data. Very well, she replied coolly, I understand. Do you agree to the new modification plan? Jessica asked, her surprise evident. Queen gazed at the middle-aged woman before her, her eyes filled with impatience. Knight's Voice dismissed her opinions, yet insisted on formally soliciting her consent. As if she were particularly fond of these modification plans, what difference did it make if she disagreed? She could not start, and ultimately, she would be imprisoned here. Like a caged bird. I agree, her voice was devoid of emotion. But I wish to arrange everything myself for this month. Absolutely no problem. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you agree, persuading this lady will secure her reward. I want tickets for the city championship. Queen extended a finger, casually stating, I will arrange the best VIP seats for you. Jessica eagerly agreed. Change the wallpaper in the bedroom to pink. Purchase a game console. And don't forget the giant panda plush toy. Excellent. I will have someone take care of it immediately. Jessica noted Queen's requests on her phone. Are there any other requests? None, Queen replied, closing her eyes and sinking deeper into the sofa. She had initially considered asking Jessica to look into the profiles of Su Chen and Xing Ming, but quickly reconsidered, realizing that it might cause them unnecessary trouble. Her curiosity about Su Chen stemmed from the fact that it was quite rare for someone to be both a modifier and a driver. However, the suggestions Su Chen had previously made had led her to believe that he understood her needs far better than the modification team at the headquarters of Knight's Voice. She was intrigued to see how far he and Xing Ming could go, pondering whether the seagull in a storm could indeed thrive better than the canary. As Su Chen's mechanical companion, Xing Ming would naturally reside in the modification shop. Su Chen had prepared a room specifically for Xing Ming. He had anticipated that she, being a girl, would have a plethora of belongings, yet she arrived with only a small cat-shaped piggy bank and a mat adorned with cat patterns. Frustrated, Su Chen insisted that Xing Ming sleep in his bed, and of course, he would join her. The sofa? It was outside, and how cold it would be at night. Sleeping on the floor was out of the question. He was neither that gentlemanly nor willing to suffer discomfort. Besides, the bed was large enough to accommodate both without any impropriety, with one at the head and the other at the foot, and he had no intentions beyond that. This arrangement was merely temporary. The following morning, Su Chen led Xing Ming to the Grand Marketplace. Welcome to Star God Hull Purchase. This large marketplace was specially designed for drivers and their mechanical companions, where almost every resource required could be found, provided one had the financial means. Additionally, some rare resources were available only through barter. The structure was a striking semi-spherical building, reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House. Crafted from an unknown material that appeared to be glass, yet did not reflect the glaring sunlight. Instead, the light here was soft, and the temperature was just right. At the entrance, a logistics mechanical companion welcomed them, her thighs impeccably white. Su Chen found himself curiously contemplating whether such thick boots would be comfortable in the sweltering heat. Surely, a mechanical companion wouldn't suffer from athlete's foot. After all, he hadn't detected any unpleasant odors from Xing Ming. After presenting their mechanical companion driver's license, Su Chen and Xing Ming entered the marketplace. Immediately before them was a display of new nutritional liquids for mechanical companions. The array of flavors, pearl milk tea, cherry blossom wine, cappuccino, was dazzling, leaving them momentarily awestruck. Dear customer, would you like to try our new flavors? These unique options may enhance the synchronization between you and your mechanical companion. A logistics mechanical companion dressed in a maid outfit approached with a sweet and inviting smile, holding a canister of nutritional liquid with a plum and bitter melon flavor. To be honest, Su Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sight of that flavor. The sourness of plum was overwhelming, and the bitterness of bitter melon was undeniable. A combination of both? Was this a joke? Surely, if they couldn't develop a new flavor, they shouldn't feel compelled to do so. Would any mechanical companion genuinely desire to consume ginger, garlic, durian, or chili flavors? The plum and bitter melon concoction was no different. He shook his head, preparing to lead Xing Ming away, but noticed that she was staring longingly at the canister, her little pink tongue subtly licking her lips. It seemed she was quite eager to try it. The thought crossed Su Chen's mind. Nutritional liquids served as the most fundamental energy resource for mechanical companions, and their prices were not exorbitant. Common fruit flavors hovered around 500 yuan, while rarer varieties could reach 800 to 1,000 yuan, with unsold items often discounted. The plum and bitter melon flavor clearly fell into the average category, and with the introductory discount, its price was set at 400 yuan. Would you like to try it? Su Chen asked Xing Ming. Xing Ming abruptly withdrew her gaze, shaking her little head vigorously. No, it's not necessary. My energy is still full. I don't need to replenish with nutritional liquid. She recalled her first visit to Hull Purchase with Wang Tingting, where they encountered the same display and new products. She had merely glanced at it before Wang Tingting pulled her away. What are you looking at? Do you want to try it? Do you think you can afford it? 400 yuan is no small sum. Just drink that discounted ginger and chili flavor. It's only for energy, so the taste doesn't matter. Wang Tingting's harsh words echoed in her mind, prompting her immediate refusal. But it seems you really want to drink it, Su Chen remarked to the logistics mechanical companion. I'll take one of those, and also a cappuccino flavor. They both seem to be new. Certainly, sir. You are truly kind to your mechanical companion. The logistics mechanical companion beamed. She could tell that Xing Ming's energy levels were abundant, yet the driver still chose to spend money, even if it was just for her to sample flavors. This could indicate one of two things. Either this driver was affluent, or he was exceptionally indulgent toward his mechanical companion. Before Xing Ming could comprehend what was happening, she found 2 bottles of nutritional liquid in her hands. One was in a red and green package adorned with plum and bitter melon motifs. The other was coffee-colored and labeled cappuccino. Master, please don't spend money frivolously. Earning it is not easy. You should return it, she murmured softly, ears drooping as she contemplated putting the nutritional liquids back, only to be stopped by Su Chen. Who is the master here, you or I? He placed a hand on Xingming's fluffy little head, feigning a stern demeanor. Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs? And no, I wouldn't dare. Xingming shrunk back, her ears flattening against her head. Then drink up. Xingming obediently sampled both nutritional liquids, taking small sips, her cheeks puffing out like a greedy little hamster. How is it? Tasty? Delicious, she exclaimed, licking her lips, her large eyes crescenting into joyful crescents, her tail swaying gently behind her. Which one do you prefer? Xingming tilted her head thoughtfully, her cat ears twitching. I prefer the plum and bitter melon flavor. This response surprised Su Chen. Could there be something special about the plum and bitter melon? Why? After a brief pause, Xingming gazed earnestly at Su Chen. It's like meeting my master. She seemed unaccustomed to expressing such sentiments, and as soon as she finished speaking, a soft blush crept onto her cheeks, tinting the tips of her ears a delicate pink. What? Are you saying I am both bitter and sour? Su Chen rolled his eyes. He was aware of the sourness of plum and bitterness of bitter melon, yet he was oblivious to the sweetness that lingered afterward, which for Xingming represented a taste of happiness. Xingming chuckled without further explanation, gently tugging at Su Chen's clothing as she hopped alongside him, humming a cheerful tune that was devoid of meaning. The Star God Huil Purchase Marketplace was quite expansive, spanning 6 floors, comparable to the Varda scrape from his previous life. Car covers, modification essentials, nutritional liquids, event tickets, and various gear dominated the offerings. Despite the myriad temptations surrounding him, Su Chen remained focused on his 2 objectives, the Starshine Holy Mark and modification materials. Master, Xingming suddenly halted in front of a store selling car covers and racing suits, tugging at Su Chen's sleeve and blinking her big eyes. Can we go in and have a look? Su Chen glanced at the store, which appeared to be similar to clothing boutiques from his past life. It seemed that even as a fantastical being, a mechanical companion still possessed the heart of a girl, and girls were universally drawn to beauty. He immediately nodded, urging, Go on, go on. We will gather over there later, as Su Chen surveyed the surroundings, pointing to the statue at the center of the Hui Lugo Plaza. All right. Meow, he heard as he watched Xingming enter the store, while he headed towards the shop selling Starshine Stigmata. Inside the clothing store, numerous mech girls were selecting their car outfits accompanied by their drivers. The car outfit serves as the mech girl's attire, a form of regenerative equipment. Without a car outfit, a mech girl's regeneration garment is merely the birthday suit from her creation, influenced by the modification core, if applicable. For instance, if the modification core adds a black lip to the mech girl, it may manifest as additional black fabric at the chest area of the skirt when in mech form. Xingming glanced at the display case of car outfits, but without hesitation turned towards the racing suits. The racing suit is a professional uniform worn by drivers during competitions, incorporating various advanced technologies like thermal insulation, warmth, one-click wear, and one-click removal. Some multifunctional racing suits from major brands even exceed the price of mech girls' car outfits. Standing before the racing suit display, Xingming's small hands delicately brushed over each suit. The array of racing suits dazzled her, yet she remained clear about her objective. Last night during the race, Su Chen wore an old cycling outfit. That was hardly a legitimate racing suit, and she wanted to buy him a good one. It needed to be functional, fitted, and visually appealing. She murmured softly, her ears twitching slightly. It can't be too expensive. I can't afford that. But it also can't be too cheap, meow. She darted to a corner, smashing open her little cat piggy bank to count her savings. Part of it was her little treasure accumulated while following Wang Tingting, with the bulk being the pocket money Su Chen had given her last night, totaling 5,200 yuan. The extra 200 yuan was practically all given by Wang Tingting for her nutritional liquid, sparing a bit compared to the discounted odd-flavored version. And it was saved by opting for a cheaper watered-down variant. 5,200 yuan should suffice for a medium-quality racing suit, meow. Xingming flitted back and forth in front of the display, meticulously examining each racing suit's tags and functionality, occasionally nodding or shaking her head, her tail swaying gently in contemplation. This one has good thermal properties, but lacks the one-click or feature, meow. This one looks very cool, but the price is too steep. Meow. This one is pitch black. Not quite in line with Master S temperament. Finally, a silver-white racing suit with blue patterns caught her eye. Xingming's eyes sparkled as she took it down for a closer inspection. This one would suit Master perfectly, she mused, caressing the fabric. It boasted medium thermal insulation, one click where functionality, and a basic protective layer, all while looking quite dashing, meow, matching the color of Xing Meng's original car outfit. She glanced at the price tag, 5,099 yuan, nearly all her savings. Accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, Xing Meng hesitated for a moment, but soon resolutely nodded. It's all right. Meow. Master treats me so well. This is the first time Xing Meng can buy something from Master, and it must be the best fit for him. The mech girl's eyes were akin to precise measuring instruments. Without difficulty, she found the perfect size for Su Chen, then dashed to the checkout holding the racing suit. I want this racing suit, meow. Checking out, meow. The cashier mech girl smiled and nodded. You have a keen eye? This item is in limited supply and is a hot seller, totaling 5,099 yuan. After paying, Xing Meng received the neatly packaged racing suit, unable to contain her excitement. Yes. Meow. This is for my driver. She chirped, her fluffy cat ears twitching. Master treats me well, so I should treat him even better. This is my first gift from Master. Meanwhile, Su Chen entered a shop dedicated to selling Starshine stigmata. He thought he had a bit of money now, but was taken aback by the prices of the Starshine stigmata. Much like modification cores, Starshine stigmata are classified into 7 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, platinum, and diamond. The cheapest, white Starshine stigmata, generally ranged from 20,000 to 50,000 yuan. Complete sets were even more expensive, doubling the price of 2 white Starshine stigmata. Who the hell can afford that? As he was about to leave, a cashier mech girl approached him with enthusiasm. She assessed Su Chen's attire and smirked. I can tell this is your first time purchasing Starshine stigmata. Perhaps you're not familiar with what suits your mech girl. Today, we happen to have a promotion. Why not let me explain while you consider participating in our store's promotional event? Oh, Su Chen squinted. Explanation? Promotional event? Is she trying to brainwash me? He had been through many battles within tour groups. He decided to stay put, finding a chair to sit. Casting a sideways glance at the cashier mech girl. What are you dawdling for? Give me a glass of water. Chapter 26, Exploding Fish Dogs. The cashier mech girl brought Su Chen a glass of cola. He took a sip and glanced around. The shop was quite large, with many cashier mech girls, mostly engaged in a one-on-one service model. It was evident that this particular cashier had set her sights on him. Do you know how Starshine stigmata are formed? She inquired. Su Chen shook his head. The cashier pondered for a moment before explaining. Many years ago, the Star God world faced multiple invasions from extraterrestrial beings. To ensure our safety, the Star Gods created several nebulous secret realms. Within these realms, various historical crisis events are reenacted, where drivers and mech girls take on specific roles. Successfully overcoming these nebulous secret realms earns one the Star God's blessing, which is the Starshine stigmata. It sounds like a special materials dungeon? Su Chen mused. Dungeon? What is that? The cashier tilted her head. Nothing. Su Chen waved his hand. So what about those extraterrestrial beings? Are they still invading the Star God world? Not anymore. They have been completely eradicated by the Star Gods. That was good news, and Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although this world clearly had a low martial level, as long as there were no wars of any sort, that was sufficient. I am quite interested in the Star Gods, Su Chen remarked. However, as a newly appointed driver for a mech girl, my understanding is superficial. Could you elaborate? Of course, the cashier nodded. The Star God is not a single entity, but rather 4 individuals, specifically 1 driver and 3 mech girls. If one must specify, the Star God typically refers to one particular mech girl, named Starry. To this day, her grace continues to envelop the entire Star God world, and all systematic driving techniques in the Star God world were bequeathed by the Star Goddess driver. To put it bluntly, without these 4 Star Gods, the current Star God world would not exist, as all mech girls are birthed from the sea of Star Gods. Su Chen understood immediately. These 4 were akin to creators, whether they were the original gods or those who came to power later. So, are these 4 still present in the Star God world? He inquired. They are not. The cashier's expression turned reverent, her hands clasped in prayer as she spoke softly. Do you know why no enemies have dared to invade the Star God world since then? It is because the Star Gods are traversing the endless universe, sacrificing themselves, perhaps never to return home, yet vanquishing all enemies of the Star God world and protecting it behind them. That is indeed noble. Su Chen harbors a disdain for extreme heroism. Yet he finds an exception in the 4 celestial beings who sacrifice themselves for a greater cause. The notion that there is no peaceful existence, rather, it is borne by those who carry the weight, continues to grow in significance. Therefore, the logistics android's eyes sparkled as she leaned excitedly towards Su Chen, exclaiming, Purchasing the Starshine Sacred Marks is a way to support the endeavors of the celestial beings. Our shop is currently running a promotional event. I know you may be short on funds, but participating in the blind box draw doesn't require much. If you win the grand prize, it would be a tremendous gain. Su Chen instinctively recoiled, feeling uncomfortable with the android's proximity. The boundaries of decorum between the sexes are essential, especially when she lacks the charm of Star Dream. Do not heed her boast. A flippant voice interjected nearby. The true support for the celestial beings comes from actively engaging in the Nebula's secret realm and collecting Omega Raw or the Starshine Sacred Marks are merely supplementary rewards. Who dares to disrupt my business? As the words fell, Su Chen witnessed the previously gentle logistics android undergo a startling transformation, morphing from a petite figure of 1.6 meters into a towering, muscular figure of 1.9 meters, her expression fierce. Her menacing gaze, like a knife, swept towards the source of the voice. But upon recognizing the individual, her fury shifted to derision. Oh, it's none other than the infamous Yu Ming. Back for another blind box draw? Don't sour grapes over the prize you didn't win, especially since not every driver is fortunate like you. Having spent over 300,000 credits without obtaining a single Starshine Sacred Mark, Yu Ming's expression darkened as he stood before the capsule machine, while the nearby android, chasing shadow, stifled a laugh. Silence, Yu Ming retorted, pointing at the logistics android. Regardless, I've spent 300,000 credits here today. Even if I win nothing, I am still a deity. Do you comprehend? Oh, not quite. The logistics android returned to her original petite form, her attire mending itself as she leisurely filed her nails. What of 300,000 credits? Guests who have not spent here are deities, while those who have are mere subordinates. This was a candid truth. For that wretched capsule machine dissuaded anyone from attempting a second play. Yu Ming realized he had let his emotions get the better of him. I shall file a complaint against you. The complaint hotline is 825-111. I can assist you with that. The logistics android remained unfazed. Yu Ming grimaced, inhaled deeply, and ultimately chose not to confront her further. The logistics android, evidently aware that the transaction was lost, abandoned Su Chen and departed with a demeanor as cold as ice. Yu Ming approached with chasing shadow, who sported a black jacket and greeted with a slight smile. Good to see you again, Black Horse. Su Chen scrutinized Yu Ming for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. Who are you? Yu Ming's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in the air. Chasing shadow stifled a laugh, revealing that Su Chen, the chief racer and modification expert, suffered from prosopagnosia. If someone was not frequently in his presence, he would forget them by the following day. Oh, I remember you now. You are from the Northern Wolf Racing team. With Yu Ming's hint, Su Chen suddenly recalled the fish fryer. Yu Ming sighed. I never intended to fry fish. That was merely my assignment. I allowed you a full 40 seconds, yet the first place was still claimed by me and Chasing Shadow. What could I do? Su Chen glanced at Chasing Shadow, who presented an array of attributes, remarkably splendid, yet still lacking compared to Queen. You drive a B-class car, don't you? Yu Ming shrugged, and what of it? I still granted you 40 seconds. But you drive a B-class car. The performance of the android is secondary. It is primarily about skill. Do you understand? You drive a B-class car. Must you dwell on this point? Su Chen retorted. Yu Ming, B, Su Chen Yu Ming, fish fryer. Yu Ming realized the conversation was going nowhere. He noticed Su Chen's impressive skills and wished to befriend him, believing that as fellow racers, they might share a mutual appreciation. However, the conversation proved futile. Despite being a professional driver, he chose not to hold a grudge against a rogue racer. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ming forced a smile. My friend, your android should have reached C-class by now, right? C-class has a sacred mark slot. You must be here to purchase a slot. I have a capsule coin left. Let me gift it to you. Su Chen's eyes brightened at the sight of the capsule coin. A kind-hearted gesture. Having learned that a single capsule coin costs 2,000 credits, he inquired, why don't you use it yourself? Yu Ming handed the capsule coin to Su Chen, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. I've already spent 300,000 credits. I fear that if I gamble again, I might just end up with another thank you for participating. So take it. Let this end here. Su Chen accepted the capsule coin, regarding Yu Ming thoughtfully. If I draw something valuable, you 1T ask for it back, will you? Rest assured, I 1T, Yu Ming chuckled softly, regardless. I am still a member of Northern Wolf T2. I must maintain some dignity. Furthermore, the item I gift you is yours, and no one can contest that. Besides, this capsule event is a trap. I truly doubt you will draw anything worthwhile. Then it is settled. Su Chen nodded in agreement, turning towards the capsule machine. The capsule machine featured 10 compartments, each corresponding to a coin slot. Each compartment contained 30 capsules, significantly complicating the draw. as one could not discern where the prizes lay. However, just moments ago, when activating the Eye of God to observe Chasing Shadows attributes, Su Chen noticed faint letters floating above each compartment, initially mistaking them for insects. He drew closer to discover they indicated the prize status of each compartment. Thus, he could clearly see which compartments held rewards and which did not. Su Chen blinked, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. Chapter 27. Emperor Engine. Su Chen had originally believed that the Eye of God only served to assess the performance of androids. Now, he surmised that the eye also has the power to perceive illusions. Yet, a pressing question arose. If seeing through clothing is a form of unveiling illusions, why does Snow White not reveal herself to him? Could it be that this world also possesses the power of the divine river? Regaining his composure, Su Chen strolled past the 10 capsule machine compartments, ultimately halting in front of the second-to-last one. Yu Ming's comments about the capsule event being a scam were indeed justified. Among the 10 compartments, only one contained the Starshine Sacred Mark reward. While a draw was guaranteed, 99% of the rewards consisted of high-energy nutrient liquid, with the occasional ordinary vehicle attire or racing suit of slightly more value. However, this establishment did not skimp on the prizes. Su Chen raised his gaze to the banner above the capsule machine. Anniversary Grand Promotion. The first 10 capsule coins at a 20% discount. Win a purple Starshine Sacred Mark reward, and let luck be your companion. Within the compartment before him lay a purple Starshine Sacred Mark, the ultimate draw of the promotional event. At that moment, drivers accompanied by their androids continued to draw from the blind boxes. With each box drawn, a new one would replenish above the compartment, ensuring that the odds of winning the purple Starshine Sacred Mark remained perpetually 1 in 300. Wasn't this a blatant scam? There wasn't even a safety net. Su Chen stood before the compartment, observing for a while. The capsule machine bore similarities to a claw machine. After inserting a coin, one could control a mechanical claw to retrieve the blind boxes. Fortunately, the establishment had not become excessively merciless, as based on what he had seen, the claw would indeed grasp the item and not release it unexpectedly upon lifting. Currently, the purple Sacred Mark lay beneath a few boxes. To acquire it, he must first clear the boxes above. With a strategy forming in his mind, Su Chen inserted a coin and began to operate the machine. Nearby, Yu Ming exhaled. Finally, the burden has been lifted. I shall never return to this store to draw blind boxes again. It is truly a scam. Zhu Ying let out a scoff. This was not the first time Yu Ming had expressed such sentiments. After each competition, it seemed as though he would perish if he did not partake in drawing blind boxes. Observing Su Chen's serious demeanor, she could not resist asking, Master, do you think Su Chen might draw something extraordinary on his first attempt? Yu Ming glanced at Su Chen and chuckled. How could that be possible? I spent 300,000 turning yuan and got absolutely nothing. If he were to draw something remarkable, I would drink all the nutrient solution I have. 300,000 turning yuan, all in nutrient solution, piled behind him like a mountain. As the two conversed, Su Chen had already produced the first blind box. Despite her words, Yu Ming could not help but tiptoe to take a look, only to see Su Chen unveil a bottle of fiery, spicy, chili-flavored nutrient solution. Ha! I told you so. Yu Ming wore a knowing smile. He assumed Su Chen would cease drawing after this. After all, given Su Chen's attire, he hardly appeared to be affluent. As a novice racer, one would expect him to save his money for upgrading core components rather than squander it. Yet, the very next moment, he saw Su Chen approach the exchange machine in exchange for 10 capsule tokens with a clatter. Wait, buddy. Yu Ming was taken aback and hurried over to dissuade Su Chen. Brother, earning money is no easy feat. This promotional event is a trap. Do not get carried away. Su Chen nodded. Don't worry, I won't get carried away. Yu Ming pursed his lips, pondering that Su Chen might simply wish to indulge in a 10-draw spree. That would still be acceptable. The loss would be within manageable limits. Su Chen returned to the second compartment, calmly drawing another 10 times. Without a doubt, it was all nutrient solution. Simultaneously, he noticed a peculiar issue. Every time he retrieved a blind box from the top, the machine would dispense a new one, effectively doubling the workload. The originally planned 10 draws proved insufficient. Thus, he turned to exchange for another 10 capsule tokens, only to find Yu Ming and Zhu Ying flanking the exchange machine, effectively blocking his way. No, don't get carried away, Yu Ming implored earnestly. Didn't you just say you wouldn't draw anymore? Listen to me, just stop. Su Chen approached the exchange machine, twisting left and right, with Yu Ming and Zhu Ying mirroring his movements, guarding it as fiercely as basketball stars. He was at a loss for words. This person meant well, but why was he meddling so much? Stop it, Yu Ming exclaimed, visibly distressed. Do not cling to this delusion. Dear customer, if the exchange machine is out of order, you may come to me for exchanges. The logistics attendant, who had previously left, suddenly appeared smiling, cradling a basket full of capsule tokens. Thank you. I commend your service quality. Su Chen gave a thumbs up in exchange for 20 capsule tokens. The attendant's smile widened. Performance. It's all about performance. Alas, he was truly entranced. Yuming covered his face and sighed. So, master, seeing him, you must understand how utterly frustrated I was just now. Zuying crossed her arms and glared at Yuming. 300,000 turning yuan. Although it pales in comparison to the modification fees I need. Those fees must be accumulated bit by bit. I understand, I truly do. In this moment, he empathized with Zuying's perspective and felt a surge of anger. Su Chen continued to draw, and with 20 tokens spent, a blind box containing a purple stigma finally surfaced at the top. Moreover, the newly added blind box landed beside it. This meant that with the final draw, he could obtain this purple stigma. He looked at the logistics attendant, who instantly understood and approached with the basket in both hands. Brother, are you still drawing? Yuming was genuinely upset, grabbing Su Chen's hand as he reached for his wallet. He too had once been a novice racer. Despite his current seeming wealth, he had endured long days of hardship. He knew that every penny was crucial in the initial stages, and wasting it on blind boxes was highly inadvisable. Think of your logistics attendant. Think of your future. You could use that money to elevate your attendant. He was unsure why Su Chen's attendant was not by his side, but he still tilted his head towards the door. Your attendant is still waiting for you. Hey, if you continue like this, I will have to throw you out. The logistics attendant placed her hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, Mr. Yuming, your actions are obstructing our work. I will have to call the enforcement team. Whether to consume is their freedom. What if they draw the grand prize? Yuming chuckled in frustration. You know well whether or not they can draw your grand prize. I've already spent 300,000. That's your misfortune. The logistics attendant retorted. Su Chen glanced between the attendant and Yuming. In truth, there was no real conflict, merely differing perspectives. Yuming thought his money was wasted, while the logistics attendant believed Su Chen's gambling mentality was justly punished. However, I will draw just one last time. Su Chen smiled gently, addressing both Yuming and the logistics attendant. What if the final draw yields a grand prize? Yuming offered a wry smile. Brother, well, do as you wish. Exactly. The logistics attendant clapped enthusiastically, showering him with praise. Sir, you clearly possess exceptional luck. Is that so? Su Chen smirked. If I draw the grand prize, you won't deduct your salary, will you? The logistics attendant's face momentarily stiffened. Then she shook her head. Of course not. That is your luck. It has nothing to do with me. All right. Su Chen nodded and inserted the capsule tokens. The mechanical arm, under his control, accurately grasped the blind box containing the purple stigma. The metallic claw did not malfunction as feared. With a thud, the blind box fell into the slot. Su Chen bent down to retrieve the blind box. Then, in front of both the logistics attendant and Yuming, opened it. Inside, a platinum paper enveloped a box, appearing similar in size to a nutrient solution container. Upon opening the box, a hazy purple light greeted his eyes, revealing a metallic piece resembling a computer memory stick, encased in a purple crystal shell, resting quietly at the center of the box. Starlight Stigma, Emperor Engine, Purple Crystal. Such information flashed in Su Chen's retina. Chapter 28. The gotcha band. The purple brilliance nearly enveloped the entire hall. All eyes were inevitably drawn towards him. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No way. Yuming's eyes widened in astonishment, pointing at the stigma in Su Chen's hand, struggling to find words. Wait, buddy, what potion did you take? Are you trying to scare me to death? Zuying beside him mirrored his expression, equally stunned. The logistics attendant was dumbfounded, her form seemingly petrified. Someone has drawn the grand prize. A voice rang out, and in an instant, all the drivers and attendants in the store rushed over. They all gazed at the purple stigma in Su Chen's hand with envious eyes, followed by a wave of jealousy. I spent 70 or 80,000 and didn't he win anything. How did he manage to draw it? Someone exclaimed in despair. I can't take it anymore. Why wasn't he at me? Another lamented. Brother, are you selling that purple stigma? The price is negotiable. Someone was already eyeing the stigma, moving closer to Su Chen. You want to buy? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He was aware that with the aid of the Eye of God, he could draw a prize with a 100% success rate. If this purple stigma could fetch a handsome price, he could use the money to draw again, and likely still have a substantial sum left for upgrades to Xingming. However, the attribute enhancement of this purple stigma was undeniably enticing. Su Chen gazed at the Starlight Stigma, Emperor Engine, Purple Crystal, with a speed attribute of 12 and could not help but marvel. Unlike modification cores, Stigmas did not carry negative enhancements. However, it seemed that individual stigmas only provided basic attribute enhancements. Only when in a complete set can one enjoy percentage bonuses and certain special effects. He was unaware of the unique effects of the 4-piece or even 5-piece Emperor Engine set, but they were undoubtedly not simple. Buy? I am willing to pay 1 million transfer dollars. The man noticed Su Chen's intention to sell and immediately beamed with joy. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 1 million transfer dollars. A substantial sum. However, he suspected the price would not stop there. He was contemplating what price to counter with when the driver in front of him was suddenly shoved aside. Damn it! Yuming angrily pointed at the driver. Do you think you can buy a purple holy mark for 1 million transfer dollars? Get lost. Hey, what do you mean? Whether he sells or not is none of your business. Ignoring the foul-mouthed driver, Yuming pulled Su Chen aside and said earnestly, Brother, listen to me. Do not sell. No matter who wants to buy it, do not sell it. Unless he can offer 7 to 8 million or more. Su Chen looked at Yuming and suddenly asked, Then, would you buy it? Yuming was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled bitterly. I can't afford it. Is this thing really that precious? Su Chen was somewhat confused. The purple holy mark only increases speed by 10 points. While it doesn't detract, he could easily craft a white modification core that adds 5 points to speed. At worst, he could use better materials to create a high-level modification core. No matter what, the enhancement from a purple or red modification core would surely surpass that of a single purple holy mark. Ah, brother, listen to me. A purple holy mark may seem inconspicuous, but once you have a complete set, it becomes formidable. Yuming pointed at the people around them and continued. Do you know why the Hualaj in Binzhou, a small city, is so popular? Many come for this holy mark. Countless people have come before us, gone bankrupt. But now you are the only one who has drawn it. Yet, Su Chen still didn't understand. No buts. Yuming pressed down on Su Chen's shoulder, gazing intently into his eyes. Do you know about the Nebula Secret Realm? Su Chen nodded. The logistics mech had already educated him about material dungeons. Yuming proceeded. If you enter the Nebula Secret Realm with a purple level holy mark, you will likely experience significant character arcs. Upon completing the Nebula Secret Realm, you will also likely receive similar holy marks. Thus, the purple holy mark is not merely about its high level, it is a key. A key that makes it easier for you to assemble a complete set of holy marks, while others must rely on luck. Su Chen suddenly understood. If that were the case, then he indeed could not sell it. Firstly, he was unaware of the specifics of the Nebula Secret Realm, but it was reasonable to assume that the probability of obtaining a purple holy mark was certainly low. After all, even the SS-class mech, Queen, with no background, was only equipped with a blue 3-piece set of Frenzy and a purple piece of Eternal Heart. In conclusion, the value of the purple holy mark must be exceedingly high, and it is a case of having a price, yet no market. If luck were to be unfavorable, one might never acquire a purple holy mark in a lifetime. Su Chen did not consider himself a particularly fortunate person. After all, why did that highway, so wide, have to collide with him in a fully insured semi-trailer? His driving skills were decent, yet he could not evade such a cumbersome vehicle. It felt like being pursued by a missile. Who could withstand that? I understand now. I won't sell it. Su Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for telling me so much. I'm relieved you can take it in, Yuming exhaled, smiling. Do you have a better impression of me now? Indeed, it has completely transcended. Oh, pray tell? You are a good person. Su Chen paused, a fish-frying dog. Yuming thought. Damn it, he regretted it. He should have let Su Chen sell the purple holy mark for 1 million. Sir, I apologize for the interruption. At that moment, the logistics mech approached with a forced smile. May I ask you to sell this purple holy mark to us? Rest assured, the price will surely satisfy you. Heavens! The logistics mech was on the verge of collapse. This purple holy mark was the owner's treasure. It was merely a gimmick to showcase, and he never thought anyone would actually draw it. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked seriously, then, if I don't sell, will you have your salary deducted? Yes. The smile on the logistics mech's face faltered slightly, her hands clasped together. Please grant me a chance. Su Chen squinted with a smile. Heh, then I won't sell. Are you certain? She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, glaring fiercely. Su Chen took a step back, cradling the purple holy mark. What did this logistics mech intend to do? Surely she wouldn't resort to violence? The thought of the mech's immense strength made Su Chen's heart race, yet he remained resolute. I am certain. Good. Excellent. The logistics mech took several deep breaths, suddenly pulling out a tablet from her skirt, snapping a photo of Su Chen, then frantically tapping away on the tablet. Su Chen, puzzled, asked, What are you doing? What am I doing? Hee. The corner of the logistics mech's mouth curled into a cold smile as she pointed at Su Chen. You're finished. She raised her chin. exuding an air of superiority akin to a queen announcing a death sentence. I have added you to the blacklist of all Hualaj gacha machines nationwide. From today onward, you will no longer be able to participate in gacha draws. Humph. Ha. Suffer. Wail. Tremble. Su Chen mused, a blessing in disguise. Not falling into a gambling addiction may be a good thing. As long as they don't forcibly reclaim his prize, it should be fine. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the crowd. A soft female voice was apologizing in a panic. Su Chen furrowed his brow. This voice seemed to belong to Xingming. Chapter 29. Focus on frying fish following the sound. Su Chen looked out of the store to see Xingming timidly apologizing to a boy in a racing suit. Her fluffy cat ears nervously pressed against her head and her tail anxiously tucked between her legs. Beside the boy stood a cold-faced mech, both of their expressions grim. Don't you have eyes? Can't you watch where you're going? The boy's tone was exceedingly harsh as he looked down at Xingming. Xingming opened her mouth to explain, but swallowed her words. Her cat ears drooped in disappointment. Her azure eyes fixed on her toes as she softly repeated, I'm sorry. She cautiously extended her hands, offering a brand new white box. A faint blue glow emanated from the seams of the box. It was evident that it contained the starry holy mark of blue quality. Humph. The boy snatched the box, sneering, at least you know your place. It's a good thing the starry holy mark is unbreakable, otherwise, you'd be waiting to go bankrupt. He glanced at her mech's performance and added, judging by your mech's capabilities, I can tell your driver is a pauper who can't afford to compensate. After speaking, the boy left with the mech, not committing any further acts of excess. Su Chen furrowed his brow, pushing through the crowd to reach Xingmin's side. What just happened? Mazda. Upon seeing Su Chen, Xingmin's expression of grievance was instantly replaced by a radiant smile. Her cat ears perked up excitedly, and her tail swayed joyfully. She then presented the racing suit she had been tightly clutching in her arms to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mazda, I waited for you at the statue for a long time, but I couldn't wait any longer, so I came to find you. Look, this is the racing suit I specifically picked out for you. Isn't it beautiful? It matches my racing outfit in color. Her voice had a playful tone, reminiscent of a kitten seeking praise. So you want to buy me a racing suit? Su Chen was taken aback. He had always thought Xingming was selecting a racing outfit for herself. The racing suit was indeed stunning, its fabric feeling far superior to the riding gear he wore. Evidently not a cheap item. It must have cost around 5,000. I have a profound affection for racing suits. Thank you. A gentle warmth stirred within Su Chen's heart as he smiled and affectionately patted Xingmin's little head. Hee. I'm glad you like it. Xingming squinted her eyes, happily rubbing against Su Chen's palm. Rather than acquiring a beautiful racing suit, she would much prefer to see Su Chen donning a more exquisite and comfortable racing attire, while also relishing in his compliments. Having waited for quite some time by the statue without sight of Su Chen, she nearly believed he had abandoned her. In a flurry, she scoured through the crowd, inadvertently causing a mishap. What just happened? Su Chen inquired once more. Meow, it's nothing. Xingming shook her head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she explained, it was my fault. There were too many people, and being a bit short, I accidentally bumped into someone while hurrying to find you, knocking their newly bought emblem off. Yet, she did not disclose the entire truth. Upon reaching the shop's entrance, she had already caught sight of Su Chen through the glass. Seeing him seemingly occupied, she patiently waited outside. It was the boy and the mech-girl who collided with her, turning the tables. However, the other party, adorned with an expensive emblem and a racing suit clearly marked with club insignia, appeared formidable. She wished to avoid any trouble for Su Chen. A hint of grievance lingered, but compared to the trials she faced beside Wang Tingting, it seemed trivial. She merely desired to protect the happiness she presently possessed. Is that so? Well then. Unaware of the backstory and swayed by Xingmin's words, Su Chen dismissed the two individuals from his mind. The bustling star god Huoligo was rife with collisions, and he had his own ways of comforting Xingming. You gifted me a present, so allow me to reciprocate. Su Chen smiled mysteriously, concealing his hands behind his back. Meow? Can I also have a gift? Xingmin's eyes sparkled, her little tail wagging incessantly. Is it something Master specifically got for me? Indeed. Observing her eager demeanor, Su Chen produced a purple emblem and presented it to her. In that instant, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd at the shop's entrance. Wow, a purple emblem. This mech-girl is incredibly lucky. Master, look at her driver. Is that the one who just won the grand prize from the gacha? Such extraordinary luck. Xingming was momentarily stunned, her azure eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the purple emblem radiating before her. Is this for me? Her voice trembled, as if struggling to accept the reality. Although she was unaware of its worth, She recalled how the previous blue emblem had been cherished by that boy, who treated it as a prized possession, even flinching at the thought of dropping it. The purple emblem, being superior to the blue one, was beyond her imagination. Previously, while alongside Wang Tingting, she had not dared to dream of possessing even a white quality modification core, let alone a purple emblem. Of course, it is for you. Su Chen smiled gently. Do you like it? I absolutely adore it. Xingmin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the value of the gift. But it's too precious. I cannot accept it. She hesitated, her small hand lingering in the air, torn between rejection and desire. If you don't want it, I might just persuade Su Chen to sell it to me. Hee. Yu Ming, embracing chasing Shadow's waist, twisted playfully before Xing Ming with a villainous grin. No way. Xing Ming clung tightly to Su Chen's hand, glaring fiercely at Yu Ming. This is a gift from Master. But didn't you say you didn't want it? Yu Ming retorted, puffing his nostrils at Xing Ming. Xing Ming, bit my lip, looking towards Su Chen for confirmation. Can I really have it? Silly girl. Su Chen tenderly stroked her cat ears. Please accept it. Meow. Unable to contain herself, Xing Ming finally leaped into Su Chen's embrace, softly sobbing. Thank you, Master. I'm so happy. This was her first time. First receiving such a precious gift, first feeling cherished in such a way. Uffed, it's just a purple emblem. What is the big deal? Yu Ming pouted, his words dripping with envy. He glanced at Su Chen. Hey, you're competing in the Binzhou City Championship, right? Su Chen nodded, of course. Yu Ming grinned, winking mischievously. Well, it just got interesting. That little brat your mech girl bumped into. Her name is Feng He, a key prospect for the Binzhou City Star Crown Club ST3 team. She will also be competing in the championship, and is a favorite to win according to the official website. Su Chen squinted in the direction the boy and mech girl had departed. In the vast crowd, he could barely see two heads. The distance was too great to discern Feng He's attributes. However, being a professional driver from the club, he presumed she must possess some skill. So young? Is she a prodigy? Or merely putting on a show? Su Chen mused aloud. The boy appeared too young, almost as if he hadn't reached adulthood. Yet his words were sharp. What is he babbling about? Afraid? Su Chen scoffed coldly, rolling his eyes at Yu Ming. I'm not afraid of a little brat. Yu Ming exclaimed. Come on, Xing Ming, let us head home. Su Chen grasped Xingmin's small hand and walked away, leaving Yu Ming seething in place, powerless with rage. Hey, show off. Yu Ming inhaled deeply twice, watching Su Chen and Xingmin's retreating figures, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. There was something he had not disclosed to Su Chen. He and Chasing Shadow would also be participating in the Binzhou City Championship, aiming to create a spectacle. Chapter 30. He will definitely participate. At the Star Crown Club training ground, a sleek light blue supercar adorned with flowing cloud patterns executed a seamless drift, coming to a halt at the parking platform. The tires screeching against the pavement. The door lifted like an eagle's wing, and a handsome youth with an air of pride leaped from the driver's seat. Despite his youth, his gaze held a sharpness that surpassed his peers. Feng He, you performed admirably today. Your speed has certainly improved. The boy nodded in satisfaction, resting his hand on the car's roof. Feng He, now in her mech form, stood beside him, clad in a racing suit matching the car's hue, her features picturesque. A gentle smile gracing her lips. After all, this blue emblem was purchased by Master, Feng He remarked softly, her tone imbued with gratitude. Without this emblem, no amount of training would have yielded such rapid progress. Oh, the boy nodded slightly, his fist unconsciously tightening. In this city championship, we must secure the championship title. His name was Su Chen, the top seed of the T3 team at the Star Crown Club. Having just turned 18, he looked somewhat younger, compelling him to practice an imposing demeanor in front of the mirror daily, honing a gaze that commanded respect, along with a tongue that could be slightly disdainful. Speaking of which, that incident with the mech girl, what a pain. Su Chen lamented, smiting himself lightly on the cheek. I've been so immersed in training that I slipped into arrogance when faced with such situations. Feng He stifled a giggle. If only Master would grow a bit more. He would exude more authority. Huh, are you implying I'm small? Su Chen's lips twitched as he glared at Feng He. Not at all. Feng He looked skyward. Then what does your finger pointing mean? Ahem, young Master, the competition intelligence from yesterday has been prepared for you. A butler in a formal suit appeared ghost-like behind them. Su Chen's anger dissipated in an instant. Habitually, he thrust his hands into his pockets, raising his chin with an icy demeanor. Are there any noteworthy opponents? Indeed. The butler bowed slightly. Then you may take your leave. Yes, young Master. As usual, nothing of value had emerged. Wait, come back. Su Chen called out hurriedly. The old butler turned around with a smile and asked, What is it, young Master? Did you just say there was something? Yes. Then why haven't you given me the information? You were the one who ordered me to step back. Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If I told you to eat excrement, would you do that? The old butler hesitated, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the request. Then a hint of blush appeared on his face. If it is your command, I suppose I could manage. After obtaining the data, Su Chen wearily instructed the old butler to attend to his duties while he delved into the intelligence report. City Underground Race Difficulty, 2.5 stars. Date, July 7th, 9 p.m. Rankings, Champion, Yu Ming, Chasing Shadow. Average speed, 200 kilometers. H runner-up, Su Zilong. Sharp speed, average speed, 171 kilometers. H third place, Su Chen, Star Dream. Average speed, 170 kilometers. H humph. That Yu Ming fellow is quite the show-off. Su Chen scoffed, shaking his head. It was quite embarrassing for a professional racer from the Northern Wolf team to participate in such minor competitions. Even if he were to take it easy. Regardless, he would never stoop to such antics. Both the champion and runner-up were familiar competitors. Su Zilong and Sharp Speed were renowned street racers in Binzhou, already signed up for the city championship. However, who was this Su Chen? A newcomer? He had never heard of him before. Achieving an average speed of 170 kilometers H was already sufficient to qualify for club training. Did the butler believe Su Chen and Star Dream were noteworthy competitors? But a speed of 170 kilometers H offered little promise in the city championship. He would likely not place. Yet, he did not question the butler's assessment, as Oldley served not only as a butler, but also as his track analyst, which suggested there were reasons beyond his understanding. He continued to peruse the next page of the analysis report. Initially calm, he even took a sip of coffee to steady himself. After all, a C-class driver's license was nothing to fret over. He had obtained one on his first attempt. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and coffee sprayed from his mouth as he read aloud from the report. Analysis indicates that Su Chen's driving skills with the mecha-girl are likely superior to Yu Ming's. Based on the match footage between his mecha-girl, Star Dream, and Chasing Shadow, it can be assessed that his driving skills are approximately AS class. How is that possible? Su Chen slammed the report onto the table. Suddenly, he turned to Feng He and said, "He, slap me." Without hesitation, Feng He delivered a light slap, more akin to a gentle caress. The sound was indeed sharp. Su Chen covered his face, feeling utterly defeated, and lamented, "Can you believe this? This is a rookie driver with no racing history. Yet, he's been assessed as possessing S-class driving skills by the old man. He must have been practicing since birth. Master, remain calm." Feng He patted Su Chen's shoulder. "Yes, calm. I am destined to become a world-class racer." Su Chen took a deep breath and resumed examining the data. He soon discovered that while the butler held Su Chen in high regard, his mecha-girl received a rather mediocre evaluation. Indeed, a D-class vehicle. Even if it were modified to C-class post-race, it would likely be among the bottom tier of C-class vehicles. Su Chen sighed with relief. If Su Chen possessed a mecha-girl of the same caliber as Feng He would truly be at a loss. Thankfully, this was no longer an era where sheer technical skill dominated the racetracks. He set the report down, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Humph. Mecha-girls have their limits. No matter how skilled the driver, they cannot surpass the inherent attributes of the machine itself. Su Chen's driving skills may be impressive, but they will not be an impediment to my victory in the Binzhou City Championship. Perhaps I could recruit Su Chen to my team? Su Chen pondered, stroking his chin. As the chief of Xinguan T3, he would eventually have to assemble his own racing team. Without a team, relying solely on himself, he would never be able to overcome that man, the one who had overshadowed him since birth. North Wolf Club. Outside the office's floor-to-ceiling windows, the city glittered with lights along the river at night. The interior was simply decorated, yet exuded a technological ambience. One wall was adorned with various trophies and photographs chronicling the club's illustrious history, while another featured a massive screen displaying race footage in real time. The air was filled with a faint aroma of coffee, and several computers ran complex data analysis software. Behind a desk cluttered with files and debris, a figure could be vaguely discerned. "Boss, guess what? I discovered a rather intriguing rookie driver in Binzhou with Chasing Shadow." Yu Ming exclaimed as he entered with Chasing Shadow, his usual aloof demeanor replaced by excitement. "Huh." A woman behind the clutter raised her head, her light golden hair cascading down her cheeks, revealing a pair of dark-ringed, phoenix-like eyes. "Interesting. Do tell." "Boss, you've been up all night again. The city championship is followed by the 100 Cities King of Racing competition. You mustn't continue this way." "Enough," the woman said, taking a deep drag from a cigarette on the desk, her tone languid. "Even if I don't stay up late, I'm still in this state. You claim to have found an interesting driver. Tell me the details." Su Chen, a rookie driver with no racing record. Yu Ming stated, somewhat incredulously. I feel his racing skills might even surpass mine. Oh, and then what? Li Yuni calmly sipped her coffee. And then, Yu Ming's eyes widened. Isn't that astonishing enough? Fair enough. Li Yuni nodded, then shook her head. Mainly, your skills are just average. Yu Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. After a moment of silence, he sighed, Boss. I believe this is our hope. That scoundrel Li Pingzi was poached by T2, and we are in dire need of someone. If we don't achieve satisfactory results in this provincial competition, we may face a disbandment agreement for the club. Su Chen, though merely a rookie, possesses an extraordinary aura. He paused. The key is, he has remarkable luck. All right, I've got it. Li Yuni waved her hand dismissively. No matter what, we must wait until after the city championship to discuss further. Otherwise, regardless of how impressive he appears, the manager 1T regard him highly unless he achieves outstanding results in the city championship. Will he participate in the city championship? Yes, Yu Ming nodded. I've confirmed it with him. He explicitly stated he would participate. Li Yuni shrugged. Then we'll wait until after the city championship to discuss. Hearing this, Yu Ming's face lit up. Then I shall consider you have pre-approved Su Chen's recruitment. Chasing Shadow, let us go. Time for training. The office door slammed shut. Li Yuni turned to gaze out the window, slowly massaging her temples. The office fell silent once more, save for the sound of her solitary smoking. Hope. A light sigh dissipated into the air. Chapter 31. The third modification Star Dream. Please position yourself on the jack. I will prepare to begin the modification. Okay, meow. Star Dream obediently lay down at one corner of the jack, lifting her rear and calling out to Su Chen, who was busy at the workbench. Master, I'm ready. Su Chen instinctively turned to glance, only to be met with a blinding sight. Who told you to lie down directly? Transform into racing mode. Oh, I'm sorry. Star Dream chuckled sheepishly and quickly transformed into racing mode. That was better. Lying in mecha form was rather embarrassing. Were it not for her trust in Su Chen to refrain from any peculiar actions, she certainly would not have assumed such a position. Su Chen stood at the workbench, his expression serious. Before him lay a scattered array of various components. These components consist of pre-modified cubes and discarded parts salvaged from junkyards. The so-called modified cubes serve as the foundational modules for modification, and only true modifiers can transform these cubes into modification cores. For instance, merging a basic tire module with a basic engine module may yield a modification core that enhances horsepower and traction. They can also combine identical types of basic modules to upgrade them into more advanced versions. For example, merging 3 white tire modules results in a single green tire module, though this synthesis is not guaranteed to succeed. In simpler terms, the process of crafting modification cores in this world resembles the alchemical practices found in fantasy tales. By combining Module 1 with Module 2, one might produce Modification Core 3, though the outcome may lead to failure. To create higher quality modification cores, one requires superior basic modules. The basic white modification modules are produced by specialized factories and are costly consumables. Naturally, these modules are only useful to modifiers, as ordinary drivers and mech girls cannot activate them, rendering them meaningless in their hands. When Su Chen first learned of this, he was quite bewildered. It was as if the modifiers in this world were oblivious to the fundamental structure of an engine. They lacked knowledge of the intake system, exhaust system, and camshaft system. Only knowing that these components constituted an engine, nothing more. Their role was akin to a simplistic form of alchemy and assembly, with the industry's masters being those who successfully crafted high-quality modification cores. Can a group of uninformed modifiers truly enhance a racing car? They do not even comprehend what modifications a racing car requires or what it truly needs. This method of modification bears a striking resemblance to dining in a restaurant that serves pre-prepared dishes. The attributes assigned to mech girls are random and not specifically tailored to a particular mech girl. They merely approximate suitability. Is the racing modification industry one that allows for such approximations? Absolutely not. Racing modifications are an art form that demands precision down to the nanometer, a truth established through countless tests with nearly zero margin for error. The modification philosophy in this world is a blatant desecration of the very essence of modification. It is time to showcase true skill. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Su Chen's eyes as he spread his fingers over the engine modification cube he had acquired for 15,000. In an instant, not merely unfolding, but expanding. One of the abilities of the Divine Hand allows the basic modules to transform into unprocessed original components. Boom. Immediately, a massive engine lay horizontally on the workbench, illuminated by the twinkling of starlight. Fortunately, the workbench was sturdy enough to withstand the weight without collapsing. It is uncertain whether all the old engines in the junkyard had been repurposed into basic modules. Regardless, Su Chen could not find an engine in the junkyard and had to pay a hefty sum for a basic module. The engine before him was crafted from high-strength aluminum alloy, its surface exhibiting a matte silver-gray finish reminiscent of a high-end camera body. The entire cylinder body presented a slender rectangular profile, with clean and robust lines. There were no unnecessary decorative protrusions. Every design element served a functional purpose. The engine exuded an aura of German craftsmanship. The cylinder head featured 6 combustion chambers arranged in a neat line, akin to 6 precisely machined circular recesses. Each combustion chamber was surrounded by meticulously engineered intake and exhaust passages, smooth as a mirror. As Su Chen examined the engine, a sense of familiarity washed over him. And he quickly realized with a light slap to his forehead, wasn't this the BMW S50 4B32 engine? A 3.2-liter inline-6 naturally aspirated engine with 340 horsepower. Although there were slight differences in detail, the sense of déjà vu was overwhelmingly strong. Undoubtedly, this engine had been rendered obsolete on Earth. Yet it remained a mainstay among green engine modification cubes in this world. The shelves were stocked with these green-quality engine modification cubes in abundance. This technology seemed rather outdated. A playful smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. His objective for the day was singular, to modify this engine, which had already become outdated on Earth, to unleash at least 500 horsepower. This was initially a monumental task. But the unique nature of the divine hand and the mecha-girl simplified everything. Replacing an engine in a racing car was not as straightforward as swapping out a computer's graphics card. It was more akin to replacing a human heart, requiring consideration of the heart itself, as well as ensuring that the blood vessels, nerves, and immune system could function in harmony. The entire system of a car is designed around the factory engine. Installing a more powerful engine is akin to asking a horse to pull an elephant. It necessitates a comprehensive upgrade of the supporting systems. The most fundamental and straightforward consideration was size. The engine must perfectly fit the engine bay. However, as the mecha-girl lacked an engine bay, many concerns could be disregarded. What he needed to do was the simplest and most brute force upgrade. First, the intake system. Just as a human's lungs require more air to produce greater power, the engine needed an enhanced airflow to generate increased output. The factory intake system, designed for quiet operation and fuel efficiency, limited the intake volume. Su Chen removed the original intake system and replaced it with a nearly new BMC high-flow filter sourced cheaply from the junkyard. Next, he installed a cold air intake kit. Following that, he upgraded the exhaust system. As an engine producing more power, much like a person needing to exhale vigorously after exertion, required a smoother expulsion of exhaust gases. His choice was to replace it with a 200 mesh metallic catalytic converter and to upgrade the mid-pipe exhaust system with superior titanium alloy material. After completing the intake and exhaust system upgrades, the divine eye revealed that the engine's horsepower had already risen to 400. Yet this was still insufficient. Su Chen continued by replacing the internal forged pistons and lowering the compression ratio. He substituted the factory connecting rods with H-beam forged rods to enhance their strength and durability. Additionally, he replaced the factory valve springs with a dual spring set reminiscent of German Schrick, enabling the engine to handle higher RPMs. At this moment, the engine's horsepower reached 420. Chapter 32. The heat is on. Meow? Masta? Star Dream had been waiting for ages without seeing Su Chen arrive for modifications. She glanced up at the rearview mirror and saw Su Chen at the workbench, gesturing dramatically, his hands moving in a blur, countless mechanical parts fluttering before him like butterflies, assembling into a massive mechanical creation amid bursts of starlight. Occasionally, one could hear eerie, maniacal laughter. This is it. I must be hallucinating. Star Dream shook her head. Masta has turned into an octopus. Ha! It's done. In no time, exaggerated laughter erupted from beside the workbench. Su Chen stood with his hands on his hips, admiring his masterpiece. The originally exquisitely crafted engine had expanded significantly, the top cover removed, revealing all the mechanical components within, now appearing even more rugged and powerful. This transformation was due to the addition of a camshaft system and a mechanical supercharger kit. After all, this was a naturally aspirated engine, and the mechanical supercharger maintained linear output characteristics better than a turbocharger. Moreover, this engine did not require a turbocharger for its RPMs. It would be an unworthy trade-off. Otherwise, he could have modified it for turbocharging as well. However, after all these modifications, he had nearly exhausted his savings spent on salvaged parts from the junkyard. Masta, what is this magnificent beast? It looks incredibly impressive. Star Dream was unable to comprehend the enormous engine, but she could sense its brilliance, as if it were glowing. This is the engine I modified for you, soon. It will be installed within you. Su Chen focused intently on the newly modified engine, activating the divine eye as a stream of information unfolded before him. The ultimate standard engine, green, modified, boasts an impressive power of 510 horsepower, a speed of 69, and an explosive capability of 47, albeit with slightly diminished attributes. Its condition is perfect, and it has been hailed as an extraordinary masterpiece. When combined with other foundational modules, it is minimally affected by them, while significantly enhancing the success rate of core synthesis modifications. Su Chen, feeling elated, reveled in the fact that the engine he had crafted was indeed a remarkable creation. Utilizing his divine touch, he transformed the engine back into a foundational module. The once light green hue of the foundational module deepened, approaching a blue tint. Come, Xingming. Let us install this, Su Chen said, positioning the engine foundational module in front of Xingming. He first patted the headlights and then the front hood, but after a prolonged moment, he could not locate the hood release switch. Hey, Xingming, Xingming. After calling her name twice without a response, Su Chen moved to the window. Inside, he found Xingming with her head lowered, her body tense and trembling slightly. Xingming, what's wrong? She slowly lifted her gaze, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders. Her cheeks flushed with a distinct rosy hue, and her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Su Chen's. Mas, her voice quivered. The places you just touched her hands were clasped tightly together, and she trembled slightly. She bit her lip, wanting to speak, but ultimately held back, emitting a soft whimper instead. Su Chen observed her expression closely and suddenly understood, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had been so engrossed that he had forgotten Xingming was not just an ordinary racing car. I apologize. I only wanted to find the hood release switch. It wasn't intentional. He hastily clarified. Xingming kept her head down, her voice barely above a whisper. The hood release switch is inside the cockpit, not outside. She stole a glance at Su Chen before quickly averting her gaze, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. It's fine. I understand Mas is modifying me. If it's Mas, it's completely acceptable. Though she spoke those words, her mind was racing. Mas was indeed an exceptional modifier and must surely know where the switch was located. Pretending not to know during the modification process was undoubtedly deliberate. He simply wanted to touch her. What a lecherous man. Cough, cough, I'll go find it now. Su Chen rubbed his nose and entered the cockpit. With Xingming's assistance, he quickly spotted a glowing switch. The moment he pressed it, Xingming's body jolted, emitting a delicate sound. Under normal circumstances, Su Chen might have been overwhelmed with excitement, but regrettably, he was focused on his work, exhibiting a level of concentration that rivaled that of a sage in deep meditation. Buzz, the front hood slowly lifted, revealing a special structure within that glimmered with a faint, ethereal light, resembling an electronic panel. At the center of this structure was a recess akin to a CPU slot. Su Chen, though not particularly bright, understood that the engine foundational module belonged there. Inside the cockpit, Xingming's cat ears drooped, her pretty face nearly flushed crimson. She felt a chill in her chest, as if something icy were placed there. It wasn't until Su Chen closed the hood that she exhaled a sigh of relief. However, she soon sensed a powerful force brewing within her, gathering strength like a dormant volcano. She could even foresee that when this power fully activated, it would unleash an overwhelming force, coursing through her limbs and transforming into sheer speed, propelling her across the racetrack. With the engine completed, the final step was to modify the tires. Initially, Su Chen contemplated air kits or a complete body overhaul. However, due to a prior core solidification, Xingming's attribute panel was also afflicted with a negative tire wear penalty of 40. During the underground race in Binzhou City, the tires had proven insufficient. The urban championship track was longer, and using the previous tires would inevitably lead to failure in completing the race. Thus, he scavenged for nearly new endurance tires from a junkyard. These tires featured asymmetrical tread patterns and were remarkably similar to the Eagle F1 asymmetric 5 American tires. While not the fastest or most stable, they were undoubtedly built for longevity. In terms of functionality, they might not surpass the previous tires, but they should sufficiently mitigate some of Xingming's negative attributes regarding tire wear. Alright, all set. With a thought, a brand new modification core appeared amidst the twinkling starlight near the jack. Su Chen picked up the core, and electronic text materialized upon it. Unnamed engine power modification core. Positive effects. Speed 7. Explosive power 5. Cornering 2. Tire wear 20. Negative effects. Stability 3. Cornering correction 5. Special effects. Cup size 1. Body temperature 5. Sensitivity 2. Foot strength 20G. Grade, green-blue. This modification core has been crafted for you. Please name it. For now, the matter of naming it could wait. As he had anticipated, the engine and tires he had meticulously selected indeed enhanced Xingming's attributes with remarkable precision, reducing uncertainty. Despite the creation process appearing akin to that of true modifiers in this world, he had fundamentally controlled the variables. The negative attributes were limited to just 2, stability 3 and cornering correction 5. Undoubtedly, another exceptional piece. However, Su Chen paused, gazing silently at Xingming, who had reverted from racing mode. Her cat ears perked up and curiosity etched across her face. In a swift motion, he lifted her sleepwear and installed the core. What followed was a rapid transformation. Xingming's face flushed visibly, not just her cheeks, but also her neck, collarbone, and even her exposed thighs and arms blossomed with a gentle pink hue. Xingming was blushing. Chapter 33. Now it's scrapped blushing, in a broader sense. Signifies anger or embarrassment. Yet at this moment, Xingming's blush was of a physical nature, a direct result of the special effect of body temperature 5. Mas. It's so hot. Xingming clutched her chest, her face ablaze as if intoxicated, her voice sticky and slurred. It feels so strange, like my chest is about to explode. Su Chen instinctively glanced at Xingming's chest. Oh my goodness. The effect of cup size 1 was indeed instantaneous. Originally, Xingming had a size A, which solidified into a core when she advanced to C grade, also solidifying that 1 cup, evolving from A to B, and now delightfully progressing to C. One could say she was beautifully curvaceous, combining cuteness with an alluring charm, aside from her skin becoming soft and rosy. Her elevated temperature and the cup size increase were the only significant changes. Xingming wore a sleepwear-style racing suit, which she had just purchased with her remaining funds. This could be seen as a skin, effectively concealing the effects of the modification core and the original racing suit. This special technological fabric was designed specifically for machine girls, eliminating any awkward wardrobe malfunctions during deployment and proving to be extremely convenient. Hot. That's exactly right. Su Chen cleared his throat. That's the effect of the new modification core. How do you feel? Do you feel more powerful? Xingming, momentarily dazed, raised her cat ears. Then, she pinched her cheek. Mas, my face is so hot. It's all right. That's a normal reaction to the modification. You'll get used to it. Really? But I've never felt this hot before. Rest assured, it's a good kind of heat. Su Chen chuckled, with a smile that danced like a dream in the mist. She sensed that Mas was contemplating something quite inappropriate. Yet, she was not a mind reader, merely pouting in resignation as she acknowledged her flushed state. Perhaps it was for the best. During winter, Mas would not need to turn on the electric blanket, treating her simply as a cozy pillow. Please name the modified core. An electronic voice chimed from the waist of Xingming. After a moment's thought, Su Chen mused over names like Crystal Love, Desert Storm, and Ice-Fire Duality. Finally, he decided, let us call it Blazing Tempest. Ha ha ha. A wicked smile played upon his lips. Blazing Tempest was splendid. It felt delightfully warm. Later, when Xingming ascended from C to B rank, unless a significantly superior modification core emerged, he would resolutely cement this one for her. It was simply too exceptional. Tidying up the workstation took longer than expected, and soon it was quite late. The temperature fluctuations in this world were drastic. The day felt reminiscent of summer, while the night descended like late autumn. A cool breeze drifted in through the window. Xingming, I wish to take a bath. Su Chen announced, stretching lazily, having worked tirelessly and drenched in sweat. Meow, Mas, you should go wash up, Xingming replied, obediently nodding with her rosy cheeks. I will guard outside, ensuring no one enters. No need, Su Chen interjected, raising a finger to shake his head coolly. You shall sit in the bathtub for 10 minutes. Then come out. I will wash afterward. Xingming was taken aback. Meow? Su Chen produced a thermometer, pressing it against her forehead. Your current temperature is 42 degrees. It is my preferred water temperature. Stunned, Xingming stared at him with disbelief, her mouth twitching. But, Mas, isn't there a water heater? Bang. Su Chen struck the nearby water heater with a wrench, turning back to Xingming with a friendly smile. Well, it's broken now. As night fell, the sleeping arrangement remained unchanged. Su Chen at the foot of the bed, Xingming at the head. Initially, he had planned to purchase another bed for her room. But after buying her a cat-themed sleeping outfit, and with rent due tomorrow, he found himself devoid of coins. He was fortunate to have drawn a considerable amount of nutrient fluid from the gacha machine to sustain him until the city championships. In the early hours of the morning, Su Chen dreamt of wandering through a desert, only to stumble upon an active volcano. Suddenly, it erupted, splattering lava across his face and jolting him awake. What on earth? Why is it so hot? He awoke to find his back soaked in sweat. Wasn't he the night supposed to be cool? Recently, he had been covering himself with 2 blankets to feel warm. What was happening tonight? Had the electric blanket not been turned off? But he didn't even have one. It was Xingming who warmed the bed. Oh right, Xingming. Su Chen suddenly realized he felt something on his stomach, pulling back the blanket. He was astounded to find Xingming had crossed the river, a long leg draped across him, radiating an astonishing heat. Her delicate foot rested right on his chest, and the rosy little toes felt like they belonged to an active volcano. Su Chen frowned, feeling no hint of allure. At any other time, he would savor the sight of those exquisite feet, especially since they were presented by Xingming herself. But now all he felt was heat, overwhelmed and drowsy. He shifted her leg to the side and let some cool air into the blankets. However, 2 hours later, he was roused again by the heat. This time, it was even worse. Although Xingming hadn't invaded his blanket, she lay directly on top of him, her petite form emanating an unbearable warmth. Covered in sweat, Su Chen hastily moved her aside, getting out of bed to splash cold water on his face for relief. When he returned, he found Xingming had changed positions yet again. Had she not been snoring, he might have suspected she was doing it on purpose. He had already known she was restless while sleeping. It had been evident the day before, but she hadn't been this hot then, and he had found it amusing. Now, however, she had settled into a deep slumber. Su Chen sighed at the sight of Xingming sprawled across the bed. He could only retrieve another blanket from the cupboard to lay on the floor. Gazing out at the chilly night through the window, his heart ached. A true connoisseur of beauty, yet here he was, forced into chastity. How lamentable, how tragic. No more shivering. This time it was genuine. Though hot, he had managed to sleep soundly. Stretching like a cat, Xingming awoke, her first thought to seek out her moss. Finding no sign of him by the bedside, she turned to see Su Chen sitting cross-legged on the floor, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an expression of grievance. "Moss, why aren't you sleeping in bed?" she asked, her cat ears perking up with concern. "The city championships are just a week away. We must ensure ample sleep to conserve our energy." At her words, Su Chen's grievances deepened. "Xingming, today, I must prepare a room for you." Meow? She tilted her head in confusion, pouting. "But Moss, didn't you say you preferred sharing a bed with me? You mentioned my breathing lulled you to sleep better." Su Chen fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. "But you are exceedingly warm now, and you're restless in your sleep, tumbling against me like an octopus. It makes it impossible for me to sleep." Xingming looked utterly dejected, her cat ears drooping. "But you said yesterday that being warm is better." "I apologize for tossing around. I only had a mat at Wang Tingting's place, and it was too cold at night, so I had to shift around for warmth. Forgive me, Moss. I'll sleep on the floor tonight." Su Chen gazed at her innocent and pitiful expression in silence. He almost wanted to slap himself. He was indeed a terrible person. Just as he contemplated how to comfort her, a sudden ringing echoed from outside. "Xingming, I'll go check." "Stay in the bedroom," he instructed, throwing on a shirt before heading to the door. It was early, and the timing was too precise. Unsurprisingly, it was the landlord. Yet, Su Chen's brow furrowed deeply as he spotted a familiar face behind the landlord. Chapter 34. A spacious bed. "Su Chen, I know this modification shop is yours," Wang Tingting declared, her delicate yet cruel face brimming with smugness. "Now this shop belongs to me." Su Chen had little interest in Wang Tingting's antics. Who knew how she learned of his shop's location? He focused on the landlord, a rotund man who appeared amiable but was rather unyielding. "Mr. Wang, the contract has not expired, has it? I told you I would pay the rent." He presented a card. "I have the funds ready. I just await your arrival to collect the rent." The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together, his demeanor all too commercial. "Mr. Su, the contract hasn't expired, and I have indeed breached it. I can compensate you for the breach. Alas, I too am trying to make a living. I hope you can understand." "Did you hear that? Move out immediately." Wang Tingting raised her chin, boasting, "I'm paying triple the rent. This shop is mine now. Get out of here within 10 minutes. Triple the rent." It all made sense. Su Chen understood. In adherence to the principle of prioritizing interests, should he be the landlord, he would willingly lease the store to such tenants. He scrutinized Wang Tingting, his gaze drifting past her to rest on the machine girl, Jin Sun. Perhaps due to their previous altercation, Jin Sun timidly shrank back, unable to meet Su Chen's eyes. Name, Jin Sun. Star emblem, flowing flame. Speed, 61. Cornering, 48. Stability, 49. Explosive power, 47. Endurance, 44. Modification core, vortex basic type, white. Stigmata, none. Current level, C. Special talent, none. Frequency, 0. Condition, good. These are Jin Sun's current attributes. Compared to their first meeting, Her speed has increased by 4 points, cornering by 5 points, stability has decreased by 3 points, explosive power has risen by 2 points, and endurance has dropped by 3 points. Such fluctuations undoubtedly result from her promotion to a C-level machine girl and the installation of the modification core. These attributes can only be considered average among C-level machine girls. After all, to ascend to B-level, 3 attributes must reach the passing mark of 60. Jin Sun barely meets the requirement for speed. In contrast, Xingming, having acquired a purple stigmata and a modification core, has attained satisfactory levels in both speed and cornering. With further enhancements to her endurance, she will soon achieve B-level status. Of course, he did not intend to demean or belittle Jin Sun based on her attributes. Every machine girl is a precious being, merely dependent on the capabilities of their driver. His gaze turned oddly inquisitive towards Wang Tingting. Rather than displaying anger, he instead smiled. Could this inept Wang Tingting truly harness 60% of Jin Sun's potential? What could she possibly bring to the urban championship? What does that smile signify? Wang Tingting found Su Chen's grin quite displeasing. The modification shop being lost must be significant for a modifier, right? She anticipated witnessing Su Chen's shock, despair, and regret, preferably accompanied by pleas for forgiveness, rather than a bewildering smile and a look of derision. Shall I repeat myself? She gritted her teeth. Now, immediately. Get out of my modification shop. Now, Jin Sun is already a C-level machine girl, equipped with a commendable modification core. She has diligently practiced the techniques of launch starts and drifting. Although still unfamiliar, she remains confident about the upcoming urban championship. Despite repeated warnings from Lin Haijun to avoid provoking Su Chen, Wang Tingting is not one to be easily cowed. How could she swallow the slap she received at the entrance of the Machine Protection Association? Upon learning of Su Chen's circumstances, she promptly requested funds from Lin Haijun, claiming it was for purchasing a car cover for Jin Sun. But in truth, she intended to use the money to rent Su Chen's modification shop. To ensure Su Chen's utter despair, she signed a 1-year contract. Su Chen regarded Wang Tingting intently, his smile fading. Madam Wang, congratulations. This desolate modification shop, devoid of any appeal, is now yours. You must manage it well, as the rent is not inexpensive. Having delivered his sarcastic remark, he retreated to find Xingming. It was merely a dilapidated modification shop, in a remote location, lacking in conditions, and disregarding his absence of a modification certificate. Its business was in no way comparable to other shops. He had long wished to change locations, but was hindered by an unexpired contract. Now, with Wang Tingting's enforced acceptance and the landlord's breach of contract, he could not only relocate, but also collect a penalty fee. This would easily provide him with funds to furnish a room for little Xingming, even purchasing a bed. On the bustling street, Su Chen squatted on the curb, while Xingming held her little cat-themed blanket in her left hand and a small suitcase in her right. These constituted all their possessions. Mazda, I'm sorry, Xingming murmured, her head bowed, cat ears drooping, her soft voice tinged with a tremor of impending tears. What are you apologizing for now? Su Chen rolled his eyes. It's all because of me that Mazda is being resented by Wang Tingting. Otherwise, Mazda wouldn't be homeless, wandering the streets with me. How can it be so dire? Su Chen chuckled softly. I was merely contemplating where we might reside next. Xingming pressed her lips together and handed her little blanket to Su Chen, earnestly stating, Mazda, I am not afraid of the cold. At night, you can use my little blanket. Su Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he patted Xingming's small head. How could a machine girl be unbothered by the cold? Even machinery cannot withstand extreme chill. He playfully teased Xingming. Such a small blanket will only leave you frozen at night. Who says that? Xingming pouted. As long as I transform into racing form, Mazda can lie in the cockpit. And with the blanket, I will never feel cold. I will block out all the chill. She spoke with utmost sincerity, her eyes sparkling as if she were already envisioning such a scenario in action. Well, it's not that serious. Su Chen squeezed her soft cheek. We are nowhere near being homeless. Homeless? A long luxury vehicle came to a halt before Su Chen and Xingming. The window rolled down, revealing a face so pale it was almost translucent. Homeless? Are you truly homeless? Queen appeared before them as if orchestrating the encounter, leaning against the car window, her face resting against her smooth arm, her features slightly compressed into a rounded curve, her deep burgundy eyes fixed intently on Su Chen, hiding a hint of mischief. My rented modification shop has been reclaimed, Su Chen replied, somewhat surprised by Queen's appearance. Before he could inquire further, he heard a light chuckle. It's impressive that such a chaotic abode could even be rented out. Who would be so benevolent as to reclaim it? Su Chen protested. It was a place filled with wonderful memories. How could you call it a doghouse? Just as he was about to argue his point, He noticed a slight smile grace Queen's lips. Despite the chilliness of her demeanor, a trace of delight was palpable. Why not come stay at my place? Su Chen and Xingming were momentarily taken aback. No, that would be too troublesome. Su Chen quickly waved his hand. And what do you plan to do? Let your machine girl sleep under a bridge or in a cheap motel? The urban championship is just around the corner. Poor living conditions will severely affect both the machine girl and the driver's performance. Queen shifted her chin to rest on her hand, her smile deepening, laced with seduction and mockery. My home is quite spacious, and the bed is wide. Aren't you even a bit curious to see? What of it? Su Chen scoffed internally. What significance does a large home with a wide bed hold? They wouldn't be sharing it. He was about to decline again when Queen softly added, by the way, my cat can even do backflips. At this, Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Now, he had no choice but to see for himself. Chapter 35. The notion of mutual benefit. Wait. Your cat can truly do backflips? Su Chen stared in bewilderment at the plump orange cat on the sofa, who tumbled over after catching a freeze-dried treat. Queen's home was not as extravagant as one might imagine. It was indeed vast, yet the decor was quite simple. In contrast to her icy exterior, the warm hues from the living room to the bedroom offered a gentle ambience, particularly in the sleeping quarters, as Su Chen peered through the door crack. He caught a glimpse of pink wallpaper adorned with numerous plush toys strewn across the bed. It was hard to fathom that this machine girl possessed a surprisingly girlish heart. I gain nothing by deceiving you, Queen remarked, wielding a cat toy to entice the orange cat into a playful frenzy. Despite its considerable girth, the cat was surprisingly agile, a testament to Queen's training methods. I found mecha-girl, a stray cat, one stormy day, cowering outside my floor-to-ceiling window, and I decided to take it in. She paused, contemplating. I suppose it has been about a year now. Mecha-girl? What a lovely name. Su Chen shifted his gaze from the plump orange cat and surveyed the ornate surroundings, a hint of admiration surfacing in his eyes. Did you purchase this house yourself? Properties in this world are quite expensive. In cities where racing technology is advanced and mech drivers are numerous, real estate prices soar. Binzhou is a prime example of high property values, particularly since this area is close to the city center. This was allocated by headquarters, Queen replied, shaking her head. She had anticipated Su Chen might have reservations and reassured him, there are rarely visitors here, and anyone who comes must have my approval. Until your housing situation is resolved. You are welcome to stay. Xingming cautiously examined her surroundings, clearly unaccustomed to such spacious accommodations. However, her eyes betrayed a flicker of yearning for the privilege of residing with Queen. Su Chen felt similarly tempted. Initially, he had intended to find a hotel close to the Binzhou circuit for Xingming and himself, as their luggage was minimal. Unfortunately, many others shared this thought. And as the city racing event approached, hotel prices had skyrocketed to exorbitant levels. Moreover, most decent rooms had already been booked, leaving only mediocre options at unyielding prices. Though he could accept the costs with some reluctance, it felt inappropriate to impose on Queen so soon after their first meeting. It feels wrong to accept without contributing, he remarked, shaking his head. Humans are quite troublesome, Queen retorted, a hint of impatience flickering in her gaze. Xingming hasn't expressed any concern. She set aside the cat toy and sank languidly into the sofa, her long legs crossed elegantly. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, I have some questions regarding modifications that I would like to discuss with you. Also, would you mind taking care of my cat for a while? Its waist is quite foul. The orange cat seemed to comprehend Queen's words, turning its rotund body to meow indignantly at her. With the conversation having reached this point, it would be overly sentimental for Su Chen to hesitate further. Very well, I shall impose, he conceded with a nod. Feel free to ask about the modifications. Queen prepared a sumptuous meal for lunch, filling the table to the brim, and Su Chen savored the feast, his taste buds delighted by her culinary skills. Having experienced fine cuisine in his past life, he was still pleasantly surprised by her talent. However, Queen refused to do the dishes, leaving that chore to Su Chen, which ultimately fell to Xingming after some insistence. After being ushered out of the kitchen, Su Chen found himself seated across from Queen at the coffee table, which held a document outlining her upcoming modification plans. Flipping through the pages, his brow furrowed deeply. Did you not convey the modification direction I suggested to the headquarters engineers? Why does it still lean towards comprehensive enhancement, particularly for cornering? The proposed modifications were extravagant, intended to equip Queen with high-quality gear. Yet, they were utterly unsuitable. Queen was a high-explosive mech from Thunderstar, not a balanced model like Xingming. I did mention it, but they believe this is the appropriate course of action, Queen shrugged, her eyes reflecting resignation. And what is your stance on this? Su Chen inquired, understanding that mechs like Queen bound to large corporations, often had limited autonomy. Some matters required negotiation, while others were dictated by company policies. They assure me this will resolve my issues, she replied, squeezing her fingers together, her expression stoic. I figured I would let them proceed, as they would abandon the plan if it ultimately fails. Abandon what? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The current modification plan? Or me? Queen looked up at him and smiled, though the expression held an undertone of bitterness and helplessness. Su Chen paused, his mouth opening slightly, but he remained silent. Such situations were not unfamiliar to him from his past life. Clubs and conglomerates often lacked humanitarian considerations. When a vehicle or driver ceased to yield profit, discarding them was the most merciful option. Both fell into silence, accompanied only by the sound of water running in the kitchen and Xingmin's cheerful melody. Can you reach out to your modification team? If possible, I would like to discuss your plans with them, Su Chen suggested, feeling compelled to take action. Although it bordered on meddling, he could not bear to see such a talented mech squandered. From a modification perspective, he did not wish for a machine capable of shining on the circuit to languish in a cold warehouse, neglected. It might be possible. Queen's eyes brightened at the prospect. But concern shadowed her thoughts. They are likely to dismiss you. Even if they agree to meet, they may not take your word seriously. One must try, right? Su Chen recognized that he no longer wielded the prestige of a top modification expert from his previous life. To phrase it positively, he was now less influential. Negatively, it could be seen as overstepping. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, perhaps after the city racing event, Xingming and I will strive for commendable results, which may prompt them to take notice, especially since Xingming is a product of my modifications. After a moment's reflection, Queen nodded slightly. Very well. Her wine-red eyes sparkled with new light. However, she soon noticed Su Chen's gaze lingering on her legs and stockings. Do you find them appealing? Very much so. Su Chen replied instinctively, only to quickly correct himself. I meant the decor of your room is quite lovely. Queen gave a light huff, not offended, but rather intrigued. Desire is the driving force behind human progress. I admire those who possess ambition. It is unfortunate that my driver is a woman whom I do not fancy, nor she me. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to satisfy her desires. As she deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt, exposing her exquisite legs to the air, she continued, to fulfill base desires to gain a diligent driver is a simple, efficient, and mutually beneficial arrangement, wouldn't you agree? Su Chen lowered his head, rendered speechless. In his mind, he thought, steel bars belong in pasta. Chapter 36. Binzhou City Racing Event. In the following days, Su Chen and Xingming enjoyed their time at Queen's home. Resting thoroughly, each morning, they studied the Binzhou racing circuit, and during the cooler evenings, they would casually practice within the city to maintain their form. Queen seemed to have no preparations for the race. No visitors came to see her, and her days were filled with playing with her cat, exploring cuisine, gaming, training alongside Xingming, and occasionally teasing Su Chen. Time flew by, and the calendar turned back 5 pages. On July 14th, in the morning at 8 o'clock, at the Binzhou City Racing Circuit. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the Binzhou City Racing Event, the most prestigious and grand racing open event in Binzhou. I am your longtime friend, the tournament host, Brother Turkey. Dressed in a vibrant red suit and a baseball cap, Brother Turkey held the microphone with enthusiasm. The city racing event is a world-class starting point. Regardless of the city, the circuit stretches a full 200 kilometers. Expect thrilling curves, exhilarating straightaways, steep inclines, and obstacles. It is worth noting that, to enhance the competitive diversity of the city racing circuit, beginning this year, a segment of gravel and broken asphalt will be introduced in the Urban Championship to enhance the unpredictability of the competition. The positioning and total length of these segments will be entirely random for each race. This pronouncement from Turkey Brother instantly stirred a wave of excitement. Clearly, this information had been withheld by the officials until now, only revealed by the host at the commencement of the event. Many drivers and mechas in attendance visibly altered their expressions. A new section of the track? How intriguing. In the VIP section of the audience, Queen had already taken her place, accompanied by her assistant Jessica. At this moment, all participating drivers and their mechas were preparing at their respective starting points. With just an hour remaining before the race began, the intensity of this year's Binzhou Urban Championship is quite high. Jessica perused the race materials, muttering to herself, let us not even mention the T3 seed champions Su Chen and Feng He duo. What is the meaning of Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow participating? Are city drivers coming to Binzhou for the Urban Championship? What a bold move. The regulations didn't state they couldn't join, Queen casually remarked. The Urban Championship only prohibits A-class vehicles from competing. I recall Yu Ming's best result in the city was only 3rd place, right? Perhaps he aims to secure first place here and receive the blessing of the star god. Jessica remained silent for a moment, then turned a few pages back. Smiling as she said, Queen, the duo you bet on earlier is also competing. Truly commendable bravery from these newcomers. Newcomers? Queen's lips curled slightly. In Jessica's eyes, Su Chen and Xingming were fresh entrants, but to her, they were genuine dark horses in the championship, likely to contend for the title. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing towards the starting point, where she could faintly discern Xingming's silhouette among the rows of mechas. She was uncertain of the achievements Su Chen and Xingming could attain, as this urban championship indeed boasted many formidable opponents. Yet, she held faith in Su Chen's driving skills and Xingming's performance. Su Chen, Xingming, do your best. Queen clenched her fists, silently praying. In this competition, we have the T3 team ace Su Che from the Star Crown Club alongside his mecha Feng He, and the challenger Yu Ming from the North Wolf team with his mecha-chasing shadow. Undoubtedly, the inclusion of these two professional drivers will significantly heighten the competition's intensity and deliver an even grander visual feast. As Turkey Brothers' words echoed, the entire audience erupted in cheers. The electronic screen displayed Su Che and Feng He. The young man stood beside the now unfurled Feng He, his expression stoic as he methodically donned his gloves. The screen then shifted to Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow. Yu Ming had entered the driver's cabin, occasionally glancing around, seemingly searching for something. Other competitors were shown briefly, each receiving less than 2 seconds of screen time. In the driver's cabin of Jin Huan, Wang Tingting frequently glanced at her side, her lips moving in a manner that suggested she was speaking. Lin Haijun, with a serious demeanor, donned his helmet, while a staff member stood ready with the starting board in front of his car. The Urban Championship features staggered starts, with only 10 seconds between each vehicle. He had drawn an unfortunate position near the front with Pafong. This was his third attempt at the Urban Championship, and his goal was not merely to finish in the top 10, but to break into the top 5. Without a top 5 finish, it would be challenging for the Star Crown Club and Binzo to notice him. This year, they were set to form a T3 team, which presented an opportunity for him. He had heard that the seed driver of that T3 team would also be participating in this race. What was his name? Su Che. Pafong. Let us give it our all today. Let us go. By the way, Master, is your head still hurting? Not anymore. Lin Haijun replied, taking a painkiller. If we encounter Wang Tingting and Jin Huan, should we go easy on them? Not a chance. Lin Haijun rolled his eyes, somewhat irritated. I'm her boyfriend, not her father. Can we joke about the race? Pafong sighed in relief. As long as we don't go easy. If we run into Wang Tingting, we'll definitely hold our ground. What does their relentless training even count for? Su Chen, Xingming, what a coincidence. I didn't expect our starting positions to be so close. Wang Tingting leaned against the lowered window, sending provocative glances at Su Chen and Xingming. Where have you been staying these days? Oh dear, don't tell me you're living under a bridge. How tragic. We aren't living under a bridge. Xingming's face flushed, fists clenched, her hair standing on end. How could I let Moss live under a bridge? All right, Xingming. Su Chen gently pressed down on Xingming's head, saying calmly, no need to respond. But Moss. Xingming pouted. She didn't mind Wang Tingting's insults towards her, but she would not tolerate any disrespect towards Su Chen. Moss was her everything. No buts. The best way to silence the enemy is through an overwhelming performance. He pinched Xingming's soft cheek, smiling. Don't you have confidence? Moss, I understand. Xingming nodded vigorously, glaring at Wang Tingting. You bad woman, just wait. I will outpace you in the race with Moss. Oh, you think you can outpace me? With those pitiful stats? Wang Tingting scoffed, then laughed. It's just a modified core. What is so special about that? Do you even know about stigmata? I've equipped Jin Huan with a green quality stigmata. Huh. Xingming, you haven't heard of stigmata, have you? How pathetic. Su Chen's lips twitched, remaining silent as he retrieved the Emperor engine and exchanged a knowing glance with Xingming. She understood immediately, flauntingly glancing at Wang Tingting, lifting her shirt slightly to expose her fair waist for Su Chen to apply the stigmata. The stigmata was successfully installed, and a purple pattern resembling shark gills appeared on Xingming's waist. Wang Tingting was momentarily stunned, nearly biting her teeth against the window. You gave Xingming a purple stigmata. Su Chen mimicked Wang Tingting's expression, lifting his chin and smirking. Oh, I've equipped Xingming with a purple stigmata. Huh, Aunt Wang, you've never seen a purple stigmata in your life, have you? How? Unfortunate. A purple stigmata? No, it's impossible. How could you afford a purple stigmata? Wang Tingting stammered in disbelief. You're lying. You must be lying about the purple stigmata. Ha ha. No way. Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. Jealousy and anger had clearly clouded Wang's judgment. He was too weary to engage further with this rabid dog, and was about to signal Xingming to transform into racing mode when he noticed Xingming glaring intently in a particular direction, emitting a low growl akin to a small cat. Following Xingming's gaze, he saw a young man in a dark blue racing suit, his expression arrogant, striding towards them. Chapter 37. The ambition for victory. The newcomer bore ill intentions. No friendly individual would approach with such a brazen demeanor. Thus, Su Chen instinctively positioned himself in front of Xingming. The visitor was Su Chen, the professional driver from the Star Crown Club ST3 team, who had previously had a minor clash with Xingming during the Star God event. Although Xingming had moved past that incident, Su Chen couldn't be certain if Su Chen might harbor any lingering resentment towards her. Su Chen halted before Su Chen and Xingming, nostrils flared, first adjusting the collar of his racing suit before casually scanning the surroundings. Finally, with a tone bordering on condescension, he said, "My apologies." Su Chen and Xingming exchanged bewildered glances. "Huh, what are you apologizing for?" Su Chen puffed out his cheeks, his gaze drifting to one side as he absent-mindedly touched his nose, feigning nonchalance. About before. When I accidentally bumped into your mech-girl during the Star God Huila shopping event, I apologize. I was a bit flustered and ended up saying some rather harsh words." Xingming stared at Su Chen, eyes wide, with the same haughty expression and tone. How could he be apologizing? Had he lost his mind? Regardless, that was the situation. He was merely anxious at the time and fortuitously ran into her today. Su Chen shifted his gaze from the sky to the ground, his shoes squeaking against the floor. "So, I just wanted to come over and say sorry." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. The moment his back was turned to Su Chen and Xingming, he seemed to revert to his arrogant nature, even letting out a boisterous laugh. "Humph, don't think I'll go easy on you during the competition just because I'm apologizing. A bunch of rookies, prepare to meet your doom. Only the strong deserve to battle with me." "Ha ha." Su Chen sighed, dismissing the matter. As long as the other party wasn't looking for trouble, that was sufficient. Ignoring the flabbergasted Wang Tingting, he said to Xingming, "Unfold the vehicle, Xingming. The competition is about to begin." "Okay, meow." Xingming made a face at Wang Tingting before promptly unfolding. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to his position. "Master, did you properly apologize to them?" Feng He handed Su Chen his helmet, a smile on his face. "Of course," Su Chen replied, fastening the helmet and boasting, though it was rather awkward. "It's the responsibility of a mature man." Feng He nodded enthusiastically. "Master, you've matured, growing more gallant." Su Chen maintained his composure, though the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upward slightly. Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, the little brat from Star Crown T3, long time no see. Who are you calling a brat?" Su Chen ground his teeth, casting a cold glare in the direction of the voice. He saw Yuming leaning against the car body of Chasing Shadow, waving over. Su Chen's expression soured immediately. "Hey, what are you doing here in Binzo? You troublemaker. This isn't a place for you to cause mischief. Hurry up and surrender to me. Then scuttle back to your city." "Huh, little brat? I'm your senior. What's with that attitude? I'll crush you." "Huh, I have no seniors who go around causing trouble." "Damn you, brat. Are you implying I cause trouble? Troublemaker." "All right, everyone shut up." Chasing Shadow and Feng He intervened, blocking Yuming and Su Chen. Feng He bent down to pat Su Chen's head. Little Su Chen, arguing isn't very gentlemanly, you know? A spanking might be in order. Chasing Shadow crossed her arms, scoffing. "Master, there's no need to waste words on him. Just a bunch of rotten fish." A moment of silence hung in the air as the two mech girls locked eyes, a palpable tension crackling between them. "Tisk tisk, Feng He, long time no see. I wonder if your backside is still sore from that bump I gave you." "It must have hurt for months," Chasing Shadow remarked, covering her mouth with a faint smile, her gaze icy as she glanced at Feng He's rear. Feng He remained cheerful, but her words were devoid of mirth. "Miss Chasing Shadow, today you will learn just how erroneous it is to provoke an elegant and powerful lady." The two mech girls flexed their wrists and fingers, the sounds of cracking joints echoing as they moved closer, their eyes glinting with lethal intent, leaving no doubt that a clash was imminent if they got any closer. Yuming and Su Chen exchanged worried glances, hastily stepping in to mediate. Yuming grasped Chasing Shadow's hand. "Hey, let us not say too much." Su Chen wrapped his arms around Feng He's waist. "Exactly, let us all just calm down." Despite their desire to fight, their pilots remained present. Chasing Shadow and Feng He had no choice but to rein in their anger and hatred, each letting out a huff before returning to their starting positions. Fighting was pointless. In the end, the true victor would be determined on the racetrack. The best way to settle scores. "You little brat, I hope you bring your A game later." Yu Ming returned to chasing shadows side and climbed into the cockpit. Su Chen scoffed, shaking his head. Have you lost your senses? Do you really think you're something special? Bah, a clown. He had no intention of engaging further with Yu Ming, also entering the cockpit to finalize his preparations for the race. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the emergency rescue team took their positions. The camera crew took their places. The towing team took their places. Amid the cacophony of heavy metal music, only the piercing shout of Brother Turkey could be faintly discerned. Ladies and gentlemen, the race is about to commence. Let us focus on the starting line. At the forefront of the starting point, a staff member stood before the first contestant, holding a starting sign, while a red 30-second countdown appeared on the electronic screen not far ahead. Roar. The engines roared like a tempest, not just from the first mech girl, but also from the others preparing to start behind her. In the cockpit of Breaking Edge, Lin Haijun gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yu Ming gripped the steering wheel, his gaze steady as he stared ahead, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding competitors, though a flicker of ambition burned deep within his eyes. The Star Goddess blessing would be conferred upon the champion of this public competition. This blessing not only enhanced the mech girl's performance, but also served as a badge of honor. Moreover, to reach the world-class level, both the driver and mech girl must obtain at least 10 Star God blessings. That was the bare minimum. The Star Goddess blessing at the Binzhou City Championship was his goal this time. Fenghe, let us give it our all today. Su Chen fixated on the track ahead, his expression serious. I intend to break the record my brother set at the Binzhou City Championship. Master, you can do it. Fenghe replied with a light laugh. In the cockpit of Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting frequently glanced in the rearview mirror at the gleaming white mech girl. Her eyes filled with resentment. Just wait. I've practiced my launch and drifting techniques. She clutched the steering wheel tightly, muttering to herself, the essence of racing lies in skill. What does a mere modifier amount to? Even with the modification core and a purple sacred mark, what does that matter? Does he even know how to drive? Besides, Star Dream's attributes are so poor that even with the modification core and purple sacred mark, it would merely be equal to Golden Falcon. Golden Falcon silently listened to Wang Tingting's ramblings. Despite her words, there was a distinct lack of conviction in her tone. She sighed, her mind drifting to the man whose gaze was as piercing as an eagle. In the presence of that man named Su Chen, she felt utterly exposed, as if everything about her had been laid bare. Was he truly just a modifier, devoid of any real driving skill, as Wang Tingting claimed? In Star Dream's cockpit, the race was finally commencing. Su Chen took a final sip of water, sealing the bottle and placing it in the storage compartment. His view encompassed the steering wheel, the racetrack, the sinuous back of Star Dream, and her pristine white tail, along with her pert and bouncy rear. What are you trembling for? Su Chen chuckled softly as he sensed the cockpit vibrating. Master, I am nervous, meow. In the rearview mirror, Star Dream looked up, her face a picture of anxiety and vulnerability. There's no need to be nervous, Su Chen reassured with a smile, gently saying. Just treat it like our usual training sessions. The outcome isn't important. Is it really unimportant, meow? Indeed. But Star Dream wishes to win the championship for Master and herself. Star Dream spoke with unwavering determination, her cat ears and tufts standing upright, devoid of any hint of jest. Why is that? The championship won't be easy to achieve. ISN Team Master aiming to assist Queen Sister? Xingming clenched her fists, her expression earnest. Sister Queen has helped us so much, we must return the favor. Mazda needed to achieve results in the city championship to gain a voice, and nothing was more persuasive than a championship title, was there? It seemed there was indeed an element of Queen's influence involved. Su Chen's gaze softened. Xingming would remember every act of kindness shown to her and would strive to repay it. He had indeed contracted an exceptionally talented mech girl. Did Mazda lack confidence? Despite her own anxiety, Xingming unexpectedly provoked Su Chen. How could that be? Su Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He had never lacked the confidence or ambition to challenge for the championship. He merely feared placing too much pressure on Xingming. Now that she was so intent on the title, he nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Our sole goal today is the championship. Chapter 38. Reclaiming trampled dignity. The enhancement of mech attributes was exceedingly demanding. Brief training sessions yielded no results. Over the past few days, training with Xingming primarily focused on building rapport and acclimating to the high temperatures inside the vehicle. Su Chen regretted not having modified the second effect of the 5. It would be best if it could be toggled on and off rather than permanently affixed to the mech girl, as that was nothing short of torment. Just 5 minutes into sitting in Xingming's cockpit, he was already sweating profusely. Fortunately, once the vehicle was in motion, the pressure differential would expel the hot air quickly, providing some relief. Otherwise, he would surely suffer from heat exhaustion. After installing the purple stigma, Xingmin's attributes were as follows: speed, 63, cornering, 64, stability, 43, acceleration, 39, endurance, 52. Additionally, there were negative attributes: tire wear -20 and cornering correction -5. Judging by Xingmin's current attributes, she was undoubtedly at the upper echelon of C-class vehicles, complemented by his reasonably competent driving skills. If they did not encounter exceptionally formidable opponents in this race, the championship could indeed be within reach. Su Chen squinted, his mind locking onto the third star that had already appeared in his thoughts. Achieve a podium finish in any city championship. Unlock talent. The first talent, Divine Hand, and the second, Divine Eye, could be regarded as powerful advantages. While Divine Hand required his knowledge as a modifier to fully harness its potential, Divine Eye was essentially a cheat, albeit with the drawback of lacking comprehensive X-ray vision. What, then, was the third talent? Divine Spear? Su Chen gazed eagerly at the taillights of the Golden Falcon ahead. Attention, contestant 2125, please prepare for launch. Cars were launched at 10-second intervals, and the announcement would remind 5 contestants at once. Su Chen and Xingming were number 22, while the frontrunners, Wang Tingting and the Golden Falcon, had already begun warming up. The staff moved the starting sign to clear the lane. As the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Wang Tingting took the lead, launching the Golden Falcon and leaving a trail of pale tire smoke behind. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, left foot pressing the clutch to the floor, right foot lightly tapping the brake. The launch control indicator on Xingmin's dashboard began to flash. The engine idled from 800 RPM, rapidly climbing to 2000 RPM. The mechanical supercharger emitting a deep, powerful roar. The supercharger began pre-pressurizing, and pressure gradually built in the intake pipe, while the exhaust released a series of puffs as the wastegate let off excess boost pressure. Countdown, 5 seconds. Su Chen focused ahead, making final adjustments to his posture. Xingming anxiously watched the taillights of the Golden Falcon, which were almost out of sight. This was her first formal competition, even when graduating with Wang Tingting. She had thought the city championship was far from her reach. Perhaps it took a year, or even several years, just to qualify for a spot in the competition. Yet here she was. Before the race, she could think of so many things, but now her mind was blank. She didn't even know how to feel nervous. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, with only the clear electronic countdown ringing in her ears. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. In the instant the red light extinguished, Su Chen's right foot moved like lightning from the brake pedal to the accelerator, while his left foot swiftly released the clutch. This maneuver had to be executed within 0.5 seconds. Any hesitation would squander their advantage at the start. He floored the accelerator. Roar. The engine's RPM surged from 2,000 to 6,000, emitting a deep growl. The 4 tires twisted and deformed, maximizing their contact area. The rear wheels experienced a slight slip as power surged, leaving 2 black tire marks on the ground. Xingming shot forward like a cannonball. Su Chen's launch was incredibly skilled. In the stands, Queen's lips curled into a slight smile. She had not misjudged. Su Chen was undoubtedly more than just a modifier. Even during their training over the past few days, he had not exerted his full strength. This pair of newcomers was intriguing. Jessica's eyes widened. As Queen's assistant, she had witnessed many races, and even the launch alone revealed Su Chen's exceptional nature. However, merely observing a launch did not reveal the full picture, especially with formidable competitors like Yu Ming and Su Che present. She remained skeptical, but had set aside her disdain and arrogance. Inside Xingmin's cockpit, as the engine reached the red line, the shift indicator illuminated. Su Chen calmly toggled the shift paddles. The rear wing began to generate significant downforce after reaching 100 km per hour, firmly pressing the vehicle onto the track. Su Chen felt a powerful push against his back, his body naturally sinking into the soft seat. Ahead, Wang Tingting and the Golden Falcon, who had launched 10 seconds earlier, re-entered his field of vision. With keen eyes, Su Chen locked onto the Golden Falcon. It was Wang Tingting who had caused Xingming so much suffering and humiliation. Even after abandoning Xingming, she continued to find ways to undermine her. Xingming, always cautious in her actions, often appeared eager to please him and Queen. Was this not a result of Wang Tingting's manipulation? It was time to act. Wang Tingting would serve as the sacrifice for Xingming to rebuild her confidence. Xingming, let us overtake her together. The explosive launch made up significant distance. Xingmin's speed was 63, while the Golden Falcon's was 61. The acceleration attribute determined the mech's speed rather than its maximum velocity. During this initial stretch of the city championship, both mechs were at full throttle. At this moment, The gap between Xingming and the Golden Falcon was slowly but surely closing. Xingming remained silent, her gaze fixed on the Golden Falcon ahead, gritting her teeth with determination. She was not only chasing a competitor, but also reclaiming the dignity trampled by Wang Tingting. Dignity must be reclaimed. In the Golden Falcon's cockpit, Wang Tingting was still basking in the enhancements brought by the Stigma and Modification Core. Although Lin Haijun lacked the resolve of a man, he was generous with money. Perhaps they could continue their relationship later. The modifications and stigma provided by Lin Haijun were worth over 200,000 in total. She could not afford to lose this cash cow before becoming a renowned driver. Boom. The roar of engines behind her jolted Wang Tingting from her reverie. Instinctively, she glanced in the rearview mirror, her expression shifting dramatically. How could this be? She saw that Su Chen and Xingming, who had started after her, had somehow caught up. Wasn't there a 10-second gap at the start? How had they managed to close the distance? Master. The machine girl named Star Dream possesses speed surpassing mine. Jean Huan murmured, more attuned to the machine girl's velocity. Faster than you? Wang Tingting thought of that purple holy mark and gritted her teeth. It must be the enhancement from that purple holy mark. Where on earth did he acquire it? It's virtually unavailable in the market. Yet, even if her speed were inferior, it should not be possible to close the distance so quickly. Perhaps their launch technique is superior, Jean Huan ventured. However, this remark stirred a hornet's nest. Wang Tingting slammed her fist against the steering wheel, eliciting a pained grunt from Jean Huan. Nonsense. Who can't execute a launch? I can do it just as well. Wang Tingting knew Jean Huan's speculation was correct, but she was unwilling to accept it. She could not bear the thought that the Star Dream she had cast aside now outperformed the modifications she painstakingly acquired to serve Lin Haijun. Nor could she accept that the man who had publicly humiliated her was more skilled behind the wheel. Su Chen, appearing only slightly younger than her and not even a professional driver, had her perplexed, despite her arduous training. The stark contrast ignited a fierce frustration within Wang Tingting. Suddenly, the warning sign for the first turn flashed above. Though Jean Huan was still recovering from the punch, he diligently relayed the route information. Master, in 200 meters. Prepare for a right turn at level 3, moderate deceleration required for a mid-speed turn. Wang Tingting scoffed, her gaze fierce as she fixated on the racetrack. Bring it on. I can drift. She was resolute that Su Chen's drifting could not surpass her own. Chapter 39. Newcomers are monsters. Here lies the first turn of the Binzhou City Championship. As the camera crew focused, Brother Turkey's excitement was palpable. A straight line is the simplest course in racing, but it is the curves that truly test a driver's skills. The first turn of the Binzhou City Championship is a standard level 3 turn, moderately challenging, with 3 cameras positioned. This section of the track reveals about 80% of the competitor's abilities. The sound of tires screeching echoed in the air. The cameraman's voice boomed through the large screen, directing attention to the exit of the turn. The other 2 cameras captured the entrance and an aerial view of the entire turn. Roar! The engines grew closer. As the first headlights appeared on screen, Brother Turkey shouted, "Ha! They're here." Just as the words left his mouth, the first competitor slowed to navigate the turn, executing it adequately. The 10-second interval between starts was not particularly generous. This timing allowed most competitors to occupy the track, while giving a few exceptional drivers the chance to battle it out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cars had already traversed the turn. Lin Haijun and Pafong were among them. Lin Haijun and Pafong are performing admirably today. Brother Turkey observed Pafong's drifting trajectory, remarking on its smoothness. This marks their 3rd participation in the Binzhou City Championship. Their proficiency and synergy have evidently improved. Inside Pafong's cockpit, the first turn rapidly receded in the rearview mirror. Lin Haijun could not hear Brother Turkey's commentary, but he felt unexpectedly great today. Pafong, well done. Our recent training has paid off. Yes, Master S maneuvers are also precise. Pafong's energetic voice came from ahead. Let us keep this momentum. Lin Haijun squinted, recalling how he had approached the first turn, nearly reaching the limit, exiting cleanly and swiftly. His spirits soared, perhaps closer to victory than ever before. Master, in 200 meters. Prepare for a right level 3 turn. Meow? Understood. Su Chen calmly focused ahead. A level 3 turn presents moderate difficulty, typically ranging from 60 to 90 degrees. This angle is well suited for both eBray drift and power over drift techniques. However, navigating without drifting by simply decelerating is also a viable option. Currently, Star Dream was cruising at 230 km per hour. Ignoring the technical difficulty, it was clear that power oversteering was the way to go. Ahead, Wang Tingting had begun to decelerate as she approached the turn. Su Chen similarly reduced Star Dream's speed, but only symbolically. maintaining a pace of 200 kilometers per hour. This was the speed he had trained with Star Dream to navigate the current turn confidently. The first turn loomed large. Su Chen's fingers drummed a rhythm on the steering wheel before he abruptly shifted gears, lightly pressing the clutch with his left foot. Roar! The engine's rev soared, its roar echoing throughout the turn. This ferocious sound seemed to challenge the world, catching Brother Turkey's attention. As he tried to recall Su Chen and Star Dream's statistics, their performance on the track left him nearly speechless. At the entry point of the turn, Su Chen gently applied the brakes, shifting the weight of Star Dream forward, enhancing front-wheel grip for steering. In this preparatory phase for drifting, as the speed fell to approximately 180 kilometers per hour, Su Chen decisively released the brakes, simultaneously flooring the accelerator and quickly pressing the clutch. The sharp roar of the engine signaled a release. The rear of Star Dream swung outward, tires screeching against the pavement, leaving two striking black tire marks as white smoke billowed from the overheated brakes, enveloping the turn. At this moment, Star Dream's body formed an exaggerated angle of nearly 60 degrees against the direction of travel, with the front dangerously close to the guardrail, as if it could crash at any moment. Yet Su Chen remained calm, his hands deftly adjusting the steering wheel while his right foot danced on the accelerator. These maneuvers, while impressive, were merely standard among professional drivers he had encountered before. Master, we're going to hit the barrier. Meow? Star Dream tensed, the guardrail looming closer, wanting to shut her eyes, but unable to. We won't crash, Su Chen chuckled softly. Star Dream was in a precarious state, relying solely on his control of the rear wheel speed to maintain balance. Any misjudgment in throttle could easily lead to disaster, crashing into the guardrail. However, at 180 kilometers per hour, he still held the reins. But we really might crash. Where's the guardrail? In the blink of an eye, Star Dream realized the guardrail had vanished, replaced by a straight road. I told you we won't crash. As they exited the turn, Su Chen gently lifted his foot off the accelerator, straightening the steering wheel. This process was somewhat difficult to control. He frowned slightly, quickly realizing the negative effects of the cornering adjustment. However, it was manageable. Full throttle, exit the turn. With the gas pedal floored, Star Dream shot out of the turn like an arrow, tires regaining traction as the car's wild drift transformed into a straight path. The engine roared once more as the dust kicked up by the rear tires formed a golden curtain in the sunlight. At that moment, they could not only see Wang Tingting and Jin Huan's tail lights, but could clearly make out the competitor number on Jin Huan's vehicle. An astonishing display of cornering. Only after Su Chen had propelled Star Dream past the turn did Brother Turkey finally react. Ladies and gentlemen, just moments ago, Su Chen and Xing Ming showcased a stunning display of drifting around a corner, a feat that could easily rival that of professional racers. At that moment, he recalled the profiles of Su Chen and Xing Ming with disbelief, exclaiming, "Can you believe it? They are merely newcomers who have participated in a single underground city race." The cameraman, who was initially serving as a secondary commentator, was left dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally turned to Brother Turkey and asked, "So, boss, should we save that segment?" "Absolutely. It must be preserved." Brother Turkey squinted his eyes, adding, "Not only should we save it, but we need to ensure the camera focuses more on this pair of competitors." "I have a strong premonition." The cameraman replied, "I understand. Boss, do you sense the emergence of rising stars?" "No." Brother Turkey shook his head, his expression serious. "I sense a promotion and a raise." In front of the large screen at the championship's entrance, the audience erupted in astonishment. This must be a joke. How can rookie drivers possess such drifting skills? The phrase newcomers are monsters is gaining even more weight. However, to judge solely based on this one corner might be a bit presumptuous. After all, what if it was merely a lucky break? Indeed, no matter how talented the newcomers are, they cannot surpass our T3 seed competitors, especially with the city's famed fish-catching hound in the mix. Listening to the bewildered and astonished discussions around her, Queen couldn't help but smile. She felt a sense of pride that only she could understand, akin to witnessing her idol triumphing in a competition. It brought her joy and a sense of honor. "Queen, aren't these newcomers a bit exaggerated?" Jessica said, looking perplexed. "If I'm not mistaken, this level of drifting is certainly beyond what a C-class driver could achieve unless this machine has exceptional cornering capabilities." "Exaggerated?" Queen replied lazily, leaning back in her seat with her hands resting on her long, black-stockinged legs. While her expression remained composed, inwardly she scoffed. "This is nothing. There's even more astonishing talent." In the cockpit of the Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting hummed a tune, feeling quite pleased with her own driving skills. Thanks to her diligent training and a bit of luck, she felt she could score 120 points for that last drift. That silky feeling. How could it not be the embryonic form of a professional driver? Golden Falcon, how was my drift? Isn't it amazing? Speak up. Golden Falcon merely curled her lips. Was that drift merely an absurdly slow 80 kilometers per hour? The entry point was a mess, car control was a mess, and the quick correction after the turn. Yet another mess. However, it was indeed a slight improvement compared to her usual training. Reluctantly, she managed to say, Master's drifting shows great potential, with diligent practice. You will undoubtedly reach a professional level. Wang Tingting beamed, oblivious to the underlying implications in Golden Falcon's words. She hummed merrily, contemplating what outfit to wear for the awards ceremony. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed behind her, shattering her delightful thoughts. She glanced in the rearview mirror to find that Xing Ming, whom she thought she had left behind, was tailing her closely. Compared to before the turn, she and Golden Falcon had not only failed to shake off Xing Ming, but had actually been caught up significantly, with the gap now under 50 meters. Master, Xing Ming is catching up. Golden Falcon's reminder jolted Wang Tingting from her stupor. They've caught up? We didn't shake them off in the turn? How is that possible? Wang Tingting slammed the accelerator, her expression twisted in frustration. She had executed the turn drift perfectly. How could Su Chen and Xing Ming catch up? Golden Falcon remained silent. Of course, it was because the opponents had superior cornering speed and rapid drifting corrections, allowing them to close the distance quickly. Wang Tingting estimated Xing Ming's cornering speed to be between 160 and 200 kilometers per hour. However, she refrained from voicing this, knowing that Wang Tingting's driving habits were erratic and her emotions unstable. In a fit of anger, she might act recklessly, and the one who would suffer would be Wang Tingting herself. After a moment of contemplation, Golden Falcon suggested, Master, we are about to enter a long straight tunnel. The track is narrow. If you don't want them to overtake, we could attempt to block them. Yes, block them. Wang Tingting slammed her hands on the steering wheel, fiercely declaring, how could I forget that blocking is an option? The track is this narrow. They can't just overtake as they please. Humph. Golden Falcon, exasperated by the sudden outburst, silently activated the driver's recording device. If Wang Tingting continued this dangerous maneuver, she would document it and submit it to the Insurance Association, seeking an opportunity to terminate the contract and receive compensation. Inside the tunnel, Su Chen was already tailing Golden Falcon, preparing to switch lanes for an overtaking maneuver. However, as he shifted to the adjacent lane, Wang Tingting swiftly cut in front of them. Oh, a defensive maneuver? Su Chen frowned. In rally racing, such blocking was uncommon due to the staggered start intervals, which rarely allowed for direct competition among racers. Typically, blocking occurs in lap-style races or unclear underground circuits, and it is considered a dangerous tactic that lacks transparency. Some competitions explicitly state that the leading car may only perform a single lane change for defense. In most cases, lane change defense violates blue flag rules, dangerous driving regulations, and principles of fair competition. However, prior to entering the city championship, he had not encountered any restrictions regarding this in the competition rules. The absence of such limitations implied that lane change defense was permissible. Su Chen cautiously attempted to switch lanes again, while Wang Tingting continued to occupy the front track. This process was monitored by the competition officials, yet the judges had not issued any warnings to Wang Tingting or Golden Falcon. Su Chen understood the situation. Since lane change defense was not a violation, then his risky overtaking maneuver would also not be against the rules. In the cockpit of Golden Falcon, Wang Tingting felt a surge of self-satisfaction. So what if they are fast and can drift well? They will still be stuck behind me. She glanced at Xing Ming in the rearview mirror, relishing a sense of vindication. If Su Chen and Xing Ming managed to overtake her, they would surely secure an impressive result, right? She even entertained the thought of intentionally slowing down to block Su Chen and Xing Ming, thus undermining their performance in this race. All the modifications they had made, including the coveted purple marks, would be in vain. Would Su Chen continue to indulge Xing Ming when he discovered all his efforts were wasted? However, she ultimately refrained from acting on this impulse, as the race results were equally important to her. As long as she could stay ahead of Su Chen and Xing Ming, her performance would suffice. In her excitement, she fidgeted with the steering wheel, unaware that her actions were being recorded by the activated driver's recording device. Ladies and gentlemen, some intriguing developments are unfolding on the track. Brother Turkey exclaimed, his attention fixated on Su Chen as he noticed Wang Tingting blocking him. He deliberately fanned the flames, stating, it's evident that our number 22 driver is eager to overtake, but the tunnel segment has a narrow track, and he lacks the overwhelming speed and acceleration advantage. Meanwhile, the number 21 driver has employed a lane change defense maneuver. If number 22 wishes to overtake, it might have to wait until the next turn, which could adversely affect his race results. So, what alternative strategies might he employ? Ugh, they are so annoying. Xingming gritted her teeth, glaring at the obstructive Wang Tingting ahead. Clearly, our speed is superior, yet they are deliberately blocking us. Disgusting, perverse, villainous. As the prospect of surpassing Wang Tingting loomed closer, an unexpected situation arose. Xingmin's voice trembled with indignation. It's all right. Su Chen remained composed, even taking a moment to comfort Xingming by gently patting her rear. Wang Tingting's strategy was sound, yet regrettably, she lacked the capability to execute it effectively. He maneuvered Xingming to the center of the track, where ample space awaited him for either a left or right shift. Now, he needed to escape the turbulent wake of the Golden Falcon to prepare for the forthcoming maneuver. This was crucial, for the low air pressure in the wake area would diminish Xingmin's aerodynamic downforce, significantly impairing steering precision. Jessica, how do you think they will break this deadlock? Queen inquired, her voice tinged with tension and anxiety, her fingers clenched tightly, turning pale, a detail she herself failed to notice. Yet Jessica observed this and found herself curious as to why Queen was so invested in a novice competitor. Nevertheless, she answered candidly, in such situations, one typically waits for the next turn to capitalize on the drifting advantage to overtake. Alternatively, one might feign a lane change, tricking the leading car and then swiftly shifting to the other side. However, this demands a high level of skill that the newcomer may not possess. Queen remained silent, harboring an instinctual feeling that, despite never having witnessed Su Chen employ such tactics, he undoubtedly would. The instant he exited the wake zone, a glint of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Now's the moment. He deftly turned the steering wheel approximately 20 degrees to the right, causing Xingmin's nose to veer toward the right side of the track. Wang Tingting reacted promptly, steering Golden Falcon to the right in an attempt to block this potential overtaking route. Time seemed to stretch in that moment. Gotcha. Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he tightened his grip on the steering wheel and turned it fully to the left. Xingming, with its pristine white exterior, sliced through the air like a drawn sword, darting to the left in an instant. Simultaneously, Su Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine erupted with a deafening roar. They're playing tricks. Wang Tingting realized she had been outmaneuvered. In a frantic effort, she attempted to pull Golden Falcon back to the left, but it was too late. Her feeble skills could not support the quick reaction required. Even a momentary lapse of 1 or 2 seconds allowed Xingming to successfully cut into the left side of Golden Falcon. The gap between the two vehicles shrank to less than half a meter, close enough for Su Chen and Xingming to see Wang Tingting's distorted face and reddened eyes reflected in the rearview mirror of Golden Falcon. The air between the two machines was compressed and torn, emitting a sharp whistle. I won't let you pass, Wang Tingting shouted angrily, trying to force Golden Falcon to the left. In her desperation, she contemplated ramming into them, intending to push Su Chen and Xingming off the track. Just then, Golden Falcon preemptively halted her reckless intentions, bringing its body back parallel to Xingming. What are you doing? Wang Tingting screamed, pounding the steering wheel. Master, the city championship does not permit intentional collisions with other competitors. Golden Falcon's voice was cold and calm, like a bucket of ice water splashing over Wang Tingting. That would be a violation of the rules, leading to disqualification and a 3-year ban. Wang Tingting's expression shifted several times as she weighed her options. Ultimately, she yielded. A disqualification was one thing, but a 3-year ban was far too severe a penalty, one she couldn't afford. Damn it. Seeing the two cars gradually align, she could only vent her frustration by slamming her fist on the steering wheel. Golden Falcon remained indifferent, silent, while internally calculating how much compensation could be claimed from the footage. Su Chen merely glanced at Wang Tingting before returning his focus to the track, his grip on the steering wheel steadfast as a rock. For him, overtaking Golden Falcon was merely routine. Yet for Xingming, this moment held extraordinary significance. She was fixated on Golden Falcon, or rather, on Wang Tingting in the cockpit. Her shoulders trembled, tears glistening in her eyes. In Xingmin's perception, Wang Tingting's driving had become a reflection of her former self. She recalled when she had hunched over in the cockpit, subjected to Wang Tingting's casual insults, punches, and kicks. She had always believed the fault lay within her. Otherwise, how could Wang Tingting, who had initially treated her kindly, devolve into such a figure? Thus, she toiled diligently, training hard, even working behind the scenes at the racetrack to earn money, hoping to afford modifications to enhance her performance. It was only later that she realized whether it was her own earnings or Wang Tingting's, they were simply to facilitate her replacement. If only I had attended classes diligently, I wouldn't be so foolish and naive now. When Su Chen questioned her, she remained oblivious. Even in facing him now, she still felt inferior. However, she grasped an essential truth. It wasn't he that she was inadequate. It was Wang Tingting who was at fault. Amid the reluctant growls of the engine, Xingmin's body surged forward like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, steadily and resolutely pushing through. Breakthrough, and then breakthrough again. Inch by inch, she surpassed Wang Tingting's golden falcon. First the front lip, then the engine hood, followed by the A-pillar until her rear wheels aligned with Golden Falcon's front wheels. The overtaking was completed in the next heartbeat. Farewell, Xingming. Xingming gazed ahead at the track, allowing tears to slip from the corners of her eyes. Within the tunnel, light and darkness danced in alternation. Behind her lay a shroud of darkness, while ahead stretched an open road. She whispered softly, "I will move forward." Chapter 41. The so-called synchronization. Before entering the tunnel, Xingming had been trapped behind Golden Falcon, with no hint of an overtaking opportunity on that narrow track. Upon exiting the tunnel, she had surged far ahead of Golden Falcon. Could it be that she had truly succeeded in overtaking? What a joke! Was this feigned maneuver truly from a novice? Surely, the organizers had recruited someone for the sake of spectacle. A wave of astonishment washed over the audience. Jessica's mouth hung agape, capable of holding an egg. No way. He really did it. Queen, witnessing Su Chen lead Xingming to a successful overtaking, felt a sense of relief. Yet it seemed somewhat expected. A smile crept further across her lips as she glanced at Jessica. What do you think? Jessica swallowed hard. This driver named Su Chen has some talent. There's no denying it. Just some talent? Queen seemed dissatisfied. Jessica sensed Queen's heightened interest in this driver and stated plainly. To be honest, his feigned maneuver was indeed smooth, but his opponent is rather inept. If it were professional racers like Yu Ming or Su Chen, he wouldn't have been able to overtake so easily. Moreover, his machine isn't significantly faster than Golden Falcon. In this race, he'll probably just secure a spot in the top 10. This time, Queen's displeasure was evident on her face. Did I ask you to speculate on their rankings? Why not hang a bucket for your lengthy tongue? Jessica dared not utter a word. Queen's sharp tongue was formidable. The best response was silence, lest she be met with a tempest of verbal onslaught. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to believe that our Su Chen and Xingming have indeed executed a feigned maneuver. The relatively inexperienced number 21 contestant clearly did not anticipate such cunning from their opponent and could only taste defeat on the spot. Brother Turkey felt fortunate for his sharp eye, immediately directing the camera to Su Chen and Xingming. Just from that maneuver, he would be rewarded with extra chicken legs today. Feigned maneuvers and lane changes for overtaking are rather rare in city championships, even more so when such tactics originate from a novice racer. Brother Turkey deliberately sighed. The number 21 contestant's loss is not unjust. Suddenly, the cameraman leaned in to whisper a few words. Brother Turkey's eyes brightened, and he snapped his fingers. All right, dear viewers. Our two professional racers are ready to launch. Let us witness their performance. Yu Ming and Su Chen's launch times were staggered by a full minute, with Yu Ming leading and Su Chen following. The two competitors are of comparable skill, with little chance of encountering each other on the track. However, each has their own team, reporting average speeds and rankings from the pit, thus engaging in a form of remote competition. What place can my cornering speed achieve? After navigating the first turn, Yu Ming immediately inquired with the Northern Wolf's logistics team. Rest assured, Brother Ming, your cornering speed ranks first. Su Chen is behind you, and his cornering speed has yet to be revealed. However, Feng He is a Thunderstar machine girl, adept at bursts, and should not be a match for you in terms of speed. A smile crept upon Yu Ming's lips. Everything was indeed under control. If he maintained this performance, the championship would surely be within his grasp. And what about Su Chen? He recalled the promising newcomer and asked, how much slower is Su Chen's cornering speed compared to mine? Su Chen. There was a brief silence on the other end of the intercom, followed by the sound of a mouse clicking. 2 seconds later, came the reply, Brother Ming, Su Chen and Xingmin's cornering speed is 183 kilometers per hour, which is 3 kilometers slower than yours and Sister Zhu Ying's. These competitors are quite formidable, and they are said to be newcomers? What? Yu Ming was taken aback, nearly hitting his head on the steering wheel. Master, why are you so agitated? Zhu Ying complained, frowning. It's a race. No need for such dramatics. Yu Ming, still dazed, said. Just now at the first turn, Su Chen and Xingming were already 3 kilometers slower than our cornering speed. What the heck? Zhu Ying's vehicle swayed, her reaction almost as frantic as Yu Ming's. Has it only been a few days? How have they improved so dramatically? Zhu Ying was astonished. Although she and Yu Ming had played it safe at the first turn, not pushing their limits due to needing to adapt to the race's rhythm, this was an astonishing leap for Su Chen and Xingming. Remembering the underground race in Binzhou just a week ago, where their average speed was only 171 kilometers per hour. How had they already surpassed 180 in cornering speed? It must be the purple stigmata. Yuming tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes reddening with intensity. Damn it. I can hardly imagine how cheerful I would be if I had drawn that purple stigmata, instead of being a gloomy fish-frying dog. Zuying narrowed her eyes, her tone growing cold. What's this, master? Are you thinking of drawing a blind box again? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you go for another draw, I'll put mustard in all your cigarettes. If you don't draw, I'll draw for you. Yuming chuckled awkwardly, quickly assuring her he wouldn't. Yet, a newfound seriousness glimmered in his gaze as he looked towards the track. It appeared that today's competition was not just against a mere child. Su Chen proved to be a formidable contender as well. Butler, quickly report my and Yuming's data. Just after passing the first turn, Su Chen shouted. Immediately, the gentle voice of the old butler resonated through the intercom. Young master, your cornering speed is 5 kilometers per hour slower than Yuming's. However, this is not a significant issue, as your exit correction and acceleration are quicker than Fengyi's. So my cornering speed is 5 kilometers slower? Su Chen squinted, snorting dismissively. As expected, a fish-frying dog is still a fish-frying dog. There's some skill in frying fish. Fengyi, even though the start interval is a minute apart, I intend to make up for that minute today. Master, this might be a bit challenging. Fengyi tilted her head slightly, smiling as she licked her red lips. After all, our opponents are not ordinary fish. So, does my master plan to adopt a more aggressive racing style? Oh, that is natural, Su Chen nodded. To strike hard and deliver a heavy blow to the opponent is what defines a trump card. Holding back would merely result in a wasted hand. He had prepared for this moment for so long. It was time to showcase the fruits of his and Fengyi's training. I understand. Fengyi's cheeks flushed, her eyes gleaming alluringly as she sweetly said, Master, since you desire a more aggressive approach, should we not provide the machine girl with some motivation? As Su Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, he quietly retrieved a whip from the storage box under Fengyi's scorching gaze. Each machine girl is an independent entity, with unique interests and preferences. Tapping into those interests or eliciting emotions can enhance their resonance. When the resonance reaches a certain level during a race, the machine girl can unleash even greater performance. Fengyi usually presents herself as a gentle older sister in front of others, often leading to the illusion that she is merely playing a nurturing game with her master. Yet, only Su Chen knew that this was merely a facade. Fengyi harbored a secret known only to him, which was also the key to enhancing her resonance. As the audience witnessed, while Yuming and Ziying exhibited faster speeds, our star ace Su Chen and Fengyi demonstrated remarkable burst acceleration. This meant that after each turn, they could regain their top speed in a remarkably short time. Overall, they seemed to be evenly matched, making the situation increasingly intriguing. After the professional racers launched, most of the cameras focused on Ziying and Fengyi. Brother Turkey animatedly narrated, his excitement palpable. Thank you all for your support of the Urban Championship. Now, we interrupt this broadcast for an advertisement. The electronic screen of the Urban Championship flickered, revealing a giant red tomato. For reading, visit Tomato Network. Hot titles like letting you spend money to cultivate immortality await your perusal. The pure-hearted cockroach is sizzling, throwing a silver party in your kitchen, and turning into a mess upon encountering the artifact. Cockroach Extermination Artifact. Trust the Roast Goose brand. It was unfortunate that there were no cameras in the cockpit. Otherwise, the scene within Fengyi's cockpit would have been quite explosive. Meanwhile, within Xingmin's cockpit, Su Chen experienced a sudden surge in speed, his expression one of astonishment. The peak speed of Xingming hovered around 240 kilometers per hour, yet now the speedometer's needle had climbed to a striking 250 kilometers per hour. Do not underestimate this 10-kilometer difference. Such data would never appear during regular training, unless going downhill. This was where the eye of God proved its worth. As long as he could see Xingmin's status, he wouldn't be stumbling in the dark. Name, Xingming, Stigmata, Radiant Light, Team Buff Type. Speed, 63. Cornering, 64. Stability, 43. Burst, 39. Endurance, 52. Core Modification, Blaze Storm, Cornering Adjustment 5. Tire Wear 20. Special Effect, Slight, Stigmata, Emperor Engine, Amethyst. Current Level, C. Special Talent, 1. Not activated, 2. Catgirl Morphology Specialization, 3. Silent Movement. Resonance, 60. Base 30. Speed 5. Status, Transformation. Exhilarated. Evaluation, a catgirl specialized for the racetrack and the bedroom, soft and fragrant. Young man, you found a treasure. Su Chen blinked, confirming he was not mistaken. Before the race, his and Xingmin's resonance stood at 30, but now it had surged to 60. Resonance is somewhat akin to a blend of mutual understanding and affection. However, to define it as such would be inaccurate, as resonance is influenced not only by daily life, but also by the machine girl's emotions during a race. Maintaining a close and trusting relationship with the machine girl, giving her small gifts she enjoys, and engaging in activities she likes can accumulate a certain base resonance. However, this accumulation is challenging, requiring gradual effort. Furthermore, if the machine girl is in poor spirits or unhappy, the base resonance can decrease. Thus, maintaining resonance with the machine girl in everyday life is key. More crucially, igniting the machine girl's resonance during the race is essential. Su Chen had only signed the contract with Ming less than a month ago. He never expected to elevate her resonance to such heights. He had not intentionally pursued anything, allowing things to unfold naturally, without a utilitarian mindset. Little did he know that Xingmin's resonance would explode at this moment, granting her a 5-point speed boost. It appears that the first stage has reached the frequency threshold capable of stimulating attribute enhancement. Being able to see the specific data is indeed beneficial. Su Chen let out a contented sigh. Had it been another driver here, they might have been utterly bewildered. In his line of sight, a red warning sign flashed past, while the serious voice of Ming resonated ahead. Moss, in 500 meters, there will be a series of 3 consecutive tight turns. Level 2, brace yourselves. Meow? Understood. Su Chen, initially intending to interview Ming, immediately focused his mind. The lower the number indicating the turn's level, the sharper and more difficult the turn becomes. The term brace yourselves emphasizes the necessity of driving very close to the inner edge of the turn. Undoubtedly, this series of 3 consecutive turns can be regarded as one of the most challenging bends in the Urban Championship. Su Chen and Ming had practiced such sequences of 3 or even 5 consecutive turns, yet they still approached the situation with utmost seriousness. Amidst the roar of the engine, the 500-meter distance saw the scenery along the roadside whizzing past, trees and spectators behind fences blurred into indistinct lines. However, this did not detract from Su Chen's focus on the increasingly imminent turn. Quick, switch the camera to turn 127. Upon hearing Brother Turkey's command, the cameraman immediately gestured to his crew. Brother Turkey, a professional host, had mastered the timing of when to focus the camera on which driver. The professional racers maneuvering through turns were indeed a sight to behold, but there was also a pair of dark horses worth watching. Ladies and gentlemen, turn 127 is the most challenging series of 3 consecutive tight turns in this competition. Successfully navigating turn 127 will lead to a brief straight stretch for adjustment before entering a lengthy segment of 50 kilometers of gravel and broken roads. Brother Turkey gazed at the speeding machines on the screen, his excitement palpable. In the previous segments, you may have noticed that most drivers' performances didn't show significant differences. It seems that both professional and amateur drivers possess similar skills. However, after turn 127, you will gain a fresh perspective on each driver's abilities. Turn 127 is the watershed moment. I can confidently assert that after turn 127, the top 10 positions in this race will not vary greatly. His peripheral vision caught sight of a white phantom speeding from the end of the track. His voice rose sharply. Now, let's focus on the watershed moment of turn 127. I believe that not only I, but many viewers are curious about how the newcomers Su Chen and Ming will handle these consecutive tight turns. Will they blend into the crowd or astonish us at this moment? A number of spectators in the stands stood up, intently gazing at the big screen. With 3 cameras capturing the action, the white phantom, named Ming, was rapidly approaching turn 127. What incredible speed! Did this machine girl ever move this fast before? It seems that since shaking off competitor number 21, this duo has quickened their pace. What is the point of speed if they can't maintain it through the turns? Especially consecutive hairpin bends? Go Su Chen! You're the best, strive for first place. The audience buzzed with excitement. Jessica observed Queen's pale, slender fingers gripping the railing tightly, causing it to bend under her grasp. This usually aloof and indifferent Queen was surprisingly anxious. Amazing. Had she started to become a fan? Such behavior was indeed unusual. This matter seemed worthy of reporting to the lady. Creak. Jessica glanced at the deformed railing, her lips twitching. Queen, you'll have to pay for the damaged railing. Silence. Queen's gaze remained fixated on the screen, unblinking, chattering like a mountain sparrow. Are you? Jessica could only continue to watch the screen. The classic maneuver to tackle such consecutive tight turns is the Scandinavian flick, also known as the pendulum drift. However, this drifting technique demands a high level of skill from the driver and is typically mastered only by professionals. There's simply no place to learn it without joining a club, driving schools and racing academies do not teach such advanced techniques. Amateur drivers also hesitate to attempt it, as a misstep could harm the machine girl. She had researched Su Chen's background and found it amusing. He was an unlicensed amateur modifier who had never attended a racing academy, truly an amateur among amateurs. The skills Su Chen had previously displayed were already astounding. Now, could he really execute the pendulum drift? She doubted it. If he made a mistake here, Queen would surely be disappointed, right? She couldn't help but glance at Queen again, whose profile was breathtakingly beautiful, both delicate and alluring, now intensely focused on the track ahead. It was hard to imagine Queen paying such close attention to someone else. The lady had never been observed with such intensity by Queen, but it mattered not. Jessica returned her gaze to the screen, silently reflecting. It was good for Queen to witness these races. After seeing enough, she would realize that none of these drivers could compare to the lady. It was time to refocus and properly cooperate with headquarters on the modification plans. The series of 3 consecutive tight turns resembled a serpentine viper, twisting on the track, awaiting its prey. In an instant, Su Chen had formulated a comprehensive plan for navigating the turns. He recalled a previous life where he had participated in a team-building exercise with a top-tier driver. It was under that driver's guidance that he had learned the Scandinavian flick. This driver, known as the Emperor of the Track, executed the pendulum drift with a smoothness that rivaled fine chocolate. Everyone who witnessed it would exclaim in awe. Su Chen's pendulum drift technique bore some resemblance to that of the Emperor. Yet now, even just a hint of similarity was sufficient to tackle the current track. Gripping the steering wheel firmly, Su Chen felt the roar of Xingmin's engine beside him, a blaze of fervor building within him. Xingming, are you ready? Meow? Xingmin's voice radiated warmth and confidence. Her body leaned slightly forward, ears perked up, completely focused. The first hairpin turn loomed ahead, and Su Chen glanced at the speedometer reading 192 kilometers per hour. This perilous speed was beyond his complete control, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet he did not slow further. Instead, he lightly pressed the accelerator, maintaining Xingmin's speed on the brink of danger. Let us go. He exhaled softly. Scandinavian flick. Su Chen's gaze locked onto the apex of the turn as he decisively released the throttle. Simultaneously, his right foot pressed the brake. With a screech of tires, a plume of white smoke billowed in front of the turn. Xingmin's body surged forward due to inertia. Su Chen silently gauged the balance of Xingmin's chassis, swiftly pressing the clutch with his left foot while positioning his hand on the gear shift paddle, ready to downshift. As his peripheral vision caught the warning sign for the turn, time seemed to freeze for a moment, leaving only the ever-enlarging turn in his sight. The instant time resumed. He had already turned the steering wheel to the right. Xingmin's rear swung to the left, tracing an elegant arc on the track. At this moment, Xingming was on the brink of losing control. Without intervention, a collision with the nearby barrier was imminent. Su Chen could not afford to worry about how closely he was hugging the inner edge of the turn. His skills had yet to reach a level of refinement. What he needed to do was to proceed steadily. While maintaining speed, he aimed to conquer this series of 3 consecutive tight turns. As Xingmin's chassis neared the barrier, he swiftly countersteered to the left, utilizing the inertia of Xingmin's rear to swiftly direct the front toward the inner edge of the turn. The rear wheels, having lost traction, regained their grip on the ground. The anticipated collision with the barrier did not occur. In the pale haze of the racing track, the Star Dream glided effortlessly. For the spectators positioned alongside the barriers, the view was vividly striking. The rear of the car emitted a powerful burst of energy, a testament to the harmonious synergy between the driver and the machine, creating a dance of combat that evoked a palpable sense of impending collision, causing many onlookers to gasp and retreat. The roar of the engine, a thunderous battle cry, further complemented this spectacle. As the first turn was navigated, Su Chen quickly recalibrated his strategy, employing the heel-and-toe technique to downshift, with his right foot delicately pressing the brake, while simultaneously revving the accelerator with his heel, and his left foot managing the clutch to maintain engine RPM. He deftly avoided the risk of rear-wheel lockup. Upon entering the second left turn, he adopted a conventional slow-in, fast-out line, skillfully controlling the car's posture at the apex. Despite the minimal respite between the second and third hairpin turns, his maneuvering ensured that the Star Dream maintained its speed through the curve, exhibiting a stability akin to that of a straight-line approach. Typically, the Scandinavian flick technique is reserved for the first turn, as its subsequent application in following bends carries significant risk. A seasoned driver once articulated that without top-tier skills and performance, one should navigate the second turn with caution. Employing a compromised version of the pendulum drift does not signify inferiority. It reflects wisdom and rational thought. If executed to perfection, It could rival the theoretical ideal of the perfect pendulum drift. While there may be a degree of solace in this notion, Su Chen possessed the self-awareness to recognize his limitations. His greatest strength lay in his understanding of his identity and his capabilities. Mazda, he exclaimed, confronting the daunting angle of the third hairpin bend. Ahead, the Star Dream let out a cry of exhilaration. Su Chen's gaze remained composed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. During his pre-race analysis of the track, he had discerned that the angles of the 3 consecutive hairpin turns in the city championship grew increasingly acute, exponentially amplifying the challenge for drivers with each turn. Even with the Scandinavian flick employed in the first 2 turns, the risk of collision with the barriers in the third turn was ever present, should the driver's technique and the machine's performance falter. This understanding prompted his decision to prioritize stability. The most perilous right turn loomed ahead. Handbrake drift? Brake drift? All considerations were cast aside. The hairpin turn was classified as a level 1 curve. At approximately 180 km per hour, attempting to execute a tail drift while heavily braking would be tantamount to courting disaster. Fortunately, prior to entering the turn, he had already positioned the Star Dream closely to the inner lane, maximizing his operational space and margin for error. Under these conditions, only a trailing throttle technique would suffice. He murmured softly, uttering professional jargon that the Star Dream could barely comprehend. The trailing throttle technique merely nudged the rear and outward, utilizing rear wheel slip to assist with steering. In contrast to wild drifts, this method offered greater stability and control. The steering wheel in Su Chen's hands transformed into a conductor's baton, guiding with precision and elegance. The slight rearward sway, coupled with exact throttle control, kept the rear wheels at the threshold of traction. Though these maneuvers appeared complex and slow, they transpired within mere seconds. As the front of the Star Dream slid out of the turn, the car became aligned with the straightaway, everything perfectly orchestrated and under control. Even without flawlessly executing the Scandinavian flick, the precise trailing throttle maneuver eliminated the need for corrective adjustments through the turn. This approach was ideally suited for the Star Dream, especially with the 5-degree correction effect minimized. Su Chen exhaled deeply, a relaxed smile illuminating his face. Perhaps this distinction between a tuner and a racer was telling. The wild individuals followed instinct and muscle memory, while he, as a tuner, had grown accustomed to meticulous and intricate tasks. He was more rational, favoring analysis and calculation, and placing a premium on the protection of the race car. Although his calculations still fell short of those of elite drivers, they were beginning to take shape. With a full tank, he exited the turn, gradually applying full throttle. The engine erupted into a rising roar as the Star Dream surged forth like a wild stallion. Oh, go, go, go! She was unaware of the technical prowess Su Chen had just displayed through the 3 consecutive hairpin turns. All she knew was that driving alongside Su Chen felt comfortable and reassuring, entirely unlike the disconcerting sensation she experienced with Wang Tingting. With a click, as they passed the speed trap at the turn's exit, an astonishing speed of 178 km per hour was displayed on the electronic screen. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is astonishing. I can hardly believe it," exclaimed Brother Turkey, his voice slightly stammering. He had envisioned Su Chen and the Star Dream slowing down, possibly encountering mishaps, or even drastically reducing speed to execute a full pendulum drift. Yet, he had never anticipated that Su Chen would disassemble the 3 hairpin turns, showcasing a unique technical approach for each, all executed with remarkable proficiency. "Honestly, I am merely a commentator for the city championship. My professional acumen is somewhat lacking," he admitted, shaking his head modestly before thrusting the microphone towards the bearded, bespectacled elder beside him. "Now, let us welcome our 5-star track analyst, Mr. MacArthur, to provide us with an interpretation." MacArthur, furrowing his brow, adjusted the microphone and cleared his throat. "If I am not mistaken, the second segment was executed using the heel-in-toe technique in conjunction with the slow-in, fast-out strategy. The essence of slow-in, fast-out is to enter the turn at a reduced speed, ensuring the car's stability once at the apex. The driver gradually accelerates to exit the turn at a higher speed. This strategy necessitates precise control over the car's weight transfer and tire load at the apex. The third segment employed the trailing throttle technique, one of the most advanced cornering techniques. As he spoke, MacArthur's demeanor grew serious. This technique no longer relied on aggressive rear slides, but instead focused on accurately calculating the optimal braking and turning points, striving for precise execution. Such operations demand high technical proficiency, ensuring the rear wheels lose just enough grip without spiraling into chaos, while also finely modulating the throttle to control the slip angle. Noticing Brother Turkey's bewildered expression, he rolled his eyes. Commentators often lack the depth of understanding aside from merely shoving microphones in front of people. In essence, this was a sophisticated micromanipulation technique, no less challenging than the Scandinavian flick. The 20-second driver did not recklessly impose the Scandinavian flick in the series of hairpin turns, as is commonly believed. Instead, he disaggregated the 3 hairpin turns, ensuring stability and safety while simultaneously maximizing cornering speed. Gazing at the screen, where the white phantom raced ahead, MacArthur marveled. This is a driver not only skilled but also remarkably astute. Which is more vital, a nimble mind or technical prowess? MacArthur pondered silently. In his youth, racing techniques had just begun to flourish under the legacy of the Star God. Back then, technique was paramount. Yet now, after a century of evolution, technical saturation had largely been achieved. While new racing technologies were still being developed, they primarily involved minor adjustments to the original racing techniques inherited from the Star God. At least in his view, in today's era, a flexible intellect holds greater advantages than mere technical skill. Chapter 44, Concerns, Combined. In the audience, some murmured that the organizers were merely putting on a show, while others expressed their confusion. After all, it was exceedingly rare to maintain a silky smooth speed of around 180 kilometers per hour through the triple apex corner. Yet, many spectators had fixated on the names of Su Chen and Meng, recognizing this underestimated duo. That mech-girl is called Meng, right? Does anyone have her poster? Wow, she's actually a catgirl variant? Among the 100 catgirl matches, 99 are underperformers. Su Chen must have struck gold. How enviable. Cha. When the Star God opens 2 windows, it surely closes a door. Perhaps this mech-girl is not only temperamental, but also aloof. A sour voice added. Being aloof is one thing. But what if she turns out to be one of those 1-in-a-million trap matches? Tisk tisk. From the shadows, Queen's icy voice pierced through. Unfortunately, Meng is not only exceptionally gentle, soft, and fragrant, but she also warms her pilot's bed every night. Envious, are we? You should be, for someone like you. A wretched maggot will never possess a mech girl of such caliber. You might as well wallow in the sewers, licking filth. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated through the VIP section. The driver who had been ridiculed turned pale, standing up with indignation, pointing at Queen. Who are you to interfere with our conversation? Queen merely lifted her chin, a curious smile curling her lips. It had been quite some time since she had engaged in a spirited exchange. Her tongue felt rather neglected. Yet, Jessica had anticipated the situation, stepping in front of Queen with an assertive stride, displaying her credentials. Apologies, but you've infringed upon our mech girl. Kindly return to your seat and remain silent. The driver attempted to retort, but upon seeing the credentials of the knight's voice, he paled and promptly returned to his seat. Silenced. Indeed, such credentials could be forged, but those seated in the front rows of the VIP section were undoubtedly legitimate members of the knight's voice. Anyone daring to forge such credentials would be courting disaster for their own club. Jessica, you ought not to have interfered. You are being rather obstructive. Queen murmured as she settled back into her seat, still feeling somewhat aggrieved, but refraining from further comment. Jessica chuckled awkwardly. By the way, Queen, how do you know that Meng is gentle and warms the pilot's bed? I just guessed. Queen replied, her complexion unflustered, though her fingers tightened slightly. She cast a blank glance at Jessica, her red lips moving. You seem to have too many questions. Are you a primary school student? All right. I suppose I shouldn't provoke this lady, Jessica thought to herself. At the rest area before the gravel track, Lin Haijun took a sip of mineral water and swallowed a painkiller. His head was plagued by neuropathic pain, not due to injury, and until he recovered, he could only rely on analgesics to suppress it. If it weren't for the throbbing in his head, he wouldn't have ventured to the rest area. After all, the city championship schedule was not extensive, and this rest area was generally a mere formality. Very few drivers opted for the 3-minute break, as it significantly impacted the performance of both the driver and the mech girl. Yet, he could endure no longer. Master, this is the result of our diligent training, Po Feng said, standing behind Lin Haijun with a cheerful smile, massaging his temples. What was our cornering speed just now? Lin Haijun closed his eyes, attempting to ease the tension in his nerves. Let me check, Po Feng replied, glancing up at the electronic screen in the rest area, which displayed the cornering speeds of all competitors who had passed through the 127th triple apex corner. Master, we achieved a cornering speed of 138 kilometers per hour, ranking first among all competitors. Hearing Po Feng's exuberant voice, Lin Haijun's lips curled into a slight smile. This is the Scandinavian flick. Even a rudimentary grasp of it can greatly enhance our cornering speed. Remember when we navigated this triple apex corner last year? Our speed was only around 110. The rewards of hard work were evident before them. Could anything be more delightful? Po-Feng beamed at the electronic screen. As the sounds of roaring engines and the clicking of speed traps filled the air, rows of data refreshed on the screen. But none could surpass her and Lin Haijun's remarkable performance. It seemed that this year, they truly had a shot at the city championship. Suddenly, a roar from an engine, notably more resonant than the others, sent chills down their spines. As the speed trap clicked, new data flashed on the screen, and Po-Feng's hand on Lin Haijun's temple tightened. Ah! Lin Haijun yelped, tumbling from his seat. Po-Feng, why did you suddenly squeeze so hard? He rubbed his head as he stood up, only to find Po-Feng staring at the screen in a daze. Following her gaze, Lin Haijun gasped sharply. Competitor 22, Su Chen. Xingming average cornering speed, 178 kilometers per hour. Wow, Lin Haijun shuddered, dropping the bottle of mineral water. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the live broadcast of the City Championship. As I mentioned earlier, the 127th Triple Apex Corner is a definitive test of the competitor's technical skills. Competitor 21, Wang Tingting, and Jin Shun failed to control their entry point and speed, crashing into the barriers, and have since been towed away. Such mistakes are understandable for a rookie. We hope she continues to strive for improvement in the latter half of the year. The large screen displayed a close-up of Wang Tingting's crash, vividly capturing her banging her head against the steering wheel, while Jin Shun appeared utterly despondent. Competitor 28, Wang Dong and Hellfire seemed to have had a disagreement, stopping to argue at the edge of the 127th corner. Is it a clash of cornering strategies? Regardless, this could easily lead to an accident. The towing team has already been dispatched, and Competitor 41, unfortunately, despite having successfully navigated the 127th Triple Apex corner with a standard pendulum drift, failed to correct their exit properly, hitting the brakes too abruptly, resulting in a rollover. Luckily, no spectators were harmed. At this point, I must interrupt for a commercial break. Watching the race carries risks, millions in spectator insurance, ensuring peace of mind for all. By insurance, and happiness is guaranteed for everyone. For spectator insurance, choose Roast Goose Safety. With the commercial concluded, the commentary resumed. Here they come, our professional competitors, Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow. A beautifully executed pendulum drift. Smooth and flawless. However, their cornering speed appears somewhat lacking. The commentator glanced at the electronic screen, astonished. Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow's cornering speed is 175 kilometers per hour. This speed is commendable, and they have maintained steady performance, positioning them as strong contenders for the championship. Struggling to maintain his commentary, the announcer felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. Now he understood why he perceived Chasing Shadow's speed as insufficient. There was someone faster ahead. Yet, that was merely a newcomer. How could Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow fall short against a rookie's speed? Moments later, another engine roared to life. The cerulean car adorned in Wind Crane's livery glimmered in the sunlight, billowing white smoke as it sliced through the air. Our city's professional driver, Su Chen, and his mech-girl, Wind Crane, had arrived. Another impeccable pendulum drift. Although slightly slower than Chasing Shadow, their rapid exit correction and explosive acceleration immediately closed the gap. The performances of these two professional competitors were neck and neck. Let our high-speed drone draw closer to capture the technical maneuvers of contestant Su Chen. How curious. Su Chen has actually activated the anti-peeping membrane of the Wind Crane. Is that the sound of slapping I hear? Or am I imagining things? Brother Turkey looks utterly bewildered. Both Su Chen and the Wind Crane support team share his confusion. Who opens the anti-peeping membrane during a rally race? However, there is no explicit rule against it. And it is the prerogative of the young master and the Wind Crane. They cannot interfere. Slap, slap. Inside the Wind Crane's cockpit, Su Chen's face is flushed as one hand grips the steering wheel tightly while the other, albeit shamefully, wields the whip with fervor. His eyes burn with a singular desire for victory. Wind Crane, accelerate. Do not let that fish-slaying dog surpass us. All right, little Che, you are truly formidable. After a brief sprint on the track, Su Chen drives the Star Dream onto the gravel section. Mazda, this road is truly treacherous. My rear is bound to be jolted. The Star Dream pouts, its soft cat ears drooping in displeasure. Not only is the Star Dream uncomfortable, but so is Su Chen. The gravel and broken asphalt roads are as wretched as they are reputed to be, far worse than rural paths. In the past life, a racing car shaped like the Star Dream could never traverse such terrain. Only the chassis of the mechanized maiden can adjust to the appropriate height. Otherwise, it would have been damaged long ago. Just hold on. It's only 50 kilometers, and we'll be through soon. Mazda, rest assured, Star Dream can endure. Encouraged by its driver, the Star Dream shows a marked improvement in mood, gritting its teeth in silence despite the discomfort. Good girl. Su Chen reaches out to soothe the Star Dream, hoping to alleviate the pain in its jolted rear. Gazing at the increasingly fragmented track, his brow furrows. His greatest concern is not the ultimate outcome of the race, but rather the toll the gravel and broken asphalt will take on the tires. Who could have anticipated that the Urban Championship would suddenly alter its rules, introducing random gravel segments and extending their length? The last Urban Championship's gravel stretch was merely 12 kilometers. Even though he has replaced the tires on the Star Dream, there remain 20 tire damages unresolved. Can they truly reach the finish line unscathed? Chapter 45. The greater the pain, the greater the joy, combined. Star Dream. Should we return to the pit to change tires? In Su Chen's recollection, such large-scale competitions typically allow for mid-race tire changes. Although he found no relevant stipulation in the rules of the Benzo Urban Championship, the time spent changing tires would indeed count against their performance. Yet, he is more concerned about the safety of the Star Dream than the outcome. The championship occurs biannually. If this performance is subpar, they can always endure another 6 months of shameless modifications. By then, who knows how much stronger the Star Dream and he will become. Mazda. The Star Dream tilts its head slightly. It's a Hogue perking up, but in the Urban Championship, changing tires is not allowed. Only races over 500 kilometers have repair stations for tire changes. Moreover, even if there were a repair station, returning now would waste a significant amount of time. Don't worry. I'm fine, just a bit sore in the rear. A little massage will suffice. Su Chen squints his eyes. Very well, then I shall not be polite. Hee. Mazda. In the rearview mirror, the Star Dream's lovely face flushes as it softly states, "What I mean is, after the race, I'll massage myself. What difference does it make whether you do it yourself, or I do it for you?" Su Chen responds dismissively, resolute in his stance. Pervert. Mazda, a big pervert. Despite the Star Dream's vigorous protests, it can do little more than complain. The cockpit is completely fixed, and it is powerless to act. At most, it can swat Su Chen's face with its tail. However, given that they are in a race, frivolity is out of the question. Yet, to be fair, Mazda, though you may not be serious, your massage technique is indeed quite effective. I suppose I can reluctantly accept it. They are about to enter the gravel section. Inside the cockpit, Chasing Shadow gazes at the dilapidated track ahead with a grim expression. In recent years, the race organizers have become increasingly erratic. The previous year introduced gravel roads, and that 12 kilometers was barely tolerable. This year, not only has the position become random, but the length has also increased to 50 kilometers. What madness is this? She grumbles. Every time I finish a gravel section, my rear and feet ache for a while. After completing today's 50 kilometers, if I don't get maintenance, I estimate I will be bedridden for a week. Chasing Shadow, Yuming hesitates, considering. I could help massage your legs and rear to relieve the pain. What do you want to do? Chasing Shadow glares at Yuming through the rearview mirror. Her gaze icy. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Yuming forces a smile. Oh, am I that kind of person? Oh please. Your hands were not so well behaved while we were sleeping last night. Did you think I wouldn't notice? Chasing Shadow scoffs, rendering Yuming speechless. She continues. If we lose this race to that big-bottomed wind crane, from today onward, I will sleep in the bedroom, and you can sleep on the couch. No, please. I get cold at night alone. If you keep talking, you can sleep at the door. As they enter the gravel segment, Su Chen silently puts down the whip he had been wielding, his face flushed and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Little Che, you've worked hard. In the rearview mirror, Wind Crane squints her eyes lazily, appearing more intoxicated than focused on driving. Nevertheless, she accurately retrieves a wet tissue from the storage box and hands it to Su Chen. Wipe your sweat, little Che, don't let it get into your eyes. Crane, could you refrain from calling me little Che? Su Chen's mouth twitches as he accepts the tissue to wipe his sweat. They have just entered a straight section of the gravel road, which can temporarily be driven by the mechanized maiden. It is not a problem for him to take a moment to wipe his sweat and adjust his helmet. Wind Crane pouts and giggles. But master, you are so small. You're hardly bigger than a little one. Although you have become much more manly than before, I look forward to your growth. What should have been words of encouragement only deepens Su Chen's blush. Once we enter the gravel section, you need not urge me anymore. He hastily shifts the topic. Indeed. Amid the clattering bumps, Wind Crane's gentle voice reveals clear enjoyment. Master knows, I adore these broken roads. The more fragmented they are, the more exhilarating it feels to race. And the speed naturally increases. As soon as she finishes speaking, Wind Crane's already established speed on the gravel road begins to climb further. What is excruciatingly painful for all mechanized maidens seems to be a reward for Wind Crane. Su Chen breathes a sigh of relief. No need for further urging. This is a welcome respite. Dear audience, the race has progressed 2/3 of the way, and most contestants have entered the gravel segment. It is evident that this year, the league committee has extended the gravel road, presenting a stern challenge for all competitors. Brother Turkey passes the microphone to MacArthur, who continues. The gravel road tests not only the performance of the mechanized maidens, but also the skills of the drivers. The loose surface causes the tire grip to fluctuate continuously, making it difficult for drivers to accurately perceive the vehicle's status, requiring quicker reactions and more precise throttle and steering adjustments. Before he can finish, Brother Turkey snatches the microphone back, followed by a wave of fervent cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation has changed. While all contestants have seen a decrease in speed of 20 to 30 as they enter the gravel segment, one contestant's speed has remained remarkably stable. That is our Binzhou Xingwan Club's T3 ace, Su Chen, and his mechanized maiden, Wind Crane. This is astonishing. Could it be that Su Chen's mechanized maiden, Wind Crane, feels no discomfort on the gravel road? If this is indeed the case, the 50 kilometers of gravel track would be nothing short of a personal showcase for Su Chen and Wind Crane. They could undoubtedly surpass the slightly leading professional duo of Yuming and Zhu Ying within this 50 kilometers. As Turkey's voice faded, the audience erupted in jubilant cheers. Evidently, even as the ace of Team T3, Su Chen and Feng He enjoyed immense popularity at this Star Crown Club in Binzhou. Particularly, Su Chen's delicate and refined appearance, combined with his aloof and indifferent poker face, was a physiological knockout for certain female fans. Brother Ming, Su Chen is catching up. He is so fast. What? Upon hearing the voice over the intercom, Yuming's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly inquired, how far ahead am I? Only 6 seconds. No, just 5 seconds now. He is closing in quickly. What the hell? Yuming felt a wave of darkness wash over him, utterly perplexed. There was no doubt that Su Chen was his greatest rival in this race. He understood that this 50-kilometer gravel road was an opportunity to widen the gap. Yet, instead of creating a distance, he was being caught up by Su Chen. What was going on with Su Chen and Feng He? He instinctively glanced at Zhu Ying, only to see her racing suit drenched in sweat, the fabric clinging to her skin, accentuating her graceful curves. However, he had no inclination to appreciate this mesmerizing sight. He could only feel a pang of sympathy. Zhu Ying despised such tracks. She must be suffering greatly. She was striving to ensure her performance remained unaffected by the challenging terrain and her physical discomfort. This was already her limit. From the moment he contracted with Zhu Ying, he knew she was a machine girl with a resilient character. She was unafraid of hardship, unafraid of fatigue. She would never complain about this gravel track. At most grumbling a few words. But what was up with Su Chen and Feng He? The more discomfort they faced, the faster they ran. Were they masochists? Master, step on it. Zhu Ying suddenly roared ahead. What? Yuming was momentarily taken aback. I said. Zhu Ying enunciated each word through gritted teeth. Step on it. Accelerate. But don't dawdle. Her voice was hoarse. What Feng He can achieve, I can too. I am no less than any machine girl. Yuming gazed at Zhu Ying's slender yet resolute back, inhaling deeply as his gaze towards the track solidified with determination. He understood now. He gradually pressed harder on the accelerator, fearful that a sudden increase in speed might exacerbate Zhu Ying's discomfort. The glory of the track was not merely the driver's honor. It was equally the honor of the machine girl. As a competent driver, it was essential to empathize with his machine girl, but more importantly, to respect and support her. The gravel and broken asphalt sections were akin to a treacherous landscape. A machine girl with high stability, a lightweight design, or sturdy build would fare slightly better on such tracks. Yet, most machine girls lacked these exceptional qualifications. They could only navigate this course with great difficulty, gritting their teeth in perseverance. Xingming was no different. While driving, she cherished conversing with Su Chen. In the past, when she was with Wang Tingting, the latter would always tell her to be silent, only allowing her to report on the road book, especially forbidding her from meowing. There were no mutual encouragements or jovial banter, making her feel like a cold tool or machine. However, being with Su Chen gradually revived her lively spirit, for he never complained about her chatter. Yet since entering the gravel section, Xingming had been silent for quite a while, sometimes trembling slightly at the larger bumps. Su Chen observed the girl's frail shoulders, filled with concern. Xingming, how is the tire wear now? Master. Xingming lowered her head, her voice trembling. The tire wear, it's currently 20%, just 20%. 20%. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. This level of wear was already quite significant. Before entering the gravel road, it had been less than 10%. However, with 10 more kilometers to go, sustaining this level of wear until the end of the gravel section should be manageable. Afterward, He could slightly control the speed and cornering to avoid excessive tire wear during certain technical maneuvers. Maintaining this until the finish line shouldn't pose much of a problem. However, Su Chen remained unaware. Xingming had lied. Chapter 46. The determination to help Master win, combined. Only she knew the truth about the tire wear. It was not 20%, but rather 25%. Generally, when tire wear reaches 30%, only a thin layer remains. At this point, tire replacement becomes necessary. And when it hits 40%, the tires are almost completely worn down, risking damage to the rims. Once tire wear reaches 50%, it signifies that the tire lip has entirely worn away, leaving only the rim in direct contact with the ground. Subsequent wear would solely depend on the rim's deterioration. It would be akin to running barefoot on the ground at a reckless speed, undoubtedly leading to severe injury. Xingming understood how much Su Chen cared for her. During the underground race in the city, Su Chen had considered pulling over and abandoning the race. If she were to reveal her actual tire wear to him now, Su Chen would undoubtedly calculate and prevent her from continuing. Master, I'm sorry. Xingming gazed at the track, biting her lip, filled with remorse. She did not intend to deceive him. Xingming would protect him. She understood her condition better than anyone else, knowing precisely when she would encounter problems. And when that time came, she would ensure Su Chen remained safe. As they approached the final bend of the gravel track, Su Chen did not resort to any handbrake or brake drifts, but instead employed the basic Scandinavian flick at mid-speed, gently steering outward, briefly releasing the accelerator. He utilized Xingming's weight shift to enhance front-wheel grip. This way, he avoided braking, preventing additional tire wear from locking up. Xingming, the last bend. The remaining track is straightforward, and the finish line is near. Su Chen encouraged her as he smoothly turned the steering wheel inward. Xingming's vehicle shifted weight sideways, guiding the rear to slide. This gentle drift scarcely raised any tire smoke on the track, yet their speed remained commendably swift, aided by the relatively simpler bend. As the bend approached, Su Chen promptly straightened the wheel, and Xingming's 4 tires gradually regained traction, successfully exiting the gravel segment smoothly. Entering the normal racing section, Xingming visibly exhaled in relief. Su Chen noticed her racing suit was completely soaked, droplets cascading from her elbows and thighs. Machine girls do not sweat. They expel vapor like regular race cars. The scent of this vapor partially relates to the nutrient solution machine girls consume. For instance, the aroma Su Chen now detected was a blend of plum and lemon, intertwined with the natural scent of milk candy emanating from Xingming. Due to the similarity between the vapor emitted by machine girls during races and human sweating, it has long been commonly accepted as the equivalent of machine girls sweating. Finally, they had escaped that treacherous track. Xingming moved her stiff body, raising her pale, delicate face to flash a sweet smile at Su Chen in the rearview mirror. Then shook her ears in dismay. I'm soaked. Master, my fur is all wet and sticky. It's so uncomfortable. When we get back, I want a thorough wash. Not a problem. I'll take you to a professional maintenance shop for a wash. Su Chen readily replied. Throughout the race, Xingming had undoubtedly been the most exhausted. While the driver also felt fatigued, it was primarily a mental strain. A professional maintenance shop? A glimmer of yearning flickered in Xingming's azure eyes. But wouldn't it be too expensive? Having existed for so long, she had never been to a professional maintenance shop. Wang Tingting had never taken her, claiming that a single maintenance session would cost 3,000 to 4,000. She insisted that a machine girl like her could simply recover on her own since she didn't race frequently. I am a modifier. Su Chen pinched Xingming's bottom in annoyance, declaring, I am not short of money. It was a blatant lie. He was indeed in need of funds. Yet, he was determined to find a way to ensure that Xingming had a comfortable recovery after the race. Having left the gravel track behind, the remaining course posed little challenge, and the atmosphere within the cockpit became noticeably more lively. Xingming's tone while reporting the road conditions was noticeably lighter. 8 kilometers to the finish, Su Chen remarked. Glancing at the fleeting road sign, he inquired again, Xingming, what is the current tire wear? Let me check. Xingming closed her eyes to assess the situation. But when she opened them, a clear panic flickered in her gaze. She struggled to conceal her emotions, lowering her head as she timidly stated, The tire wear is manageable. Only 25. I feel we can make it to the finish. 25. Quite perilous. Su Chen took a deep breath, leaning back in his seat. Fortunately, he had earlier equipped Xingming with a set of durable tires, reducing the initial wear from 40 to 20. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be in dire straits now. With just 2 kilometers to go, Xingming suddenly let out a muffled sound. Su Chen was startled, but ahead lay a steep jump, and at that moment, Xingming's steady voice rang out. Mazda, 200 meters ahead, jump. Pay attention to the landing slope. Prepare for a right-hand turn at level 3, anticipate the apex, and navigate through with medium speed. Without a moment to ponder, Su Chen leaned forward slightly, adjusting his hands on the steering wheel to the standard positions of 9 and 3 o'clock. At 100 meters, he noticed a flashing signal light to the right after the incline. It was likely that another competitor had encountered an accident and had yet to clear their vehicle, prompting him to veer into the left lane. Maintaining a speed of around 200 kilometers per hour, he took a deep breath, slightly easing off the throttle to shift the car's weight forward. 3, 2, 1. He silently counted down as the rising slope approached. Su Chen ensured the wheels were aligned as Xingming surged up the incline. Just as the front of the car reached the edge, he made his final throttle adjustment. Time seemed to still as Xingming's vehicle soared into the air. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped Su Chen, and he spotted a machine girl on the right side of the ramp, her chassis flipped upside down, being pulled away by a group of support machines. Mazda, adjust to the right, Xingming suddenly exclaimed. Before her words finished, Su Chen had already deftly angled the steering wheel 5 degrees to the left while fine-tuning the throttle. The airborne vehicle immediately corrected its posture, leaving a deep impression of awe in Xingming's eyes. In truth, Su Chen had not required her reminder. Every second in the air felt elongated. His focus remained locked on the landing zone as he slightly increased the throttle to maintain an optimal angle for the car's descent. He adjusted his body, muscles tensed, ready to absorb the impact. His left foot hovered over the brake while the right prepared to control the throttle. Bang! All 4 tires touched down almost simultaneously, accompanied by the dull compression of the suspension system. The impact was minimal, a testament to the difference between a machine girl and a conventional race car. In terms of driving experience, no real vehicle could compare to a machine girl. Mazda, stable landing. Xingming's voice trembled, reminiscent of a brave child enduring a painful injection. Clearly in distress, yet gritting her teeth to persevere. Su Chen, absorbed in the race course, remained oblivious to her struggle. Ahead lay a sharp right turn, and Su Chen swiftly reasserted control over the throttle, rapidly increasing speed as he executed a Scandinavian flick. This was the last corner of the Urban Championship. However, just as Xingming emerged from the turn, a sharp pop echoed from the right rear, and the car's right side sank noticeably, veering uncontrollably to the right. Su Chen's scalp tingled as realization struck. Blowout. Xingming had suffered a flat tire. The steering wheel vibrated violently, seemingly possessing a will of its own as it fought against his control. Every minor imperfection in the road was magnified, transmitting through his hands. The damaged tire emitted a piercing thud, while the metallic rims screeched against the pavement like nails on a chalkboard. Xingming, are you all right? Su Chen quickly eased off the throttle to decelerate, glancing at the rearview mirror only to find Xingming pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, unable to articulate her pain, merely biting her lip and emitting faint groans. He could feel the vehicle's speed decreasing. Xingming grasped his arm firmly, her eyes shimmering with unprecedented determination. Mazda, don't worry about me. Keep pushing. We're almost at the finish. In that final straight sprint, she gritted her teeth, having held on until this point. Su Chen ignored her plea. Yet, in the next moment, Xingming's 4 wheels spun wildly, and the speed surged dramatically. Su Chen stared incredulously at Xingming. He wasn't pressing the throttle, but she drove on autonomously. In the previous century, machine girls required training in technical maneuvers, akin to a caretaker vehicle, allowing drivers to relax their grip. However, following a technological revolution in this century, machine girls needed no such training. The remaining straight track posed no technical challenges or safety hazards. They could simply accelerate forward. Xingming clenched her teeth, her eyes reddening. A single blown tire made her car exceedingly difficult to control. She was overwhelmed, having learned nothing, merely charging forward with sheer will. Unsure how to execute the smooth maneuvers Su Chen could, she resolutely twisted the left rear wheel. A louder bang erupted from the left rear. Su Chen felt the entire rear of the car lose support, plummeting dramatically. The left rear tire had also blown. It had been on the verge of bursting. A deliberate act by Xingming. With both rear tires deflated, although the car remained unstable, it was still within her control. The grinding of 2 metal rims against the surface produced a deafening wail and sparks. The vehicle shook violently, threatening to disintegrate. Su Chen winced at the sound, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. For a machine girl, what was the difference between rims and bones? Xingming was essentially scraping her bones against the track. How agonizing must it be? The pallor of her lips and the sheen of sweat on her forehead were telling signs. Stop! Su Chen bellowed, slamming on the brakes. Yet, Xingming persisted, gritting her teeth as she surged ahead. Why? As the finish line loomed closer, there was no joy on Su Chen's face. for before him. The girl wore a strained smile. Mazda, it's worth it. You've always taken care of me, so I don't want you to have any regrets. I want Mazda to know, to let everyone know, that Mazda's choice was not in vain. I am not inferior to any machine girl. Xingming nearly shouted, her voice laced with an unprecedented resolve amid a faint tremor. That unwavering conviction burned like an unquenchable fire, seemingly capable of incinerating even the most excruciating pain. 100 meters from the finish, the two rear rims were nearly ground flat, reduced by half. Mazda, I'm sorry, meow, Xingming mumbled. Her voice barely audible. She was in such pain that speaking caused her to gasp and tremble. Yet, she still sought to comfort Su Chen, pushing forward with her final ounce of will. This time, Xingming was determined to be willful. She smiled at Su Chen, playfully asserting, I just want Mazda to win. Before the driver's seat, Su Chen stared in shock at the unconscious Xingming. Regardless of his previous advantages, whether amidst the astonished gazes of the audience and the incredulous silence of Turkey Brother and Old Mike, Star Dream crossed the finish line. Chapter 47, 3 minutes within. Time rewound to 5 minutes prior. Su Chen and the Star Dream contestant executed their jumps with remarkable stability, achieving near perfection in both takeoff and landing postures. It was hard to fathom that such a well-rounded competitor was merely a newcomer. Witnessing Star Dream's leap, Turkey Brother gasped in awe once more. Thud! Star Dream landed, realigned the vehicle, and seamlessly accelerated. However, analyst MacArthur furrowed his brow, as he thought he had heard an unusual scraping sound. Host, did you hear that? He inquired. Huh. Turkey Brother was taken aback. No, I didn't. Yet MacArthur remained uneasy. With over 60 years of experience as a track analyst, his sensitivity to mechanical sounds surpassed that of many top drivers from major clubs. He was certain that fleeting noise was indeed anomalous. Keep the camera on these two contestants, he requested of Turkey Brother, who had no objections. After all, the two professionals were still on the gravel segment, which was hardly captivating. Su Chen and Star Dream were both contenders for the championship, so more camera time was entirely acceptable. Subsequently, the footage of Su Chen and Star Dream appeared unproblematic, although Su Chen's handling of the curves seemed noticeably conservative. It was not until the final jump before the finish line that MacArthur's concern deepened. With equally adept vehicle control, as Star Dream landed, MacArthur's brow furrowed once more. This time, he was certain, an abnormal sound indeed existed. His judgment was not flawed. After landing, Star Dream executed a drift into a sharp right turn. At that moment, a loud crack echoed. Everyone heard it. Turkey Brother halted, his hand clutching a water bottle, while MacArthur held his breath. In the audience, Queen abruptly stood. At that moment, all eyes were riveted on Star Dream on the big screen. They watched as her vehicle sank to the right, helplessly swaying left and right on the track. Sparks flying from the wheel as it scraped the ground, followed by a left tire burst. Both wheels sunk, making contact with the track. The metallic screech piercing through the air painfully. Tire blowouts, though not exceedingly rare, were not common occurrences in races. They typically resulted from a driver's inadequate technique, resulting in excessive tire wear due to unrefined maneuvers. Additionally, poor track conditions may render the tires equipped on the vehicle unsuitable. Furthermore, encountering sharp objects on the track can puncture the tire. The latter scenario is relatively uncommon, as professional maintenance teams inspect the entire track beforehand. Of course, complete prevention is impossible. For instance, falling rocks at the mountain's peak can create sharp protrusions on the track, and such incidents are entirely plausible. Undoubtedly, Star Dream's current predicament stemmed from poor track conditions leading to a blowout. The normal protocol for handling a blowout is for the driver to gradually decelerate, allowing the vehicle to safely park in a designated area until a tow arrives. Sudden braking not only risks losing control of the vehicle, leading to more dangerous situations, but also inflicts greater damage on the wheels. What a shame, Turkey Brother lamented, shaking his head. The track for this Binzo City Championship is indeed peculiar. A new set of rules established by the Star Crown Club. While it has increased the gravel stretch by over 30 kilometers, it has correspondingly reduced 3 consecutive hairpin turns, rendering the difficulty level comparable to other city championships, albeit with a touch of selectivity. MacArthur, gazing at the gradually decelerating Star Dream, sighed in regret. At the moment of the blowout, Su Chen did not exhibit any abrupt braking behavior, indicating either his experience or his calm demeanor in crisis. This pair of contestants could undoubtedly have been formidable contenders for the championship. It was truly unfortunate. As the dust seemed to settle, even numerous spectators felt a sense of regret. In a city championship dominated by professional drivers, Su Chen and Star Dream undoubtedly shone like a brilliant meteor. captivating the audience with their smooth control and adept cornering techniques. However, just as Turkey Brother and MacArthur expressed their regret, a deafening roar erupted from the engine. It was as if Star Dream, unwilling to concede, suddenly accelerated, racing down the track with both wheels dragging behind. What is happening? Are they continuing the race? Turkey Brother was stunned, staring at the screen, stammering, "The wheels are scraping the track. That must be agonizing for the vehicle. Is Su Chen forcing her to continue?" "It's possible." MacArthur's expression darkened. "They are not far from the finish line. Su Chen may very well refuse to abandon the race and is thus driving forcefully." Turkey Brother immediately commanded, "Quick, send a high-speed drone to catch up and investigate." In the audience, Jessica and Queen shared equally grim expressions. "This is inhumane. How can one treat their own vehicle this way? It's just a city championship. They can participate again in 6 months. Is it really worth it?" Jessica crossed her arms, trembling with anger. She too was a driver. Although her own competitions were few, she treated her vehicle with great care, never neglecting the monthly maintenance. She could not bear to witness Star Dream, already suffering from a blowout, being compelled to continue racing. While damaged wheels could be repaired, it felt akin to bones scraping against the ground. Such painful memories could never truly be mended. Once experienced, a vehicle would remember forever. Queen, watching Star Dream speed down the track, clenched her fists. Unlike Jessica, she held a different perspective. "Su Chen isn't that kind of person," she murmured softly, just loud enough for herself to hear. "This race is Star Dream's desire to win as a gift for her driver. It is her medal, earned through her own perseverance." Jessica had not interacted with Su Chen or Star Dream, but Queen had. She knew the stories behind Star Dream and understood her tenacity. Thus, instead of questioning Su Chen and Star Dream's decisions, she turned to Jessica, saying, "Summon my medical team and logistics crew. Have them await at the finish line." "Huh?" Jessica gasped, taken aback. "Within 3 minutes," Queen stated calmly. "I want to see them reach the finish line within 3 minutes and ensure they receive the most thorough care for Su Chen and Star Dream. If that can be accomplished, I will cooperate with your subsequent modification work, sign a waiver, and raise no further objections." Such a fortunate turn of events. After a brief moment of astonishment, Jessica quickly jogged off to make the call. Queen had no interest in the relationship between the two contestants and her own number 22. After all, she devoted herself daily to assist Queen, hoping for her cooperation in modifications. Ultimately, regulations stipulated that one could not force vehicles. Nevertheless, policies were policies, and there remained numerous loopholes to exploit. For instance, the waiver agreement. Chapter 48. Timely support. The high-speed drone exerted great effort to catch up with the speeding Star Dream. Despite the two rear wheels scraping furiously against the track, Star Dream maintained a speed of approximately 170 to 180 kilometers per hour. The electronic screen before the audience displayed the interior conditions of Star Dream's cockpit. Su Chen appeared pale, speaking urgently, clearly exerting every effort to bring Star Dream to a halt. Yet Star Dream gritted her teeth and surged forward. Even if Su Chen's hands left the steering wheel and his feet lifted off the accelerator, was Star Dream on autopilot? Turkey Brother was dumbfounded. He had been prepared to chastise Su Chen for not stopping. Yet it was not Su Chen refusing to halt. Rather, it was the vehicle that did not wish to stop. Such indomitable willpower from the vehicle. MacArthur's eyes widened, his breath held back, his voice trembling slightly. "Do you realize? When a mech girl suffers a tire blowout, it is akin to a human's leg bones grinding against the ground at high speed. Most mech girls lose consciousness from the pain immediately, yet she astonishingly endured the excruciating agony and continued to compete." The audience stared in awe at Xingming. From the perspective of the drone, the girl arched her back in pain, her legs spasming unnaturally, tears welling in her eyes. Despite such suffering, she gritted her teeth and persevered. It was only when she fainted from the torment that everyone gazed in silence at the big screen, feeling as if something heavy was lodged in their chests. The audience, which should have been raucous, was now eerily quiet. On the racetrack, Xingming crossed the finish line. After she fell unconscious, Su Chen immediately decelerated and braked. After all, he shared a bond with Xingming, possessing only 40 control over the vehicle. It was not until this moment that he could finally brake, guiding Xingming slowly into the safety zone. However, he had not managed to come to a complete stop. Due to continuous damage, Xingming's endurance had been depleted, and she had automatically unlatched. Su Chen scooped up the drenched girl, instinctively glancing at her bare feet, which had once been fair and lovely, now marred with wounds. They looked as if they had been scorched by fierce flames, cracking inch by inch. The fractures extended from her soles to her calves, resembling a shattered porcelain, where the slightest touch would reduce it to shards. Su Chen's nose tinged with sorrow. He held Xingmin's small body tightly and dashed towards the track's exit. "Doctor!" he shouted, his voice raw. "Where's the medical team? Where's the logistics? Someone help!" His hoarse cries reverberated through the entire racetrack's finish line, echoing in front of the podium that symbolized honor. The logistics and medical teams were still on the track. Upon seeing Su Chen carrying Xingming frantically, a staff member hurriedly responded, "We currently lack personnel. Please wait a moment." "Why is there a lack of personnel?" Su Chen glared in anger. "My mech-girl is injured and cannot receive the rescue team's treatment. Is this how you conduct a race?" A driver who had finished early chuckled wryly. "This course is too brutal. There are already 2 mech-girls who suffered tire blowouts at the gravel exit. And the medical team is over there. Damn it." Su Chen cursed, sprinting towards the area outside the racetrack with Xingming in his arms. If there was no medical team here, he would take Xingming to the treatment center outside the circuit. It would be quicker to take a taxi than to wait idly. At that moment, accompanied by the swiftly approaching sound of propellers, a helicopter hovered above Su Chen. 2 medical mech girls dressed in white coats with a crescent cross emblem descended via a rope. One of the mech girls waved at Su Chen. "Mr. Su Chen, please come this way." Su Chen had no time to ponder the origins of these medical mech girls. He thanked them hurriedly as he handed Xingming over. Once aboard the helicopter, Xingming was taken to the rear cabin for initial wound treatment. Su Chen then spotted Queen and a short-haired woman who clearly appeared to be her assistant. "Queen, what? This is the medical team from the Voice of the Night, kid." Jessica appraised Su Chen with a scrutinizing glance. "Is this the guy who has Queen all flustered? He doesn't seem particularly special, just a bit handsome. Mech girls don't judge by looks. If we talk about skills, he's decent, but he still pales in comparison to the Mississippi." Jessica frowned, feeling increasingly displeased. Yet she found no reason to express it. After all, during the race, it wasn't Su Chen who forced Xingming. She insisted on finishing, and after her tire blowout. Su Chen's handling was already comparable to that of a professional driver. Ignoring Jessica, Su Chen turned his inquiring gaze towards Queen. She nodded at him. "This is my medical team. Rest assured, Xingmin's injuries are not serious. They won't affect her future competitions." "That is not my main concern," Su Chen replied. Casting a glance at the tightly closed medical cabin door of the helicopter, his tone urgent. "I want to know if it will affect her health or leave any aftereffects." Upon hearing this, Queen's stern expression softened considerably, a faint smile gracing her lips. "There will be no aftereffects, especially for such a brave mech girl like Xingming. Minor pain is nothing to her." "That's a relief," Su Chen exhaled, his previously tense body slumping into the seat. Only then did he feel the aches in his back and waist. The bumpy ride had taken its toll on him as well. "Thank you so much today, Queen," he said earnestly. "If it weren't for your medical team arriving in time, I would have had to carry Xingming to the hospital outside the circuit, which would have wasted a lot of time." "Well, you should thank me," Queen replied leisurely, smoothing the folds of her skirt with a smile. "After all, it will cost quite a bit to fix Xingming. If I recall correctly, you seem to be short on funds?" Su Chen forced a sheepish smile. "Indeed. He was out of money. I will find a way to repay you. Please ensure Xingming recovers." "Money means little to me," Queen huffed lightly, glancing at Jessica beside her, then leaned closer to Su Chen, whispering in a voice only they could hear. "You and Xingming can continue staying at my place. I'll cook. She can do the dishes, and you'll handle the chores for McFlurry. 3 months. 1 month will suffice. That way, it can count as repaying your debt." Su Chen understood this was Queen's kindness. He neither refused nor pretended, nodding in agreement. "No problem." Queen smiled with satisfaction. The smile vanished in an instant as she turned around, returning to her indifferent expression in front of Jessica. Jessica strained to listen but failed to catch what Queen and Su Chen were secretly discussing. Curiosity overcame her, and she glanced at Su Chen, contemplating Queen's temperament, ultimately choosing to remain silent, turning a blind eye to the exchange. Meanwhile, back at the city championship, the race continued. Just after leaving the gravel segment, Thing, who had been silent, suddenly darkened her expression. "Master, we might be in serious trouble." Her normally calm voice now betrayed a hint of panic. "My tire wear has already reached 20. Chapter 49, Misstep in Flight. This gravel road is truly nauseating." Yuming's face fell. It was the first time he encountered a situation where tire wear exceeded 20 without finishing the race. After all, this was merely a 250-kilometer city championship. And the tires he had given to Ziying were not endurance tires, but standard performance tires. At the start of the race, the host had mentioned that the originally 10-kilometer gravel segment had been extended to 50 kilometers. By that time, there was no opportunity to switch to endurance tires. "We need to decelerate to preserve the tires," Yuming said helplessly. "At 20, There's a risk of blowout. Yet, Zhu Ying clenched her teeth in determination. Don't worry. Decelerating won't significantly affect our performance. Yu Ming chuckled to reassure her. This 50-kilometer gravel stretch treats all drivers equally, whether it's Su Chen or that little brat Su Chen. Their mech girls will also experience high tire wear. I don't believe they would risk blowouts for the sake of performance. Especially since the mech girls are aware of how painful a blowout can be. Zhu Ying pondered Yu Ming's words, finding them reasonable. It was like an exam suddenly made more difficult. It affected all candidates equally. Everyone was frustrated, and scores would likely suffer, but the top few would remain unchanged. But what if there were stubborn drivers and mech girls? Yu Ming shook his head with a disdainful laugh, remarking that any driver foolish enough to push a machine girl to the point of failure would soon find themselves facing arbitration from the Machine Insurance Association, facing a minimum 3-year ban, forced contract termination, and a monetary fine. As for the machine girl, he paused, unable to conceive a scenario that would match such absurdity. Which fool would be so reckless? It was merely a city championship, not the entirety of her life. Such competitions could be participated in twice a year. Indeed. Chasing Shadow could hardly imagine such a situation. If it were a national competition, perhaps a machine girl might risk everything for victory and honor. But for a city championship, it was hardly worth the upheaval. With this thought, she felt at ease under Yu Ming's control, slightly reducing her speed, as the finish line was not far ahead. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Feng He had also exited the gravel section. In stark contrast to other machine girls who were lamenting the rough terrain, Feng He appeared remarkably calm, even somewhat exhilarated. This was attributed to her exceptional stability and heavy, durable tires. Of course, it was also greatly influenced by her hobby, which allowed her to navigate the gravel section more swiftly, thus indirectly reducing tire wear. Fortunately, she had heeded the modification team's advice to switch to durable tires yesterday. Su Chen sighed in relief as he gazed into the rearview mirror at the receding gravel road. It was utterly absurd. A dreadful road spanning 50 kilometers. Who was the fool who designed it? My rear end is sore from the jostling. Master, hold on. We're almost at the finish. Compared to the earlier prodding, Feng He had regained her usual gentle demeanor, yet she still teased Su Chen. Your rear 1T hurt for long. Once we return, I'll personally give Master a good massage. Ahem, that 1T be necessary, Su Chen replied, his face reddening as he touched his nose. He felt an odd sensation, as if today's track had been specially designed for him and Feng He. Feng He was not adept at consecutive turns, and this race had significantly fewer hairpin bends. Conversely, the specialized surfaces she excelled at were abundant this time, spanning a full 50 kilometers. Before he could ponder further, they approached the first jump after the gravel section. Master, 150 meters ahead, a flying slope. Be ready to ease off the throttle. In the blink of an eye, 150 meters vanished. Su Chen executed a conventional jump, adjusting Feng He's body for landing. However, upon landing, he furrowed his brow and murmured, something feels off today. It's not nearly as nimble as before. The tires are too heavy. Feng He's expression mirrored his unease. Master, did the modification team really give us the correct type of durable tires? That jump felt more like it was equipped with 20-kilogram heavy-duty tires. Among the standardized durable tires from the Xinghuan Club, the heavy type weighs 3 kilograms more and boasts 20 greater durability. Yet, he distinctly remembered the label indicating they had swapped for the lighter type. Feng He, are you sure about the weight discrepancy? I didn't notice it while running normally, she said softly. But the moment of takeoff made it abundantly clear. These are not the lightweight, durable tires. They're heavier. Damn it. Su Chen's expression darkened. It was almost certain that the modification team had mistakenly taken the wrong tires. He should have thoroughly checked before the race instead of relying entirely on the team's inspection. Master, it's not a major issue, Feng He reassured him. The extra unsprung weight will dull my car's responsiveness. We'll need to make some adjustments for the jumps since we're not used to this weight. I understand. Su Chen nodded. No sooner had he spoken than a more challenging jump-and-turn combination appeared ahead. Master, 100 meters, big flying slope. After takeoff, veer left, and prepare for a right turn upon landing. Feng He's voice was urgent, prompting Su Chen to react immediately. He lightly tapped the brakes, keeping his speed at 170 kilometers, not his usual maximum takeoff speed, but reduced by 10 kilometers to accommodate the weight. As Feng He's front wheels touched the jump point, he decisively released the brakes and pressed the accelerator, maintaining about a 25 throttle. Boom! The front wheels lifted off the ground, and Feng He's vehicle soared into the air. Su Chen felt a sensation of weightlessness, with the seatbelt tightening against his chest. While jumps were routine for a professional driver, his lack of track experience was becoming increasingly evident. The unfamiliarity brought on by the added tire weight was amplifying his anxiety, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his forehead. In the brief moment of suspension, Su Chen keenly sensed something was amiss. Feng He's pitch angle was greater than usual, and the rear of the car was noticeably sinking. The heavy tires had altered the distribution of the vehicle's rotational inertia, complicating its aerial posture control. Instinctively, he pushed the steering wheel forward, attempting to correct the body's alignment through the front wheel's air resistance, but the effect was negligible. Bang! The rear wheels struck the asphalt with a thunderous impact, the sound resonating like thunder across the track. Following that, the front wheels made contact, causing the entire vehicle to jolt violently. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within Su Chen. The heavy tires generated uneven ground pressure upon landing. The pressure on the left rear wheel was completely asymmetrical to that on the right rear wheel, instantly disrupting Feng He's vehicle's dynamic balance. Had he been a seasoned professional driver, he might have resolved this imbalance through quick reflexes. Unfortunately, he was not. He panicked. Only 80 meters remained to the right turn after the jump. Su Chen had to complete braking and turning preparations within this distance. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a simple task, provided Feng He had landed smoothly. He pressed the brake pedal firmly, and the ABS system worked frantically. However, the heavier tires diminished braking efficacy, extending the stopping distance by approximately 5 meters. That 5 meters meant he and Feng He would not be able to turn at the ideal entry point. It's over. A sinking feeling gripped Su Chen's heart. His mind blank. Faced with the impending turn, he was forced to initiate an early turn. At that moment, Feng He had yet to fully recover from the left-right imbalance of the rear wheels, and she began to lose traction. The angle of the rear swaying increased. Su Chen instinctively countersteered, but it was too late. Feng He's vehicle had entered an uncontrollable spin, the rear wheels completely losing grip, and the entire car began to rotate 360 degrees. The machine girl, who had remained calm and silent until now, seemed to have realized what was about to unfold. All protective measures within the cockpit activated instantaneously, securely shielding Su Chen inside. Feng He! Su Chen shouted in panic as his body sank into the protective cushion. As the world spun wildly, he could only see the guardrail outside the track rushing toward him. Bang! Chapter 50. Who is the champion? Xingming, you have greatly disappointed me. I invested so much in your modifications and spent so much money, only for you to not even place in the city championship. Master, I'm sorry. It's Xingming who is useless. I want to hold it against you. Let us go to the Machine Insurance Association to terminate the contract and go our separate ways. No, can we give Xingming another chance? She will work hard next time. There's no opportunity left. His hand was forcefully shaken off, and Xingming stared blankly at the man's retreating figure. Fear and helplessness engulfed her like a gaping abyss. Master, don't go. You promised you wouldn't abandon Xingming. She reached out, but could not grasp the hem of his clothes. She stumbled forward, trying to catch up. But no matter how hard she chased, there was always an invisible wall between her and the man. Her feet ached painfully, each step felt like walking on blades. Gradually, she grew weak and collapsed to the ground. In her tear-clouded vision, the man ultimately vanished. Master! Master! Xingming opened her eyes, and a gentle white light dispelled the chilling darkness. What greeted her was an unfamiliar ceiling, the air thick with the scent of maintenance fluid. The maintenance solution typically appears only in the Machine Girl Treatment Center and the Maintenance Center. Yet, an immense sorrow lingers in the heart. Xingming gazes blankly at the ceiling, unresponsive for quite some time. It is not until Su Chen's voice resonates that a flicker of focus suddenly ignites in her vacant eyes, akin to sparks erupting from ashes. She turns her head to find Su Chen leaning by the bedside, his hair tousled like a bird's nest, presenting the look of one just awakened. His hand is firmly clasping her right hand, as if he has been holding it for an eternity. The chilling sensation within her ebbs away like the tide, warmth radiating from their intertwined hands, allowing her stiff limbs to regain sensation. Su Chen had slept very late the previous night. He had only awakened upon hearing Xingming's voice. Xingming, you have finally awakened. He observes the pallor of the girl's face. A pang of anguish strikes his heart, and he tightens his grip on her hand. How do you feel? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable? Xingming blinks, her gaze settling on the slightly haggard features of Su Chen and the bloodshot corners of his eyes. She gently raises her other hand, finally reaching his face. At that moment, the boundaries between nightmare and reality blur. A reassuring smile graces Xingming's face. Master, have you been by my side all along? Her voice is soft, frail, yet tinged with a raspy quality. Yes, Su Chen allows her hand to roam across his stubbled cheek, nodding slightly. The medical machine girl mentioned that you were given a special medicine, but you might feel disoriented upon waking and perhaps frightened, so I was asked to stay with you. That's wonderful. Xingming moves her lips. Tears that had not fallen during her nightmare trickled down her lashes. It was merely a dream after all. Dreams do tend to be the opposite. Why are you crying again? Did you have a nightmare? Su Chen fumbles to offer her a wet tissue to wipe away her tears. I did not have a nightmare. Xingming averts her gaze slightly, pouting as she whispers. I dreamt that Masta wanted to sign a soul contract with me, but I know that was just a dream. Why would Masta casually sign a soul contract with a machine girl? Sign. Su Chen responds instantly. Let's sign right now. Sign my foot. Queen enters. Her gaze sweeping over Xingmin's bare feet and relaxing her tense shoulders upon seeing the wounds nearly healed. She then casts a sidelong glance at Su Chen. Xingming has just awakened. Her body is still weak, and you wish to sign a soul contract? Are you afraid she might run away? Why not just tie her to you? Su Chen offers an awkward smile, rendered speechless. After all, Queen is his creditor, and he truly has no idea about the process of signing a soul contract. Sister Queen, it's all right. Xingming attempts to defend Su Chen, but is promptly pushed back down by Queen. The machine girl's core can only be extracted once in a lifetime. It consumes a great deal of mental energy. You should focus on healing first. It won't take long. She taps her finger on Xingming's forehead, adding curtly, both machine girls and their drivers are rather impatient. No wonder you two make a fine pair. With that, she produces a league report and places it on the bedspread in front of Su Chen. Here. The results of the city championship are out. So it's out. Su Chen shifts the newspaper aside, smiling. I don't place much importance on the results. As long as Xingming is all right, that's all that matters. Queen clicks her tongue. Your indifference doesn't mean your machine girl shares the same sentiment. Su Chen instinctively glances at Xingming, who is staring intently at the newspaper. Although she suffered a tire blowout near the finish line, it was evident that her speed drastically diminished in that last segment, undeniably affecting the results. The competition would not grant her extra points for her tire blowout, as that would be unfair to the other participants. Thus, he had no high expectations for the outcome of the city championship, feeling little regret. Both he and Xingming had given their all, burning with effort. Moreover, the silence of the nebula in his mind indicated that they had not placed in the top 3. However, noticing that Xingming seemed quite concerned about the results, Su Chen decided to open the league report dated yesterday. What met his eyes were bold letters occupying half the layout. Binhai City Championship surprises, the champion is. Below is a photograph of the podium. Yu Ming, Chasing Shadow, and Su Che stand in the 2nd and 3rd positions, while the champion spot is conspicuously vacant. What is going on? Su Chen is taken aback. Could it be that this competition had no champion? He continues to read. Hello everyone. I am the host of the City Championship, Brother Turkey. This competition utilized entirely new rules and a new track, presenting one of the most extreme urban championship circuits we have encountered in years. Newcomers withdrew early, seasoned competitors were forced to exit before reaching the finish, and even professional drivers were not immune to mistakes. Yet, amidst this fierce competition, a pair of contestants emerged as champions, their identities as newcomers astonishing us all. This driver appears to possess extensive track experience, driving skills comparable to that of a professional. His machine girl exhibits bravery and fearlessness, embodying the spirit of competition and track honor, even dragging her wheels across the finish line despite 2 blown tires. Indeed, I believe the audience present and those who watch the broadcast already know the answer. The champions of this city championship are driver Su Chen and his machine girl Xingming. Although they were unable to receive the championship trophy due to their injuries, I believe this is of little consequence. For trophies may gather dust, tracks may be renewed, but only the wheels that have traversed thorns in pursuit of dreams can carve an indelible mark in time. Lastly, once again, congratulations to Su Chen and Xingming for winning this city championship. Plop. A tear drops onto the newspaper. Su Chen looks up to find Xingming has somehow come beside him, her striking blue eyes glistening with large tears. Masta, her voice trembles in disbelief, cautious, as if touching an unreachable dream. Is this real? Are we champions? Before Su Chen can respond, Queen has already answered the question. She snaps her fingers. At the doorway, Jessica rushes in, breathless, bearing the heavy championship trophy. With a thud, she places it on the table. Congratulations, Mr. Su Chen and Miss Xingming. Queen beams, you are the champions. Chapter 51. The little pill winning the championship is indeed a delightful surprise, worthy of celebration. Yet, one thing Su Chen cannot comprehend is how he and Xingming could be champions while Yu Ming and Su Che performed so poorly. Did they also suffer tire blowouts? Flipping the newspaper to the other side quickly reveals the reason. Professional driver Yu Ming from the city stated, "The track design is ludicrous, completely disregarding the contestants. I will never compete in any event in Binhai City again." The detailed report explains that Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow slowed their speed to around 170 km per hour after leaving the gravel segment to avoid tire blowouts, ultimately achieving an average speed of 208 km over a race time of 72 minutes and 7 seconds, marginally trailing behind Su Chen and Xingming's average speed of 209 km and a race time of 71 minutes and 58 seconds. After reading Yu Ming and Chasing Shadow's report, Su Chen feels a wave of shame wash over him. After all, Yu Ming had managed to protect Chasing Shadow, while he had failed to safeguard Xingming. He awkwardly glances at Xingming, who is also reading the newspaper beside him. But the girl merely twitches her cat ears and offers him a sweet smile. Not having read the report, he feels justified. However, having read it, he understands. The speed of Star Dream is 63, while the speed of Chasing Shadow is 62. The disparity is evident in their explosive performance, with Chasing Shadow boasting an explosion speed of 66, compared to Star Dream's mere 39. However, the course of this city championship featured few curves, which hindered Chasing Shadow's ability to showcase its explosive cornering capabilities, compounded by tire conservation concerns. On a track with more turns, Chasing Shadow could very well have outperformed Star Dream, and the professional drivers Su Chen and Feng He from Star Crown T3 faced considerable disappointment. Su Chen, the ace of Star Crown Club's T3, remarked, "The tire mix-up led to our errors, possibly orchestrated by external forces. We are currently investigating." Both Su Chen and Feng He made mistakes while navigating the final jump and sharp right turn. Nevertheless, being professional drivers, their handling of danger surpassed that of ordinary racers. Unlike Wang Tingting and Jin Shun, who collided and could not continue. After hitting the guardrail, the resilient Feng He did not lose the ability to compete. They returned to the track, but the time lost due to their mistakes cost them the championship. Ultimately, Su Chen and Feng He recorded an average speed of 205 km per hour, completing the race in 73 minutes and 11 seconds. Su Chen had never seen Feng He's machine-maiden attributes before, but observing the muscular characteristics of Feng He's design suggested an impressive durability. Despite the drama, Su Chen felt their victory with Star Dream was well-deserved. He set the newspaper down with a sigh of mixed emotions. However, he knew that future successes could not rely on the errors of others. Star Dream, oblivious to Su Chen's musings, was embracing the large gilded trophy, her delicate face rubbing against its surface as she occasionally planted kisses on it. The trophy represented more than mere validation. It was a cherished memento of her and Su Chen's first victory together, engraved with their names in shimmering gold, brighter than the sun above. Future matters could wait. This was a reward for the city championship. Queen exchanged a knowing glance with Jessica, who sighed before dragging 2 suitcases inside. One suitcase opened to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash, while the other contained 3 radiant primary star essences and a capsule-like medicine. 100,000, Queen said, crossing her arms and pouting slightly. Honestly, the prize for an official competition is rather meager, though the other items are quite decent. 3 primary star essences are just enough for Star Dream to ascend from C to B. In this capsule, she picked up the small red pill from the suitcase. Is a training memory pill developed by Star God Technology. It provides machine maidens with the training memories of top-tier models, enhancing their abilities in specific areas. This pill boosts explosive power. Su Chen stared at the small pill, bewildered. Experience pill? Queen rolled her eyes. It's a powerful item, but it should not be consumed excessively, no more than 1 per month. Since it contains the training memories of other machine maidens, it can affect the user. Overconsumption can lead to memory confusion. A month's interval is safe, with minimal mental strain and ample time for memory integration. Su Chen understood. As a struggling student in his youth, he often fantasized about borrowing the intellect of a top scholar. This pill seemed akin to that, a different kind of enlightenment. There won't be any side effects, right? As he took the pill, he noticed photons resembling a DNA spiral structure pulsating within. Normal dosage poses no side effects. Queen assured him. This item is quite expensive and can only be acquired through official competitions or certain auctions. Rest assured, otherwise, it would take too long for machine maidens to enhance their performance. Have you taken it yourself? Su Chen inquired, eyeing Queen. Of course, Queen replied, her brow furrowing as she suddenly tilted her head. When was the last time I took that training pill? Su Chen scrutinized Queen's face, narrowing his eyes. She had previously mentioned that her memory seemed to have issues. Could this be related to the training memory pill? It was challenging for ordinary drivers and machine maidens to obtain such pills. But for the affluent Night Voice group, was it truly difficult? If the monthly dosage is deemed safe, would they administer it to Queen accordingly? Regardless, he had no intention of allowing Stardream to consume it. Instead, he planned to sell it at an auction and use the proceeds to acquire modification materials for Stardream. Unfamiliar items could not be trusted. For Stardream's safety, he would only rely on his modifications. All right, Queen, let us not dwell on this. He interrupted her recollections, concerned about triggering any adverse effects on her mind. Now that I am the champion of the championship and also a modifier, I have some leverage. We can explore that matter we previously discussed. Queen's eyes brightened at his words, her fixation on the training pill dissipating as she gazed intently at Su Chen. She recalled their first encounter, where she was merely intrigued by his dual identity as a modifier and driver, a rarity in her circles. This curiosity led her to visit Su Chen's modification shop. Since that day, she had developed a distinct feeling for him, akin to a lost ship finding its lighthouse amidst fog, a sense of kinship. She had consulted numerous other modifiers, both obscure and renowned, but they all regarded Night Voice's modification plans as near perfection, expressing envy and admiration for her modifications. Yet, only Su Chen had voiced skepticism. She vividly remembered his expression when he first viewed Night Voice's modification plans, initially stunned, followed by a long furrowed brow, and when it finally relaxed, his serious demeanor transformed into a dismissive smirk. Su Chen was indifferent to the prowess or cost of those modifications. He cared only for her comfort, freedom, and preferences. Thus, Queen had always kept a close watch on Su Chen and Stardream. When they found themselves without a home, she promptly appeared before them like an NPC. Now that Su Chen was prepared to confront the Night Voice modification team, she felt a mix of anticipation and hesitation, worrying about his decision. Are you ready? Those are acknowledged masters in the field. Masters? Su Chen chuckled, almost amused. He was the chief automotive modifier in Huaxia, yet in this world, he was nothing. But having transformed Queen into her current form, what could those masters possibly amount to? In the realm of modifiers, one truth prevailed. Technology is paramount. There is no need for preparation, Su Chen replied coolly. I can begin at any moment. Chapter 52, The Notion of Fairness, Part 2, at the Northern Wolf headquarters. In the T2 Team Activity Area office. Boss, have you finished watching the footage? What do you think? Li Yuni looked up, her eyes still wide with astonishment. Incredible. They are indeed newcomers? That is astonishing. Both their skills and personal qualities are exceptional, especially the machine maiden named Stardream. The image of Stardream soaring down the track on dual wheels sent chills down her spine. This child truly treats the city championship like a world-class competition. Indeed. Yuming sat across from Li Yuni, sighing. When the race results were revealed, Chasing Shadow and I were unconvinced, but after watching the footage, we are thoroughly impressed. You are aware of the nature of the girl known as Chasing Shadow, which makes her silence in the presence of her opponents exceedingly rare. Previously, before the ace of T1, Winter, she displayed an attitude of defiance and disdain. Su Chen and Xing Ming indeed possess remarkable potential, and I shall convey this to the manager. Perhaps he could become the final piece of our team puzzle. A flicker of hope ignited within Li Yuni's heart. Currently, Northern Wolf T2 is in dire need of delivering results in the provincial competitions, be it in team or individual events. Should they be comprehensively overwhelmed by T1 once more, they may face the tribunal's verdict from the Northern Wolf Club. Typically, there are two outcomes. Either the team is disbanded, with some members eliminated and others transferred to T1 as main players or substitutes, or the entire team is dissolved, seeking new paths. As captain, Li Yuni dreams fervently of T2 persevering, striving together towards greater heights, ensuring a bright future for each team member. Yet the harsh reality is that in recent years, T2 has been on a downward trajectory, with both individual and team points falling just short of the threshold, unable to even touch the provincial competition's requirements. With the gap between them and T1 widening, the strict regulation for participating in the provincial Kanamu Lake Rally mandates that individual competitors must accrue at least 12 points, and the team must achieve a minimum of 64 points. The city championship grants only 1 point for victory. The Urban King competition awards 2 points, and there are 5 provincial qualifiers, where the top 3 earn 3, 2, and 1 points respectively. Both individual and team achievements are essential. One cannot exist without the other. Now, T2 is missing a member. Without filling this gap, achieving the team point requirement seems utterly fanciful. This time, Yuming brought Chasing Shadow to participate in the Binzhou City Championship, not only to seek the blessings of the Star God, but also to secure that crucial point. He prepared thoroughly beforehand. With only one adversary to watch out for, Su Chen. What should have been a certain victory turned unexpectedly when Su Chen and Xing Ming, the dark horses, brazenly seized the championship. Was it disheartening? Indeed it was. Yet, the thought of Su Chen possibly becoming his ally softened Yu Ming's frustration, replaced by a profound sense of anticipation. All right, boss, I await your good news. Please speak well to the manager. Yu Ming stood, envisioning the revitalized future for T2, a smile blossoming on his face. Chasing Shadow and I shall commence our training now. Other cities will soon host their city championships, and we will swiftly secure that point for this year. Very well, off you go. Watching the door gently close, Li Yuni took a deep breath. Reflecting on Li Pingzi's voluntary departure to T1 as a substitute, she mused, perhaps it was not entirely a misfortune. At least, a position had opened up. The strength and character displayed by Su Chen and Xing Ming overshadowed Li Pingzi significantly. The fresh blood and vigor brought by newcomers might indeed rejuvenate the lethargic T2. Recruiting new members requires a report submission. Li Yuni had already formulated her wording. The virtues of Su Chen and Xing Ming were too apparent, making the report a straightforward task. However, just as her fingers hovered over the send button, a knock echoed at the door. The club manager, Zhang Baoquan, entered, his face adorned with an overly enthusiastic smile. Manager, I was just about to seek you out. Your arrival is timely. Li Yuni intended to show him the footage first, but upon lifting her gaze, she noticed a young man with glaringly dyed yellow hair behind the manager, hands shoved into his pockets and a look of impatience etched across his face. Captain Li, I bring you great news. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Baoquan pushed the young man forward, placing him directly at Li Yuni's desk. Our Northern Wolf T2 is in need of a player, and here is my nephew, who has secured top spots in several underground races, an undeniable potential asset. What? Li Yuni's gaze darted between the scowling face of the young man and the manager's beaming countenance. It took several moments for her to realize that this yellow-haired individual was the manager's forced addition to the reserve team. What do you mean? The young man replied, his demeanor brash and arrogant. Joining you at Northern Wolf is a blessing for you. Don't test my patience. Hurry up and finalize the paperwork. Su Chen, you are disappointing me. In the Star Crown Club's office, the atmosphere was tense. Su Chen sat across from the desk, under the scrutinizing gaze of a man. He lowered his head, nervously twisting his fingers, before finally stammering, I'm sorry, brother, it was my mistake. Not your mistake? Could it possibly be mine? Su Chen's brother, the ace of Star Crown T1 and the club's owner, Su Lin, slammed his hand on the table with a resounding thud. Hearing this, Feng He outside the office felt like an ant on a hot stove, fretting anxiously while peering through the blinds at Su Chen being reprimanded. Do you understand? My dear brother? I altered the course under immense pressure to ensure your victory and to build your momentum. A 50-kilometer gravel path is nothing for you and Feng He. Such stable machine drivers. Yet you both managed to ruin everything. Su Chen's eyes widened in shock, initially filled with confusion, but soon ignited by a surge of anger. Why would you do that? He shouted, raising his neck defiantly. You are undermining the fairness of the competition. Fairness? Su Lin scoffed, indifferent to Su Chen's outrage. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring, letting it drift languidly through the thick air. You possess a machine that others can only dream of. Is that fair? You were born with the best training resources. Is that fair? Ridiculous. Naive. When you occupy my position, you will understand that the notion of fairness in competition is a mere farce. You're being unreasonable. Su Chen's voice turned cold. Different backgrounds are fate, but at the very least, the platform for competition should be clean. Your actions are suffocating the competition in Binzhou. He fixed his gaze on the tires of Su Lin's Feng He. You had them changed, didn't you? Indeed. Su Lin nodded, flicking off the ash from his cigarette. Had you not changed that tire, I would not have made an error. Su Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Even without that 50-kilometer gravel path, I could still have been a match for that Yu Ming guy. Su Chen. Su Lin's voice suddenly rose in pitch. For safety's sake, I provided you with even more durable tires. Yet I never anticipated that you would be so inept as to struggle with even a slight increase in weight. He shrugged, contempt and ridicule evident on his face. For me, this is simple. Ultimately, your skills are lacking. A waste is a waste. And you're as useless as mud stuck to a wall. You think you can surpass me? You, such a waste. Dream of being the captain of T3? Su Chen. Oh, Su Chen. Su Lin elongated the last syllable, forcefully extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray with a sharp sound, as if snuffing out Su Chen's final glimmer of hope. But who made you my brother? He continued, his tone turning icy. From now on, I will no longer interfere in your matters. But if you continue to fail to achieve the results expected of an ace, As your brother, I can only resort to extreme measures, such as replacing your machine with one more suited to the Star Crown team. Now, Su Lin gestured towards the door. Get out. Su Chen exited the office with his head bowed. As he encountered Feng He rushing towards him, a bitter smile emerged on his face. What genius youth garners the attention of the masses? Before Su Lin, he was merely a puppet, manipulated and suppressed at will. Throughout his life, he had always existed in the shadow of his brother's radiant honors. He desperately sought to prove himself, only to be met with relentless mockery and denial. It was Feng He's companionship that gradually helped him emerge from the shadows and reignite his fighting spirit. Yet now, Su Lin was considering replacing Feng He. He could not accept it. Gazing at the concerned and anxious visage of Feng He, Su Chen clenched his fists. He could scarcely fathom the devastation he would endure if, upon failing to meet the expectations next time, Su Lin were to replace Feng He. Master Feng, he said nothing, simply enveloping Su Chen in her embrace, her warm and robust chest drowning him in comfort. She understood Su Chen's inclination, knowing that such gestures would invariably soothe him. I crave your tomato scrambled eggs. He murmured. Very well, I shall prepare them for you at home. Feng He replied, her voice as gentle as a feather. But remember, once you've eaten, there shall be no more sorrow. She tenderly caressed Su Chen's back, reminiscent of countless occasions when he had cried in her arms. All right, Su Chen responded softly, his arms tightening around her waist as he buried his face deeper into that comforting warmth, the tension in his nerves gradually dissipating. He would not cry again. He was no longer the boy who would hide away and weep after being reprimanded. There was but one fate awaiting him and Su Lin, to be utterly crushed or to break free from this cocoon and shatter the shadows. Queen had already arranged for the modification team, though that matter lay 3 days ahead. In the interim, Su Chen had numerous tasks to attend to, such as selling the memory training capsules, acquiring modification materials for Star Dream's upgrade, and preparing for Star Dream's next acceptance of the Star Goddess blessing. Once Star Dream was ready to depart, he would promptly take her away. At this moment, he lay beside Star Dream on the hospital bed, his eyes closed in repose. The profound nebula in his mind began to swirl slowly once more. A new star quietly emerged from within, radiating a gentle glow. His consciousness sank into it. And in an instant, a torrent of information surged through him, ultimately coalescing into a line of shimmering starry text, unlocking the divine heart talent. Good luck with the college entrance examination. Let us go. Chapter 53. The Divine Heart, the Divine Hand, the Divine Eye. Su Chen felt as though he was on the verge of becoming divine himself. Yet, had he not considered acquiring a divine lance or a divine tongue? If all else failed, even a divine kidney would suffice. What, then, was the purpose of the divine heart? Su Chen placed his hand over his heart, acutely aware that it had transformed. It felt as though his flesh and blood had been replaced with a formidable V8 engine. A faint ringing filled his ears. His vision blurred and swayed. The tranquil nebula deep within his mind suddenly expanded, exploding into a brilliant star map. The star map continued to spread, billions of stars twinkling within it, converging to outline one dazzling constellation after another. As Su Chen's curiosity led him to touch one of the constellations, he encountered Launch Control 1, Expert Level Launch Boost LV1, LV5, enhances launch acceleration for per level, maxing out at 20. 2. Clutch Control LV1, LV3, reduces tire slippage at launch. 3. Launch Preload LV1, LV3, optimizes suspension preload response. 4. Torque Distribution LV1, LV3, improves stability in launch direction. 5. Perfect Launch Max, not activated the art of launch. The realm of unity between man and machine. Requires Launch Boost Expert level to reach LV5, and Clutch Control, Launch Preload, and Torque Distribution all to be LV3. Su Chen was utterly astonished. What a skill tree. He then redirected his attention to other nebulas. As he had anticipated, they were all skill trees. Cornering Control 1. Traction Braking LV1, LV3, enhances deceleration efficiency when entering a corner. 2. Apex Control LV1, LV3, increases minimum speed when cornering. 3. Drift Control LV1, LV3, reduces speed loss during drifting. 4. Shoulder Utilization LV1, LV3, provides greater stability when utilizing the shoulder. 5. Cornering Control Max, not activated the Master of Corners. The realm of unity between man and machine. Requires traction braking, apex control, drift control, and shoulder utilization all to reach LV3. Drifting techniques. 1. Handbrake drift, master. 2. Power transition drift, veteran. 3. brake drift, master. 4. Clutch kick drift, veteran. 5. Scandinavian flick, veteran. Special techniques. 1. Wall ride overtake, novice. 2. Blade overtake, veteran. 3. Drainage ditch cornering, novice. 4. Kiss of death, novice. 5. Sidewheel dual driving, novice. Mecha driving system, mecha combat system. All 6 constellations were skill trees. The first 4 encompassed nearly every technical maneuver in racing, including both feasible and purely theoretical techniques. For instance, wall ride overtaking, a technique he had only seen in films, never witnessed in reality. However, the latter 2 such categories raise questions. Was there truly mecha in this world? Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that during his previous visit to the Star God supply store, a logistics mech-girl had mentioned that the world had once faced an alien invasion, during which human drivers operated mechas formed from mech-girls to combat the extraterrestrial threat. Even the 4 star gods were still out there in the cosmos, pursuing alien beings. Thus, mecha indeed existed in this world, though he might never require it. This golden finger truly became increasingly remarkable, Su Chen sighed. Now that he possessed a skill tree, what of skill points? As this thought crossed his mind, the nebula at the center began to stir once more. Between the 6 constellations, a star of fiery crimson emerged. The star pulsed rhythmically, its core revealing a distorted number, gradually clarifying. 2 skill points? Su Chen pondered. Skill point acquisition. 1. Championship placements in formal competitions yield skill points based on scale and difficulty. 19 skill points for first, second, and third places. City championship victory grants 1 skill point. Repeat acquisition not permitted. 2. Upgrading a mech grants 1 skill point per level. Information regarding the origin of skill points surfaced in Su Chen's mind. The skill point he obtained from the city championship matched with the upgrade he had performed on Star Dream. Elevating the control system from LV1 to LV2 required merely 1 skill point, while special techniques like wall ride overtaking demanded a full 3 points to progress from novice to veteran. However, considering the multitude of races to come, Star Dream would require numerous level-ups. Furthermore, the mech state threshold meant a single mech could not participate in multiple races in quick succession, necessitating additional mechs as alternatives. Thus, the skill points acquired from races and mechs would ultimately prove surplus. After all, he had no intention of piloting a mecha. After contemplating for a moment, he tentatively allocated 1 skill point to launch control under the expert level launch boost. He was curious how this golden finger would enable him to grasp more knowledge. Would it flood him with sudden memories, or would it directly augment his physique? As the expert level launch boost transitioned from LV1 to LV2, a hum resonated. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in a cockpit, not of a mech, but of a standard 2-seater rally car from his past life. He was seated in the driver's position. The cold touch of the steering wheel rendered the line between reality and illusion indistinct. Had he traversed back to Earth? How could a mere allocation of points lead him here? No. Su Chen let out a wail of despair. He could not bear to leave Star Dream. Earth lacked the soft, fragrant catgirls. Without a soft, fragrant catgirl to warm his bed, he would perish. Immediately, he attempted to exit the vehicle to lie down on a national highway, but a hand firmly grasped the door. He turned to look, stunned. Holy moly, old Su. The individual seated in the passenger seat was someone he recognized, an undisputed champion in the Earth racing circuit. He had even participated in a team-building event with this individual, and later attended the funeral after a tragic car accident, bringing flowers to pay his respects. Thus, he did not return to Earth, but instead traversed to heaven. Today, your objective is to master the art of the launch start. Should you fail, you shall remain in the cockpit until your demise. Old Su's tone bore no resemblance to that of a long-lost friend, but rather resembled a reprimand directed at a student. Moreover, it seemed that old Su did not recognize him. Old Su, it is I. I was your team's chief tuner. For over a decade, I modified your vehicles. Have you forgotten? Su Chen was eager to re-establish their connection, yet his hand passed through old Su's form. He stared at his hand in astonishment. His fervor doused like a flame by a cold bucket of water. It was not a reunion after all. Unwilling to yield, he reached out once more, attempting to grasp old Su's hand as he held onto the car door. Once again, his hand slipped through. Beside him, old Su remained expressionless, his gaze fixed like that of a hawk upon the still racetrack ahead. No sound of wind, no roar of engines. Sunlight seemed to congeal upon the leaves, and the falling leaves hung suspended in midair. Su Chen inhaled deeply, realizing the truth. The heart of God is not merely a skill tree, but also a realm of learning. The so-called allocation of skill points enables him to enter a space for independent study. The inherently perilous learning process is rendered safe through simulation. Moreover, within this space, he would possess a coach. His subconscious manifested as the most formidable driver, that is, Old Su. Once the ace driver of the premier club in Huaxia. With the assistance of the Heart of God, he would gain access to the lifetime knowledge of this champion driver. Chapter 54. You can push me to it. The engine speed dropped. What are you doing? Can't even manage something so simple? Honestly, at this leisurely pace, you might as well drive a tractor. What are you afraid of? Just charge forward. Can it really harm you? An hour of training, half an hour of scolding. Su Chen was left in a daze, previously believing his skill in launch starts to be commendable. After all, the Heart of God had set his standards from an expert level onward. Yet, before Old Su, his performance felt utterly inadequate. Any dissatisfaction triggered an immediate reset of the car, repeating the process indefinitely until one of his actions earned Old Su's approval. Su Chen had long lost track of how much time he had spent in this space, how many launch starts he had executed. His mind had begun to blur. This time, however, he performed well. Having completed all actions of a launch start, Old Su finally nodded. Compared to your past self, your current launch start can at least increase the car's speed by 4. Do not underestimate this 4. In any competition, even the slightest advantage can determine your ultimate ranking. Well, the lesson concludes. Farewell. As the words faded, Su Chen regained his senses only to find Old Su vanished, the cockpit gone, and the nebula dissolved. He found himself once more beside Xingmin's hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The clock on the wall indicated that only a minute or two had passed. Xingming was consuming a nutrient solution with her left hand while munching on a special supply of nutritional chips with her right. The television across from her displaying footage of a race. The commentator enthusiastically narrated, "Contestant number 12's launch start is remarkably skilled. It seems he and his companion have put forth considerable effort since their last defeat. Racing is thus. Talent and diligence are both indispensable. Launch start." Su Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a sudden wave of nausea rising from his stomach. He quickly turned and dashed to the restroom. Ugh, Master? Xingming looked toward the bathroom in confusion, her cat ears perking up and trembling slightly, her small mouth agape. I'm fine, Su Chen replied. Emerging from the restroom after washing his face, exasperated. Just felt a bit queasy all of a sudden. Are you really okay? Xingming patted the edge of the bed. If your stomach is upset, you can come lie down. I'll help you massage it. That's quite all right. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was time to proceed. This medical facility for mechanical companions did not belong to the Knight's Voice, but was the largest treatment center in Binzhou. However, the therapeutic companions here were quite busy, requiring him, as a relative, to assist Xingming with tasks such as administering medication. The previous day, the therapeutic companion had demonstrated the procedure, and today, he needed to perform it himself. His gaze instinctively fell upon Xingming. She sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. The loose pants of her hospital gown rolled up slightly due to her posture, revealing her delicate ankles. Along the side of her fair skin, large, glaring purple-black cracks abruptly caught his attention, surrounded by noticeable redness and swelling, some even extending to her knees. Although not as severe as the day before, they appeared particularly pitiable against her flawless skin. Su Chen felt a gentle twist in his heart. He approached the bed with the medicine box, his voice unconsciously softening. Today, I will apply the medication. Huh. Xingming blinked in surprise, following Su Chen's gaze downward, finally noticing the exposed cracks. She instinctively curled her toes, the cracks having dulled in pain since yesterday. Actually, I can manage it myself. You don't need to trouble yourself, Master. She felt a bit embarrassed, her cat ears drooping slightly. That is not acceptable, Su Chen said with a serious expression. This is a task assigned to me as your guardian by the nurse. How could I let you do it alone? Come sit by the bed and lower your feet. Perhaps it was Su Chen's tone that left no room for argument. Perhaps the word guardian stirred something within her. Regardless, she obediently sat at the edge of the bed, her perfectly proportioned legs dangling down. However, due to the height of the hospital bed, her toes hovered slightly above the ground, not touching it. Su Chen knelt on the cold floor beside the bed, allowing him to clearly see the side of Xingmin's ankle. Remembering the instructions given by the therapeutic companion, he extended his finger, gently brushing against the edge of the crack, feeling an unusual warmth at his fingertip. Does it hurt? He asked, looking up at Xingming, his brow slightly furrowed. Xingming shivered slightly at Su Chen's cool touch, her toes curling even tighter. Meeting Master South's concerned gaze so close, she felt a warmth wash over her face, her eyes averting slightly as she mumbled, It's all right. Su Chen remained silent, quickly retrieving a special medicinal ointment from the box. He was unsure of its composition, but the vial emitted a soft glow. In his recollection, only highly radioactive heavy metals would possess such luminescence. However, since it was intended for treating mechanical companions and he was to apply it himself, he assumed its safety was assured. It might feel a bit cool, he gently warned. He then dipped a cotton swab into the ointment, cradling Xingmen's heel in his palm, asking softly, "Could you lift it a little?" Meow. Xingmeng held her breath, her body tensing slightly as she raised her injured ankle just enough to rest upon Su Chen's warm hand. As the cotton swab, coated with ointment, made contact with her sensitive skin, a wave of intense stimulation surged through her, prompting her to gasp sharply. Her body instinctively recoiled, but Su Chen held her ankle steadily, with utmost gentleness. Still claiming it doesn't hurt? Su Chen's movements became even more careful and delicate, the cotton swab merely brushing against the cracks. Xingmeng looked down, only able to see the top of Su Chen's dark hair and his concentrated profile. His warm breath grazed her ankle like a whisper, igniting a fire within her skin, the heat rapidly spreading. She felt her heart racing, as if it might leap from her chest, the warmth coursing through her entire being. Converging upon the foot cradled by Su Chen, Xingmeng found it curious. She had not experienced such sensations when the therapeutic companion had administered the ointment yesterday. Why was it different now that Masta was personally applying it? She bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously gripping the bedsheet, her knuckles turning pale. A sensation she had never encountered before, a blend of embarrassment, anxiety, and an oddly comforting warmth, coursed through her limbs. She wished to retreat, yet inexplicably yearned for the gentle touch and the warmth emanating from Su Chen's palm. She could only stiffen her body, feeling the cool ointment gradually dissolve over her wound, seeping into her skin. The hospital room was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the incessant chatter of the television hosts. Contestant 73, Faraday, and his mech companion, Phantom, elegantly navigated the hairpin turn. Such seamless maneuvering is a testament to their understanding of engine RPM and tire grip. The synergy between driver and mech is remarkable. What? They are actually in a romantic relationship? Huh, no wonder. Ultimately, this harmonious collaboration is the cornerstone of victory. In stark contrast, the only sound in reality was the faint rustle of the cotton swab gliding over delicate skin. Yet, the atmosphere between the two had grown somewhat thick and palpable. Masta, when shall we forge our spiritual contract? Once your foot heals, right? The contract is to be sworn beneath the star god's statue, after all. It's inconvenient for you. Su Chen's heart was also tumultuous. He cradled Xingmen's petite foot in his palm, the arch gently conforming to his hand. Through her smooth, delicate skin, he could feel the warmth of life pulsating. Were it not for the blemishes, she would be a flawless masterpiece. He could distinctly sense every subtle tremor of Xingmeng, each time her toes curled timidly at his touch. In his previous life as a chief modifier, women had always surrounded him. As a Sigma man, women were mere diversions. His focus was solely on his career and the vastness of his aspirations. Yet, facing Xingmeng, he felt an indescribable stirring within his heart. For the first time, he wished to protect a girl. For the first time, he desired to offer her a future filled with happiness. For the first time, he was willing to strive for a girl. Masta, there's a wheelchair. You can push me. Su Chen raised his gaze, meeting Xingmen's eyes. Those beautiful, deep blue orbs glistened with moisture, veiled in a layer of hazy mist. Her cheeks were flushed, akin to the glow of a sunset. I wish to forge a spiritual contract with you. Xingmeng quickly averted her gaze, tucking her freshly treated feet back under the blanket. She could only muster a barely audible whisper. Is that all right? Meow? All right. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen responded. I shall prepare the wheelchair now. He hurriedly returned the ointment and cotton swabs to the medical kit, and then fetched the folded wheelchair from the storage room nearby. The spiritual contract comprises 3 steps. First, registration at the Mech Protection Association. Next, an oath beneath the star goddess statue. Finally, the mech extracts its core consciousness, and the driver signs the spiritual contract with the mech. Truth be told, this process bears a striking resemblance to a marriage. Su Chen cast a sidelong glance at the girl on the hospital bed, her gentle gaze fixed upon him, and he felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. Chapter 55. Why aren't you seizing the opportunity? The Mech Protection Association in Binzhou City was bustling early in the morning. When Su Chen pushed Xingmeng to the entrance, he noticed a throng of people gathered, the sounds of a heated argument gradually becoming discernible. What's the commotion? As they drew closer, the familiar voices became clearer. Damn it. What is your problem? If you wish to terminate the contract, then do so. Do you think I can't find someone better? The mech I contracted before, Xingmeng, is 1,000 times superior. She can win championships while you are a mere performance failure. Ms. Wang Tingting, please calm down. Your derogatory remarks towards the mech will only increase the compensation for mental distress. Compensation? I'm not short on money. No wonder the voice was so familiar. It was the foolish Wang Tingting. In the center of the crowd, she stood facing Jin Huan, with a staff member from the association positioned between them. However, compared to their previous encounters, Jin Huan appeared significantly more haggard, her expression cold, eyes brimming with anger and disdain. Since Ms. Wang is willing to terminate the contract, I will submit evidence. Jin Huan reached to the nape of her neck and produced a shimmering object resembling a USB drive. Evidence? What can you provide? Wang Tingting scoffed. Hands on her hips. Did I deprive you of food or clothing? Didn't I buy you the modification core and the holy marks? I've treated you so well. And now you want to break the contract? Ungrateful wretch. These resources were indeed vital and precious for a mech. Jin Huan did not dispute this point. Her gaze held a hint of sorrow as she looked at Wang Tingting. But a mech requires respect and care more than anything. I will return these modification cores to you, and I shall compensate you for the initial star essence used for upgrades at market value. Humph, market value? Do you even have money? Jin Huan pressed her lips together. I will soon have it. She gestured for the staff member to take the USB drive. The staff member, experienced in such matters, promptly connected the USB to a laptop and linked it to the large screen at the entrance of the Mech Protection Association. This was standard procedure, as numerous drivers and mechs passed through here daily, serving as natural witnesses. Moreover, broadcasting it on the big screen served both warning and educational purposes, urging drivers to respect and care for their mechs while also educating mechs on how to safeguard their rights. Wang Tingting, realizing the implications, sensed that Jin Huan had secretly recorded evidence. She felt a twinge of panic but quickly reassured herself, thinking she had done nothing wrong. Nearby, Lin Haijun whispered, "What is going on? Did Jin Huan activate the driver S recorder? Have you done anything to her? Brother Lin, am I that kind of person?" Wang Tingting feigned innocence, her voice tinged with grievance. "You don't know how I've treated Jin Huan. I've poured resources into her. She is clearly the ungrateful one." Lin Haijun pondered for a moment. Previously, Wang Tingting had terminated the contract with Xingming due to her underperformance, but that had been a temporary arrangement, lacking any authority. It was essentially a stopgap. Jin Huan, however, was bound by a formal contract. She was a partner, a friend, a companion, a family member. Could one treat a bond contract the same way as a temporary one? Lin Haijun had observed Wang Tingting's contributions, recognizing that she had indeed exhausted herself, leaving him sore and with lingering effects from his concussion. Thus, he had a degree of trust in her. Moreover, Wang Tingting had genuinely invested resources into Jin Huan. Logically, Jin Huan should have been grateful to Wang Tingting. Why then was she secretly recording the driver's behavior? However, his thoughts quickly shifted as the staff executed their tasks. The screen soon displayed the recorded footage. Damn it, why can't I keep up? I've invested so many resources. The sound of Wang Tingting slamming the steering wheel was piercing, even through the screen. Alongside her expletives, she shouted, "Useless. You can't even navigate such a simple turn? Can't you just help correct it? Accelerate. Accelerate. How can I bestow holy marks on such a worthless being? What good is it?" The footage revealed Jin Huan's face. Each time Wang Tingting struck the steering wheel, Jin Huan's complexion paled momentarily. The cockpit was a mech's softest sanctuary, where they entrusted their most vulnerable parts to the driver. This trust also allowed them to deploy protective measures in emergencies to safeguard the driver's life. The steering wheel was linked to the mech's central nervous system, and striking it was akin to wielding a hammer against one's own head. Jin Huan gritted her teeth in pain, beads of sweat forming from the agony. Yet she remained silent, unwilling to distract herself during the race. As recorded, Jin Huan endured 8 strikes on the steering wheel throughout a single race. After colliding with the guardrail, Wang Tingting descended into a frenzy within the cockpit, striking and kicking, rolling about with wild abandon. These scenes unfolded one after another, palpable anger coiling among the crowd. Wang Tingting sensed it, shrinking her neck in trepidation as she asked Lin Haijun, "Brother Lin, was it really that serious, just because I hit the steering wheel a few times?" Lin Haijun's expression darkened, his fists clenching and releasing, then clenching again. He responded with a sharp slap across Wang Tingting's face. "Damn it, just a few hits on the steering wheel? How many do you intend to strike?" Stunned by the slap, Wang Tingting took a moment to stammer, "Lin Haijun, you actually hit me?" Lin Haijun stepped forward and launched a kick. "Not only did I hit you, but I also kicked you." He pointed at Wang Tingting, now sprawled on the ground, and coldly stated, "I despise those who strike at a machine girl's steering wheel. How did I never realize you were such a foolish creature?" Trembling with rage, Lin Haijun felt a headache creeping back. Nearby, Pafong quickly assisted Lin Haijun to a corner to rest. Are you even a man, hitting me like this? Wang Tingting had completely lost her mind. Ignoring the coarseness of her words, she retorted, if you cherish your machine girl so much, why don't you let her sleep with you? Don't come at me. If you do, are you taking medication or what? The surrounding crowd erupted in a mix of jeers and laughter. Undeniably, while Jin Sun's plight was infuriating, the spectacle before them was far more tantalizing. Pafong lowered his head, a flush creeping to his ears, gripping Lin Haijun's shirt as if he wished to disappear into the ground. Lin Haijun's face was dark, his gaze fixated on the frenzied Wang Tingting, exuding menace. In our family, there's a rule. You cannot engage in a romantic relationship with a machine girl before establishing a mental bond. Otherwise, you will face familial punishment. I refrained from forming a bond with Pafong, fearing I might delay her progress, as I do not yet consider myself a worthy driver. Do you think you have any significance in this? Pafong is my family. You are at best a tool, a mere diversion, a plaything. If you had struck Pafong instead of Jin Sun, you would have found yourself submerged in a river by now. After taking pain medication, Lin Haijun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After saying so much, he could hardly muster the energy to engage with Wang Tingting further. Let yourself be. You fool. He coldly uttered these words before turning to leave with Pafong. Wang Tingting sat dazed on the ground, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't Lin Haijun supposed to be her devoted admirer? He had never treated her this way before. Was it really just for hitting Jin Sun's steering wheel? Miss, you were suspected of deliberately harming and humiliating a contracted machine girl. Given your bond with Jin Sun, this meets the criteria for intervention by the Machine Protection Association. The staff's voice snapped Wang Tingting back to reality. She gazed at the staff member's face, which was a mix of seriousness and disdain, and asked vacantly, what do you mean? How do you intend to intervene? The evidence is irrefutable. Firstly, Jin Sun can terminate the bond without liability. Secondly, you are required to compensate Jin Sun for emotional distress and treatment costs. The staff paused, producing a leather case. As Jin Sun underwent an upgrade while in your care, she will refund you the initial star element fee. Here is 50,000 yuan, calculated based on the market price of the initial star element. Wang Tingting glanced at the case and then at Jin Sun, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Fine, terminate the contract then. I'm not precious about it. Just tell me how much I owe. The staff, frowning, began to calculate on a mobile calculator. Looking up, they stated, according to the regulations of the Machine Protection Association and our assessment of your improper behavior, you are required to pay Jin Sun 300,000 yuan. 300,000? Wang Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. Why don't you go rob someone instead? For Wang Tingting, 300,000 was no trivial sum, especially now that Lin Haijun had severed ties with her. She had never imagined that merely striking Jin Sun's steering wheel would result in such a hefty compensation. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, questioning whether the Machine Protection Association and Jin Sun had colluded to ensnare her. Yet, her dwindling rationality reminded her that this was unlikely. The Machine Protection Association was established in various cities, functioning independently of the government, with half of its founding members being machine girls and the rest reputable figures across diverse industries. Simply put, they were well established and had no need to target her specifically. Without power or influence, she could not contend with such organizations, leaving her only to swallow her grievances. All right, I will pay. Wang Tingting gritted her teeth and retrieved a card. This was given to her by Lin Haijun. She was unaware of the balance it held, but Lin Haijun assured her it would suffice. She rarely spent from this card, preferring to invest in her future rather than on makeup and clothing like many other girls. She intended to use this money to pave her way into a better club. Thus, she believed the amount on the card would be more than enough to cover the 300,000, and with the 5,000 in compensation, she felt secure. The staff swiped the card through the reader. Beep. Insufficient balance. How is that possible? Wang Tingting was taken aback, staring at the reader in disbelief. Try 10,000. Beep. Insufficient balance. Not even 10,000? Then, what about 1,000? Beep. Insufficient balance. Wang Tingting was dumbfounded. The staff rolled their eyes and swiped for 1 yuan. Beep. Insufficient balance. Miss Wang, you have no funds in this card. Do you have any other payment methods? The staff was growing impatient. They gestured towards a nearby store. If all else fails, you can apply for a loan there. The interest is reasonable, but late payments will affect your credit, leading to water, electricity, and gas being cut off, as well as your driver's license being revoked. You want to be able to leave Binzhou. No, I can't take out a loan. Wang Tingting panicked. A loan would mean her disqualification. Lin Haijun, it must be him. Lin Haijun must have transferred the money from the card. Brother Lin, She spun around, desperately searching for Lin Haijun, but he was nowhere to be found. Frantically, she pulled out her phone to call him, only to hear, "The number you dialed is not in service. Please try again later." How can his phone be off? Wang Tingting's face drained of color as realization struck. Lin Haijun had blocked her. What would she do about the money? Where would she find 300,000 to compensate Jin Sun? Can you give me a few more days? Wang Tingting forced a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, softening her tone. Jin Sun, please don't be difficult. Master was wrong. I promise to treat you well and respect you. I will never hit your steering wheel again. Just give Master one more chance, all right? As she reached out to take Jin Sun's hand, Jin Sun deftly evaded her. No. Jin Sun firmly shook her head. Although I am merely a C-class machine girl. Had I known from the start that you were this kind of person, I would not have entered into a contract with you. She had long since regretted her decision. Witnessing Wang Tingting's cruel demeanor when she abandoned Xing Ming had sealed her regret. Typically, when a graduate and a machine girl terminate a temporary contract, it is done amicably. Some drivers even offer compensation to their former partners. Wang Tingting, however, had given Xing Ming no compensation, only mockery and belittlement, treating her like an enemy. This clearly illustrated that Wang Tingting was not of good character. At that time, she had no reason to dissolve her contract with Wang Tingting. Jin Sun was unwilling to settle, so, "Madam, we must complete the compensation within a day." The staff's demeanor turned serious, their voice growing cold. "Please cooperate with our work. Otherwise we will resort to coercive measures. Where can I find 300,000 in just one day?" Wang Tingting, in despair, scanned the crowd, and her gaze suddenly locked onto Su Chen and Xing Ming. Su Chen had just won the city championship. He must have a prize. Su Chen, had it not been for the temporary contract termination between Xing Ming and me, you would never have encountered such an excellent machine girl, right? She rushed towards Su Chen and Xing Ming as if grasping a lifeline, a hint of flattery gracing her face. "You see, if it weren't for me, the two of you would never have met. This fate was brought to you by me. So, could you lend me some money? I can write an IOU. I promise to pay you back slowly." Su Chen regarded Wang Tingting with a strange expression, as if observing a peculiar creature. Was she a fraud? No. Wang Ai's audacity had reached unprecedented levels. It seemed the authorities' crackdown on debtors was indeed severe. So much so that Wang Tingting would rather shamelessly ask him for money than take out a loan. No, even seated in a wheelchair. Xing Ming stood protectively in front of Su Chen, her arms crossed in a large X, her fluffy cat ears pressed tightly against her head, eyebrows knitted, emitting low growls from her throat. "Wicked woman, that money was earned by me and Masta together. It is our honor. How could we possibly give it to you?" Wang Tingting looked at Xing Ming, who had once been obedient to her, now feeling utterly foreign and bewildered. In fact, she had been quite astonished when she saw the competition footage of Xing Ming straining to reach the finish line. She simply could not comprehend why Xing Ming had never displayed such remarkable qualities while under her command. Had she known earlier that Xing Ming possessed this fierce tenacity, she would never have abandoned her. However, it was too late to say anything now. Xing Ming was now enjoying a life of luxury alongside Su Chen, having won the city championship together, and surely had become utterly devoted to him. Yet, the distinction between the foolish and the wise lies in the fact that the wise do not squander effort on hopeless endeavors. The foolish, however, cling to their absurd hopes, desperately struggling on a path of no return. Chapter 56. Moving towards their own light. 2. Xing Ming, why not return to be my machine girl? I was wrong. I was blind to your potential. I promise to treat you well in the future, to provide you with the best modifications. Whatever flavor of nutrient solution you desire, I will buy it for you. All guaranteed fresh. Unlimited. Wang Tingting spoke with sincerity. In the past, such words would have made Xing Ming's heart soar. But she had never bothered to indulge in fantasies for Xing Ming. I don't want to. Xing Ming clung to Su Chen's waist, her pretty face pressed against him, glaring defiantly at Wang Tingting. I want Masta, even if you offer to modify me into an X-class machine girl, or an EX-class machine girl. I still want to follow you. Wicked woman, I will not go with you, so give up, meow. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Xing Ming's possessive demeanor. Though she was clearly furious, her tone resembled that of a spoiled child. No wonder she had been bullied by Wang Tingting. Perhaps in Wang Tingting's eyes, Xing Ming had never shown real anger. Today, I am going to sign a soul contract with Masta. Do you know what a soul contract is? Xing Ming huffed, raising her chin, speaking with an air of supreme pride. No machine girl in this lifetime would ever be willing to sign a soul contract with you. And I, Xing Ming, will actively sign a soul contract with Masta. Wicked woman, envy me for a lifetime, meow. Laughter erupted from the crowd around them. Xingming's cheeks flushed slightly as her cat ears twitched, yet she maintained her proud demeanor. To sign a soul contract with Su Chen was a matter of immense pride for her. What was there to be embarrassed about? She wanted to announce to the world that she would soon have the best master. Madam, what you need to do now is to quickly pay the 30,000 in compensation. The staff saw Wang Tingting moving closer to the edge of the crowd and immediately blocked her path, narrowing their eyes. Don't think about escaping. You are a student of the academy, and your information has already been recorded. No matter where you go, we can find you. I have no money. Wang Tingting resigned herself, saying, do whatever you want with me. Not only did she lack funds, but she also needed to pay rent. That shabby modification shop had no business at all. Even living there felt pitiful. How had she been so foolish as to rent that dump at 3 times the price and sign a year-long contract? Wang Tingting felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. But the staff from the Machine Protection Association would not give her the luxury of contemplating her woes. They promptly took out a walkie-talkie. Brothers, we have a job to do. As the words fell, a loud roar echoed from within the Machine Protection Association. 2 lowly-like machine girls charged out. However, with every step they took towards Wang Tingting, their figures ballooned in size. By the time they reached her, they had transformed into towering giants. Their setting chapter, updated irregularly, may also be forgotten. 1. Xingming name, Xingming. Star emblem, radiance, team enhancement type, speed, 47, bend, 54, stability, 42, outburst, 35, endurance, 51, tuning core, none, stigmata, none, current level, D, special talent. 1, not activated, 2, catgirl aesthetic specialization, 3, silent movement, resonance, 5, status, listless, evaluation, soft and fragrant. Perfect for warming the bed. Competing on the field? Forget it. Already specialized as a catgirl, what more is there to desire? One cannot have it all. 2. Queen name, Queen. Star emblem, thunder, burst type, speed, 76, bend, 90, stability, 81, outburst, 61, endurance, 82, tuning core, vortex monarch type, purple, stigmata, frenzy set, blue, x3, speed 10, nitrous time 20, drift correction 5, eternal heart set, purple, x1, endurance 9, current level, SS, special talent, deactivated, resonance, 0, status, malfunctioning, unable to drive, evaluation, a top-tier mech with outstanding talent, yet rendered useless by a thoughtless modifier. 3. Golden Falcon name, Golden Falcon. Star emblem, flowing flame, speed, 61, bend, 48, stability, 49, outburst, 47, endurance, 44, tuning core, vortex basic type, white. Stigmata, none, current level, C, special talent, none, resonance, 0, status, good for. Chuanyun name, Chuanyun. Star emblem, storm, control type, speed, 58, bend, 70, stability, 61, outburst, 45, endurance, 37, tuning core, little siren, blue. Stigmata, none, current level, C, special talent, none, resonance, 13. Driver, Huang Shaizun, status, good. Evaluation, on tracks with numerous bends and short distances, she is a keen blade. 5. Night Hofino. Voice of the Night T2, Thunderstar emblem, speed, 89, bend, 61, stability, 71, outburst, 90, endurance, 57-6. Fury. Voice of the Night T1 team, S-class, Thunderstar emblem, speed, 94, bend, 58, stability, 83, outburst, 89, endurance, 64-7. Incorrect chapter, can be skipped, name, Kaiengai. Star emblem, storm, speed, 65, bend, 78, stability, 61, outburst, 51, endurance, 9, tuning core, assault standard 3 blue. Stigmata, none, current level, B, special talent, none, resonance, 36, Geno, status, good. Malfunction, endurance continuously decreasing. Evaluation, a fallen angel. 10 years ago, the voice of the Knight's gold medal coach, known as the Golden Razor, was the driver Geno's mech. Due to Kaiengai's inability to keep pace with the team, Geno, tempted by Qin Xian, agreed to participate in Kaiengai's modification plan. Consequently, Kaiengai lost her memories and emotions, suffering from severe endurance deficiencies that rendered her incapable of racing. In seeking justice for Kaiengai, Geno faced oppression from the voice of the Night group. He hid in the corners of the city, establishing a training ground, tirelessly searching for ways to restore Kaiengai. Under Gino's meticulous care, Kaingai's memories gradually returned. Yet the endurance defect remained unresolved. The theoretical basis of the nitrous acceleration tuning core, nitrous acceleration is, in essence, a meticulously orchestrated symphony of ice and fire occurring within the engine. Its true nature is not the direct combustion of nitrous oxide, but rather the utilization of a peculiar substance known as nitrous oxide, NO, commonly referred to as laughing gas. When the driver presses the button, liquid nitrous oxide is injected into the engine's intake manifold, then rushes into the high-temperature cylinders. At extreme temperatures, NO molecules become highly unstable, decomposing instantaneously to release its two constituents, oxygen, O, serving as the accelerant, and nitrogen, N, acting as the calming guardian. The role of oxygen is to fuel the fire, significantly enhancing power output, while nitrogen serves as a buffer and coolant, preventing catastrophic overheating that could lead to engine damage. The entire process can be understood as the system injecting nitrous oxide, NO, akin to a specially crafted energy capsule. This capsule splits within the cylinder. Oxygen ignites the fuel, while nitrogen cools and stabilizes the combustion, averting disaster. Chapter 57. Prefer not to sign. The registration process is not complex. It merely involves updating information in the computer. However, unlike the basic details required during the bond contract, this time, the spiritual contract necessitates a more extensive record, including height, weight, age, and future aspirations. The Mech Insurance Association also holds its own peculiarities. After registering the information, the staff guided Su Chen and Xingming into an area resembling a grand auditorium. Compared to the bustling crowd outside, this space felt remarkably spacious. The number of mechs and drivers signing the spiritual contract was sparse, paired up and seated sporadically throughout the auditorium, whispering to each other in an atmosphere reminiscent of affectionate couples. Their connection appeared effortless, unlike the drivers and mechs outside, who often bore the semblance of mere acquaintances. These are the mechs and drivers here for the spiritual contract. The staff led Su Chen and Xingming through the seating area, softly introducing them. Some were newcomers, while others had previously failed to meet the conditions, each having an opportunity once a month. Conditions? Su Chen paused. Was there still a prerequisite? Indeed. The staff adjusted their glasses, raising a finger, a very simple condition. As long as the mech's basic resonance meets the standard, the spiritual contract can be signed. Su Chen silently glanced at Xingmin's basic resonance of 50%, a figure not reflecting the championship status from the city tournament, but rather an increase observed during the recent days of care, especially after applying medication, which curiously boosted it by a full 10%. It remained uncertain whether this value was adequate. In his mind, the concept of passing was inextricably linked to the number 60. Failing would certainly lead to an awkward situation. Before you, there is another pair. I will first conduct their test, so you may observe the process. The staff led Su Chen and Xingming to the front row, indicating for them to wait. He then turned to don a black robe reminiscent of a priest, presenting himself as a wedding officiant on the dais. Mr. Li Chengxian, Miss Lingju, please come forward. The summoned driver and mech-girl stood hesitantly before the staff. The staff then produced a cube-like device, placing it solemnly on the table. Let us begin. He nodded to the two. The driver and the mech-girl exchanged glances, their eyes betraying both tension and encouragement for one another. Each extended a hand, placing it upon the cube simultaneously. Meow? Xingming, curious, twitched her cat ears, observing as the unremarkable cube suddenly radiated a soft, milky glow. The staff scrutinized the cube for a moment before sighing. Alas, your synchronization level is merely 23. There is still considerable room for improvement. Please return and continue your efforts. The driver, named Li Chengxian, appeared bewildered. He glanced at his mech-girl, who was similarly downcast, yet chose to remain silent. Do not act solely on your own feelings. The staff cautioned sternly. You must truly understand what your mech-girl, your partner, genuinely requires within her heart. You may leave now. I hope you achieve a breakthrough next month. Watching the two depart in despondence, Xingming murmured softly, Master, this test is quite rigorous, meow. What if we fail? We won't be able to sign the soul contract today, and that would be such a pity, meow. I even consulted an online mech-girl fortune teller today, spending 99 yuan. She claimed today was a fortuitous day. Xingming nervously twisted her fingers together, pouting in a manner that suggested she felt a pinch of regret. To her, any expenditure that did not go towards Su Chen seemed a waste, even if it was merely 100 yuan. Moreover, she realized she might have been deceived by the online fortune teller. Su Chen chuckled softly at Xingming's indignant demeanor and gently patted her head, offering comfort. Do not worry. We are inseparable. so there is no cause for concern. Truthfully, he felt uncertain as well and pondered how to reassure Xingming later. Mr. Su Chen. Miss Xingming, please come forward. Xingming swallowed hard. In a flurry, her small hand sought to grasp Su Chen's clothing, but clumsily latched onto his hand instead. Just as she intended to release it, his warm hand enveloped hers tightly. A rush of warmth surged through her, quickening her breath and flushing her cheeks. The wheelchair moved forward under Su Chen's guidance until it reached the table. The staff observed the flushed face of Xingming seated in the wheelchair and smiled gently. Understanding her situation, he lifted the cube, presenting it before them with both hands. Give it a try. Let us see if your bond is profound enough. The star god will judge. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen placed his hand on the cube. Xingming gazed intently at it, silently invoking the star god's blessing, and placed her hand next to Su Chen's. Suddenly, a far brighter and softer milky glow emanated from the cube. The entire hall fell silent. All drivers and mech girls stared in awe at the cube. 50%. You two have only known each other for a short time, right? The staff looked at Xingming and Su Chen in disbelief, confusion and astonishment evident in his eyes. The hall erupted in gasps and hushed exclamations. 50%. My heavens. Perhaps they have known each other for years, maybe 4 or 5. Maintaining a single mech girl for such a duration can indeed lead to that level of synchronization. Master, look at them, then look at you. What about me? The synchronization level isn't solely my decision. Xingming's palms were clammy with anxiety as she awaited the final verdict from the staff. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Su Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. So, are we qualified? Qualified, the staff nodded. Naturally, you both qualify. Our regulation stipulates a minimum synchronization level of 30 to sign the soul contract, which is designed to prevent a mech girl from being paired with an unsuitable driver. As the soul contract is not an equal partnership for the mech girl. Meow? I knew it. Master and I would surely qualify. Xingming exhaled, relief flooding her as she realized the fortune teller had not been mistaken. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. She smiled brightly at Su Chen, only to find him furrowing his brow. Master? Her smile faltered, her ears drooping as she softly inquired, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Chen gently stroked Xingming's head, pondering for a moment before addressing the staff. I do not favor an unequal relationship with Xingming, even if she is willing. Therefore, I wish to understand the necessity of signing the soul contract and what benefits it holds for her. If it serves merely my interests as the driver, I would prefer not to sign. Chapter 58. The concept of synchronization level behind Su Chen and Xingming. The other drivers and mech girls gazed at him with expressions of bewilderment. Even the staff appeared taken aback, having officiated for 7 or 8 years. He had never encountered someone quite like Su Chen. However, he soon discerned the understanding reflected in Xingming's initially astonished, then slightly reddened eyes. Achieving a synchronization level of 50 within less than a month spoke volumes about how much he truly cared for her feelings. If Xingming had not found a master who genuinely valued her, she would not exert herself so fervently on the racetrack. Hearing Su Chen's words rendered everything comprehensible. Mr. Su Chen, I completely understand your concerns. The staff smile softened further. The soul contract does indeed offer certain advantages to the mech girl. Firstly, the foundational synchronization level is nearly locked in, ensuring minimal regression. This facilitates the mech girl's entry into synchronization mode on the racetrack. As the synchronization level rises to 60, 80, and 100, each stage corresponds to a different phase of synchronization, temporarily enhancing the mech girl's attributes. If your mech girl is a top-tier model and has awakened her innate skills, then each phase will unlock advanced levels of these skills, resulting in more potent effects. Furthermore, exceeding a synchronization level of 100 can trigger a rare overclock state. The specific enhancements remain unclear to me, as such cases are infrequent and not disclosed to the public. It is only known that the effects vary among different mech girls in overclock mode. Su Chen listened quietly to the staff's explanation. While this indeed presented certain benefits for the mech girl, they were primarily advantageous for racing, equally benefiting the driver. Is there anything else? Yes. At foundational synchronization levels of 60, 80, and 100, the mech's appearance will evolve, becoming more aesthetically pleasing, akin to donning a more attractive and dazzling exterior. In the presence of other mech girls, those who undergo such transformations will command greater respect. Oh, so this is akin to unlocking companion skins in a favorability system. He mused, recognizing it as a benefit for Xingming, given the limited edition attractive outfits. Is there anything more? Indeed. The staff continued. Racing is an inherently perilous sport, especially as one approaches world-class tracks where the dangers intensify. No one can guarantee the safety of drivers and mech girls. It is well known that a mech girl can revive after a severe accident if her core consciousness remains intact. However, if her core is damaged, she faces certain death. However, if a spiritual contract exists, a damaged core of the machine girl can be revived with the assistance of her driver. Su Chen nodded slightly, finally perceiving a tangible benefit. In times of peril during a race, the machine girl would prioritize the safety of her driver. Thus, even in the event of severe collisions, the driver would typically remain unscathed, perhaps only suffering a concussion. In such circumstances, the spiritual contract serves as a form of life assurance for the machine girl. Yet, he felt it was insufficient. He glanced at the staff, who were also looking at him. Before he could inquire, the staff member spoke first. Mr. Su Chen, I understand your intention to establish an entirely equitable relationship with Miss Xingming. After all, once a machine girl signs a spiritual contract, the driver's authority is reduced to merely 40, which signifies that in critical decisions, as long as the driver retains consciousness, she must comply with the driver's commands. And in daily life, she will also obey the driver without question. This is not coercive, rather, the nature of this relationship engenders unconditional trust from the machine girl towards the driver. Moreover, even if the driver passes away, she will be unable to enter into any further contracts with other drivers. This implies that even if a driver harms the machine girl, she will harbor no grievances. A century ago, the signing of spiritual contracts did not necessitate a frequency requirement. It was precisely due to numerous infuriating and helpless incidents that the star god introduced a special status attribute known as frequency. And only those whose frequency reaches 30 can sign a spiritual contract. The staff's words reverberated through the empty hall. Not only Su Chen and Xingming, but other drivers and machine girls listened intently. The restless spirits gradually calmed. While frequency as a threshold cannot entirely filter out the unscrupulous, I have yet to encounter any distasteful incidents since I began working here. Daily acts of kindness and thoughtful gifts form the foundation of trust, serving as the bedrock that elevates frequency from 0 to 10 and eventually to 20. They allow the machine girls to feel cherished and respected, which is fundamental and immensely important. However, the staff's gaze grew distant, as if recalling countless past scenes. The true catalyst for a qualitative change in frequency, propelling it beyond the critical threshold of 30 towards 60, 80, or even higher, often lies at the crossroads of fate, amidst fierce storms and before seemingly insurmountable peaks, where choices are made together. When facing a treacherous racetrack, with the engine lamenting and the vehicle enduring extreme pressure, when victory seems elusive, when the machine girl trembles in fear or nears a loss of control due to malfunctions, when the external world is rife with doubt and the path ahead appears obscured, it is the driver who grips the steering wheel firmly and resolutely declares, "Trust me and believe in yourself. We will prevail." It is the machine girl, despite enduring immense suffering and risk, who still places her entire trust in her driver, responding, "Master, I can endure." Together, it is in those darkest moments that you are not preoccupied with self-preservation, but rather with how to extricate one another from peril. This is the most genuine instinct. These moments, transcending rational calculations and self-preservation, ignite the spark of resonance deep within the soul. When you stand shoulder to shoulder before the abyss, choosing solidarity over retreat, when, under extreme duress, you can still feel the synchronized heartbeat of one another, that is when your souls truly begin to intertwine profoundly. The cold metric of frequency will ascend, forged by the camaraderie and willpower tempered through shared tribulations. Mr. Su Chen, when you arrived with Xingming, I knew that your frequency must be adequate, for you have weathered storms together and achieved glory and victory. The staff member gazed at Su Chen, his eyes filled with understanding and approval. Your current hesitation also reflects your regard for Xingming. However, I did not anticipate that your frequency would be so remarkably high. If you were to ask what the greatest benefit of the spiritual contract is, I can only tell you it is happiness. The spiritual contract secures not only the foundational frequency, but also the brilliance you both shown during those darkest times, the chapters you authored together with trust and courage. It signifies that no matter how many bends or storms lie ahead, your souls will be interdependent and your wills harmonized. This is the essence of the contract, the most precious and irreplaceable benefit for the machine girl, as well as the happiness that they willingly place above the glory of the racetrack. As the words settled, the hall fell into silence. The man's speech was akin to a stone cast into the still waters of the heart, creating ripples that stirred deeper reflections. The drivers instinctively turned to their machine girls, whose gazes softened considerably. Su Chen felt Xingmin's grip on his hand tighten. The slight tremor was not born of fear or anxiety, but seemed to stem from a deeper flutter. Mr. Su Chen, I have conveyed all that needed to be said. The staff member calmly took a sip of water. Are you willing to enter into a spiritual contract with Xingming? He paused, his gaze solemnly fixed on Su Chen. Do you wish to grant happiness to the machine girl beside you? Su Chen inhaled deeply, memories of his interactions with Xingming flashing rapidly through his mind. Although their acquaintance was brief, such moments were astonishingly plentiful, almost filling his entire consciousness. Ultimately, everything coalesced around the memory of the city championship, particularly Xingmin's gentle smile before she lost consciousness. That smile, brimming with warmth that could melt souls, reverberated within him. With no traces of worry or hesitation remaining, he declared, I am willing. Each word resonated with conviction. Chapter 59. A wish. In uttering the words I am willing, Su Chen felt a flush creep across his face. He too was puzzled as to why a man of his fortitude would feel shy. Nevertheless, the sensation of impending matrimony intensified. He distinctly sensed Xingming tremble beside him. Looking down, he observed her head bowed, concealing her expression, yet the once pale pink of her ears now flushed a deep crimson. Clearly, the staff member's words had significantly impacted her. Excellent. The officiant turned toward Xingming. Do you wish to wholly devote yourself to this driver at your side? I am willing. Meow. Very willing. Xingming responded without a moment's hesitation. Yet, she dared not meet the officiant's gaze nor look at Su Chen, feeling her heart race and her cheeks aflame. She was uncertain what to make of her current state. After all, it was her first time signing a spiritual contract, and she had no prior knowledge of how a machine girl might react. She attributed her feelings to the unique sensations elicited by the ritual of signing the contract. A smile of maternal warmth graced the officiant's face. Once more, we have witnessed the binding of a spiritual contract between a machine girl and her driver. How delightful. Although much effort had been expended in words, he would have no qualms about repeating such duties daily. Regrettably, the number of drivers and machine girls meeting the threshold for a spiritual contract is scarce. Encountering a single pair in half a year is already quite commendable. Next, under the watchful gaze of the star god, you will forge your spiritual contract. Additionally, you may make a wish to the star god. A mysterious smile played upon the officiant's lips. It is said that wishes made to the star god during the signing of a spiritual contract are heard, making them quite potent. Making wishes to the deity? Here we go again with the childish antics. Su Chen smirked. Meow? Potent wishes? Xingmin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eager to participate, the officiant produced an object resembling a car key and pressed a button. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Then, a statue nearly grazing the ceiling of the hall rose before Xingming and Su Chen. The statue depicted not an individual, but rather a team, specifically 3 machine girls and a human driver. As the years have eroded its features, the visage of the statue has become somewhat indistinct. Yet, Su Chen still perceives a faint familiarity. There is an inexplicable sense that the man standing at the forefront of the statue resembles someone he knows. With no time to ponder this further, the officiant has already begun to speak. Miss Xingming, please extract the core of your mind under the gaze of the star deity and make your wish. Remember, you may only make one wish. With a soft meow, Xingming nodded and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath, pressing her hands gently against her chest, as a melodious and ethereal chant resonated from an unknown source. A delicate starry light began to emanate from her being. Gradually, her hands unfolded like the petals of a flower, revealing a heart-shaped core resembling a magic cube that spun and took form in her palms. This is the core of the mind. Su Chen gazed in awe at the slowly rotating cube in Xingmin's hands. The azure light from the cube connected to her right chest, as if she were presenting her very heart before him. The gentle chant transitioned into a solemn and reverent tone. Witnessing this scene, which could almost be described as sacred, Su Chen couldn't help but feel goosebumps rise on his skin, his body instinctively tensing. Miss Xingming, it is time to make your wish, the officiant said with a smile. Xingming instinctively glanced at Su Chen, blinking her large eyes. Then, cradling the core of her mind, she directed her prayer towards the statue. I wish to become a world-class mech-girl, to grant Master a long life, and to be with Master forever. A wave of friendly laughter rippled through the hall. The officiant, chuckling, teased, Miss Xingming, you can only make one wish. You cannot be too greedy. That was 3 wishes. Think carefully and choose the one you desire the most. Scratching her head, her cat ears drooping, Xingming replied with a pained expression, Oh, it's so hard to choose. Can't I have a few more wishes? I believe the star deity wouldn't mind. The officiant cleared his throat, reminding her of the necessary rules. Since you have already signed a mental contract with Mr. Su Chen, You have effectively fulfilled the wish of being with him eternally. If you wish for Mr. Su Chen to have a long life, you must win the world championship. At that point, you will receive the ultimate blessing from the star deity, which can be utilized for many things, including granting Mr. Su Chen immortality. Immortality, a foreign concept. Su Chen gazed at the officiant, astonished. The officiant spoke with utmost seriousness, indicating that this was no mere child's tale. Such a thing indeed existed. Could it be that this world possessed the ability to grant immortality? Oh meow, I understand. Xingmin's eyes lit up, her cat ears perked up with enthusiasm. She earnestly gazed at the statue and fervently declared, "May the star deity bless us. Masta and I shall smoothly win the world championship and become world-class." After which, she silently added in her heart, "Then, with the ultimate blessing, I will grant Masta immortality. This way, we can be together forever. The plan is perfect, meow." The officiant was not surprised by such a wish, as it was typical for mech girls. He turned his attention to Su Chen. "Mr. Su Chen, you may also make a wish to the star deity." "Me?" Su Chen pointed to himself. "Yes. You may only make one wish." "All right." Su Chen positioned himself before the statue. Although he knew that this so-called wishing was merely a formality, the solemn atmosphere around him compelled him to take it seriously. "My wish is the same as Xingmin's. I hope to fulfill her wish in the future." Upon his words, the statue's eyes glimmered as if coming to life. A beam of starlight descended from the circular dome, spotlighting Xingming. Su Chen was taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, the officiant quickly realized, whispering, "Mr. Su Chen, you and Xingming have not yet received the star deity's blessing for winning the city championship. Have you?" In fact, whether witnessing the mental contract or receiving the star deity's blessing, both establish a connection with the star deity. The star deity noticed that Xingming had not received the champion's blessing, so it extended its blessing to her as well. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly. "So, the star deity can hear our wishes?" Naturally, the officiant nodded seriously. "Did you think the statue was merely a decoration?" Su Chen was speechless, as that was indeed what he had believed. The idea of establishing a connection with the celestial beings floating somewhere in the universe through a mere statue seemed too fantastical. He had almost thought the star deity was about to grant their wishes. The starlight enveloping Xingming did not last long. Once it dissipated, Su Chen noticed that all of Xingmin's attributes had increased slightly, becoming speed, 64, cornering, 65, stability, 44, burst, 40, endurance, 53. This champion's blessing was equivalent to an upgrade? Remarkably impressive. Even more astonishingly, Xingming had previously suffered from a negative effect of 20 tire wear, which vanished upon receiving the star deity's blessing. Then, to his utter amazement, he watched as Xingming stood up from her wheelchair. She bounded towards him, cradling the mind core. Her large azure eyes filled with anticipation. "Masta, I want to make a mental contract, meow." Chapter 60. Do they have enough audacity? The mental contract was finalized. The final step was simple, just a drop of blood on Xingmin's mind core. However, Su Chen still had some questions for the officiant regarding aspects he did not comprehend. For instance, if mech girls could extract their cores, wouldn't the mental contract be able to be signed without a ceremony? The officiant explained that since the last century, all newly created mech girls have been bound by mental shackles. A mental contract without the ceremonial acknowledgement of the star deity would be deemed a failure, and even draining the pilot's blood would not lead to success. This rule exists to prevent the insincere from harming the mech girls. Another inquiry arose. Why did the star deity's blessing restore Xingmin's injuries? He didn't recall the blessing having such an effect. Otherwise, Queen would have surely informed him. The officiant's answer was also vague, suggesting that both the mental contract and the blessing enhanced the connection with the star deity. The combination of the two clarifies the connection between Xingming and the star deity, allowing the latter to wield more power to aid Xingming with her issues. Thus, when bestowing the blessing, it was a simple matter to assist her in healing her injuries. Furthermore, when a mech girl wins the world championship and receives the ultimate blessing, the connection with the star deity is nearly maximized. This is why the star deity can fully utilize divine power to fulfill even the seemingly fantastical condition of granting eternal life to both the pilot and the mech girl. The officiant cited several examples of pilots who had achieved immortality. Lin Yifeng, the president of this year's World League Association, is an immortal being and also the champion of the previous world championship. Outside the Mech Protection Association, Su Chen observed the lively and cheerful girl bouncing ahead of him, while his mind swirled with the information provided by the officiant. Mech girls have a lifespan, compared to the less than a century of humans. Most mech girls can live for over 1,000 years. However, they too will eventually reach the end of their lives. If he wishes to be with Xingming forever, He must become a world champion. Previously, his intention in bringing Xingming to the racetrack was merely to support her and help her overcome her psychological barriers. However, his enthusiasm for racing did not match his passion for modifications. He was inherently a rational person. This rationality made him ill-suited to the adrenaline-fueled atmosphere of the racetrack. But now, his perspective has shifted. He aspires to become world-class. He desires to fulfill Xingming's wish. He yearns for eternal life with Xingming. The hand of God, the eye of God, the heart of God, and the knowledge of modification that transcends this era lingered in Su Chen's mind as he murmured to himself, clenching his fists. He feared his skills might be insufficient, yet he believed the heart of God would enhance his abilities. He worried that Xingming's performance might falter, but his expertise in modifications, along with the hand of God, would allow Xingming to flourish swiftly. He was apprehensive about not fully understanding his opponents. But the eye of God would grant him insights into everything. He possessed all the prerequisites to become a world champion. Although the journey ahead may not be smooth, the title of world champion was not merely an unreachable fantasy. Having already traversed this path, he resolved not to remain complacent. Su Chen chuckled at himself. In his previous life, his lack of ambition led him to resign from a top-tier club. Had he not stepped down, that elite racer might not have met a tragic fate. In this life, for the sake of Xingming and himself, he could no longer afford to be complacent. Master, the front-running Xingming turned around, smiling and waving at him. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up. Sister Queen said we're having a feast tonight. So let us get back early. All right. Su Chen responded, quickening his pace to catch up. With a subtle yet profound shift in his mindset, the gears of fate began to turn. A chief modifier from another world was about to challenge all the top racers and formidable mech daughters of the mech maiden era, aiming for the world stage. Do you know if there are any upcoming competitions? At the dining table, Queen looked at Su Chen with surprise. She glanced at Xingming, who was indulging in a chicken leg with one hand and a handful of fries with the other, and frowned. In half a month, on August 1st, there will be a City King Championship. Only the top 3 from each city tournament are eligible to participate. However, Xingming's condition may not allow for competition within a month, right? Su Chen examined Xingming's status panel and replied, just now at the Mech Protection Association. The blessing of the Star God not only healed Xingming's injuries, but also restored her condition to full capacity. Previously marked as exhausted, unable to compete, it has now transformed to energized, suitable for competition. Each mech's condition declines after a match depending on the intensity. Similar to how human athletes cannot compete in multiple events back-to-back, mechs also require maintenance and rest. In severe cases like Xingming's injuries during the city championship, with treatment and care, they generally need a month before participating again. Thus, moving forward, a prominent driver would have more than one mech by their side. As competition intensity escalated, a single mech could not participate in both Event A and Event B. Another mech would need to step in to prevent an adverse impact on the accumulation of annual competition points. Typically, having 3 mechs would suffice for a driver to contend at the world level. Naturally, some nouveau riche drivers prefer to surround themselves with flocks of mechs. However, discerning and ambitious mechs would not accept such frivolous drivers. The finite energy of a driver means that the more mechs they have, the less care and resources can be allocated to each. Therefore, mechs tend to favor drivers with potential who are not frivolous. Are you certain? Queen had never heard of the blessing of the Star God restoring a mech's condition, but upon seeing Xingming fully healed, she began to believe it somewhat. I'll fetch some instruments to check Xingming. If everything is fine, you can participate in the City King Championship at the beginning of August. As she finished speaking, she abruptly shifted her tone, but be wary. The City King Championship will be filled with experts. You might end up looking for your teeth. Su Chen, however, remained unfazed by the potential setback, nodding with a smile. It's mainly about the experience. Facing off against experts allows one to learn new things. He took a relaxed stance regarding the competition results, feeling no rush for immediate success. After all, he and Xingming had decades ahead of them. There was no need to rush the accumulation of strength. Humph, your mindset is quite commendable. Queen pouted, though a faint shadow of concern flickered in her eyes. Tomorrow, you'll be facing the modification team of the Knight of Shadows. Are you afraid? Afraid? Su Chen was taken aback. He was the chief modifier of Huaxia. What was there to fear? His only concern was his lack of credentials in this world. Yet, he possessed genuine skills. As long as the modifiers of the Knight of Shadows retained a semblance of integrity and relied solely on their technical prowess, he could best these masters without leaving a trace. I just want to ask one thing. Su Chen wiped his mouth with a wet wipe. Are the modifiers of the Knight of Shadows thick-skinned? Queen took a moment to comprehend Su Chen's implication. She smiled faintly, reassuring him. They are all masters. Any one of them is older than you by at least 2 decades. They wouldn't stoop to bullying the younger. As long as your theories can convince them, you'll be fine. Then there's no problem. Su Chen nodded. In the realm of modifiers, while age often correlates with experience, the fundamental principle of the capable teach, the less experience still applied. His concern lay in the possibility that the modifiers in this world might be a bunch of arrogant individuals, which would make things quite challenging. After all, those who fall prey to arrogance tend to share a common trait. They are often deaf and blind. Chapter 61. The night modification team the following day, after enjoying a simple breakfast prepared by Queen herself, Su Chen and Xingming boarded Queen's helicopter en route to the headquarters of the Night of Shadows. Throughout the journey, Queen remained tense, her anxiety palpable. Su Chen was unfazed. Instead, she was the one who felt nervous for him. Meanwhile, Jessica appeared to be relishing the unfolding drama. 2 days prior, she had relayed Queen's words to the modification team. Master James, the head of the team, had been taken aback for some time before bursting into laughter, exclaiming in disbelief that a modifier without even a certification dared to challenge their esteemed team. Was this madness? However, they were now obliged to honor the lady's command and take responsibility for Queen's modifications. Thus, it was necessary to address Queen's doubts and prevent her from being swayed by this unlicensed modifier. To facilitate Queen's acceptance of the modifications, they decided to allocate precious time to confront this presumptuous, uncredentialed modifier and demonstrate that the Night of Shadows was not so easily trifled with. At 10 in the morning, in a lavish yet solemn conference room of the Night of Shadows, all the modifiers of Queen's team were already seated at the long conference table. They wore uniforms adorned with the Night of Shadows emblem, with the youngest among them already in their 40s. Almost every modifier wore 5 or more medals on their chests, each a symbol of their achievements in various prestigious modification competitions, representing their identity and prowess. Mr. James, I don't understand why we need to make such a fuss over this. He is merely an inconsequential figure, one modifier complained to James, who sat at the head of the table. I had planned to take my yacht out for fishing today, but now I must attend this absurd meeting. Even sending our apprentices would suffice to handle that inexperienced brat. James adjusted his white gloves, responding deliberately. Do you think the lady is unaware of this matter? We are here to inform her, and Queen, that we are serious and responsible regarding Queen's modifications, and we will not permit anyone to interfere. It is precisely because our attitudes differ that I am the leader, and you are merely modifiers in the team. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, everyone exchanging glances and choosing to remain quiet. They were the Night of Shadows designated modification team, enjoying high salaries and relatively easy work conditions. Currently, they are only accountable to Queen, working only during her modifications while spending the rest of their time in leisure. Aside from Knight's voice, they probably cannot find a more comfortable job. As James remarked, attitude is of utmost importance. A lackadaisical attitude could lead one to the brink of dismissal. Mr. James, Queen has arrived. An apprentice knocked and reminded him. James nodded, signaling for silence with his gaze. The night team's modders turned their attention to the door, their ears catching the increasingly near sound of high heels clicking, and soon they beheld Queen, clad in a black gown, entering with a young man, followed by a cat-girl specialized mech. Is this the modder Queen referred to? He appears rather youthful and audacious. Has he come to challenge the night voice modding team before even fully maturing? How absurd. The night modders could not help but scoff at Su Chen. Although they wished to maintain a semblance of dignity and calm, disdain and contempt seeped through their subtle expressions. Su Chen, too, regarded this group of modders with curiosity. Middle-aged men, all old men. It was utterly speechless. Having lived for so many years, their understanding of modifications was akin to that of children. Had they spent decades merely existing? He endeavored to maintain an exterior of composure and humility, yet his incredulity and disdain still seeped through his eyes. 2 groups of modders, representing the T1 and T0 levels of their respective worlds, stared at each other across the vast chasm of cultural knowledge. Queen noticed the night team's disdainful glances towards Su Chen. Her demeanor grew colder, her brows furrowed with a hint of chill, and her piercing gaze sliced through the meeting room like a blade. However, her fingers, repeatedly tightening and relaxing, betrayed her inner anxiety. Queen began to regret her decision to involve Su Chen in this conflict. It was hard to fathom the amount of indignity and setbacks he might endure today. Since Mr. Su Chen is here, let us commence. James, seated at the head, cleared his throat and looked at Su Chen, eager to bring this farce to a close. Mr. Su Chen, everyone present here is a master-level modder. Modders are classified into 6 tiers. D, C, B, A, S, and X. The least among us are A-level modders. What I wish to convey is that if you wish to discuss Queen's modification, you must first exhibit the capabilities expected of an A-level modder. Queen's expression shifted sharply. Su Chen lacked a modder certification. How could he prove himself as an A-level? Moreover, could he truly be an A-level modder? An A-level modder would not find themselves lacking in business. Her concern was solely for Su Chen's respect and understanding. She believed his theoretical knowledge of modifications to be more advanced. As for his technical skills, although she held optimism for Su Chen, she was not so presumptuous. Achieving A-level status required decades of experience, coupled with innate talent. Just as she pondered how to support Su Chen, he took 2 steps forward, locking eyes with James, and declared, "May I inquire what kind of skill you require me to demonstrate? Is it my modding experience, technical prowess, theoretical understanding, or comprehension of the vehicle system?" James was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, a mix of exasperation and absurdity evident in his laughter. Su Chen's question revealed him to be a complete novice. He might not even be a modder at all. Queen was too naive, appearing cold yet easily deceived. However, this would work in their favor. Today, the night team would show Queen who truly deserved her trust. It was not complicated. Leaning back in his chair, he spread his hands. C and D-level modders lack the ability to create core modifications and can only perceive the vague attributes of modding cores. B and above modders can clearly see the attributes of the core and accurately judge the types and functions of the foundational modules, boasting a higher success rate for synthesizing different levels of modding cores. For instance, an S-level modder can clearly see the attributes of the modding core, perfectly judge the type of foundational module, and provide a preliminary assessment of the attributes that could be enhanced, with an accuracy rate within 20 of machine detection, and a success rate of over 60 for crafting blue modding cores, with the capability to create gold modding cores at the highest level. He understood that Su Chen was utterly clueless, so he elaborated, observing Su Chen's reactions. To his surprise, Su Chen remained composed, showing no signs of panic. Thus, James leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Su Chen's eyes, and stated sternly, "We will provide 10 materials. If you can produce a blue modding core from these, we will acknowledge your capability as an A-level modder, and you may present your understanding of Queen's modification plan." Chapter 62. From arrogance to humility, 1 material is sufficient. Su Chen raised a finger. James was momentarily stunned, as were the other modders, but soon, laughter erupted. Arrogance. Yet this was a level of audacity they had never encountered before. Did he mean to imply that his probability of crafting a blue modding core was 100%? Let us not be so presumptuous. He might not even be able to produce one. James felt the urge to laugh as well. But as the responsible party and an S-level modder, he had to maintain seriousness. Ahem, silence. He commanded the modders to hush, instructing the apprentice to fetch the materials. Despite Su Chen's claim that 1 material would suffice, he ordered 10 instead. If Su Chen could not produce a blue modding core from 10 materials, Queen would surely see the truth. The night team prepared a workstation for Su Chen, and soon, the 10 materials were laid out before him, all fundamental modding modules. Su Chen stood at the workstation, donned gloves, and pretended to prepare. Queen watched Su Chen's back, hearing the faint echoes of ridicule and mockery, feeling both guilt and pain. Suddenly, she felt a hand grasping hers. Turning, she saw Xingming looking at her with concern. "Sister Queen, do not worry. I believe Moss will not undertake any unprepared endeavors." Xingming also glanced at the man standing at the workstation. He appeared significantly younger than all the modders in the conference room. Yet only he could provide her with a sense of reassurance. "I know Moss. If he were not confident, he would not make such promises lightly. Since he stands here, it means he has contemplated the impending storm, and what we must do now is to place our trust in him." Meow. Upon hearing Xingmin's words, Queen's anxiety and worry gradually subsided. She clenched her fist, gazing at Su Chen's back, her resolve strengthening. "All right, I believe in him." For Su Chen, crafting a modding core from basic modules was akin to preparing a pre-made meal. For instance, to make braised pork over rice, one merely needs to heat the packaged braised pork, pour it over the rice, and voila, a dish is complete. Surely, even a fool could manage this. He could not fathom why such a simple task had any claim to a success rate. His modifications for Xingming involved a comprehensive selection of materials and processes, ensuring high accuracy. The attributes of the crafted modding cores were exceptional, regardless of the aspect. He casually picked up a blue engine modding module and a blue weight reduction modding module from the materials. This is an engine modification module that will enhance the speed and explosive attributes of the core modification while reducing certain stability and endurance aspects. with speed and explosive ranges set at 78 and 34 respectively. However, due to its mediocre quality, it is significantly influenced by other modification modules. Su Chen held the engine modification module and faced James. As he spoke, the chatter in the conference room abruptly ceased. The disdain and nonchalance on James's face vanished, replaced by astonishment and shock. Su Chen was absolutely correct. He could see that the attributes and modification direction of this basic modification module aligned almost perfectly with Su Chen's description. Yet, he could not comprehend what Su Chen meant by poor quality. What did he mean by being greatly affected by other modification modules? Wasn't this modification module simply blue in quality? What other qualities could there be? Unbeknownst to him, in Su Chen's eyes, blue was merely the foundational quality of modification modules and cores. Beyond this fundamental quality, distinctions such as poor, average, good, excellent, and perfect existed. The 10 materials before him all fell into the categories of average and poor quality, with not a single good one among them. Prepackaged meals were just that. Su Chen scoffed inwardly. No matter how beautifully packaged, they could never compare to the culinary artistry of a 5-star chef at work. Then, what about the other basic module in your hand? James inquired, taking the initiative. He wondered if Su Chen was merely a lucky blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, having guessed correctly by chance. This is a basic weight reduction module, primarily aimed at reducing chassis weight, but its quality is very poor, Su Chen stated. Leisurely playing with the other basic module. Its attributes enhance speed, while diminishing stability and cornering performance, with a speed increase of around 45. And it too is significantly influenced by other modification modules. Right. James's expression hardened, fully aware that he could no longer underestimate Su Chen. This young man indeed possessed some depth. May I pose a question? He asked, fiddling with his watch and choosing his words carefully. What do you mean by being greatly affected by other modification modules? How did you discern that? Oh, Su Chen smirked slightly, feigning exasperation. So you all were unaware? I assumed a top-tier modification team would be well informed. Mimicking James's earlier demeanor, he shrugged. Let me provide you with an example. Suppose Module A's attributes enhance speed, while Module B's attributes enhance cornering. If both are significantly affected by other modules, the final speed and cornering attributes of the synthesized modification core may not meet expectations, and their negative effects could very well exceed those expectations. Oh, I see. James adjusted his glasses, pondering. We encounter similar situations during modifications, but we merely regard this as a probabilistic attribute loss, which is quite normal. Occasionally, there may be minimal or no attribute loss, but the reasons for that remain unexplored. Furthermore, if A is a purple quality module and B is a blue quality module, the synthesized blue modification core will typically retain B's attributes without any loss, while A will suffer a significant loss. When costs are not factored in, we utilize this method to enhance the attributes of the final product of the modification core. However, such combinations drastically reduce the success rate of synthesis. James had begun to regard Su Chen as a legitimate modifier, exchanging insights. The other modifiers in the conference hall wore serious expressions, diligently taking notes. As an S-level modification master, James's experiences were invaluable to them. Su Chen observed the deference from the gathering of modifiers and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. What could be the reason? It was merely a stroke of luck that he had stumbled upon high-quality basic modification modules. The blue quality modification core synthesized from a combination of purple and blue basic modules relied entirely on the superior quality of the purple module to preserve the attributes of the blue module, sacrificing most of the purple module's attributes in the process. It seemed impressive, but was ultimately a poor trade-off. Watching these earnest scribes, he felt a profound sadness for the modifiers of this world, for the drivers and mechas of this era. These modifiers, in essence, were merely processors of prepackaged meals. Their skills revolved solely around how to combine prepackaged ingredients to create marginally more palatable results. They were utterly ignorant of the art of cooking and knew nothing of true modification. They were merely a group of pretentious outsiders. Disappointment washed over Su Chen. He had harbored some expectation for the day's debate. However, discussing matters with these modifiers felt utterly unbalanced, lacking the thrill of a contest between equals. He had no hope of persuading these modifiers. Their understanding of modification remained superficial, verging on mere patchwork. It was akin to weapon engineers of the firearm era attempting to explain airplanes and cannons to experts from the Iron Age, a conversation lost in translation. No amount of technical detail would resonate with them, for they simply could not comprehend. Nevertheless, efforts must still be made. Su Chen combined the two basic modification modules before the eyes of James and all the modifiers. In less than 10 seconds, he produced a blue modification core. The cube-shaped core slowly rotated in his hands, its pale blue glow reflecting in his indifferent gaze like flickering flames. Everyone stared in awe at the spectacle. Did he really achieve this with just one material? And at such a rapid pace? The air seemed to freeze at that moment, silence enveloping the entire conference hall. Chapter 63. Deeply rooted under normal circumstances, creating a modification core requires 2 to 3 hours. During this time, modifiers must continuously channel energy into the basic modules to facilitate their fusion. This is precisely why the production of modification cores remains so challenging. Some modifiers may spend an entire day without successfully synthesizing a single core, with the consumption of several or even dozens of materials behind each core, resulting in exorbitant prices. But what had they just witnessed? A perfect modification core produced in less than 10 seconds. Su Chen. James realized his voice trembled, and he stammered. Could I request you to create another modification core? I wish. Without needing to finish his thought, Su Chen casually picked up 3 basic modules and fashioned another core. This time, it took a bit longer, yet still under half a minute. As the modification core rotated slowly in his hands, a series of gasps echoed throughout the conference room. Well, do I now have the right to discuss Queen's modification plan with you? Su Chen tossed 2 blue modification cores onto the table with ease. He couldn't be bothered with these pre-packaged products. They were utterly worthless. Indeed, you absolutely have the right to discuss Queen's modification plan with us, James replied without hesitation. He was unsure of Su Chen's circumstances, but based on the qualities he had displayed thus far, he at least ranked as an A-level modifier. Whether he was S-level depended on his ability to produce purple and gold modification cores. The absence of certification likely stemmed from an information issue. How could an A-level modifier lack credentials? As for Su Chen's youth, it could only be attributed to exceptional talent. After all, a modifier's primary abilities are largely determined by innate awakening. While skills can be honed through practice, the extent of improvement is quite limited, with the ceiling for progression firmly established, leaving little room for further advancement. Queen sister, do you see this? Xingming exclaimed, hands on her hips and chin raised proudly. I told you Moss would be just fine, meow. She was not entirely certain that Su Chen would earn the approval of those old men. After all, as humans age, their tempers tend to become quite stubborn, especially when dealing with so-called masters. Her faith in Su Chen was pure, such is the nature of a soul bond. Even if Su Chen claimed he could pluck stars from the sky, she would believe him without questioning the feasibility of such an endeavor. Queen remained silent, her fists clenched, as she worked to steady her heartbeat and breath. She seldom praised others, for those who could truly win her admiration were exceedingly rare. Initially, she thought that the confrontation between Su Chen and the Night Modification team was merely a futile struggle on her part. To her surprise, Su Chen genuinely managed to carve out a glimmer of hope for her. The projector screen descended in the conference hall, showcasing the PowerPoint presentation of Queen's modification proposal. James elaborated on the entire scheme to Su Chen, even displaying a hint of smugness. Mr. Su Chen, you see, our modification plan presents no issues. The Night team is fully committed to transforming Queen into a powerful and flawless machine girl, and the voice of the Night has generously invested various resources into her. Su Chen had already reviewed the modification plan earlier. Upon revisiting it, he still felt an overwhelming sense of disgust, akin to having ingested rancid oil. Despite its seemingly grand and comprehensive nature, the proposal was nothing more than a mindless accumulation of components, perfectly aligning with the thought processes of pre-packaged meal creators. What do you think of our modification plan? Please feel free to voice any concerns. Su Chen inhaled deeply, yearning to declare that their modification plan was akin to a pile of excrement mixed with maggots. However, he restrained himself. If negotiations were to proceed, it would be wise not to provoke the other party. A calm and composed discussion was essential to securing greater rights for Queen. I do not fully endorse your modification plan, Su Chen stated, shaking his head. Oh, James raised an eyebrow. Please, share your reasoning. Queen is a Thunder Starburst type machine girl. Su Chen replied coolly. Your modifications emphasize a comprehensive approach, yet they utterly extinguish Queen's individuality. Your plan should lean towards enhancing Queen's speed and explosive power while also improving other attributes, not attempting to augment every attribute indiscriminately. If you were to modify her according to my suggestions, Queen's explosive power and speed would already exceed 100, allowing her to fully realize her potential. In the conference hall, the modification specialists exchanged glances, mostly filled with skepticism and confusion. Meanwhile, Queen gazed at Su Chen's silhouette with shining eyes. Indeed, this was what she desired: unparalleled speed and explosive power. She longed for the freedom to charge forward without reservations, simply to feel the wild winds howling around her. When did she start to forget? It felt as though she had lost touch with many intrinsic aspects of herself, elements that had always existed within her bloodline. James furrowed his brow deeply, pondering for a while before slowly articulating, "Mr. Su Chen, I fail to comprehend your perspective, regardless of Queen's type. A comprehensive enhancement seems superior to specializing in just two attributes. To focus solely on two attributes is to neglect others. It does not yield a perfect machine girl. The lady has tasked us with creating an ideal machine girl, a hexagonal warrior, devoid of any weaknesses. This is the objective of our night modification team." James and the night modification team's aspirations were understandable to Su Chen. They sought an all-around straight-A student. However, due to the nature of modifications, enhancing one attribute often leads to the diminishment of others. This mirrored the characteristics of racing car modifications in his previous life. A car designed for top straight-line acceleration would inevitably suffer from poor cornering control, simplistic aerodynamics, and imbalanced weight distribution. Conversely, a muscle car might possess robust power and stability, but would also exhibit cumbersome handling, noticeable body roll and turns, and imprecise steering. In their pursuit of making Queen an all-around exemplary student, they overlooked and extinguished the potential for Queen to achieve extraordinary explosive power and speed that could earn her a place among the elite. Between being proficient in everything and excelling in a few attributes to perfection, which path holds greater promise? Undoubtedly, it is the latter. Concentration breeds excellence. There are no perfect racing cars, only perfect cars and drivers. The essence of a driver lies in achieving harmony with the car, compensating for its shortcomings while amplifying its strengths. This is the true essence of racing. Unfortunately, the modification specialists of Night seemed utterly oblivious to this. Or perhaps it was a widespread ignorance among drivers, modification experts, and even the machine girls themselves. The notion of comprehensive enhancement may have already taken root as an ingrained ideology. Chapter 64. 3 months, combined. Since you desire a machine girl with balanced excellence, why not choose a machine girl with a radiant star emblem? Su Chen endeavored to maintain a calm tone. When a machine girl advances, not all attributes increase equally. Speed-oriented machine girls, for example, tend to enhance their speed attribute. A radiant star emblem type, however, provides slight improvements across all 5 attributes. As such, machine girls serve in supportive roles within their teams, with their future awakened abilities also leaning towards support. James shrugged, responding with an air of inevitability. Such machine girls are virtually incapable of becoming the center of attention. That role must be filled by a scorching star emblem or thunder star emblem, as their awakened skills are designed to serve that purpose. Su Chen's lips twitched. So, in this world, there exists a hierarchy of machine girl types? Much like how the center stage despises the support roles in games, it seems. Have you considered that Queen's inability to activate might be due to the inadequacy of your modification plan? Absolutely not. James replied emphatically, his voice tinged with anger. Mr. Su Chen, while I acknowledge your genius and extend my respect and courtesy to you, that does not grant you the liberty to belittle our Night Team's modification plan. Queen will not be rendered obsolete. She will become a perfect machine girl. He loosened his tie, took a deep breath, and lowered his voice. In order to participate in the modification plan for Queen, you must at least present your A-level modification engineer certificate and obtain the recognition of the voice of the Night Group. At the very least, our Night Team does not possess the authority to allow you to join. Su Chen helplessly rubbed his brow. The situation was formidable and inextricable. He had considered requesting them to provide the golden module, so he could directly craft the golden modification core by hand, or even better, a platinum or diamond modification core to showcase his greater value. However, he lacked confidence, and such a move was far too perilous. He had only recently arrived in this world, with no background whatsoever. What if he were captured, placed under house arrest, and strapped to an electric chair, left to suffer without the ability to craft modification cores? What then? Just as he pondered whether there were other alternatives, Jessica suddenly appeared at the door of the conference hall, knocking softly. A hush fell over the room. The lady had arrived. The atmosphere within the conference room seemed to freeze at the moment Jessica's voice echoed. All arguments and fiery gazes ceased abruptly. The engineers, including James, who had just been vehemently defending his stance, seemed to be pressed on pause, their bodies instinctively tensing as their eyes involuntarily drifted towards the entrance. With the sound of high heels clicking, a tall woman entered, clad in a beige haute couture suit. Her thin lips were pursed, her nose was strikingly sharp, and her almond-shaped eyes bore no hint of emotion. This woman could only be considered above average in appearance. Yet she exuded a unique aura that created psychological pressure simply by standing before her, staring at the woman who had halted in her tracks. Su Chen recognized her as the mysterious lady from the Voice of the Night group, also the future pilot of Queen. I am Chen Xian, the ace driver of the Night group, T1. Chen Xian scrutinized Su Chen with keen interest and continued, Queen is not my primary mech, but rather the third one I intend to join, serving as a substitute when the others are underperforming. I overheard your previous discussions. Mr. Su Chen, you possess considerable talent. But I must emphasize that my first two mechs were both modified by the Night team, and they are exceptionally versatile. I believe if they can excel, so can Queen. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Xian radiated the aura of a privileged heiress. Her air of nobility stemmed from years of living in high society, accustomed to luxury. James and the Night team engineers dared not speak, nor even meet Chen Xian's gaze. Yet Su Chen remained unfazed. He had encountered numerous nobles before, some of whom sought his expertise in vehicle modifications. Thus, he could maintain an unyielding demeanor while meeting Chen Xian's gaze. To be frank, the modification plan of the Night team is utterly nonsensical, he declared openly. He laid his cards on the table. Since the antiquated figures were obstinate, he saw no reason to preserve any semblance of decorum. James, his face flushed with anger, pointed at Su Chen yet dared not voice his outrage. All the engineers around them glared at Su Chen with indignation. In the quiet room, the only sound was the soft shuffle of high heels. Queen took a small step towards Su Chen. Xingsong had already dashed to Su Chen's side, spreading her arms wide like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Her fierce gaze fixed on the surrounding engineers, her cat ears quivering as if ready to pounce. Despite her lack of intimidation, it was clear that Queen was concerned for him. Chen Xian noticed the barely perceptible worry and panic on Queen's face. She looked at Su Chen in surprise, a slight smile gracing her lips. Queen is a truly unique mech, both in performance and personality. Few can catch her eye, but those who do are certainly not ordinary. For instance, I am an S-level driver. Chen Xian's smile took on a hint of self-admiration. Perhaps Queen recognized my extraordinary qualities, which led to her agreement with the Voice of the Night group. I wish to convey, Chen Xian paused, that since Queen has acknowledged your potential in modification, it indicates you are indeed exceptional. Therefore, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. I have reviewed your profile. You do not yet possess a modification engineer certificate. However, if within 3 months you can obtain an A-level certificate, Queen will follow you, and you may take her with you. What do you say? Once more, silence enveloped the conference hall as James and the engineers looked at Chen Xian with incredulity. Jessica opened her mouth, perhaps realizing the significance of the lady's actions. But was Su Chen truly worth such an investment? After all, this was Queen, a mech they had poured countless resources into, a top-tier mech meticulously selected for her immense potential. Could Su Chen indeed be that special? 3 months? Su Chen furrowed his brow. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. He had previously learned that obtaining a modification engineer certificate necessitates significant study time, just as it is impossible to leap from elementary to middle school, or from middle to high school, without a solid academic foundation. He would need at least 3 years of coursework, followed by a series of examinations. Where could he possibly obtain a certificate in 3 months? Moreover, the pathway to obtaining a modification engineer certificate was not straightforward. It began with a D level, and only upon completion could one progress to C, advancing incrementally. The time required for this was substantial. Chen Xian perceived the confusion in Su Chen's eyes and explained, earlier, you exhibited the fundamental capabilities expected of an A-level modification engineer. With the connections of the Voice of the Night, we can immediately secure you a D-level modification engineer certificate. And the annual assessment for advancement will be open for you once a month instead of once a year, allowing you to reach A-level in precisely 3 months. This is the utmost we can offer you at the Voice of the Night. Of course, she continued, shifting her tone. If you do not obtain the A-level certificate within 3 months, I hope you will consider joining our modification team at the Voice of the Night. Naturally, you will no longer be privy to Queen's modification plans. I appreciate talent, and our group is in dire need of individuals like you. Your presence could bring forth greater possibilities than a comprehensive top-tier mech. I hope you will thoughtfully consider my sincerity. As the situation unfolded, Su Chen gazed intently at Chen Xian. She was indeed the heiress of the Voice of the Night, exuding a distinct gravitas. Initially, he had anticipated being immediately dismissed upon her entrance. Chen Xian was unlikely to alter Queen's modification plans or foolishly hand over Queen's contract to him. Her intentions were clear, to use Queen as bait, enticing him to join the Night team and work for the Voice of the Night. The 3-month deadline, coupled with the allure of Queen, indicated that the challenge was undoubtedly formidable. The assessment was likely not as straightforward as it appeared, requiring the fulfillment of numerous conditions. Nevertheless, Su Chen's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Queen. As if sensing his thoughts, Queen's deep-set eyes met his. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. He felt as though he could see a canary trapped within a cage through Queen's gaze, yearning for the azure sky that was tantalizingly close yet eternally out of reach. She silently cried out, desperately struggling for genuine freedom. The mixture of defiance and anguish in her eyes struck a profound chord within Su Chen's heart. In his previous life, as a chief racing modification engineer, he had only known that through his hands, racing cars would unleash their complete potential. Cars are cold, lifeless objects, devoid of emotion. He had never experienced the praise of machinery. He had never envisioned that one day, a girl who could transform into a racing machine would look at him with such longing. Queen was silently pleading for his help. She did not wish to wither away in a cage. A surge of indescribable emotion welled up within Su Chen's chest, not solely due to the assistance that Queen had provided him and Xingming during this time. Was it anger? Sympathy? Or perhaps the weight of responsibility he felt as a chief modification engineer, confronted with this absurdity? 3 months. What if the challenges were overwhelming? He could not bear to watch Queen lose her most precious talent. That cage, which imprisoned freedom, he would tear apart with his own hands. All right. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, focusing intently on Qin Xian, his voice low yet resolute. I will take this on. Chapter 65. Farewell, miss. Have you made your decision? Are you truly going to reward Queen? Jessica and Qin Xian stood side by side before the conference room window, watching Su Chen and Xingming make their way toward the manor, still grappling with disbelief. I have decided, Qin Xian replied coolly. As an experienced employee, you should be aware of the immense difficulty in achieving A-grade modification status within 3 months. Hardly anyone can accomplish it. But what if he succeeds? What of it? Queen is but a scrap of metal now, utterly inoperative. Qin Xian's eyes darkened slightly, a flicker of indifference crossing her gaze. I am not in need of another top-tier mech. Currently, Queen was akin to a wreck, incapable of being activated. The other 2 top-tier mechs in her possession had also endured periods of inactivity, yet their downtimes were fleeting in comparison to Queen's. Queen was like a stubborn child, refusing to budge no matter how the Knight modification team attempted to coax her. Qin Xian understood that Queen was fundamentally unwilling to cooperate with the modification efforts of the Knight team, while the other 2 mechs had, in a sense, ultimately yielded. At times, she truly did not comprehend why, despite being mere tools, there had to be such unnecessary emotional entanglements. Why did drivers have to cater to their whims? She had neither the leisure nor the patience for such matters. Besides Queen, she had other mech candidates undergoing modifications. Whichever could be modified to meet her standards first would become her 3rd mech. Thus, Queen was, to her, expendable. Yet, Su Chen could produce 2 blue modification cores in less than a minute, regardless of whether luck played a role. This alone rendered his value far superior to that of Queen. Miss, should we continue modifying Queen? James exchanged cautious glances with the other engineers before asking. Or shall we set her aside for the next 3 months? Of course, we must continue the modifications. Qin Xian turned to face James, casting a shadow across him as she stood with her back to the sunlight. You are among the nation's top modification teams, and yet you still do not understand why a mech cannot be activated during the modification process? Do you not feel a sense of guilt? You require more modifications to comprehend this issue. Regardless of Su Chen's involvement, Queen's modifications must proceed, even if I eventually no longer need other mechs. Would you prefer to remain idle? No. The Knight Voice Group has many mechs, all of which are your modification targets. Do you understand? Understood. James wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed on the ground. Being in the presence of this young lady was undeniably daunting, especially those piercing eyes that seemed to appraise everything, whether mechs or their assistants. You may proceed as far as here. At the Iron Gate, Queen gazed at Su Chen and Xingming. When her eyes fell upon Su Chen, a subtle warmth seeped into her usual frosty demeanor. Queen, I have a question. As the gate slowly closed, separating 2 worlds like a prison, Su Chen locked eyes with the Queen. Why did you initially join the Knight Voice? Now that they have rendered you inoperative, should you not have the right to dissolve the contract? Queen furrowed her brow, recalling only fragmented memories. She remembered Qin Xian telling her many things back then, primarily that the Knight Voice would sculpt her into a top-tier mech. Enticed by the Knight Voice's reputation and the accolades of many predecessors, she signed the contract. However, the Knight Voice's modification plan had caused her considerable discomfort. Though they had not mistreated her, I suppose I was blinded by the glamorous facade of a large corporation, she mused with a bitter smile. The contract cannot be dissolved. For the night voice has not abused me. Their modifications adhere to standards, even exceeding them. However, if I remain inoperative, they will voluntarily terminate the contract. And at that point, I shall be free. She looked at Su Chen, her gaze pure and sincere. Thank you. Even though your proposed modification plan was not accepted, I can sense your concern and intentions. Achieving A-grade modification status in 3 months is no easy feat. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Your focus must remain on the upcoming competition. Is Queen not returning with us? Xingming peered through the bars at Queen, her small fists clenched tightly. She had once envied Queen for being able to provide Su Chen with a warm home, to prepare sweet meals, and to solve the myriad problems they faced together. Yet, often besides Su Chen, she felt like a burden, incapable of offering any assistance. She yearned to be as powerful as Queen. Yet today, she bore witness to the truth. Even someone as formidable as Queen could not control her own destiny. Subject to the whims of those modification engineers and the young lady who appraised her like a commodity. Even now, she felt trapped in a gilded cage. Her envy dissipated, leaving behind an indescribable bitterness and discomfort. No, I cannot. Queen shook her head gently, her voice soft. I have signed a contract and must obey the corporation's orders. You may continue to reside there, and please take good care of my Xianfeng for me. We can occasionally communicate via phone. She had initially been granted a month's vacation, but it had been sacrificed for a meeting with the night team and Su Chen. Thus, her vacation had ended, and she was now required to cooperate with the Night Voice's operations. But Moss and I do not have phones. Xingming suddenly gripped the railing tightly, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with the nearby security personnel. Please, let Queen's sister come with us. We want to abduct her. We want to leave the country. We don't have passports. If necessary, you can implant a tracker on us. Security. Su Chen, Queen smiled, reaching through the bars to gently pat Xingming's head. Do not worry. It's not as though we will never see each other again. I will give you my number so we can keep in touch. She borrowed pen and paper from the security, neatly writing down her number. As she handed the note to Su Chen, she also slipped a bank card into his palm. What is this? Su Chen was taken aback. I do not require money within the corporation. Queen interjected firmly, pushing the note and card into Su Chen's hand. You cannot pave the way to success without money. Although there is not much, it is what I have saved for a long time. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. However, soon her eyes regained a glimmer of determination and pride. Su Chen, I am a top-tier mech, accustomed to a life of abundant resources. Should there come a day when I have the opportunity to be your mech, and you remain a penniless boy, I shall not let you off lightly. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back. Good luck. Her cool voice drifted away on the wind, scattering the inaudible murmurs that lingered. Carrying the star dream through thorns and obstacles, go and behold the vast sky for me. Chapter 66. Me? Help. Su Chen took Star Dream to purchase mobile phones, one for each. The previous phone was merely a cheap trinket, long obsolete, often failing to start. This time, he selected a reputable brand with reliable basic functions for himself, while choosing a flagship model adorned with a delightful cat print phone case that perfectly matched Star Dream's style. Mazda. Does Queen's sister despise us for our lack of wealth? Star Dream pouted, holding her phone, entering Queen's number on the green bubble, still troubled by Queen's earlier remarks. Su Chen chuckled softly. Given Queen's personality, such comments were obviously veiled provocations, meant to elicit a reaction. Would you wish for Queen to become my machine girl? Of course I would. Star Dream replied without a moment's hesitation. Queen's sister is not only beautiful but also virtuous, and her performance is exceptional. If she were to become Mazda's machine girl, I would be overjoyed. Su Chen rubbed his nose, feeling he might be overthinking things. Having established a mental bond with Star Dream, he had subconsciously placed her in the role of a girlfriend. If Star Dream was indeed his girlfriend, wouldn't she be upset about Queen? Thus, he nervously posed the question while purchasing her the phone, all while Star Dream appeared utterly delighted. Yet, she showed no signs of anger. Upon reflection, it made sense. The high-octane world of racing dictated that a driver could not solely rely on a single machine girl. Therefore, it was entirely normal for Star Dream to accept Queen, especially since she admired her and wished for Queen to be her ally. Realizing this eased Su Chen's anxiety. Star Dream probably didn't even grasp the concept of affection. It seemed he was simply indulging in his own sentiments. Queen had intentionally made those comments. If she sought to join our team, our upcoming tasks would be quite demanding. Su Chen's expression turned serious. The races could not be delayed. and he still needed to obtain his modification certification. Suddenly, he felt as if he had transitioned from leisure to a whirlwind of activity. The immediate priority was to grasp the preparations required before the exam and the specific content of the test. Su Chen had a hunch that the exam would not cover the modification knowledge from his past life, but rather a plethora of unfamiliar topics. Mazda, I understand. Star Dream clenched her cat paw excitedly, nodding earnestly. We must earn lots of money. Su Chen thought, she understands nothing at all. He gazed at the girl beside him, fiddling with her phone, and smiled in resignation. This innocence and cuteness were precious, far better than Queen's daily encounters with scheming and constraints. Mazda. Queen's sister has accepted my friend request, Star Dream exclaimed, leaning closer to Su Chen, showing him a profile picture of a blooming lotus. The WeChat name read happy every day. Such a jarring contrast between the avatar and the name. Star Dream edged closer to Su Chen, making a cat paw gesture with one hand while snapping a selfie with the other, which she promptly sent to Queen. Ding. The response came almost instantaneously. What did Queen say? Su Chen asked, intrigued. Meow? Queen's sister said you haven't trimmed your nose hair properly. It's peeking out. Su Chen poked at his nostrils, hurriedly pressing the errant hair back. He thought, Queen's observations are astoundingly meticulous. Arriving in this world destitute, compounded by the recent events, he had indeed lost some of his former polish, reminiscent of his days as an apprentice modifier. Perhaps this was what it meant to remain true to one's roots. Su Chen dutifully purchased a set of grooming tools for nose and beard hair, along with some daily skincare products. A man may be rugged, but he must not be slovenly. As he approached the entrance of his building, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar faces. Mazda, it's the fish-frying dog. Star Dream pointed at Yuming, her voice ringing loud. Yuming, who had been sizing up the entrance, froze upon hearing her words. He turned to glare at her, the cold demeanor evaporating as his face flushed with embarrassment. I told you not to call me fish-frying dog. Damn it, I have a name. It's Yuming. Especially the U, and Ming as in tomorrow. Meow, fish-frying dog, understood. Star Dream promptly corrected herself. Fine, fish-frying dog. Su Chen nodded knowingly, deliberately provoking him. Yuming rolled his eyes dramatically, exasperated. You two are truly cut from the same cloth. This Star Dream and her driver are two peas in a pod. Come on. Master, just give it up. The reputation of fish-frying dog has spread far and wide. Zui Ying patted Yuming's shoulder dismissively. You might as well own it. It's not the most shameful thing in the world. She glanced at Star Dream beside Su Chen, her eyes filled with a complex mix of admiration and subtle respect. We meet again, Star Dream. Though I hate to admit it, your performance in the city championship was impressive. Zui Ying gave Star Dream a thumbs up. Then she shifted her tone. However, your victory was largely due to the absurdity of that track. Future races 1TB so lenient. They're 1TB just a few turns. At that time, I 1T grant you any chances, and you'll be left far behind. Yuming shot Zui Ying a warning glance. Yet the words had already escaped his lips, tinged with a provocative edge, as he intended to compliment Su Chen. Star Dream nonchalantly nodded. Oh, meow. I will strive to improve, and aim not to be overtaken by you. Zui Ying stared at Star Dream in surprise, having prepared to argue with her. Instead, Star Dream's humble attitude left her feeling a bit sheepish. Well, you are quite formidable after all. Her face flushed slightly as she turned away, glancing back occasionally. I say this to acknowledge you as my rival. In any case, let us do our best. What? Yu Ming regarded Zui Ying with an expression of disbelief. Su Chen observed the interaction between the two machine girls with amusement. Then he turned to Yu Ming. As a city dweller and a professional driver for the Northern Wolf Club, what brings you to this small community in Binzhou? Are you waiting for me for something? Yu Ming appeared to snap back to reality, suddenly dashing in front of Su Chen and shaking his hand enthusiastically. Su Chen, help us. You must save our Northern Wolf T2. He blinked earnestly, trying to squeeze out a tear, but his efforts resulted in nothing more than a sticky-eye discharge. You want me to save your Northern Wolf T2? Su Chen pointed to himself, utterly bewildered. What happened? Chapter 67. The olive branch of Northern Wolf, our Northern Wolf T2, is in dire straits. Yu Ming sighed heavily, his face clouded with despair. You know the provincial championship requires both individual and team points to meet the standards, so. Su Chen shook his head. No, I do not know. Never mind. Now you do, he continued. Our T2 team was already struggling with points, and recently one of our members left to join T1 as a substitute. So, for some time now, we've been contemplating recruiting a new team member. But recruiting new members is no simple task. Those interested in us are not appealing. And those we desire are already with other teams. We finally found someone promising, and guess what? Our club manager wants to insert his nephew into the team. This is quite frustrating for our team, isn't it? Su Chen understood now. It seemed that Yu Ming's team had been compromised by a well-connected individual. One could hardly blame them, as this is a society built on personal connections. What can I say? Is your manager's nephew truly lacking in skill? It is unclear how skilled he is, but he has reportedly won several underground races, albeit he has never participated in a sanctioned event. What value does that hold? Yu Ming sat on the stone pillar by the entrance, sighed, and remarked, "The crux of the matter is that this person is exceedingly annoying. Always boasting and sporting dyed yellow hair. It's just irritating. Our team leader is nearly at her wit's end." Thus, Su Chen blinked and replied, "What does that have to do with me?" "Of course it does." Yu Ming cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Do you know who we have been considering for our new recruit?" "I don't," Su Chen replied. "It's you." Su Chen responded, "Oh, oh," Yu Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh and gritting his teeth. "What kind of reaction is that? Are you a hen? Can you not provide a more appropriate response?" This is the recognition of the Northern Wolves T2, the largest club in the city, not some fly-by-night organization. Do you comprehend? Not entirely, Su Chen admitted. Seeing that Su Chen was playing coy, Yu Ming decided to be forthright. The manager has insisted on placing someone in our T2 team, and we cannot refuse since he is responsible for recruitment, and this lad does pass all assessments. We are not fond of that yellow-haired fellow, so we claim to have already identified a reserve player, specifically, you and Xingming. Our team leader has the authority to approve new members. So as long as you can outperform that yellow-haired individual, the manager will have no choice but to exclude him from our team, making you and Xingming our new recruits. Yu Ming stood up and spread his arms wide. Su Chen, Xingming, welcome to the Northern Wolves T2 family. For Su Chen, the idea of joining a team felt rather distant. He had always been somewhat of a loner. In his previous life, he preferred working on modifications without the presence of other tuners. He always slept alone, dined alone, traveled alone, and sought companionship in nightclubs alone. Joining a team implied the presence of teammates, which elicited his initial reluctance. However, reason dictated that to integrate into this world and aspire to greatness, being part of a team was essential. After all, provincial championships are team events. One cannot represent a team alone, and establishing a club or team independently would prove exceedingly cumbersome. Just contemplating the myriad challenges involved gave him a headache. Thus, perhaps joining an exceptional team was a commendable choice? Su Chen did not reject the offer outright, nor did he immediately acquiesce. He merely inquired, "What are the benefits of joining your Northern Wolves T2? Benefits? Is not becoming a member of the Northern Wolves T2 a benefit in itself?" Yu Ming was puzzled. Su Chen rolled his eyes and, taking Xingming's hand, sidestepped Yu Ming. "Apologies, you're blocking the way. I must return home." Is he really trying to manipulate me? How foolish. Does he not realize that a mere nudge will send him into a tailspin? Wait. Yu Ming quickly intercepted Su Chen, wearing a conciliatory smile. "I was merely joking. How could joining the Northern Wolves possibly lack benefits? First, once you successfully sign the agreement, all foundational materials for your mech upgrades will be covered by the club. Additionally, a base salary of 100,000 per month, plus bonuses for winning first, second, or third place in popular races, which are not overlapping with the rewards from competitions. Moreover, we have our own modification team, with exclusive Northern Wolves models that surpass the quality of market alternatives. Is there anything else?" Su Chen inquired calmly. As the premier tuner in Huaxia, he had seen all manner of rewards. In his previous life, top teams offered him salaries of $2 million a month, regardless of whether there were modification tasks. That money would consistently find its way to his account. Such generous treatment had grown tiresome, leading him to resign and embrace idleness. Well, Yu Ming scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Su Chen's reaction was entirely unexpected. Shouldn't he be ecstatic at the prospect of joining the Northern Wolves? After all, those wild racers, like Lin Haijun, would be overjoyed at any decent club's offer. What is up with Su Chen? Yet, aside from those incentives, it appeared there were no additional benefits to joining the Northern Wolves. Just as Yu Ming racked his brain in contemplation, Zy Ying's gaze fell upon the hands of Su Chen and Xingming, intertwined. Su Chen's large hand enveloped Xingming's delicate, fair one completely, and she offered no resistance, simply being led along. Their relationship was clearly more than ordinary. Observing Xingming's attire, it was evident that she wore a factory racing outfit beneath a casual women's jacket. Zy Ying blinked, her eyes gleaming with a sudden idea. Joining the Northern Wolves Club comes with exclusive Snow Wolf racing outfits, which are exceptionally beautiful. There are over a dozen designs in the Snow Wolf series, including hidden and themed styles that are not available for purchase elsewhere. Look at the one I'm wearing. It's a special racing suit from the Snow Wolf series. Ziwei Ying twirled in front of Xing Ming, boasting, "What do you think? Doesn't it look splendid?" Xing Ming's large eyes widened as she gazed at Ziwei Ying's racing suit. The overall design was primarily matte white, with sharp black lines extending from the shoulders down the sides, resembling the contours of a wolf's spine. The waist featured a fish scale pattern in silver carbon fiber, designed to be form-fitting, accentuating her figure. Even someone like Ziwei Ying, who is typically more robust, appeared to possess a slender waist and an alluring silhouette. The Northern Wolves Club's emblem, a sharply drawn wolf's head, adorned the chest, exuding an air of authority. Yes, it looks wonderful. Xing Ming swallowed hard, her gaze fixated. It was no surprise that it was professionally designed. It far surpassed the mech racing suits she had seen at Xingshenhuoligo. In her mind's eye, she quickly imagined how she would look in that racing suit. She would be the most proud snow wolf in the desolate Arctic, with the mech girls standing in her path as her prey. A wolf must hunt. A wolf. Su Chen watched in bemusement as Xing Ming immersed herself in her fantasies, clawing and meowing. Yu Ming glanced at Ziwei Ying, exasperated. It's just a racing suit. How is that a benefit? It's merely a team uniform with a variety of styles. Please, spare me the theatrics. Ziwei Ying rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you don't understand at all. This is not chaos. This is cleverness. It's about appealing to their interests. Yu Ming once again grasped Su Chen's hand, offering a sincere smile. Su Chen, our club's benefits are currently limited. If you have other ideas, you can discuss them with our team leader. As long as they're reasonable, we can negotiate. The Snow Wolf series racing suits are quite impressive, Su Chen remarked. What? Yu Ming exclaimed. Leaning closer to Yu Ming, Su Chen lowered his voice and said with utmost seriousness, if you could provide me with the themed suit in advance, I would consider visiting your club to assess the situation. Yu Ming stepped back, utterly dumbfounded as he stared at Su Chen's earnest expression. Wait, is he seriously agreeing to this? Just for a themed racing suit? What the hell, he's such a pervert. Chapter 68. Can't we just speak properly? Su Chen and Xing Ming returned to feed my Xianfeng and replenish its water supply. Subsequently, they boarded the helicopter of the Northern Wolves Club, heading towards the city. The city is a medium-sized urban area adjacent to Binzhou, slightly smaller, but equally developed. This is the office area of the Northern Wolves T2. Upon entering, Su Chen immediately noticed a conspicuous figure, a young man with yellow hair languidly sprawled on the office sofa, shoes discarded. One foot resting on the armrest while the other rested on the coffee table. Opposite him sat a petite mech girl, exuding a quiet demeanor. Upon spotting a stranger, she instinctively lowered her head and scooted to the corner of the sofa. As Su Chen observed her, her information materialized before him. Name, Chuanyun Star Emblem, Storm, Control Type, Speed, 58, Bend, 70, Stability, 61, Outburst, 45, Endurance, 37, Modification Core, Little Siren, Blue, Stigmata, None, Current Level, C, Special Talent, None, Affinity, 13, Pilot, Huang Shaixun, Status, Good. Minor Injuries, Evaluation, on circuits with many bends and short distances, she is a sharp blade. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up upon seeing the mech girl's performance. Regardless of the yellow-haired youth's prowess, his mech girl was impressive. Particularly, her bend attribute of 70 indicated a strategy focused on honing her strengths to perfection. Not to mention, the modifications applied to her aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Thus, despite the yellow-haired young man's unkempt appearance, Su Chen did not underestimate him. Boss, I'm here, Yu Ming exclaimed as he dashed towards the inner office. His shout successfully roused the yellow-haired youth from his slumber. He glanced at Su Chen with an indifferent gaze before reclining once more. Though half-lidded eyes indicated he was no longer asleep, Yu Ming soon emerged with a tall, golden-haired woman, though her dark circles and fatigued demeanor suggested exhaustion. However, upon reaching Su Chen, her eyes sparkled wide open, glowing with enthusiasm. Hey, handsome, you must be Su Chen. You look so clean and refined. I just adore honest kids like you who don't dye their hair. Li Yuni warmly grasped Su Chen's hand, her face alight with joy, though her undertones seemed to jab at the slumbering yellow-haired youth. Su Chen glanced at Li Yuni's golden locks, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth, and withdrew his hand. I haven't expressed any intention to join. I merely brought Xing Ming to have a look. No problem. Feel free to explore. Our Northern Wolves T2 offer plenty of benefits that are sure to please you, Li Yuni replied, catching sight of Yu Ming casting her a meaningful glance, prompting her to follow him to a corner, where they seemed to engage in hushed deliberation. Shortly after, Li Yuni shot Su Chen an odd look before hastily departing. Su Chen accompanied Yu Ming around the office area, noting the well-equipped facilities, restaurant, gym, and modification room, but the number of people appeared sparse. Where are the other members of the Northern Wolves? He inquired, glancing at several modification experts behind the glass door, busy at work on modification cores. With the provincial qualifiers fast approaching, everyone is training hard to secure enough personal points, Yu Ming sighed. The pressure is immense this year. If we fail to qualify for the provincial competition, T2 will be disbanded by the club. That's why I'm so anxious about recruiting new members. Su Chen nodded and asked, so, these are your T2 modification team? What are their qualifications? Indeed, we have 1 A-level and 3 B-level modifiers assigned by the club. Yu Ming replied proudly. A-level modifiers are considered masters among their peers. There are hardly a few in the entire city. Having a powerful modification team design mech-girl modification plans is a privilege exclusive to club members. Outside, you'd have to spend a fortune to acquire modification cores. Here, we merely provide basic modification modules. Su Chen found it difficult to concur with Yu Ming's words. Having grasped the general perception of modifiers in this world, he had already dismissed these professionals. Regardless, he would never allow Xingming to be modified by them. However, joining the Northern Wolves would afford him the opportunity to engage with A-level modifiers, a far superior choice compared to collecting trivial information like a pesky fly. Ultimately, he knew he would have to join a club. Given Yu Ming's influence, his impression of the Northern Wolves was rather positive. Why not choose them? Furthermore, Xingming appeared quite fond of the Northern Wolves team uniforms, stirring a sense of intrigue within Su Chen. During their conversation, Li Yuni returned, holding a box with an air of mystery. Mr. Su Chen, here is the racing attire you requested. Clearing her throat, she glanced at Xingming, whose face was pressed against the glass door, and lowered her voice. This racing attire is rather special. It's not advisable for the mech girl to wear it outside. Only suitable for home use. You understand the reasons, I presume. If you have a peculiar preference for her wearing it outside, I recommend finding a secluded spot at night. With that, she solemnly placed the box into Su Chen's hands. This represents the sincerity of our Northern Wolves team. Even though you have yet to confirm your intention to join us. The yellow-haired youth on the sofa shifted his position, letting out a derisive snort. Huang Shaixun, is there a fishbone lodged in your throat? What nonsense are you spewing? Yu Ming, disliking the young man, retorted sharply. Is it worth revering someone who inflicts so much suffering on a mech girl just to claim first place? Truly laughable. The yellow-haired youth, no longer pretending to sleep, sat up, his icy gaze piercing into Su Chen's face. Hey brat, don't think you're all that for winning a city championship. That victory came at the cost of your mech girl's well-being. If you cross paths with me, you won't even know how you met your end. Shut up. Huang Shaixun, Yu Ming snapped, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You don't even know the specifics of what transpired. What are you getting all worked up about? Are you trying to show off? You're not even a member of our Northern Wolves T2 yet. Keep talking like that, and I'll have you thrown out. Humph. The yellow-haired youth seemed unfazed by the threat, remaining resolute. The fact remains that he harmed the mech girl. Who knows what kind of concoction he fed her? Do you not understand human language? Enough. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the entire building. Everyone, keep your mouth shut. Li Yuni's expression darkened, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at Huang Shaixun and Yu Ming. Gone was her earlier groggy demeanor. She now resembled a fierce lion awakened from slumber. The office fell into a profound silence. The chandelier above swayed slightly, and the water in the cup trembled. Su Chen's head buzzed, while Xingming frowned, pressing her cat ears down, her forehead tapping rhythmically against the tempered glass. Yu Ming stood beside Li Yuni, seemingly accustomed to the chaos, nonchalantly wiping away the blood trickling from his ears. On the sofa, Huang Shaixun, arms wrapped around his knees, appeared pale and stunned for a long moment. Why did you shout so loudly? He stammered, awkwardly mumbling. Can't we just speak calmly? Chapter 69. Quite intriguing, everyone was momentarily taken aback by the roar. The arrogant yellow-haired youth was no exception. Li Yuni took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Exactly. Let us all discuss things calmly. There's no need for constant bickering that disrupts harmony. What? Yu Ming tilted his head, looking at Li Yuni, raising his voice. Boss, what did you say? I can't hear you. Could you speak louder? Li Yuni remained silent, her expression resembling a forced smile. Meanwhile, Chasing Shadow adeptly retrieved a tube of cream from her bag, squeezing it into Yu Ming's ear, then produced a hearing aid and fitted it onto him. Yu Ming shook his head, and the once tranquil world transformed into a vibrant spectacle again. He chuckled. I knew it. After all this time, my eardrum has ruptured. Ha ha ha. Su Chen cast a peculiar glance at Yu Ming. The usage of again was quite apt. It seemed that Yu Ming had been a deaf ear for quite some time. However, recalling how he had healed from a fractured jaw in just one night. He felt reassured. In this world, medical technology was remarkably advanced. A mere ruptured eardrum was as trivial as a cut on a finger. The medication recently administered to Yu Ming's ear canal was likely a specialized remedy for eardrum repair. During the recovery period, he even had a hearing aid as a transition, demonstrating thorough preparation, truly a testament to genuine affection. While Yu Ming was regaining normalcy, Li Yuni continued, Huang Shaixun, Su Chen, you two are well-suited candidates. One a manager and the other a talent favored by our team. Both meet the recruitment criteria of the Northern Wolf team. However, we do not require substitutes, nor do we have resources for an additional member. Thus, ultimately, only one of you can join the team. She pointed to herself. As the captain of T2, I hold the authority to evaluate newcomers. The process is quite straightforward. When there are two candidates, I will determine who can truly join the team. This judgment necessitates sufficient evidence, meaning you both must compete in a race to decide the victor. Previously, upon hearing such words, Su Chen would have withdrawn voluntarily. Joining the Northern Wolves was not a necessity for him. He could simply pay for the Snow Wolf racing outfit and remove the wolf emblem on it. Surely, the Northern Wolves T2 would not mind if a racing suit meant solely for home use was worn. Yet, now, due to some remarks from Huang, he had changed his mind. He felt a surge of anger. This anger stemmed not only from slander and misunderstanding, but also from the denial of Xingmin's efforts. It was as if Xingmin's championship was solely due to his driving, when in reality, it was her courage and hard work that earned it. This victory belonged to Xingming. She required no sympathy and would not accept any misinterpretation. Very well. Huang Shaixun had snapped back to his senses after Li Yuni's scolding, donning a haughty demeanor once more. I am eager to see if this so-called bully, who wins by oppressing his machine girl, can secure another championship on a legitimate track. In racing, the foremost priority was synergy, followed by skill, with the machine girl's performance being the least significant. One might achieve victory by exploiting their machine girl once, but perpetual triumph was unattainable, let alone becoming world-class. Here we go again. Li Yuni frowned. Some individuals were obstinate, with deeply rooted beliefs. Even after watching the news, they believed there was an ulterior motive. Huang Shaixun was one such person, adhering to the principle of seeing is believing and hearing is doubting, refusing to heed any contrary opinions. Politely, one could call this having a strong viewpoint. Unflatteringly, it could be described as extreme self-absorption and dogmatism. Just as she was about to respond, Su Chen raised his hand. Fixing a cold gaze on Huang Shaixun, Su Chen remarked, recruiting team members is a matter of great caution, especially since Northern Wolves T2 is at a critical juncture. Thus, I believe a single race is insufficient to determine who truly belongs on the team. Instead, how about this? Before the provincial championship, there will be a total of 7 public races, including the city championship and 5 provincial qualifiers. Points will be accumulated across these 7 races, and we can see who qualifies and who has the highest score to become the next team member. Upon hearing this, aside from Huang Shaixun, both Li Yuni and Yu Ming were taken aback. Undoubtedly, Su Chen's proposal was entirely fair and just, providing ample comparative data. Differentiating between the two candidates based on this data would be glaringly obvious. However, hardly any clubs adopted such a lengthy process, as the timeline was excessively extended. Drivers and machine girls had to consider their futures, did they not? If they were unfortunate enough to be eliminated, it would mean missing the opportunity for this year's provincial race, as clubs typically formed their teams well in advance of the provincial competitions. And team synergy was essential. Who would form a team just a month or 2 before a race? Yu Ming was astonished that Su Chen was aware of the upcoming public races and scoring rules. He had previously feigned ignorance. Damn, what a pervert. Yet, he quickly aligned with Li Yuni's thought process, keenly recognizing the risks that both Su Chen and Huang Shaixun would bear in this duel. He also understood that Su Chen was genuinely angry. All right, no problem. Huang Shaixun scrutinized Su Chen, seemingly recognizing him anew. Putting aside everything else, you're quite a man. Despite your underhanded tactics. Unlike those, well, you have guts. If your final score surpasses mine, I will not only willingly leave Northern Wolves T2, but I will also call you father. You need not address me as such. Su Chen shook his head. If your final score does not exceed mine, you must sincerely apologize to Xingming. Huang Shaixun glanced at the fuming Xingming, failing to grasp Su Chen's intent. Why? Because your words have undermined her efforts, causing her distress. Su Chen gently patted Xingming's airplane ears, which were now pressed against her head. Her unhappiness incites my anger. Huang Shaixun remained perplexed. He could not fathom why Xingming would be upset. Was he not advocating for her justice? Surely, It was Su Chen, the villain, who had brainwashed Xingming far too severely. As evident by her current state, how could a machine girl exert herself so passionately for a city championship? It defied logic. With this thought, his gaze towards Su Chen grew even colder. Fine, although defeating me is impossible, I will accept this trivial contest to teach you, a mere rat, the value of cherishing your machine girl. Huang Shaixun scoffed. In a week, I will secure my place in the city championship. I hope you do not regret your impulsiveness and foolishness upon witnessing my achievements. With that, he stood up, slipping on his clothes without bothering with shoes, and swaggered towards the door. Xiaoyun, let us depart. On the sofa, the machine girl, awakened by Huang Shaixun's call, sprang to life like an ant on a hot pan. She wished to follow him, but noticed he was barefoot. So, with a sudden halt, she bent down to retrieve his slightly worn shoes. As she passed by the others, she awkwardly bowed and muttered an apology before hurriedly dashing after Huang Shaixun's retreating figure. She seemed busy, yet it was unclear what she was occupied with. Damn it, that arrogant Huang. He thinks he can conquer the city championship in a week? Dream on. Yu Ming spat. Li Yuni sighed, rubbing her throbbing temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. In the corridor of the office building, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting white squares on the floor. Two figures, one tall and one short, traversed the squares side by side, the petite figure having to jog to keep up. She reached out, tugging at the hem of the tall figure's shirt, causing him to pause momentarily and slow his pace. Su Chen gazed at their silhouettes disappearing at the end of the corridor, his eyes narrowing slightly. How intriguing. This Huang possesses an interesting character. Chapter 70. Excessive Enthusiasm. Mazda. Xingmin's expression was one of unmistakable displeasure. What is it? Su Chen mused, affectionately ruffling her cat-like head. Are you still upset about what happened earlier? No, I don't want to be his father. Xingmin's face was filled with grievance. If we win, he has to call me father, but I don't want to lose to them. Nor do I want him to call me father. She sighed, patting her head in distress. It's too difficult. Why does the world have to make it so hard for me? Su Chen chuckled softly. Xingming, you've misunderstood. If we win, he only needs to apologize. He doesn't have to call you father. Meow? Xingming looked at Su Chen in confusion, then shook her head vigorously. So if we lose, we have to call him father? I'm afraid this is too much of a loss. Moss. Why not tell him that if we win, he should let the mech girl call me sister? I could accept that, huh? Su Chen, isn't that still a significant loss? However, it seems that in the realm of mech girls, age is not the sole criterion for addressing seniority. When mech girl A perceives mech girl B to be stronger, A will refer to B as sister. For instance, Star Dream calls Queen sister Queen. Yet, if we were to consider their actual origins, it's possible that Star Dream came into existence before Queen. Thus, being called sister by a mech girl should be quite a delightful experience, akin to a male friend or rival calling someone dad. Could it be that there is indeed some feasibility to this? Perhaps we shall discuss it the next time we meet Huang Shaixun. It seems unlikely that they will meet in the Northern Wolf T2 office before he secures a spot among the top 3 in the city championships. Do you know much about Huang Shaixun's past? Su Chen inquired of Li Yuni. Not really. I just know he is a relative of our manager. I'm not sure what his family does, but he has won first place in several underground races. Li Yuni pondered, stroking her chin. Now that you mention it, Huang Shaixun's background seems rather mysterious. However, we are a club, not a detective agency. As long as he has a driver's license and isn't affiliated with another club, he can apply normally. Su Chen remained silent. Huang Shaixun is not to be underestimated. If his confidence stems from his skills and experience, he has undoubtedly undergone professional training. Yet, Huang Shaixun does not appear to possess such strength. After all, his clothing seems somewhat worn. Huh. Could he be the prodigal disciple of some fallen sect in a cliché storyline? What? Su Chen, what are you saying? Yu Ming leaned in closely, his hearing aid almost brushing against Su Chen. I said you are a fish fry dog. I'm a fish fry dog? Then you must be a perverted monster. Yu Ming exclaimed indignantly, turning to Star Dream. Star Dream, your driver is not a good person. He has ill intentions towards you. Be cautious when you sleep at night. It would be best to lock the door, lest he do something strange. Meow? Star Dream tilted her head, wrapping her arms around Su Chen's. Her delicate face pressed against him. But I sleep with Moss at night, meow. Yu Ming froze, his eyes turning red as he looked at Su Chen. What the hell? You beast. How could you take advantage of such a cute and obedient cat girl like Star Dream? On what grounds? The more he spoke, the more outrageous it became. When did he ever take advantage of her? Can't that car cover have collectible value? Can it be studied from the perspective of a modifier to appreciate the artistic beauty of human clothing design? Fortunately, he need not act. Assistance would naturally arrive. Chasing Shadow firmly grasped Yu Ming's ear, dragging him into a small room with a stern expression, the hearing aid clattering to the ground. Ah, Chasing Shadow. Be gentle. My ear is going to fall off. The door slammed shut with a bang. Yet, Yu Ming's pig-like screams still echoed from within. Whether it was an illusion or not, Su Chen faintly detected a hint of enjoyment amidst the cries. Yu Ming is just like that, always provoking his mech-girl. Li Yuni shook her head, exasperated. In any case, you should get used to it. Their bickering is a frequent occurrence. Su Chen's lips twitched. So Yu Ming is actually a masochist? He always maintains a high and aloof demeanor as a star driver, seemingly attracting numerous female fans. If those fans were to discover his true nature, they would surely be disillusioned. Come over to register. Li Yuni waved at Su Chen. You can choose to explore our club or return home. But I suggest you come by every day. Although you are not yet a member of our team, you can still enjoy some privileges, such as having a track analyst explain the racing map to you. That sounds like a wonderful benefit. Su Chen silently approved. After all, he is not a racer and is unfamiliar with the competition maps of this world. If someone could provide a professional explanation of the City Racing Championship course, it would be most beneficial. He filled out his and Star Dream's information as per Li Yuni's instructions and then asked, "May I consult your modifier on some questions? Although I am a racer, I have a keen interest in modifications." Of course, Li Yuni focused on her computer screen, nodding without a second thought. Our A-level modifier. A girl named Noah is exceedingly enthusiastic. If you approach her, she will be more than happy to share. Well, share everything with you. What? Are you asking about the content of the modifier certification exam and what materials to prepare? Yes. Su Chen nodded at the girl sitting across from him. Compared to the outdated and dreary voices of the Night's Whisper, this girl radiated a vibrant youthfulness. Her soft purple princess cut just grazed her shoulders, and her fair oval face featured delicate yet exquisite features. Even with a pair of large black-framed glasses that nearly obscured half her face, her spirited aura was unmistakable. She did not dress like a modifier, but rather resembled an adorable mechanic, wearing a beige short-sleeved bear-printed t-shirt paired with a pocket-laden pair of overalls. He had noticed this Miss Noah outside the modification room earlier, but he had not connected her to being a modifier, thinking she was merely the daughter of one. Little did he know, she was the A-level modifier herself. Well, you've come to the right person, huh? Noah adjusted her glasses, her exotic green eyes brightening with delight as a joyful curve appeared at the corners of her brows. It's the first time a driver has asked me such questions. Do you have a green bubble? Let's be friends, and I'll send you the materials later, along with my previous study plan and a collection of practice papers. I assure you it'll help you achieve a good score. By the way, have you and your mech-girl eaten? I had hazelnut and pine nut mini cakes for lunch. Would you like to try some? They taste really good. Your mech-girl is so cute. Are her ears real? Wow, they can really move. This is my first time seeing a cat-girl type mech. Can I touch her tail? That's too bad. Su Chen watched the enthusiastic Noah circling around Stardream, finally understanding why Li Yuni had paused earlier. This girl is genuinely nice and truly enthusiastic, but she talks a lot. Ah, nonsense. Nonsense, meow. Stardream had been backed into a corner, pressing her airplane ears against her tail, her claws raised. Back. Back, meow. Speaking of which, does a cat-girl type mech need multiple holes in the back of her underwear? Noah gazed at Stardream's tail, her eyes filled with curiosity, pondering. Or perhaps, she isn't wearing anything at all. Ah, come on, don't be shy. I'm not wearing anything either. Su Chen, I mean, sharing is great. But it doesn't have to be that intense. Really,